Chapter 1 The Widow. I am the widow of General G. Feng Qingsui declared with a sorrowful countenance as she knocked on the door of the G residence. A peculiar expression crossed the doorman's face. Another one? He muttered quietly. Another one? Feng Qingsui felt a weight in her chest. Could it be? As she entered with her maid, she was greeted in the hall by a young woman seated in a grand armchair, cradling a boy of 3 or 4 years old. Her heart sank completely. She was not the only one arriving to claim the title of General Ji's widow. The woman even had a child. Before coming here, she had considered various possibilities, but never anticipated that someone else would arrive to stake a claim at the same time. It was all the fault of that plundering chancellor. Had it not been for his relentless confiscation of 3 families she intended to seek refuge with, leaving her with no options, she would not have come to the G residence in. Frustration, leading to this unforeseen circumstance, with a stern expression, she took a seat on the opposite side. While the maid served tea, she stole glances at the child, noting that he bore a striking resemblance to the General G she had encountered, further deepening her despair. This mother and son duo could not possibly be the wife and child of Ji Changfeng. Could they? She had merely sought to infiltrate the upper echelons to uncover the truth behind the massacre of her sister's family and to seek vengeance, never intending to usurp anyone's identity. Her sister was not even her biological sister. Born blind and abandoned in a mass grave, her sister had found her while paying respects to their parents and brought her back to the orphanage, caring for her as she grew. When she was 11, her sister married Jiang Jian, and she left the capital with a newly acquainted master in search of a remedy for her eyesight. Thus began a separation lasting 7 years. Half a month ago, she returned to the capital, filled with excitement to reunite with her sister. However, upon arriving at the Jiang residence, she was met with nothing but ruins. Upon inquiry, she learned that her sister's daughter had drowned 6 months prior. Subsequently, her brother-in-law had angered the emperor and was imprisoned, perishing in his cell. Her sister, overwhelmed by grief, had a miscarriage and died. Her brother-in-law's widowed mother had gone to a temple on the outskirts to light perpetual lamps for them. But on her return, her horse was startled, and she fell off a cliff too. Her demise, a once vibrant family, was entirely lost within a span of mere days. The neighbors lamented the tragedy. When the servants of the Jiang residence were keeping vigil for the old lady, a fire broke out, and they were all burned to death. Feng Qingsui could hardly believe such coincidences could exist. Her sister's family had undoubtedly met with foul play. After discovering that her sister's daughter had drowned on the day of the old lady of the Rongchang Marquis' 60th birthday at the Rongchang Marquis residence, she instinctively felt that her sister's family's deaths were intricately linked to the Marquis household. However, investigating the truth proved difficult. The Rongchang Marquis residence was the empress family estate, sprawling across an entire street, with servants raised within the household, living there full-time. She could not even approach these servants, let alone their masters. After much contemplation, she realized that only by blending into high society could she glean any insights. Little did she expect, a formidable figure named Ji Changqing would appear unexpectedly. The child, sensing her gaze, bared his teeth at her, making a silly face. As Feng Qingsui looked at his prominent, gap-toothed grin, she suddenly recalled some words her master had once mentioned, and her heart calmed. She returned his smile. The young woman furrowed her brow, eyeing Feng Qingsui with a wary expression. At that moment, a tall and striking figure, adorned with an exceptionally handsome visage, sauntered in through the door on the right side of the hall. It was none other than the plundering chancellor, Ji Changqing. That he unfastened his cloak and handed it to a nearby maid before striding to the grand armchair at the head of the hall, lifting his robe and taking a seat. My elder brother, in his lifetime, was a solitary figure, yet after his demise, 2 widows emerged. With a world to know, they might well equate him with those unfaithful rogues who dally with every heart they encounter. Pray tell, what offense did my brother commit against the 2 of you to tarnish his illustrious reputation? The young woman, realizing that Feng Qingsui had also come to claim kinship, responded with indignation. How dare you conflate my humble self with a charlatan? Our Ngir bears an uncanny resemblance to the elder. Any onlooker would recognize him as his child. She gently pushed the child forward, allowing Ji Changqing to discern his features, casting a disdainful glance at Feng Qingsui. Unlike certain individuals, whose deceitful intentions are immediately apparent, daring to swindle the likes of the second master. They are truly unaware of their own mortality. Feng Qingsui replied with an unruffled demeanor. This child bears no resemblance to General Ji. The young woman was about to retort when Changqing interjected. In what manner does he not resemble? He regarded Feng Qingsui with keen interest. His teeth, Feng Qingsui replied. The dental condition of parents often manifests in their offspring. This child possesses a significant gap between his front teeth, while General Ji's teeth are impeccably aligned without a single space. This lattice incisors are also closely set. Why then does the child differ so starkly? It is likely that his biological father is someone else entirely. The young woman's eyes flickered with a hint of panic. Nonsense, she exclaimed. Our Ngir's gap is a result of gnawing on bones. Just look at his brows and eyes. He is the spitting image of the elder. Feng Qingsui remarked. It is said that the men of the Ji family inherit the famed peach blossom eyes of their illustrious ancestor from Jiangzhou. Even if this child shares the brow and eyes of General Ji, it does not suffice to prove his lineage. Your reasoning holds merit, Changqing suddenly interjected. This child's appearance bears little resemblance to my late elder brother, but aligns closely with another member of the Ji clan. The young woman cried out in despair. If the second master wishes to deny Ngir his rightful heritage, must he also subject me to such humiliation? I am fully aware of the child's parentage. 4 years ago, my elder brother returned to the capital for official duties, accompanied by a group of comrades to the Paiyun Tower for a banquet. I was performing there when, regrettably, I was drugged and delivered to the room where he lay inebriated. Upon awakening the next day, I fled in panic, only to later discover I was with child. When I sought to confront him, I learned he had already departed the capital. I had no choice but to bear the child alone, nurturing him while awaiting my elder brother's return, only to be met with the grim tidings. Changqing listened intently, gazing at the young woman in silence. Are you suggesting that my brother, inebriated, unwittingly engaged in such a liaison with you? The young woman nodded. Indeed. There is something you may not be aware of, Changqing said nonchalantly. My brother could scarcely breathe when intoxicated. He has always abstained from alcohol, making it highly improbable that the events you describe occurred. The young woman was taken aback. How could that be? That night was unmistakably. Perhaps you should concoct a more believable tale. Changqing waved his hand dismissively. Guards, escort her out. As the young woman attempted to argue further, she was seized by 2 waiting maidservants and led away, the child following in a state of alarm. Feng Qingsui observed the scene with a complex array of emotions. While it was indeed fortuitous that her opponent had faltered, Changqing's succinct dismissal indicated that he was not easily deceived. Uncertain whether she could evade the situation, she turned her head and found herself meeting Changqing's penetrating gaze, causing her heart to skip a beat. Well, it's your turn now, Changqing remarked, taking a sip of tea and leaning back against the chair, adopting an air of one who was ready to enjoy performance. I hope your tale is more comprehensive than hers. Feng Qingsui remained silent for a moment before gradually beginning to speak. Chapter 2. The same person. 3 months ago, I stumbled upon a gravely injured man on the border and brought him back to Wu City for treatment. Over the course of more than half a month, we transitioned from wariness to mutual affection. He confided in me that his name was Ji Changfeng, a general commanding troops at the border. In his eagerness to return to the battlefield, he left as soon as his condition showed slight improvement. Before departing, he gifted me a jade pendant, urging me to await his triumphant return when I would marry him in splendid fashion. Little did I know, I had come to propose marriage and observe the mourning rites for him. With that, I retrieved a jade pendant from my waist pouch and handed it to the maidservant behind me. After a thorough inspection, the maid presented the pendant to Changqing. It was a pendant crafted from mutton fat jade, featuring a delicate cloud pattern, its surface smooth and warm, exuding a captivating luster, as if it had been cherished and caressed countless times. Changqing caressed the pendant, his gaze lowering slightly. Aside from his most trusted confidant, no one knew that General Ji and Prime Minister Ji were, in fact, the same individual. When he was 9 years old, his elder brother tragically choked on a rice ball and passed away. His mother, consumed by guilt and sorrow, nearly descended into madness. In silence, he buried his elder brother and assumed his guise, deceiving his mother into believing that he had returned to life. She, convinced of this ruse, gradually began to recover. Henceforth, he played dual roles, living as himself while impersonating his elder brother. The elder brother was skilled in martial arts, while he excelled in the arts. His mother, wishing for her son to achieve greatness, saw him through the imperial examination after he completed the martial examination. Unintentionally, he embodied both scholar and warrior. Fearing exposure, after achieving the highest honor in the examinations, he requested an official pardon to serve in a distant county, while his elder brother, under the pretext of not wanting to be far from him, took a position in the neighboring county. With the mountains high and the emperor distant, his superiors were equally far removed. His county magistrate's presence was often unnoticed. Regardless, the official documents were processed, cases were adjudicated, and governance thrived, with the magistrate remaining unseen, leaving everything in the hands of the clerks. A falcon would relay messages to him, making decision-making as effortless as a breeze. Thus, he navigated his way from county magistrate to prefect, eventually attaining the rank of prime minister. While local officials could easily feign their duties, a prime minister had to attend court daily, compelling him to orchestrate the demise of his elder brother in battle. The jade pendant had been lost before his brother's death. At that time, he had lured the enemy deep into their territory, but was betrayed by a deputy general, falling into an ambush and narrowly escaping death, only to collapse in a valley over 20 miles from Wu City. Upon waking 3 days later, his wounds were dressed, the fever had subsided, and he found himself in a dilapidated temple in Wu City. His sword and longbow remained, yet his pouch and jade pendant were nowhere to be found. Initially believing they were lost during his flight, he soon realized. He gazed at the delicate woman before him, dressed in plain attire with a white flower adorning her hair, her face etched with sorrow. He thought to himself that the debt of gratitude for saving his life warranted further scrutiny. Yet, had we truly spent over half a month together? Had we truly fallen in love? Had he truly bestowed a jade pendant upon her, asking her to await his grand marriage? Could she possibly be spinning more fanciful tales? Feng Qingsui noticed that the other party held the jade pendant in silence for a while, her heart slightly anxious. Was there any flaw in what she had just said? Although the duration of treatment has been somewhat prolonged and emotions have been somewhat artificially intensified, Changqing, being embroiled in the chaos of war, would likely lack the leisure to compose letters home. Thus, his family would be unaware of his injuries and consequently oblivious to the relevant particulars. After a moment of contemplation, she added, "If the Prime Minister harbors any doubts, I can certainly describe his distinctive characteristics. Changqing's expression darkened. Could it be that this woman intends that he tightened his grip on the jade pendant and interjected, "There is no need for that. This pendant was meticulously carved by our father for my elder brother and myself before our birth. My brother and I have always kept it close, and the fact that he has entrusted it to you speaks volumes of the depth of your relationship." Has she passed the test? Feng Qingsui sighed in relief. Shall we then designate a day for our wedding? As an orphan, without father or mother, I see no necessity for grand celebrations. A simple ceremony at the ancestral hall will suffice. Changqing responded, "Why forsake a savior in favor of a widow's life? What is it that you truly seek? What is your surname, young lady?" "I am surnamed Feng." "Miss Feng," Changqing stated earnestly, "you are my elder brother as savior. How could the Ji family repay such kindness with enmity by allowing you to wed him posthumously? If you wish to marry, I can certainly find you a suitable husband and provide a dowry, ensuring a splendid union." Feng Qingsui bit her lip, a single tear welling in her right eye. "Having witnessed the vastness of the sea, how could I settle for mere mortals, having encountered a man as formidable as General Ji? Alas, my humble origins render it unsurprising that your esteemed family would refuse to accept me. I shall return to Wuqing and carve a tablet in the General's honor, living my days in reverence." Changqing felt a pang of frustration. Here was a fiancée, unwavering in her gratitude for life-saving grace, wishing to embrace widowhood, and yet the Ji family would not even grant her entry into their lives. If this were to continue, the Ji family's reputation would surely suffer. He sighed. "The life of a widow is fraught with difficulties. Why should a young lady, such as yourself, yet to be wed, voluntarily choose this path. You're not a fish. How can you know the joy of a fish? To remain faithful to the general in widowhood is a sweetness I willingly embrace. Changqing felt a rise of skepticism with her steadfastness. Could it be that those powerful families who viewed him as a thorn in their side, after repeated assassination attempts, had resolved to employ a different tactic against him? Perhaps by enlisting a beautiful woman as his widow, they would conspire to frame him for immorality and illicit relations. At that moment, a flustered maidservant named Chun Yun rushed into the hall, her face pale. Second master, the old madam has choked on osmanthus cake. His expression shifted abruptly. He immediately rose and hurried out of the hall, making his way to the inner courtyard. Upon seeing his mother clutching her throat, her lips and nails turning a shade of blue, with the old nanny in a panic trying to pat her back, memories from years past flooded back, leaving him chilled to the bone. Before he could react, a slender figure darted past him, rushing to his mother's side, forcefully pushing aside the old nanny, and encircling his mother's waist, bracing her for support. Recognizing it was Feng Qingsui, his breath caught in his throat. Before I could contemplate how this woman entered the inner courtyard, I rushed forward to subdue her. However, I was impeded by the rotund maidservant who blocked my path with outstretched arms. The young lady is in the midst of saving someone. Kindly do not disturb her. Saving someone? It was clearly an act of murder. Outrageous. Unable to contain my fury, I grasped the maid's arm, intending to cast her aside. Yet, despite my efforts pulling once, twice, thrice, I found myself unable to budge her. In that moment of astonishment, my mother emitted a sound as she expelled something from her throat. Feng Qingsui released her embrace, guiding her to a chair to sit. The maid retreated to the side. Mother, I strode forward with determination. How do you feel? I am well now, my mother replied. After a few coughs, her complexion began to restore, and she turned to Feng Qingsui. I'm immensely grateful to this young lady. Might I ask her name? Alarm bells rang in my mind, but Feng Qingsui had already spoken. I am the widow of General Ji. Chapter 3. To Death. She was momentarily taken aback. Longfeng's widow? Feng Qingsui nodded, recounting once more the tale she had previously shared with Ji Changqing. I was just discussing the matter of a marriage contract with the second master. She spoke as if Ji Changqing had already consented to the arrangement. Changqing remarked. So he had saved Long Feng as well. A flicker of sorrow crossed Qi's eyes at the mention of Ji Changfeng. Regrettably, he lost his life on the battlefield, rendering your efforts in vain. How could they be in vain? Without the general in the Battle of Changqing, how could we have driven the forces of the Kai kingdom into retreat, leaving them too fearful to infringe upon the borders of the Shi kingdom for the next 20 years? Feng Qingsui replied, her expression one of pride. The people of Shi will remember him. Future generations will revere him. He will live forever in the hearts of the people, his legacy enduring through the ages. Qi murmured, live forever in the hearts of the people, you say? Indeed, Feng Qingsui affirmed, nodding. My master once said that a person experiences two deaths. The first is when they cease to breathe, and the second is when they are forgotten by all. As long as someone remembers them, even if they have stopped breathing, they shall never truly vanish from this world. Suddenly, she recalled her sister, tears welling in her eyes. As Qi listened to her words, the pent-up grief that had lingered in her heart transformed into tears, flowing freely. With a tearful smile, she said, you are right. Long Feng still lives on. Nanny Fu handed her a handkerchief. As she accepted it, she noticed that tears were also streaming down Feng Qingsui's face, and she raised her hand to wipe them away. To encounter such a compassionate and loyal young woman as you is indeed a blessing for our Ji family. Qi sighed. However, you are still so young, with decades ahead of you. Do not spend your life merely guarding a memorial. Feng Qingsui shook her head. I'm the general's in life and his ghost in death. In this lifetime, I wish for no one but him. Listen to me, do not be foolish. Qi admonished gently. I have walked this path and know how arduous it is. Were it not for my two children, I too would struggle to endure. You, having been through this, should understand my feelings. I would gladly follow the general into the afterlife. She paused, reflecting on his greatest regret, that they spent so little time together and that he could not serve you in any way. Thus, she sought to come to the capital to fulfill his wishes and alleviate his regrets. Feng Qingsui bowed her head, choked with emotion. She, overwhelmed by her own sorrow, embraced her, weeping heartily. After a while, she wiped her tears and said, "Good child, then you shall remain here. I will consult the almanac and choose an auspicious day." Coughing, Changqing observed as, in the span of mere moments, Feng Qingsui and his mother transitioned from strangers to confidants, gaining a new understanding of her persuasive abilities. He felt an increased sense of vigilance. "Mother, Miss Feng saved our elder brother and you. Her kindness is immeasurable. How can we repay her with malice? Binding her in a posthumous marriage would condemn her for a lifetime. Perhaps you should consider adopting her as a goddaughter." "I do not wish to be anyone's daughter," Feng Qingsui instinctively replied, then realized the implications of her words, casting a look of deep grievance toward Qi. "A daughter must eventually marry. Though I cannot share the same bed with the general in life, I can only hope to share the same grave in death. Does my aunt not even allow me this small yearning?" For half a lifetime, Qi has remained a widow, longing for the same companionship in life and death. Upon hearing this, she shot a fierce glance at her son, who, surrounded by male steeds, could hardly comprehend a daughter's feelings. "She is to be a widow for your elder brother, not for you. Why concern yourself with such matters?" Afterward, she commanded Nurse Fu to bring forth the almanac. Changqing said nothing. Once Nurse Fu presented the almanac, Feng Qingsui offered an apology. "Nurse, I pushed you in a moment of urgency. Please do not take offense. The situation was not suitable for a pat on the back. You were not injured, were you?" Nurse Fu shook her head, assuring that she was fine. "May I inquire why one should not pat the back?" Qi and Changqing exchanged puzzled glances. When a foreign object lodges in the throat, a pat on the back is often counterproductive. One should embrace the patient, with one fist pressed against the navel and the other hand cradling the fist. Feng Qingsui demonstrated, guiding with precision. In this manner, utilizing abdominal pressure, the foreign object can be expelled. After listening, Qi and Changqing remained silent for a moment. Nurse Fu suddenly understood. So that is the correct method. Had I known earlier, the young master would not have. Realizing her slip of the tongue, she quickly halted. Qi seized the opportunity. Indeed, had we known sooner. When Changfeng was choked by a rice ball, he would not have endured such torment. Changqing remained silent, casting a glance at Feng Qingsui, sighing inwardly. Regardless of whether the life-saving grace from City was claimed by her or not, his mother's benevolence this time was undeniably genuine. If she desired to proceed with the marriage, so be it. If there were any ulterior motives, he was more than capable of handling them. After perusing the almanac, she selected 2 dates, tomorrow and the end of the month, both suitable. Feng Qingsui unhesitatingly chose tomorrow. She hesitated. Is tomorrow not too rushed? The betrothal gifts may not be prepared in time. "Aunt, let us keep it simple. I have no dowry ready," Feng Qingsui replied. "Tomorrow, I shall don mourning attire and visit the ancestral hall to pay my respects to Changfeng's spirit. That is too much of a burden for you." "I do not find it burdensome." With considerable persuasion, Feng Qingsui convinced Qi to proceed with simplicity. After their meal, she returned to the inn with her maid, Wu Hua. Wu Hua, feeling peckish, requested 2 large pork hocks from the innkeeper. Feng Qingsui chuckled lightly. "You may find it quite inconvenient, as the household will likely be eating vegetarian for some time, and you'll have to sneak your meat." This girl had been rescued from the river 2 years prior, waking with no memory, and, due to her fondness for pork belly, had taken to calling herself Wu Hua. "It matters not. I can scale the wall. I can go out to buy meat at any time," Wu Hua replied, gnawing on the pork hock. Feng Qingsui smiled. The night air was chilly, and she retired early. Listening to the wind howling outside the window, she unknowingly drifted into slumber, dreaming of a dark expanse where her icy little hands were enveloped by another pair of cool hands. Warmth breathed onto her palms. Soon, she would no longer feel cold. A gentle voice resonates in her ear. Her sister has roasted a sweet potato, which she will soon be able to savor. After a prolonged wait, the sweet aroma of the potato has yet to reach her senses. The darkness is shattered as a young woman lies in a pool of blood. cradling the lifeless body of a child aged 3 or 4. Her complexion pale, devoid of breath. "Sister." She suddenly opens her eyes. Before her lies only the pitch-black fabric of the tent. From afar, the distant chime of a clock echoes. She rises to light a lamp, rummaging through her belongings to retrieve a bamboo scroll case. Upon opening it, she unrolls a painting, gradually revealing its contents. The dim light illuminates scene after scene. A woman embroidering at a table, a child frolicking while chasing butterflies, a mother playing with her child, a man strumming a lute by the water's edge. In the final frame, a family of 5 stands amidst a bustling street, gazing up at the fireworks. Outside the painting, a delicate inscription reads, "Though you are not here, I shall paint you in, so that when you return to the capital next year, this painting will come to life." A tear falls upon the words. "Sister, I have returned, yet you're no longer here." Chapter 4. Marrying with a mourning attire as dawn broke. The people from the G residence sent over the mourning attire and the makeup artist. Holding both joyous and sorrowful ceremonies together certainly spare the trouble of preparation. Feng Qingsui, with a stoic expression, donned the mourning garments, styled her hair, and adorned herself with a mourning cap. Once the flower palanquin arrived, she took the spirit tablet from Changqing, who had ridden over, and stepped into the palanquin, remaining silent throughout the journey. Changqing observed her despondent demeanor and inwardly sighed, reflecting on how adeptly this little deceiver acted. To the untrained eye, she might indeed appear as a lovesick soul, heartbroken and desolate. At Feng Qingsui's request, the wedding procession refrained from music, this being the first wedding for the Qi family. They were uncertain whether to play joyous or mournful tunes. Passers-by had never witnessed such a hushed bridal procession, left momentarily stunned. Only after the palanquin departed did they notice the 4 lanterns inscribed with the characters G residence, leading them to ponder which G residence it referred to. This was due to the existence of 2 illustrious G residences in the capital. One belonged to Ji Changqing, the newly appointed prime minister, known as the East Ji, located on the eastern side of Chang'an Street. The other was that of Ji Hongda, the former minister of revenue, known as the West Ji, situated on the western side of the same street. Ji Changqing had achieved the title of top scholar as a candidate from Jiangzhou, subsequently serving in various local positions before ascending to the rank of prime minister in the capital. Thus, few commoners were aware that Ji Changqing was, in fact, the grandson of Ji Hongda. His father had once been the second top scholar, and suitors had trampled over the Ji family's threshold in their eagerness to propose. His father wished for him to wed a lady from a duke's household, yet he had his heart set on me. In his determination to marry me, he fell out with his parents, nearly severing familial ties. After our marriage, he voluntarily took a position back in Jiangzhou, and during my pregnancy, a flood ravaged Jiangzhou. He joined a former crown prince in disaster relief efforts and succumbed to illness, leaving this world behind. Once the palanquin was carried into the East Ji residence, Feng Qingsui emerged, and she, holding her hand, recounted the past as they walked towards the ancestral hall. Changqing's grandfather cursed me as a harbinger of disaster, claiming that had it not been for my influence on Changqing's father, he would not have severed his own future and faced such misfortune. I alone bore the coffin back home, raising Changqing and his brother in the absence of any support from the Ji family. After Changqing achieved his top scholar status, his grandfather sought to reconnect with him, but he remained indifferent. With the establishment of his own residence, he relocated his father's spirit tablet from the Ji ancestral hall. She lit incense, paying respects to her deceased husband and eldest son. Feng Qingsui was about to hold the spirit tablet of Ji Changfeng to honor the wedding when a sharp voice suddenly pierced the air. An elderly man, a middle-aged man, a young woman, and a small boy hurriedly entered the entrance of the ancestral hall. The woman and child were the same pair Feng Qingsui had encountered the day before. The elderly man, his face contorted with anger, exclaimed, "Qi, it is not enough that you have caused the deaths of Zheng Yuan and Changfeng. Do you wish to bring harm to Changqing as well? This enchantress is clearly a malicious instigator, intent on plotting against Changqing. You neglect the family of Changfeng and allow this sorceress to enter. Do you wish for Zheng Yuan's lineage to be extinguished?" She staggered, her complexion paling considerably. Changqing's expression darkened. Who let them in? The servant, who had hurriedly followed, knelt down to apologize. Second master, the old master brought a group of bodyguards. And I couldn't stop them in time. Hongda, seething with rage, retorted, Am I not allowed to enter my own grandson's residence? Do not presume that your position as chancellor grants you the right to disregard your elders. Even the emperor treats our ancestors with utmost reverence. It is not merely age that entitles one to be regarded as an elder, Changqing replied coolly. Our family genealogy does not include someone like you. Truly, the heavens have turned upside down. Hongda, initially feigning anger, felt his temper soar upon hearing this. You may have opened ancestral hall, but to establish a separate genealogy, do you not hold our ancestors' laws in esteem? You think your tenure as the chancellor will last forever? The next to be scrutinized will be you. Changqing scoffed. You prattle on about ancestral laws while allowing your younger son to recognize your eldest grandson as his father. What nonsense! What do you mean by that? Hongda paused, realizing he had nearly bitten his tongue. Changqing grasped the implication. Ah, so it is the concubine and illegitimate child of Duke. No wonder they are being thrust upon my elder brother. It is hardly honorable for a cousin to call his elder brother father. Is it? You. Hongda nearly fainted. Behind him, Peiyuan hurriedly assisted him in regaining his composure. Forcing a smile, in matters of kinship, it was indeed your uncle's misstep not to consult you beforehand. Nevertheless, your elder brother passed away so soon, leaving no children behind. Recognizing honor would at least preserve our lineage. Changqing replied. This greenish lineage is better left untouched. Peiyuan continued. Changqing, if I had any means to resolve this, I wouldn't have come to you. You know how favored Princess Shouyang is by His Majesty. If this matter were to leak, the entire family would face repercussions, and you would not escape either. By acknowledging them as mother and son, your elder brother would have descendants. Your uncle would be at ease, and you would be rid of a troublesome matter. Wouldn't that be a win-win situation? A hint of derision crept onto Changqing's lips. If you merely seek someone to act as a father, why not consider another? If a cousin can address an elder brother as father, why can't he refer to his grandfather as such? Hongda fell silent. Peiyuan remained speechless. Feng Qingsui discreetly observed Changqing, pondering how unexpected it was that beneath his handsome exterior lay such rebelliousness. Hongda's face flushed with a mix of red and black. Is there truly no room for negotiation? None, Changqing stated firmly. Hongda, enraged to the point of laughter, pointed at Feng Qingsui, declaring, Very well. I shall await the day you bring this calamity down. With that, he swept away in a huff. Peiyuan hurriedly followed, taking his concubine and child with him. Feng Qingsui continued to hold her placard for marriage, subsequently moving into the courtyard originally belonging to Changfeng, named Polong Pavilion. That night, she pondered her next steps, unable to find sleep. Equally restless was the Jin family, who had come to acknowledge kinship, being Peiyuan's concubine. She has been following Peiyuan for several years. Peiyuan is unable to grant them a legitimate status, nor can he offer them protection. After much difficulty, she sees an opportunity to ascend to a higher social standing, only to have it snatched away by Feng Qingsui. Her heart is filled with bitterness. After a restless night, she inquired the next day and sent someone to deliver a message to Peiyuan, summoning him to come. Peiyuan approached with a furrowed brow. Did I not advise you to limit our contact recently? Xuanyuan's illness remains unresolved, and she is increasingly agitated. The doctor has been consulted multiple times, and if she were to discover our affair at this juncture, neither of you would survive. I sought you out precisely for Xuanyuan's ailment. Jean insisted as she pulled him down to sit. Do you know why your nephew, the chancellor, consented to let that woman into the family? Why? That woman has saved your nephew's life, as well as your sister-in-law's. A person of such remarkable capability is precisely what the princess requires, is she not? Chapter 5. The Marionette. As Feng Qingsui accompanied Lady Qi on a leisurely stroll in the back garden of the Shouyang princess's residence, a servant arrived at their doorstep. Upon learning the purpose of the visit, Lady Qi furrowed her brow. You are new here. without any reputation. How could the Shouyang princess possibly seek you out for her son's ailment? It is likely that your uncle, Changqing, is up to mischief. Do not worry. I shall refuse her request on your behalf. Mother, wait a moment, Feng Qingsui called out to her. She had gone to great lengths to infiltrate the high society, all for the purpose of drawing closer to the powerful and unearthing the truth behind her sister's family's tragic demise. Were she not the widow of Ji Changfeng, the Shouyang princess would never have extended an invitation to this outsider. The opportunity presented itself, and even if it were fraught with peril, she felt compelled to seize it. Mother, my time in the capital has been limited to that one emergency treatment. The princess surely knows of it. Even so, she has sent for me, indicating that her son is in dire straits. If I do not attend, should anything go awry, she will undoubtedly hold me accountable. If I visit and declare my inability to assist, she cannot fault me, especially when so many imperial physicians and doctors have failed. Can she truly expect me to perform miracles? Lady Qi replied, You present a valid point, but the Shouyang princess is not one to be trifled with. I fear you may face indignities. Feng Qingsui reassured her, We possess leverage over Ji Duke. If they dare to mistreat me, surely he will not stand idly by. Seeing that her pleas were in vain, Lady Qi relented. Then take a few more attendants with you. If the situation turns unfavorable, return at once and inform me. Feng Qingsui agreed and soon set off for the princess's residence, accompanied by Wu Hua and 2 maidservants provided by Lady Qi. Upon entering the palace, they were ushered into a chamber filled with elderly physicians awaiting her arrival. It became evident that even though Ji Peiyuan had strongly endorsed her, she was merely a formality in the eyes of the Shouyang princess, a mere pawn in a larger game. The old doctors wore solemn expressions, offering no words as they cast only fleeting glances in her direction. Choosing a seat by the window, she began to admire the winter-sweet blossoms cultivated in the courtyard. Her sister had adored winter-sweet. Each winter, when flower vendors brought bundles of blooming branches from the countryside into the city, her sister would save her embroidered handkerchief money to purchase a bundle, placing it in a vase in their home. Alternatively, she would weave the blossoms into her hair ties, incorporating them into her braids. Even when she was a little blind girl, her acute sense of smell would alert her to her sister's presence the moment she caught a whiff of the winter sweet's fragrance. Suddenly, a round little figure burst into her line of sight, interrupting her reverie. It was a plump boy of about 5 or 6 years, dressed in a manner reminiscent of a bear. He held a palm-sized marionette, setting it down on the ground and parading it around. Feng Qingsui cast a glance at the puppet, her gaze abruptly fixating on it. After a moment's pause, she rose from her seat, moved to the corridor, and crouched down to observe the child play with the marionette. The boy, catching her watchful eye, felt a swell of pride and made the puppet dance. Where did you get that puppet? Feng Qingsui inquired. It was a gift, the boy replied. Who gave it to you? The boy's eyes flickered momentarily as he replied. A patient of my grandfather gave it to me. Just as Feng Qingsui was about to inquire about his grandfather's identity, an emaciated elder hurriedly approached, carrying a medicine box through the moon gate. What trouble have you caused this time? The elder scolded as he opened his mouth. The child pouted. I haven't caused any trouble. I was just chatting with the big sister. The elder's expression softened as he stroked the child's head, casting a puzzled glance at Feng Qingsui. Rising with a smile, she said, You must be Dr. Huang from Bao Zealand, correct? A flicker of displeasure crossed the elder's eyes. You have mistaken me. I am Sun Shan, from Pingantang. So he is the esteemed Dr. Sun, known for his prowess in obstetrics and pediatrics. It is an honor to finally meet you. Doctor. Sun's expression brightened slightly at this acknowledgement. It is but a mere reputation. You are too modest. Who in the capital is unaware of your illustrious name? Feng Qingsui complimented him, and then summoned the servant who had previously invited her to the princess's residence. It is your turn. Very well. She bid farewell to the elder and his grandson and departed with the servant. Along the way, the servant informed her of his young master's ailment. Approximately 6 months prior, the young master's hands began to tremble uncontrollably, causing him to occasionally stumble while walking. As time progressed, the condition worsened, leading to full-body spasms and weakness in his limbs. rendering him unable to stand or walk. Both the imperial physician and renowned doctors in the capital had examined him, suggesting it could be epilepsy or cerebral palsy. Feng Qingsui remained silent, absorbing the information. Before long, they entered a lavish chamber adorned with silk carpets and an array of gold and jade artifacts. The room was filled with warmth from the charcoal fire, akin to a spring day. A stately woman in an embroidered gold peony gown sat opposite Ji Peiyuan on a couch. Feng Qingsui performed a deep bow, exclaiming, "I pay my respects to the princess." Princess Shouyang scrutinized her for a moment, then inquired, "Have I seen you somewhere before? Your face seems quite familiar. I hail from Wuqing in Fuzhou, and this is my first visit to the capital, so it is unlikely we have crossed paths before. A Fuzhou native? Your Mandarin is quite precise. I took special care to learn from a teacher," she replied. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Princess Shouyang instructed, "Xian'er is inside and has just fallen asleep. Please check his pulse, but be cautious not to wake him." Feng Qingsui acknowledged with a nod and followed the servant into the inner chamber. Inside, on a canopy bed, lay a chubby boy around 11 or 12 years old, his eyes tightly shut, bearing an expression of pain, with slight tremors in his arms and neck. Feng Qingsui quietly approached the bedside and took his pulse before exiting the room. After inquiring about Ji Xian's diet, daily routine, and medical history, she gathered some understanding of his condition but informed Princess Shouyang, "This ailment of young Master Xian is rather unusual. I am unable to reach a conclusion at this moment and will require time to ponder." Ji Peiyuan clenched his fists in frustration. Why did Feng Qingsui deviate from the expected? The servant had already informed her of the potential diagnosis of epilepsy or spasms, yet she refrained from stating it. If only she would speak up, Princess Shouyang would undoubtedly be enraged, ordering her to be punished. Yet, Feng Qingsui remained silent. He scoffed. "Aren't you supposed to be quite capable? How is it that you cannot even discern what ailment Xian'er suffers from? Could it be that you are reluctant to treat Su-in-er?" Princess Shouyang's gaze instantly turned sharp upon hearing this. Feng Qingsui replied calmly, "Your Highness, how could I dare to be dismissive when you hold me in such esteem? Su-in-er is the only child of the princess. Naturally, I would not hastily draw conclusions." Hearing the emphasis on the word only, Ji Peiyuan thought, Su-in-er is indeed Shouyang's sole heir, yet she is not his. This woman is clearly threatening him. He clenched his teeth, forcing a semblance of a smile. "Indeed, we must proceed with caution. It is good that the Duke understands," Feng Qingsui remarked, turning her gaze towards Princess Shouyang. "I believe I have encountered a similar case in my mentor's notes. I shall return and investigate further before reporting back to you." Princess Shouyang had not held out much hope, but at these words she nodded. "Very well." Chapter 6. The gluttonous young lady on his way back to the residence after court, Changqing purchased 2 boxes of pastries that she cherished. Upon arriving home, he promptly delivered them to her, only to find her gazing anxiously towards the northwest. "Mother, what troubles you?" he inquired, placing the pastries down with concern. "Your sister-in-law has gone to the princess of Shouyang's residence to attend to your cousin's ailment. She has been gone for quite some time and has yet to return," she replied, her face etched with worry. Changqing thought to himself, how can this woman, who has only been here for a few days, occupy his mother's thoughts so deeply? It would be wiser to be concerned for the princess of Shouyang herself, who might very well be facing peril at this moment. Just then, Feng Qingsui entered the courtyard accompanied by several maidservants, prompting Qi to breathe a sigh of relief. "Your timing is impeccable. Changqing has brought back freshly baked mung bean cakes from Guixianglu. Still warm," she called out. Feng Qingsui smiled as she took a seat beside her. "How'd it go? The princess did not give you any trouble, did she?" Feng Qingsui shook her head. "No, I cannot discern the ailment at first. So I told the princess I needed to ponder it more carefully and then returned." With that, Qi felt completely at ease and handed her a mung bean cake. Their family's mung bean cakes were renowned for their thin, crispy exterior and delightfully soft, flavorful filling, perfectly sweetened, making them utterly irresistible. Feng Qingsui took one, savored a bite, and with squinted eyes exclaimed, "Delicious. Mother truly knows how to indulge." She beamed with joy. "I have but one passion, delighting in pastries." I have sampled every variety of delicacy from the streets of the capital, whether sweet, savory, sour, or spicy. The two women chatted merrily while enjoying their treats, completely oblivious to Changqing, who found himself utterly neglected, unable even to claim a crumb of the cake. In contrast to other families, where a son might forget his mother upon marrying, it seemed he had become the one overshadowed by his newfound sister-in-law. Observing his mother's rare display of joy, he sighed and retreated to his study, summoning his clandestine guard. Yanqi, keep a watchful eye on Feng's activities, he commanded in a low voice. Yanqi acknowledged with a nod and departed to fulfill his duty. That night, as he perched atop the wall of Palang Pavilion, keeping vigil over the courtyard, he felt himself growing drowsy when suddenly he caught sight of a plump shadow nimbly scaling the wall. At first, he doubted his own eyes, but upon realizing it was the chubby maidservant accompanying Feng Qingsui, he hastily pursued her. He followed her through several streets until she arrived at a barbecue shop, where she purchased 2 roasted lamb legs, then turned down another street to procure a jug of wine. With leisurely ease, she then returned over the wall to Palang Pavilion, hiding in a pavilion to feast heartily. Yanqi mused to himself, this gluttonous young lady. It is no wonder she has grown so plump. The following day, Feng Qingsui entrusted 500 taels of silver to a maid, instructing her, go to Guixianlu and bring back 2 boxes of pastries while discreetly gathering some information. She then relayed the specifics of the information she sought. The maid returned after a brief absence, carrying the pastries. Dr. Sun from Pingenhall hails from a family of physicians, known for generations in the healing arts. His son began practicing 6 months ago, but was exiled for prescribing the wrong medicine, leading to a patient's death during his exile. He left behind only one descendant, the child we saw yesterday, whom he dotes on and always brings along on his rounds. After speaking, she added, by the way, someone just followed me. Feng Qingsui nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you for your efforts. She took the pastries to share with the Qianhall and Qi family, then said, Mother, I would like to go out for a stroll later. Would you care to join me? Since returning to the capital, she had seldom ventured out and shook her head in response. I wish to take a nap and shall not accompany you. She then instructed Grandma Fu to bring 200 taels of silver notes and handed them to Feng Qingsui. Feel free to purchase whatever catches your eye. If it's not enough, have the shopkeeper charge it to the G residence, and we shall settle it at the end of the month. Feng Qingsui accepted graciously, thanked Qi, and accompanied by Wu Hua, took the donkey cart she had brought to the capital and set out. The sturdy black donkey, named a Ben by Feng Qingsui's master, was clever and obedient, understanding certain phrases. Shortly after leaving the G residence, when Wu Hua called for a stop, it halted immediately. Feng Qingsui stepped out of the cart to take the reins as Wu Hua disembarked and headed down another path. The watcher, Yanqi, observed the diverging paths of the master and servant, scratching his head in confusion before choosing to follow Feng Qingsui. However, he was soon perplexed as she drove the cart through the bustling streets, crossed the main avenue, and passed through the western city gate, heading toward the outskirts. The more he pursued, the more bewildered he became. Shielded by the tree canopy, as he maneuvered, a sudden gust of cold wind struck, clouding his mind. He stumbled and fell to the ground, sinking into darkness. Upon awakening, Feng Qingsui had long since vanished. With a darkened expression, he returned to report to Changqing. You lost her? Changqing shot him a sidelong glance. Yanqi felt a wave of shame wash over him. I underestimated the situation. I thought it would be easy to watch over a woman from the Feng household, only to discover she could scatter medicine in the wind. Next time, Changqing tapped the table lightly with his fingers. You shall return to Heifeng Mountain and swap out Zhuing. Yanqi's body trembled at the thought. There will be no next time. After all, he had only just managed to defeat Zhu Ying to emerge from the mountains. He could not bear to return. Meanwhile, in Pingenhall, the emotions of one individual were far more tumultuous than his. Sun Shan had just finished rolling a batch of medicinal pills and was about to continue when he suddenly sensed an unusual stillness in the air. Chonu, he called out for his grandson. No reply came. Panic set in as he called multiple times, but the silence only deepened, causing his heart to leap into his throat. Just as he was about to rush to the front hall to inquire with the apothecary, he He stepped beyond the threshold and spotted a longevity lock lying on the ground, a lock that his grandson typically wore around his neck. Beneath it was a piece of paper. He bent down to retrieve the note, and 2 lines of text caught his eye. If you wish for your grandson to live, come to the western suburbs mass grave immediately. Instantly, it felt as though ice water had been poured over him, sending a chill throughout his body. He quickly made his way to the stable. Bring the horse. As the driver harnessed the horse, he climbed onto the cart, grasped the reins, and departed. He then hastened toward the western suburbs mass grave with all possible speed. The sun had dipped below the horizon, and the chilling wind howled, rustling the branches and occasionally startling a black crow into a shrill cry. The forest is dotted with mounds of graves, some overgrown with withered grass, others stark and bare, alongside freshly dug pits, seemingly reserved for him. A chill of trepidation coursed through him, and just as he was about to cry out, an icy voice echoed from behind. Why did you murder Lady Jiang, the deputy minister's wife? He hastily turned around, nearly stumbling over a brittle branch. Before him, between 2 pine trees, stood a figure clad in a hooded cloak, the black veil draping from head to toe, obscuring all discernible features. The voice seemed vaguely familiar, yet his mind was in turmoil, rendering him momentarily speechless. What did you say? He stammered, his lips trembling as he replied in a hoarse whisper. I do not recognize any Lady Jiang. The figure extended a hand from beneath the cloak, revealing a marionette suspended by threads. If you do not recognize her, then how is it that her daughter's plaything is in your grandson's possession? Chapter 7. A life for a life. Upon recognizing the exquisite marionette in the hands of his adversary, which had recently captivated his grandson, Sun Shan felt a sudden jolt of alarm. Typically, marionettes are crafted from wood, yet this particular one was made of porcelain, showcasing remarkable artistry. When he first encountered it in his grandson's possession, he had inquired about its origin. His grandson had mentioned it was a gift from a patient, though he could not recall the family. Given his grandson's connections with affluent households, Sun Shan had accepted this explanation without question. Now, he realized it belonged to the Jiang family. Struggling to maintain his composure, he thought to himself, this marionette was merely something his grandson had found on the street. He had been unaware of its true origin and never imagined it was a plaything of the young lady from the Jiang family. The adversary spoke coolly. It seems your grandson shares a deep connection with Miss Jiang. Why not allow him to join her as a companion? As the words fell, a shadow descended, hurling an object into the freshly dug grave. Sun Shan glanced over and felt his heart plummet. The object in the pit was undeniably his grandson. His grandson, bound and gagged, struggled to make a sound, his eyes wide with alarm. Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Shan rushed forward, only to be sent sprawling 3 meters away by a swift kick from the shadowy figure. He heard a chilling crack, the sound of his tibia fracturing. Ignoring the pain, he glared furiously at the masked individual. You cannot do this. The matters of the Jiang family have nothing to do with him. The adversary remained unperturbed, responding in a monotone. It is said that debts are repaid by children. Since you have no son, it is only reasonable to have your grandson pay the price. Is it not? The masked figure began to shovel dirt into the grave. Stop! Sun Shan shouted, his eyes wild with desperation. I will speak, just please stop. The figure paused. When Madame Jiang suffered a miscarriage, she summoned me for a consultation. Sun Shan recounted through gritted teeth. I prescribed her a remedy to support her pregnancy. But alas, she still lost the child. She ultimately succumbed to a fever postpartum. You cannot hold me responsible. No sooner had he uttered these words than he observed the masked figure producing a short-handled spade, bending to shovel earth into the pit, swiftly burying the child. Cease this at once, he cried in panic. You have 15 minutes to confess your misdeeds, came the cold reply. After 15 minutes, he will suffocate. Sun Shan clenched his fists, then helplessly released them. On the night I returned from my first visit to the Jiang household, someone stealthily placed a note by my bedside, claiming they could resolve my son's troubles if Madame Jiang's miscarriage resulted in her death. My son had just caused a death in his treatment, and the news had not yet spread. I was consumed by worry. The promise on that note may have been a mere ruse. Yet the person who slipped it into my room could just as easily extinguish our lives without a trace. I, under duress, added a certain ingredient to the medicine I prescribed for Madame Jiang. A look of remorse crossed his face. I regret my actions towards Madame Jiang, but my grandson has committed no wrongdoing. Please, spare him. Are you entirely ignorant of the mastermind behind this? The adversary inquired. Sun Shan nodded vigorously. Aside from that note, I know nothing. Madame Jiang has passed away, and my son has still been sentenced to exile, failing to survive. Where is the note? In the medicine cabinet, beneath the drawer labeled Bing Pian. The masked figure immediately leapt into the air, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Sun Shan gazed anxiously at the still grave pit, stepping closer. And seeing that the person wearing the veil had remained silent, he hastily crawled forward with his broken leg. Trembling, he began to dig through the mound of earth. After unearthing it, he saw the child still blinking and taking breaths. Anger surged within him, and he gritted his teeth, demanding, "Tell me honestly, where did that puppet come from?" The terror on the child's face froze. He realized at once that the abomination had surreptitiously taken it while visiting the Jiang family for treatment. What a cruel fate, he sighed. My grandfather will be brought to ruin by you. When Madame Jiang had just died, he was filled with trepidation, fearing that the Jiang family would suspect him and seek retribution. However, following the unexpected death of the old matriarch and the subsequent fiery demise of the Jiang servants, no one pursued the inquiry into Madame Jiang's death. He felt a sense of relief wash over him. Who would have thought that now, due to a pilfered puppet, his secrets would be exposed? Is this what they call the relentless net of heaven? Expansive, yet never missing a thread? He glanced at the veiled figure not far away. Puzzled, with the Jiang family wiped out, how could there still be someone seeking vengeance? Wu Hua then returned, presenting a sealed bamboo tube to Feng Qingsui. Upon opening it, she caught a faint scent of ink lingering within. This fragrance was intertwined with a delicate floral note. The content of the note mirrored what Sun Shan had said, written in the official style commonly employed in the imperial examination, devoid of any personal flair. After perusing it, she returned it to the bamboo tube and inquired of Sun Shan, "Besides this note, is there nothing else?" Sun Shan smiled bitterly. "If I truly knew anything, I would not have survived to this day." He was merely a discarded pawn. Feng Qingsui then gestured to Wu Hua. Wu Hua stepped forward, seizing the child by the shoulder and lifting him. Sun Shan exclaimed in alarm. "He merely took a puppet. Will you not spare him as well?" Feng Qingsui replied coolly, "A life for a life. You owe Madame Jiang a life, whether you repay it with your grandson's life or your own. The choice is yours." With that, she turned and departed. Wu Hua, still holding the child, followed her. A chill enveloped Sun Shan. He stared blankly at the direction in which they disappeared until the cries of crows disturbed his thoughts, and he felt the pain in his leg, snapping him back to reality. Dragging his broken leg, he crawled back to the carriage and drove the horse back to the city. Upon returning to Ping Hall, he composed his farewell letter and placed it by his pillow. Then, he consumed the poison that would induce fatal coagulation and lay down fully clothed. In his final moments, he heard his grandson calling out for him, "Grandfather," and exhaled his last breath. His eyelids closed completely. In the Ji residence, Qi suddenly opened her eyes wide. "You went out of the city." Feng Qingsui set down the wax plum she had been holding and smiled. "Yes, the weather is lovely today. I wanted to see the sunset, so I took a stroll in the western suburbs and brought back some wax plums." Hugh looked at the golden branches of the winter sweet and teased, "Your temperament is exactly like that of Changqing. You can hardly stay in a mansion for 2 or 3 days before yearning to escape to the wild." Just as JCH crossed the threshold, he overheard these words and cast a meaningful glance at Feng Qingsui. This woman was indeed astute, crafting such a plausible reason for her appearance in the western suburbs that he found it difficult to lodge a complaint. Feng Qingsui shared half of the floral branches with Q, cradling the remaining half in her arms, and smiled at JCH, saying, "I heard that the second master does not favor fragrant flowers, so I shall not offer any to you." JCH indeed had an aversion to floral scents. Not only floral fragrances, but any aroma would hinder him from fulfilling his dual identity. However, observing the way she guarded her share, he could not help but remark, "In the past, I did not appreciate them, Yet the scent of this winter sweet is particularly crisp and refreshing. It would be suitable to place a pod in the study. Feng Qingsui. Chapter 8. Leaky Gut Syndrome. Feng Qingsui reluctantly parted with 2 branches to give to Changqing. The second master might not be accustomed to the scent, so she decided to insert the 2 branches as a trial. Changqing observed that these 2 branches bore significantly fewer blossoms than the others, leading him to a newfound understanding of this little trickster's stinginess. All right, I shall give it a try. If I find it agreeable, I will seek more from sister-in-law. Feng Qingsui thought to herself. Is this the character of a prime minister? The state of she is doomed. She embraced the flower branches and returned to the broken wave pavilion, rummaging through a cupboard to find a celadone vase. After filling it halfway with water, she carefully arranged the branches and placed them around the room. A gentle fragrance filled the air. She closed her eyes and sat down, her hand brushing against one of the branches, as if transported back to the shared room of the compassionate orphanage. Sui, do you wish to eat fried glutinous rice cakes? I do. Once sister finishes embroidering this handkerchief and exchanges it for money, we can buy glutinous rice cakes. Wonderful. In the biting cold of winter, nothing could bring greater joy than savoring a crispy exterior and soft, sweet, and warm fried glutinous rice cake. Sister embroidered from dawn until dusk, all to buy her a few more of those treats. She remained blissfully unaware until she felt the rough, cracked skin on her sister's hands, realizing how arduous the work of embroidery was in the frigid winter. I no longer wish to eat fried glutinous rice cakes. Do not worry. Hands crack in winter, but they will be fine by spring, her sister reassured her. If you don't believe me, feel the hands of others. She did so, discovering that while others also bore cracks, they were not as coarse or bloodied as her sister's. Her sister was merely spinning tales to deceive her innocent self. Sister, when I grow up, I will create the best hand cream in the world, so you can apply it all winter without cracking. That year, she made a grand vow. Her sister smiled and replied, very well, I shall wait. Feng Qingsui sat quietly, tears unwittingly streaming down her face. Now, she could create the finest hand cream in the world, yet the best sister in the world would never benefit from it again. As the tears gradually dried, she opened her eyes and retrieved the marionette she had crafted and fired with her own hands, sending it to Xiao Yu, unique in the world. Thus, it was easily recognized by Sun Shan's grandson during his play. Now that the executioner was dead, the mastermind behind it all remained unknown. She rose and placed the marionette into the box that contained the scrolls. It matters not. I have a lifetime to uncover the truth. The following morning, she approached Qi Shi. Mother, I found a case in Master S notes that resembles that of young Master Xian. I intend to visit the princess's mansion. Qi Shi expressed mild surprise. Someone has suffered from his illness? Feng Qingsui nodded. Qi Shi hesitated briefly before responding. Then you may go. But be cautious and do not make rash promises. Rest assured, Mother, I never make guarantees, Feng Qingsui replied with a smile. She then stepped out with Wu Hua. Last night, Ji Xian had convulsed on the ground for a quarter of an hour. Upon hearing this news that morning, Princess Shouyang lost her appetite for breakfast. When informed by her servant, her worried expression deepened with a hint of surprise. Wasn't her last remark mere politeness? Ji Peiyuan felt a jolt of realization. Presuming that Feng Qingsui had come to her senses and was now seeking to curry favor. It appears that fortune often disguises itself as misfortune, and when calamity is destined, it cannot be evaded. This woman seems to be deserving of her tribulations. Let us hear her perspective. Ji Peiyuan remarked with a smile that true expertise resides among the common folk, and perhaps she might present an extraordinary remedy. Princess Shouyang then summoned Feng Qingsui to her presence. After exchanging greetings, Feng Qingsui stated, Your Highness, I have recently perused my notes and come across a case that bears a striking resemblance to that of your esteemed son, with a 99% correlation. I have come to inform you. Princess Shouyang, brimming with impatience, inquired, What ailment do you refer to? Leaky gut syndrome, Feng Qingsui replied. Princess Shouyang was taken aback. This condition is unfamiliar to me. Ji Peiyuan scoffed, though I'm not versed in medicine. I have perused a few medical texts and have encountered terms like wolf leak, mouse leak, bee leak, centipede leak, and hemorrhoidal leak. but I have never come across anything termed as leaky gut. Surely, you're not fabricating a condition to deceive us? Feng Qingsui responded. This affliction was named by my master and is not recorded in any medical compendium. Hence, it would be unknown to you, esteemed prince consort. Ji Peiyuan countered. Leaky gut must pertain to the intestines, yet our Xiener suffers from muscle spasms, not intestinal cramps. Your assertion is utterly nonsensical. Princess Shouyang also found this ludicrous, and, noticing Feng Qingsui's calm demeanor, felt a surge of irritation. I do not sit here this early to listen to your ramblings. If you cannot provide a reasonable explanation, do not blame me for my lack of civility. Ji Peiyuan stifled a laugh, envisioning Feng Qingsui being dragged away for punishment. However, Feng Qingsui bowed to Princess Shouyang, stating, "The ailment of young Master Xian is of no concern to me. I was moved by your motherly compassion, which compelled me to forego rest and diligently review my notes. It appears, however, that you lack the patience to hear my explanation. In that case, it would be best for me to take my leave to avoid wasting your time." Ji Peiyuan. Princess Shouyang. After a moment of silence, seeing that Feng Qingsui truly intended to depart, she hastily called out, "Wait." Feng Qingsui turned around. Princess Shouyang, her expression stern, said, "I am equally anxious for young Master Xian's health, which led to my loss of composure. Please sit down, have a cup of tea, and share your thoughts at a measured pace." Immediately, a servant was dispatched to prepare tea. Feng Qingsui selected a chair and, with unhurried grace, began, "Your Highness and Prince Consort are likely aware that some individuals can consume anything without issue, while others may suffer rashes or even fatal consequences from specific foods. Young Master Xian's leaky gut syndrome has arisen from dietary indiscretions. Reflect for a moment. Has he not frequently experienced abdominal pain and diarrhea over the years, with little relief from medication?" Princess Shouyang immediately nodded in affirmation. Ji Peiyuan scoffed. "The imperial physician has long stated that this stems from Xiener being born prematurely, resulting in inherent deficiencies and a frail digestive system." Feng Qingsui shook her head. "That is incorrect. Young Master Xian is intolerant to foods made from wheat flour, such as noodles, pastries, and sauces, which is the root of his woes." Ji Peiyuan's expression faltered, and he soon burst into laughter. "Are you suggesting that Xiener cannot consume wheat products? How utterly absurd. Our ancestors have thrived on wheat for generations, and you dare assert that it causes illness? This is the most ludicrous statement I have ever encountered." Feng Qingsui spoke calmly. Prior to the introduction of pumpkins to the Shi Kingdom, the common folk were incredulous about the existence of such a fruit. Ji Peiyuan let out a cold snort. "Even if what you say is true, that Xiener experienced discomfort due to consuming pastries, how does that relate to his tremors and spasms?" The prince's inquiry struck at the heart of the matter. Feng Qingsui replied with a smile. "Prolonged consumption of intolerable foods can damage the intestines, allowing substances that should not enter the bloodstream to infiltrate, thus triggering systemic inflammation. Inflammation of the intestines can lead to abdominal pain and diarrhea. Joint inflammation can result in stiffness and deformity, while brain inflammation may cause neurological disorders. This is why Master Xian suffers from constant fatigue, weakened intestines, and unmanageable muscles." The eyes of Princess Shouyang sparkled with enlightenment. Chapter 9. The Fragrance of Flowers and Ink. Are you saying that as long as Xiener abstains from wheat flour, she will recover? Princess Shouyang inquired eagerly. Feng Qingsui nodded. "Indeed. However, considering that Master Xian has experienced frequent episodes, it would also be prudent to avoid dairy, soybeans, eggs, and similar foods." With that, she produced a piece of paper from her sleeve and handed it to a servant standing nearby. "I have compiled a list of forbidden foods. If she abstains for 10 days to half a month, significant improvements will be evident, and a 6-month abstention could lead to a complete recovery." The list was extensive, and upon presenting it to Princess Shouyang, Ji Peiyuan, who glanced at it, gasped in shock. "What can one eat? This is unbearable." Feng Qingsui maintained a stoic demeanor. "If His Highness values his culinary indulgences over life itself, I have no further comments." Ji Peiyuan responded with a hint of embarrassment. "But I am merely considering Xiener as well-being. Her favorite dishes are soup dumplings and egg custard. Indulging a child is akin to harming them. Princess Shouyang admonished sharply. Xin'er is on the brink of death, and you still wish to allow her the consumption of such toxic substances? Ji Peiyuan fell utterly silent. Once she had chastised her consort, Princess Shouyang's expression softened, and she turned to Feng Qingsui. Apart from dietary restrictions, is there anything else we should be mindful of? Maintaining a regular schedule and a balanced diet should suffice, Feng Qingsui replied before taking her leave. Traveling to the bustling north-south street, she mounted a donkey cart and instructed Wu Hua. Let us proceed. Understood. Wu Hua tugged on the reins, and the donkey trotted merrily along. North-South Street is the most vibrant and lively thoroughfare in the capital. Feng Qingsui came here to inquire about the ink used for the characters on the note from Sun Shan. The floral aroma infused within the ink was elusive, likely stemming from a rare flower. Identifying the owner of that particular ink would help narrow down the search for the individual who ordered the harm against her sister. Shopkeeper, may I trouble you to present all your flower-scented inks? Upon entering the largest ink shop in the capital, Feng Qingsui requested. The shopkeeper gestured towards the right side of the store. All the floral-scented inks are over there. Feng Qingsui turned her gaze to see a 7-tiered wooden rack adorned with nearly 100 varieties of ink bricks. She approached, examining each one meticulously before setting them back down. Are these all you have? She inquired. Are there no other varieties? The shopkeeper replied, there are none left. This shop boasts the most comprehensive collection of floral-scented inks in the capital. Excluding the collection of that individual from Fan Lu, Feng Qingsui's brow furrowed in confusion. Who is this individual from Fan Lu? The shopkeeper was taken aback. You have not heard of her? That would be Qiao Jinjin, the most renowned singer in the capital. She has a penchant for collecting floral-scented inks. Scholars and poets visit her to listen to her songs, offering gold if they have it, or ink if they do not. Feng Qingsui pondered this information thoughtfully. After departing from the ink shop, she visited other establishments, and indeed, as the shopkeeper had claimed, the variety of floral-scented inks was not as extensive. Thus, she began to contemplate the idea of seeking out Qiao Jinjin. However, to her dismay, she learned that an appointment to meet Qiao Jinjin required a 3-month advance notice and a deposit. The deposit amounts to 100 gold coins, or an exquisitely penned poem, or a piece of rare fragrant ink not yet included in Qiao Jinjin's collection. None of these were available to Feng Qingsui. On the donkey cart heading home, she inquired of Wu Hua. Our second master can compose poetry, can't he? Wu Hua replied. He should be able to. After all, he has been a top scholar. That made sense. Feng Qingsui began to ponder how to coax Ji Changqing into writing a fine poem for her. Achoo! Ji Changqing, immersed in ledger work at the official bureau, suddenly felt a chill. Bai Fu, add some charcoal, he instructed his attendant. Bai Fu acknowledged and went to collect several pounds of charcoal from the official charcoal yard. Ji Changqing was busy until the moon reached its zenith before he set off for home. Halfway there, he heard a sound of sorrowful music. Pulling back the curtain of the car to listen, he discerned it came from a nearby medical establishment. Remembering the decree against Princess Shouyang, which involved her abusing her power and punishing a renowned physician, he furrowed his brow. He commanded Bai Fu to inquire about the source of the mourning. Bai Fu returned after investigating at a nearby tavern that still had its lights on, reporting that it was Dr. Sun from Ping'an Hall. Ji Changqing's expression turned notably colder. Is this a good deed by Princess Shouyang? Bai Fu scratched his head. The tavern keeper said, Dr. Sun visited the princess's residence 2 days ago and returned safely, but unexpectedly, he broke his leg upon leaving the city yesterday, leading to a thrombosis that ultimately caused his death. Was an autopsy performed? Yes. Ji Changqing's lips curled into a slight smirk. A doctor renowned as a savior of women and children could lose his life over a mere broken leg. Who would believe it? Having started as a county magistrate, he had handled countless cases, and he immediately sensed the peculiar circumstances surrounding Sun Shan's death. It was surprising that Princess Shouyang had managed to cover it up. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly recalled a certain woman. She visited the princess's residence 2 days ago and left the city yesterday. Bai Fu, puzzled, replied, Indeed, what a coincidence. Ji Changqing smirked. then instructed, "Investigate further tomorrow. I want to know all of Sun Shan's movement from yesterday." The following day, during his day off, Bai Fu reported the findings he had gathered early in the morning. Dr. Sun remained at the medical establishment until the hour of Shun. Suddenly, he rushed to the carriage house, demanding the coachman harness the horses. Subsequently, he drove out of the city alone and returned to the establishment at the hour of Yu. After the apprentice helped him back to his room, he remained inside, ignoring his grandson's cries. The apprentice eventually soothed the child to sleep. But when they knocked the next day, he did not respond. It was only when they forced the door open that they discovered he had already passed away for quite some time. They then reported to the authorities, and the coroner concluded that he had died from a pulmonary embolism. He left a will, entrusting the medical establishment and his estate to his daughter-in-law and relatives. Bai Fu had also procured that will. As someone who had dealt with ink and paper for over 2 decades, Changqing could tell with just a glance that it had been written within the last 3 days. It was almost certain that the will was penned on the very day Dr. Sun broke his leg. The handwriting in the will was calm and steady, indicating it was not written during a pulmonary embolism. For one experiencing such an event would be far more focused on survival than on drafting a farewell note. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired whether his grandson was at the medical hall when he drove out of the city. Upon hearing Bai Fu's response, he smiled, confident that the boy was indeed absent. He set aside the will and strode out. Upon arriving at the Qian Hall, he observed the Feng matriarch basking in the sun with his mother, and he cheerfully asked, "Mother, what would you like for lunch? I shall prepare it." Feng Qingsui glanced sideways, surprised that he could cook, and his culinary skills seemed to be quite remarkable. She noticed a glimmer in Qi's eyes as she listed, honeyed pickled plums with kidney beans, braised edamame, and monk's vegetarian dish. After Qi completed her selections, Changqing turned to Feng Qingsui. "I am indifferent to what I eat," she replied. "Very well." Changqing nodded and took a couple of steps towards the courtyard entrance before turning back. "Sister-in-law, have you heard? Dr. Sun, whom you encountered at Princess Shouyang's residence the other day, was killed by a dog." Chapter 10. Chef Ji. After Changqing finished speaking, he fixed his gaze on Feng Qingsui. She displayed a remarkably natural expression of astonishment. "Bitten to death by a dog? You are mistaken. It was Princess Shouyang who could not bear to hear him say that her son had fallen ill and ordered his execution." Feng Qingsui remained silent for a moment, then, with a serious countenance, remarked, "It is exceedingly perilous to practice medicine in Shigua. If one deliberately causes a death, then demanding a life in return would be one thing. However, to issue a diagnosis before even beginning treatment and still face death, who would wish to become a doctor in such circumstances?" With utmost gravity, she performed a respectful bow to Changqing, saying, "As the Prime Minister, you must be contemplating matters more profoundly than I ever could. I earnestly hope you will soon advocate for legislation in Shigua to safeguard the personal safety and rights of physicians, and to impose severe penalties on those who commit violence against them." Changqing replied, "You are correct. It is indeed necessary to legislate protections for doctors. However, it is not that Dr. Sun was executed, but rather that he was driven to death by coercion." Feng Qingsui slightly parted her lips, shot him a glance, and turned to her mother, Qi Shi, saying, "Mother, look at the second master. He idles away his time by making light of serious matters concerning human lives." Qi Shi naturally sided with her daughter, casting an angry glare at her son. "Stop frightening people and go prepare your dishes." With a smile playing on his lips, Changqing obediently replied, "I shall do so at once." Yet, as soon as he stepped out of the courtyard, all traces of mirth vanished. Despite Feng Qingsui's efforts to conceal it, he was certain that Sun Shan's death was linked to her. Summoning Bai Fu, he issued several commands before rolling up his sleeves and entering the kitchen. An hour later, the dining table at Qian Hall was set, laden with an array of dishes. With only 3 individuals present, there was no need for formal seating. They all sat together. Although Feng Qingsui had grown up in the Cio Institute and had not tasted many delicacies in her childhood, her travels with her master had exposed her to various culinary delights, as her master had a singular passion for exquisite food. They had savored the finest dishes from every corner of the land, and she had developed a keen sense of appreciation. The dishes prepared by Changqing were exceptionally delectable, sufficient to qualify him as a chef in a renowned restaurant. Typically, she would consume merely a bowl of rice, but this time she found herself serving an additional bowl. After the meal, her curiosity piqued. She inquired, "What inspired you to take up cooking, second master? Was it due to the humble circumstances of your family in Jiangzhou, where you could not afford a chef?" Qishur chuckled from the side. "It is not that. It is simply that he is quite discerning. He often finds fault with the dishes prepared by chefs, driving several of them away. So I let him cook for himself." Feng Qingsui mused. "My master is also quite particular. Had he been in the capital, he might have made a fine culinary partner for Changqing. You are truly remarkable," she praised. "To say you would cook and actually achieve it. Our top scholar in Shiwa is likely only you, capable of attending court and managing the kitchen." Changqing cast her a sidelong glance. Feng Qingsui continued, "I have heard that your poetry is exquisite as well. Might I inquire about any recent compositions? Would you permit me to read a few?" With an expression of indifference, Changqing responded, "The affairs of the court keep me too occupied to write poetry." At this, Feng Qingsui's face fell momentarily, but she quickly regained her spirits, asking, "What of your previous works? As long as they have not been widely circulated, they should still be considered new compositions." Changqing, "All has been burned from my elder brother." Feng Qingsui, "No wonder the streets are now filled with songs penned by others, completely devoid of the verses of the second master." Changqing, unfazed by her provocation, chuckled lightly. "Sister-in-law would do well to refrain from indulging in frivolous tunes." Feng Qingsui, she shot him a stunned glance before hastily lowering her head. She had not anticipated that the second master composed such verses. Changqing was nearly on the verge of breaking. Qi's expression turned to one of indignation. "Why on earth would you burn such nonsensical things for your elder brother? This is simply outrageous." Changqing took a deep breath. "Mother, I have matters to attend to. I shall return to my study." With that, he turned and left. Upon returning to his study, he summoned Yin Qi, gritting his teeth. "Keep a close watch on the Feng family. Report every detail, no matter how trivial. I refuse to believe we cannot uncover her secrets." Yanqi complied. Feng Qingsui, unable to procure verses from Changqing, turned to instruct Wuhua to seek out scholars outside to purchase them. Upon learning that these verses were intended as a deposit for the fan tower, the scholars mercilessly ridiculed Wuhua. "If we could compose such exquisite lines, we wouldn't need your few taels of silver." Feng Qingsui, unable to provide rare flower-scented ink, could only strive for 100 gold. She possessed a certain talent for making money. Otherwise, she could not afford to keep Wuhua, a voracious eater. However, concocting medicine was a tedious endeavor that would require some time. Wuhua proposed, "Why not sneak into the fan tower at night? If we find that ink, we can interrogate who sent it to Xiaozhenjin." Feng Qingsui felt a flicker of temptation, but she quickly shook her head. It would be unwise. If Xiaozhenjin possesses the ink, she too would be suspect and might mislead us. If she claims it was a gift from the emperor, we cannot refute it. Wuhua frowned. But if it truly is her, and we meet her under the conditions of the fan tower, she will also lie. You are right. Let us proceed with courtesy before resorting to force. Feng Qingsui busied herself with concocting medicine while gathering information on Xiaozhenjin. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed, and the weather grew increasingly frigid. One day, just as she emerged from her warm bed, a maid rushed into the courtyard to report, "Madam, Princess Shouyang has sent someone to deliver gifts to you." She perked up at the news. It seems that young Master Xian's health has improved. She glanced over the lavish gifts sent by Princess Shouyang. A dozen bolts of brocade, 2 boxes of pearls for sets of hairpins and jewelry, and 6 pieces of fox fur. She realized she could easily gather 100 gold without selling medicine. Thus, she gladly accompanied the servants from the princess's estate to meet Princess Shouyang. Upon seeing her, Princess Shouyang beamed. Since Xian stopped consuming the foods listed on your order, he has not had a single spasm. His tremors have diminished day by day, and his mind grows clearer each day. The now slightly thinner Xian leaned against her side, sticking out his tongue at Feng Qingsui upon hearing this. Feng Qingsui, congratulations, young Master Xian. Princess Shouyang excitedly shared with her for nearly half an hour before allowing her to leave. Ji Peiyuan was present as well, but remained silent throughout. He found it hard to express gratitude, as the thought of it felt uncomfortable. Once Feng Qingsui departed, he sought an excuse to leave the estate and went to visit the Jin family. It had been over a fortnight since Jean had last seen him. Upon his arrival, she was overwhelmed with joy and promptly instructed her maid to venture into the market to procure wine and delicacies, so they might sit together and savor a leisurely meal. As they dined, she feigned concern and inquired, "Has Master Xian's health improved?" "Indeed, it has," came the reply. Jean was momentarily taken aback. "Are you saying it has improved or not?" "It has indeed improved," Ji Peiyuan replied, his expression intricate. "The treatment by Feng has been effective." "What?" Jin's eyes widened, resembling those of a startled frog. That woman succeeded in her treatment. After hearing the details of the remedy, she nearly crushed her silver teeth in disbelief. To think that a mere change in diet could yield such results. It was nothing short of a fortuitous encounter for that wretched Feng. How could she be so lucky? She begrudgingly offered her congratulations, but once Ji Peiyuan departed, her expression darkened, akin to that of a vinegar jar. Not only had that little vixen escaped unscathed, but she had also managed to heal Ji Xian. It was a case of losing the hen while trying to steal an egg, and she could not allow this to go unpunished. After ruminating deeply, she finally devised a cunning plan. Chapter 11. This must be a trap. Feng Qingsui received a token of gratitude from Princess Shouyang, selecting a portion to gift to the Qi family. She retained several bolts of satin and some jewelry for herself, while the remainder was sold, yielding 500 gold coins. Just as she was discussing with Wu Hua whether this sum could persuade Fan Lu to provide her with additional assistance, a messenger arrived from Fan Lu bearing an invitation to the Ji residence. To her astonishment, Xiao Xinjin wished to meet her. Was this genuine? She nearly suspected she had fallen victim to a scam. The messenger explained, "Miss Xiao has been suffering from wrist pain and, having consulted several doctors without improvement, has heard of your esteemed medical skills and wishes to request your assistance." Feng Qingsui was even more perplexed. How did Miss Xiao know of her medical expertise? It is said in the streets that no physician in the capital could remedy the ailment of Princess Shouyang's son. Yet you managed to cure him with a mere touch. It is also mentioned that you possess a kind heart, treating all patients equally regardless of their status. Even those afflicted with unsavory conditions can receive your care, provided they humble themselves before the Ji residents. Feng Qingsui thought to herself, "Is this not slander? Treating courtesans is hardly a reputable endeavor. If the noble women were to learn of this, they would certainly shun her. The one spreading these rumors appears intent on tarnishing her reputation." Upon her return to the capital, the number of people she had offended was minimal, and a moment's contemplation revealed the likely culprit behind this mischief. However, she had little time to concern herself with petty grievances. After considering the matter, she replied to Xiao Xinjin, suggesting they arrange a time for her to visit Fan Lu in person. Upon receiving this response, Xiao Xinjin's lovely face was filled with astonishment. Although the public had elevated Feng Qingsui's benevolence to mythical proportions, she herself held doubts. As one of the capital's most renowned courtesans, a performer who sold her talents rather than her body, she occasionally entertained in high society. The noble women would never deign to acknowledge her, let alone lower themselves to associate with her. The fact that the esteemed general's wife would even consider treating her was remarkable enough. For her to personally visit Fan Lu seemed utterly implausible. Yet the invitation was tangible, resting firmly in her grasp. What could be the meaning of this? Perplexed, she confided in her adoptive mother, Fan Shi. Upon hearing this, Fan Shi was taken aback, exclaiming, "Oh no! That infamous minister of the treasury cannot possibly have set his sights on our Fan Lu. This must surely be a trap. I suspect that as soon as Madame Ji steps through our door, Minister Ji will follow closely behind with the imperial guards, accusing us of abducting noble women and shutting down Fan Lu." Xiao Xinjin was struck dumb. "No, surely not. We have committed no crimes. The treasury is in dire straits." Fan Shi sighed. "Do you think that is why he conducts daily raids?" "It is all for the purpose of replenishing the national coffers. Though our establishment is modest, with you as our cash cow, we are seen as a prime target. Xiao Zhenjin lamented, "Mother, it's all my fault for not consulting you before sending the invitation." Fan Shi patted her shoulder. "Do not blame yourself for lacking caution. I too did not foresee this tactic. The minister's cunning surpasses that of ants on the ground. Even if we evade this scheme, there will surely be others awaiting us." At that moment, Changqing, ever cunning, sneezed within the confines of his official office. "Why is it so chilly again?" Just as he was about to call for more charcoal, he caught a glimpse of the fire pit filled with charcoal sticks. His expression momentarily startled. Could it be that those gluttonous officials were once again penning edicts to berate him? He needed to devise a method to deal with them effectively. Recently, Xiao Zhenjin had overheard guests cursing the Chancellor Ji, but she had never imagined that one day she would also harbor thoughts of reproach. How could they be so deceitful as to use her widowed sister-in-law as bait to deceive someone as unfortunate as her? She had lost her mother at birth, and by the age of 4, her father had been wrongfully accused and perished in prison, their family fortune seized by others, leaving her to wander the streets until she was fortunate enough to be taken in by the Fan family. Initially, Fan Lu's business was not thriving, as the establishment was filled with courtesans who were nothing exceptional, attracting only a meager clientele. Fortunately, she possessed a pleasing appearance and a golden voice. Diligently honing her skills in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, which ultimately elevated Fan Lu's reputation. Who could have known? "Mother, should I send a reply simply stating that I have taken care of it and that she need not come?" Xiao Zhenjin did not want to witness Fan Lu being raided. If she did not come, surely that person would not be able to do anything to us, right? "You are too naive in your thinking." Fan sighed. Did the affluent families not consider measures? They too were raided. "We shall close our doors tomorrow and await our fate. When that Madame Ji arrives, we will earnestly plead, and perhaps we can preserve our lives." With tears in her eyes, Xiao Zhenjin penned a reply, inviting Feng Qingsui to come the following morning. Fan organized everyone to tidy up, ensuring that both the interior and exterior of the establishment were spotless, going a night without rest, and by dawn, she sat at the entrance anxiously awaiting Feng Qingsui's arrival. As the hour of the dragon approached, a tall black donkey pulled a simple cart to the front of Fan Lu. 2 young men, one slender and one plump, disembarked from the cart. The slender one sported a mustache, while the plump one had a distinctive curled mustache. The two approached Fan, seemingly oblivious to the sign on the door announcing the closure. Fan lifted her eyelids slightly, feebly stating, "Gentlemen, please come another day. Our establishment is closed and not accepting reservations." It was then that the slender youth produced a note from his sleeve. "I have an appointment with Miss Xiao." The note was unmistakably the reply that Xiao Zhenjin had written the previous night. Fan, startled, glanced at the two, only then noticing that the slender one bore a slight resemblance to a young lady. You are Ji." Feng Qingsui winked at her. "It's good that you know." Fan, overwhelmed, fell to her knees. "I am willing to offer all my possessions. Please, I beseech you to intercede on behalf of myself and these unfortunate women of the establishment." Feng Qingsui. Swiftly, she helped Fan to her feet. "Mother, what is the matter? I am here to tend to ailments, not to claim lives. Why are you kneeling?" Fan, tears streaming down her face, replied, "I know you have come to seize our property." Feng Qingsui. Upon realizing Fan's misunderstanding, she found herself both amused and exasperated. "You are overthinking. I am truly just here to tend to ailments. If there were any schemes, would I need to disguise myself as a man?" Seeing that she did not appear to be lying, Fan gradually stood upright. Still filled with trepidation, she remarked, "If you need medical attention, you and Zhenjin could simply meet at a tea house. Why take such a significant risk venturing into the brothels?" "There is a compelling reason for my presence," Feng Qingsui replied. "The crowd outside is overwhelming. Let's step inside." Leading her through the door, Fan Shi noticed Xiao Zhenjin's inclination to kneel before Feng Qingsui and promptly prevented her. "To clarify, the rumors circulating are erroneous." Feng Qingsui smiled. "I treat all patients equally, and there is no need for prostration when seeking my assistance." Xiao Zhenjin was momentarily taken aback. Fan Shi cleared her throat, saying, "Quickly, show Madame Ji the lump on your wrist." After settling Feng Qingsui at the table and calling for tea, Xiao Zhenjin, still bewildered, extended her wrist. After examining it, Feng Qingsui chuckled. This is a ganglion cyst. Easily treatable. However, I have a condition. Chapter 12. Indeed, the world is filled with all kinds of people. What are the conditions? Fan inquired cautiously. Could it be that she was to offer Fan Lu willingly? Hearing that Miss Xiao possessed the most exquisite floral ink in the entire city, Feng Qingsui smiled lightly. Might I indulge in a visual feast? Is this your condition? Indeed, Fan's heart settled. She declared grandly, I can show you and even gift you the entire collection. Without hesitation, as long as Fan Lu remains, it would not be a challenge to gather the floral ink once more. A gentleman does not deprive others of their pleasures. Feng Qingsui replied with a smile. I only wish to observe. He then turned to Qiao Zhenjin and remarked, there are two methods to treat this ganglion cyst. One involves incising the skin and completely removing the cyst wall. The other is to simply press it until it bursts and flattens. The former is less likely to recur, but may leave a scar. The latter is momentarily painful, but prone to recurrence. Qiao Zhenjin furrowed her brow. Is there not a more permanent solution? Feng Qingsui responded. Your cyst is a result of excessive wear on your wrist. If you do not alter your habits, it will undoubtedly return. Qiao Zhenjin sighed. It seems I must practice the piano and paint less in the future. She still wished to showcase her musical talent, and thus opted for the second method to avoid scarring her wrist. Feng Qingsui instructed her to place her hand on the edge of the table, and as she tensed her wrist, he applied pressure with his thumbs to burst the cyst. Qiao Zhenjin nearly cried out in pain, but once she recovered, she expressed her gratitude. Thank you. I shall take you to see the ink now. Norus. Feng Qingsui replied, releasing his grip and addressing Fan. Please fetch a warm towel to apply. Once the cyst fluid dissipates, there will be no trace left. Fan immediately sent someone to fetch the towel. After Qiao Zhenjin applied it, Feng Qingsui accompanied her to the loft to view the fragrant ink. The loft had been entirely transformed into an exhibition space, with ink bricks neatly housed in boxes, categorized on different display stands. I have arranged them into several major categories based on their scents. Orchid, hibiscus, osmanthus. Qiao Zhenjin explained as she walked. Feng Qingsui paused before the orchid display. Though she could not discern the specific floral notes contained within the ink on the paper, she surmised it to be an orchid scent. After scanning the ink bricks on the orchid stand, she removed a box and remarked nonchalantly, this scent is quite unique. From which flower's essence is this ink crafted? Your taste is impeccable. Qiao Zhenjin praised sincerely. This was made from the juice of an exceedingly rare bicolor orchid. I have never seen this flower, but I have heard that its petals are pink on the edges and vibrant green in the center, with leaves resembling jade, adorned with precious golden edges. Feng Qingsui mused. To utilize such a rare orchid for ink is indeed extravagant. Indeed, Qiao Zhenjin concurred. She glanced back toward the entrance and, lowering her voice, confided to Feng Qingsui. I shall whisper this to you. Do not speak of it elsewhere. This ink was a gift from the heir of the Rongchang Marquis, who mentioned that it was crafted with great care to celebrate his aunt's birthday. A total of 99 pieces were made, symbolizing longevity. This particular one is a defective piece. Hence it was given to me. The Marquis of Rongchang has several sisters. Yet the one deserving of the Marquisite's utmost attention in gifting is the lady seated in the rear. Feng Qingsui mused. As anticipated, the demise of my sister's family is undoubtedly linked to the Marquis of Rongchang. She returned the ink box to the display stand and remarked with a smile. I never imagined that the heir of the Marquis of Rongchang would also come here to listen to music. He is quite the frequent patron of our fan tower. Qiao Zhenjin appeared somewhat embarrassed, recalling that he once proposed making me his concubine. But my mother learned that his concubines do not tend to live long and thus declined the offer. Feng Qingsui chuckled. Being a carefree songstress is not without its merits. The confines of a grand residence can be quite consuming. Qiao Zhenjin nodded. My mother has said the very same. After perusing the fragrant ink of the exhibition room, Feng Qingsui took her leave. The Fan family wished to bestow upon her a fee for her consultation, which she graciously declined, saying, I have already received my reward. If my mother feels indebted, let her grant me a discount the next time I come to listen to music. How could you say such a thing? The Fan family would gladly venerate her as a goddess. Discount. In the future, you shall be our esteemed guest at Fan Tower, and your visits shall cost you not a single coin. After expressing her gratitude, Feng Qingsui climbed onto the donkey cart with Wuhua. The Fan matriarch watched them depart until the cart vanished from sight, whereupon the tension in her scalp finally eased. To think she truly only came for medical advice, forsaking her status as a noblewoman to venture into the brothels to render aid. Truly, this world is full of all sorts of people. Later, in a secluded corner where ruffians gathered, others lamented. Indeed, this world is teeming with all kinds. In Lihua Alley, there was even a woman who had a taste for excrement. The news spread from a leprous head, who recounted that someone approached him, requesting assistance in finding individuals willing to sell feces, to be sold fresh at number 18 Lihua Alley. A lump of excrement fetches a tale of silver. He had just sold one yesterday. After witnessing the glimmering silver ingot he possessed, a group of men grew intrigued. Thus, a dozen brothers linked arms and made their way to Lihua Alley. At number 18 Lihua Alley, the Jin matriarch was enjoying a deep slumber when she was abruptly awakened by her maid, prompting her to kick out in irritation. "How dare you disturb my rest?" The maid, clutching her stomach and drenched in cold sweat, replied, "Madam, a group of men has arrived, claiming they wish to sell feces to you." "Sell what?" "Feces." Jin matriarch hurled her pillow in anger. "You insolent wench! Do you not recognize filth when you see it? How dare you interrupt my slumber? Tell them to get as far away as possible." No sooner had she spoken than the gatekeeper cried out in alarm. "Oh, how can you barge into a private residence? Quickly leave." She was taken aback, hastily throwing on her outer garment. Just as she emerged from her room, she was confronted by a dozen men bursting through the flower-laden gate, her complexion paling. "What do you intend to do?" she barked. The men regarded her as though she were a curiosity, then simultaneously declared, "We have come to sell feces. Buy from me. I only consume vegetarian fare, and my feces bear no foul odor." "Nonsense. I suffer from diarrhea daily. My excrement is as tasteless as broth, truly devoid of any scent." "What is excrement devoid of any scent?" "Step aside, all of you. I can produce any shape of feces, unlike those who charge a fee." The indignant Jean lost her composure. "Who desires your refuse? Quickly depart. If you do not leave, I shall have you all punished at the magistrate's office." The crowd turned to the one who had incited them, the scabby individual, who furiously exclaimed, "I have held this stool for you since last night, and you dare to dismiss it so easily? Just so, I have consumed all my rations on the way here, and, after much effort, I have finally managed to relieve myself. Do you dare to deny it?" The throng surged forward, stripping Jean of her hairpins, silver hairdo, earrings, the golden Buddha around her neck, and the jade bangles from her wrists, leaving her utterly bereft. Afterward, they cast off their trousers and defecated right there. "Do not accuse me of robbery. I have rendered the goods." Chapter 13. The scandal that night. Upon hearing Yin Shi's report, Changqing's expression was one of profound bewilderment. A woman disguised as a man visiting the Fan Tower and seeking out ruffians to defile Pun's outer chamber? Which respectable lady would ever undertake such an act? Admittedly, a virtuous woman would not seek to become a widow in another's household. Yin Shi elaborated that the Jin family had employed individuals to spread malicious rumors in the entertainment districts, claiming that the First Lady had been afflicted with a loathsome disease, intending to tarnish her reputation, and that it was the First Lady's retaliation. However, the common courtesans, wary of their master, dared not take it seriously, except for Qiao Jinjin, who believed the slander. Bai Fu clapped in approval, exclaiming, "Tit for tat, how refreshing! I shall also hire a few people to douse those officials' doorsteps with excrement, so they might cease dragging our master into their disputes and cursing him mercilessly." Changqing shot him a sidelong glance. Bai Fu quickly suppressed his smile. "Master, I was merely jesting. Let them be drenched a few more times," Changqing remarked, "so they remain oblivious to the identity of the perpetrator." Bai Fu, confused, complied with Changqing's directive. The officials who habitually submitted grievances against Changqing were taken aback when they discovered a pool of filth at their doorstep the following day. Initially believing it to be an unfortunate accident, After some grumbling, they had it cleaned up without further thought. However, when they encountered the same unpleasant sight the next morning, they realized it was a deliberate act. Upon sharing their grievances with colleagues, they found that others had also suffered similar indignities, and their commonality was their penchant for reporting Changqing. Now their curses grew more vehement and foul. Filled with indignation, they approached the emperor to lodge complaints. When the emperor mentioned it to Changqing, the latter could only manage a wry smile. I am a man of integrity. They cannot find fault with me, so they resort to besmirching my name. Today they hurl filth at my doorstep. Tomorrow, they will likely accuse me of pilfering vegetables from their estates. The emperor burst into laughter. Once he regained his composure, wiping away tears of mirth, he said, I pity you, my loyal minister. You perform your duties, yet bear the brunt of disgrace. These old men irritate me immensely. Were it not for the ancestral edict forbidding the execution of officials, I would have long since had them executed. Changqing replied, They are merely fulfilling their duties. I hold no animosity towards them. The emperor praised, You possess a commendable character. While the sovereign and his minister conversed amicably, Bai Fu remained perplexed. What does the master hope to achieve with this? Is he not satisfied with their scathing remarks? Just then, Shiren, who had just returned from investigating Feng Qingsui's household registration in Wu City, tapped him on the back of his head. Fool! The master finds their insults too monotonous. They merely repeat accusations of his abuse of power and ruthless confiscations. Without the emperor's sanction, could he have seized so many properties? Their censure of him is indistinguishable from cursing the emperor himself. Only genuine reproaches against him serve to alleviate the emperor's burdens. Bai Fu was left speechless. Being a court official is indeed a daunting task. Unbeknownst to Feng Qingsui, she had inadvertently inspired Changqing. After her return from visiting Xiaojinjin, she contemplated how to approach the Rongchang Marquis's residence. Just as she began to doze off, an unexpected invitation arrived. Princess Shouyang summoned her to her birthday banquet. She meticulously prepared a batch of face cream, bringing 2 boxes to the celebration. The birthday banquet exclusively invited those esteemed by Princess Shouyang, comprising a total of 6 tables, among which was the wife of the heir of Rongchang Marquis, Madame Wei. Prior to the gathering, Feng Qingsui had inquired with Lady Qi about Madame Wei, learning that she had been married for 6 years without bearing any children. When Princess Shouyang introduced Feng Qingsui to her friends, referring to her as a divine healer, she noticed a fleeting change in Madame Wei's expression. Thus, she humbly replied, Your Highness is too gracious. I merely possess some insights in a dietary regulation and cannot be deemed a divine healer. At this, a slender noblewoman inquired with a smile, If you excel in dietary regulation, might you impart some wisdom to me on how to achieve a more voluptuous figure? I shall assist you after the banquet. Feng Qingsui responded. Following the feast, as the guests strolled through the garden of the princess's residence to aid digestion, Feng Qingsui and the noblewoman retreated to a waterside pavilion, where after examining her pulse and tongue, Feng Qingsui playfully asked, Madam, you must be quite fond of raw fish or pickled delicacies. The noblewoman, taken aback, replied, How did you know? Raw fish and pickled dishes are indeed delectable, though they harbor potential dangers, Feng Qingsui noted, gazing at the goldfish gliding upon the water surface. Fish, shrimp, and snails may carry parasites and eggs imperceptible to the naked eye, which, upon ingestion, can infest the intestines and even the brain and eyes. The noblewoman's complexion paled at once. Parasites? You mean like roundworms, hookworms, and pinworms? Surely I have heard of these. Naturally, she had, and her countenance grew even graver. Is it possible that I am becoming emaciated due to these parasites in my belly? Feng Qingsui nodded. You must have sensed some abnormalities, such as abdominal bloating, pain, or anal itching. With each word she spoke, the noblewoman's face grew increasingly ashen. Fear not, Feng Qingsui reassured her. I will prescribe you a remedy. After taking a few doses, the parasites can be expelled, and you need only avoid raw meat in the future. The noblewoman felt as if a great weight had been lifted. Will they be entirely expelled? Indeed, that is splendid news. Her demeanor softened, and after glancing around, she cautioned, Please, do not speak of this to anyone. Rest assured, Feng Qingsui replied, procuring ink and paper from an attendant to write out the prescription. The noblewoman tucked it away discreetly and resumed mingling with the other ladies. Madame Wei had been closely observing Feng Qingsui's interactions, aware that she had provided a prescription to the wife of the Marquis of Anyang. Yet she did not approach Feng Qingsui herself. One case regarding young Master Xian was insufficient to convince her of Feng Qingsui's prowess. Should the wife of the Marquis of Anyang regain her figure, she cast a glance at her own ample waist, contemplating that it would not be too late to seek out Feng Qingsui afterward. Feng Qingsui remained unperturbed, confident that the bait had been cast and the fish would soon bite. After a fortnight of accompanying Lady Qi in tranquility, Madame Wei indeed sent someone to invite her to the Rongchang Marquis' estate for a chrysanthemum viewing. Finally, she stood before the imposing entrance of the Rongchang Marquis' residence. Raising her gaze to the austere, towering gate that appeared particularly forbidding against the backdrop of overcast skies, she lowered her head, suppressing her thoughts, and followed Madame Wei's servant through the side entrance into the estate. Upon entering, she traveled by palanquin for nearly a quarter of an hour before arriving at the courtyard where Madame Wei resided. The courtyard is adorned with a rockery, a pond, a quaint bridge, flowing water, and pavilions, all harmoniously arranged. Flower beds and corridors are brimming with chrysanthemums of various hues, each vying for attention in a dazzling display. In the center of the pond, Wei awaits at an octagonal pavilion. As Feng Qingsui approaches the pavilion with her attendants, she gazes at the dark green water, thick with aquatic plants on either side of the arch bridge, and a fleeting image of the sweet and lovely Xiao Yu crosses her mind. Where did Xiao Yu meet her tragic end in the pond of the Rongchang Marquis' estate? The wind blows fiercely, yet within the pavilion, surrounded by screens and with a charcoal stove beneath the round table, there is not a hint of chill. Wei is dressed in a cross-collared jacket paired with a skirt adorned with gold-threaded floral patterns, topped with a round-collared green satin garment, exuding both elegance and opulence. After exchanging pleasantries, she candidly states, "The wife of the Anyang Marquis has gained 10 pounds in just half a month using your prescription. Can you enable me to shed 20 pounds in the same time frame?" The physician has mentioned that her infertility is a result of her obesity, and if she can lose weight, conception will be possible. Chapter 14. Are you trying to take my life? I must examine your pulse to know, Feng Qingsui replied. Wei Shi extended her hand for her to take her pulse. After a thorough examination, Feng Qingsui smiled and said, I can help you lose 20 pounds in half a month, but you must be resolute. Wei Shi, having faced 6 years of infertility, was nearly at her wit's end. What was there to hesitate about? She impatiently urged, just tell me. First, from today onward, you must abstain from sugar, including all kinds of confections, sugary desserts, beverages, dishes, as well as all fruits and refined grains. Secondly, regardless of how many meals you had before, starting today, you will have only 2 meals a day. Begin each meal with vegetables, followed by meat, and finally, the staple food. You may consume brown rice, wheat porridge, or tubers, but the portion must not exceed the size of your fist. Note, each person's health condition, metabolic rate, and nutritional needs differ. Please do not emulate fictional characters in adjusting dietary habits. Lastly, you must briskly walk for an hour every day. Wei Shi's eyebrows nearly shot up in disbelief. No sweets, only 2 meals a day, and an hour of walking daily? Are you trying to take my life? Just prescribe me some medicine. I cannot adhere to these demands. Feng Qingsui replied calmly, Madam, I can prescribe you medication that will make you purge for half a month, leaving you with no appetite, allowing you to lose 10 to 20 pounds. However, once you cease the medication and return to your previous eating habits, you will quickly regain the weight. Why engage in such futile efforts? Surely, you have attempted this method before. Wei Shi. Indeed, she had tried, losing about 10 pounds only to regain it, and even more than before. Her delicate brows furrowed into a wave-like line. Is there no remedy that will allow one to lose weight and never regain it? Feng Qingsui replied, there are indeed such options. Wei Shi's expression brightened momentarily before she shot her a skeptical look. Why are you keeping this from me? Please allow me to finish. Feng Qingsui chuckled lightly. This is not truly a medicine, Rather, it is a form of transformative technique. If you have seen individuals with tumors, you would know that many tumors can cause weight loss. Of course, some can lead to death. However, we could select those that are unlikely to result in fatality. Excise a small portion, make an incision on your body, and apply it there. If fortune smiles upon you, you may develop a similar tumor. These tumors would absorb your nutrients in abundance, allowing you to eat without gaining weight. Wei Shi, is this even humanly possible? Who would implant tumors in themselves to lose weight? You truly wish to take my life. Feng Qingsui smiled slightly. I merely hope you understand that there is no remedy that allows one to eat without gaining weight. Only ailments permit such a phenomenon. Wei Shi, if you fear you cannot maintain the diet and exercise regimen, I can come by daily to accompany you. Feng Qingsui encouraged. Wei Shi felt a flicker of interest, though hesitation lingered. Wouldn't that be too much of a burden on your time? I am merely a widow, with nothing else to occupy my time. After all, it is only half a month. Feng Qingsui urged her further. You may try for a few days to assess its efficacy before deciding whether to continue. Wei was finally swayed. I appreciate your assistance in this matter. After successfully achieving her objective, Feng Qingsui returned to the Ji residence with a lighter step. During dinner with Madame Qi that evening, she revealed the news. Mother, starting tomorrow, I shall accompany the wife of the heir of the Rongchang Marquis to lose weight and will be out of the residence during the day. Madame Qi was taken aback. You plan to visit the Rongchang Marquis' residence every day? Feng Qingsui nodded. Madame Qi's brows knitted together in concern. The Rongchang Marquis' residence is not a place to be taken lightly. Mother, I am aware. Feng Qingsui replied with a smile. I will exercise caution. Must you venture into the domain of the affluent? Why not remain safely within the confines of our home? Madame Qi wished to voice her concerns, yet refrained, considering that Feng Qingsui might be deliberately seeking distractions from thoughts of her late husband. Later, when Changqing returned, she specifically summoned him. Son, in this frigid weather, do not trouble yourself to prepare a late-night meal for me. You ought to rest early. Changqing's voice preceded his arrival. Upon entering the hall, he noticed the absence of a meal. Where is my beloved supper? Madame Qi shot him a reproachful glance. Who prepared supper for you? After so many times, it has always gone cold and uneaten. Changqing replied, I did consume some soup. He felt the need to clarify, adding that he had also had sweet water, albeit just a sip. It is said that with age, one's memory diminishes. Yet your memory is astoundingly sharp. Enough of your excuses. Madame Qi interjected with mild irritation. I called you here to remind you to keep an eye on your sister-in-law. Changqing's expression turned to one of surprise. Had his mother finally noticed something amiss with Feng? However, she continued, she claims she will accompany the wife of the Rongchang Marquis to lose weight, spending her days at their residence. I fear she may be led astray. Changqing remarked, that woman could hardly lead others astray. Rather, it seems others are ensnared by her. Contemplating the matter, he thought of the tragic fate of a skilled healer who had perished at the princess of Shouyang's residence. He maintained an obedient demeanor, responding, Do not worry, mother. I shall ensure someone watches over her. Only then did Madame Qi seem to relax. As if just noticing her son, she frowned at his thin attire. In such cold weather, why are you not dressed more warmly? Changqing replied, Mother, my winter clothing is somewhat worn. Then it is time to acquire new garments. When will that happen? Madame Qi shot him a glance. Do you expect me to do it for you? By the time I do, the willows will be budding. There are numerous tailors in the capital. Cannot you go and purchase some? Changqing sighed. Very well. I shall visit a tailor tomorrow. Suddenly, Madame Qi recalled something and turned to fetch a pair of gloves. These were made by your sister-in-law. I almost forgot to give them to you. Are these made of wool? Changqing accepted them, astonished. Wool can be spun into thread for clothing? She nodded, stating that her sister-in-law claimed it was her master who taught her. This woolen garment, woven with such skill, proved to be far softer and more supple than those made from fur, as if it were a second skin. Indeed, it was remarkably flexible. Changqing donned it for a moment, realizing that he could even write while wearing this garment. Who then was Feng's master? A flicker of doubt stirred within him. To speak of death twice and possess knowledge of wool spinning, while also imparting medical skills to Feng. seemed far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary woman. Reflecting on the news brought back by Shuren from Wuqing, he acknowledged that Feng's household registration indeed existed, confirming the presence of such a person, abducted in her youth and returning to seek her family after the loss of her parents. Yet, he remained skeptical. Who could verify that the person who returned was the one recorded in the household registry? Human memory tends to blur, and the neighbor's claims of her identity could not be taken as absolute truth. Were Feng Qingsui privy to his thoughts, she might well have applauded him. Having lived as a blind person for a decade, she never relied on appearances to recognize others. Instead, she depended solely on their voices. The day after accompanying Wei to the Rongchang Marquis' residence for her weight loss regimen, she had recognized an old acquaintance simply by their voice. Chapter 15. The Way of Heaven fears excess. The Wei family is a distinguished noble clan, and naturally, one can only stroll within the confines of their estate. The Rongchang Marquis occupies an entire street. A complete circuit around the central structure takes half an hour, while 2 laps would consume a full hour. Taking advantage of the opportunity to accompany her, Feng Qingsui gleaned an extensive understanding of the layout of the Rongchang Marquis. The entire estate is oriented north-south, with the ancestral hall, gardens, the pine and cypress hall where the venerable matron resides, the banquet hall for gatherings, and the main courtyard used by the Rongchang Marquis for receiving guests, all forming a central axis. Flanking this axis are various courtyards of differing sizes. The quarters for the Marquis' heir and other sons are located on the eastern side, while the guest quarters and those of the Marquis' brothers are situated to the west. Feng Qingsui had previously pondered why her sister and brother-in-law would bring their child to the birthday banquet of the venerable matron of the Rong family, as young ladies of noble birth seldom venture out before coming of age. From Wei's account, she learned that during the celebration, her father had ingeniously arranged for 100 children to write auspicious characters on the spot as a blessing for the matron. Wei's father, the Minister of Rites Wei Buchuan, is in fact the superior of her brother-in-law, the Deputy Minister of Rites. It is undeniable that they brought their child to the banquet at the behest of their superior. As they discussed the children's blessing, Feng Qingsui and Wei happened to reach the corridor on the western side of the banquet hall. Beyond the corridor lay a crescent-shaped lake known as the Moon Lake, spanned by a winding bridge, opposite which stood the guest quarters. Wei gazed at the Moon Lake with a slight sigh. Regrettably, a mischievous child had slipped away during the festivities to play on the bridge and tragically drowned, nearly casting a pall over the joyous occasion. Fortunately, the heir reacted swiftly, remarking that the way of heaven detests excess, and the way of humanity abhors entirety. Divine intention must have sought to grant longevity to the matron, hence the unfortunate fate of the child. The matron took it lightly, not allowing it to trouble her mind. After sharing this, she pressed her forehead, revealing a moment of uncharacteristic vexation. How do we come to speak of this? Such topics are not favored in the estate. A shadow crossed Feng Qingsui's eyes. She understood why Wei had faltered. When one is weary, it is challenging to restrain one's thoughts, which often spill forth unbidden. She feigned reassurance, saying, "You must be tired. Let's take a seat in the banquet hall before continuing our walk." Wei nodded promptly. "Indeed, a rest is in order. My legs can scarcely carry me further." The door on the western side of the banquet hall stood ajar as Feng Qingsui assisted her inside. To the north lay the main dining hall, with auxiliary halls on either side, and to the south, a stage for performances. On the day of the matron's birthday celebration, an impressive 300 tables were set, with 6 troupes of performers and various entertainment groups engaging the guests for an entire day and night. Once seated at a tea table in the auxiliary hall, Wei gestured towards the stage, remarking to Feng Qingsui, "Had you been here then, you could have truly enjoyed the spectacle." Feng Qingsui gazed at the grand stage, her mind wandering. Was little Yu writing there at that very moment? Little Yu wrote beautifully. Despite her tender age and limited skills, her calligraphy possessed a captivating grace, and she had even created her own unique script. That script was charmingly whimsical and versatile. Much like the child herself, Feng Qingsui had never seen little Yu in person, only a portrait drawn by her brother-in-law. Her sister had mentioned that little Yu resembled her when she was young, and viewing little Yu's likeness felt as though she were peering through time at her sister. Like her sister, Little Yu exuded a gentle kindness. Sui Sui auntie, mother says you are quite the storyteller. When you arrive in the capital, would you share a tale with me? I have saved up candies for your visit. Sui Sui auntie, I have hidden a red envelope in the clothes mother sent you. Please use it to buy some fried rice cakes to enjoy, for mother mentioned that rice cakes cannot be sent, as they spoil easily. Sui Sui auntie, when will you return to the capital? If you delay any longer, I may well lose my teeth. As memories fluttered, she nearly missed the call of Wei. Regaining her composure, she smiled faintly. What did Madame just say? I was so mesmerized by the mural on the theater stage. Is that depiction of Magu presenting longevity? Wei's face brightened. This was newly carved before the old lady's birthday, crafted by His Majesty himself. A hint of well-placed envy crossed Feng Qingsui's face. A painting by the emperor. Only the esteemed matriarch of your noble house is worthy of such a blessing. Just as Wei was about to respond, voices suddenly echoed from outside the wall. What brings you to the lakeside on such a frigid day? A woman chided playfully. Lower your voice. Do not let father hear. Did you not wish to eat crabs? I brought you here to catch some. Yesterday, several baskets of crabs arrived at the manor. And since we had no time to eat them, they are kept in this lake, the man teased. Nonsense. Even if there were crabs. Do you need to personally fish them out? You know me well. Truthfully, I recently acquired a new medicine and wish to experiment with you. You scoundrel. In such a public place, are you not afraid someone will overhear? Let's row to the center of the lake, where no one will hear us. You always have your tricks. As their voices faded into the distance, Feng Qingsui found herself in a daze. Due to her childhood blindness, her hearing was remarkably acute. While others recognized people by sight, she relied on sound. The female voice, although markedly different from a decade ago, was still recognizable. It belonged to Chui, Quebec. Chui K had spent 2 months in the orphanage with her and her sister, sharing a room. When she first arrived, Chui K clung to her sister, following her everywhere and mimicking her actions, resembling a little tail. Upon learning that Chui K's parents had been murdered by vile men, her sister felt a deep sympathy for her and always shared her treats. However, one day, the matron summoned everyone to the yard, announcing that someone had stolen Chui K's purse and that everyone would be searched. At that time, she, her sister, and Chui K were in the room. Upon hearing the message, they all headed outside. Her sister held her hand, leading the way, while Chui K followed behind. She noticed Chui K's footsteps hesitated for a moment before catching up, causing her to grow suspicious. Chui K had competed for her sister's attention upon entering the orphanage, and she felt like a protective little beast, always on guard. Consequently, upon exiting the room, she insisted on retrieving her beloved bai, a rabbit doll her sister had sewn for her, which she had cherished since infancy. Even in tatters, she could not bear to part with it. In times of anxiety, she needed to hold it. Her sister had no choice but to turn back with her. Chui K followed closely, but she managed to shake her off. Alone, she dashed back into the room. Throwing herself onto the bed she shared with her sister, her hand reaching beneath the pillow, where she felt a smooth object, akin to a silk purse. The moment Queek paused was merely to surreptitiously place the pilfered pouch upon their bed, thereby framing them for the crime. She tucked the pouch into her bosom, then, upon encountering the stuffed toy, cradled it as she ambled towards the door. Oblivious to her misdeeds being unmasked, Queek mocked her for holding onto the stuffed toy, saying, "At your age, why do you still cling to a doll like a weaned infant?" She remained silent. While queuing for inspection, she seized a fleeting opportunity to return the pouch to Queek. The steward, upon discovering the pouch during a search, administered a severe beating to Queek. The following day, her beloved toy was nowhere to be found. Her sister searched diligently and ultimately discovered it in the filthy ditch behind the kitchen, utterly torn and sullied. She confronted Queek, inquiring if she was responsible for the destruction. Queek, viciously prodding her forehead with her nail, retorted, "That wretched doll of yours is so filthy that I wouldn't even step on it." Chapter 16. The Lean Horse, I am acutely aware that you are seeking retribution against me. Your attempts to frame me have backfired, and you are reaping the consequences of your own actions. Do not dare to hold me or my sister accountable for your misdeeds. With an impassive expression, she brushed aside Queek's hand. Keep your distance from my sister and me, otherwise. What will you do? Queek scoffed. You, a blind wretch. Think you can contend with me? Be careful not to be bitten by a dog when you step outside. Across from the orphanage, there was a household that owned a massive black dog, towering over a person when it stood on its hind legs. Queek must have heard from someone that she was often chased by that dog. The one who should be cautious is you, she stated earnestly. I am well acquainted with that great black beast. Queek, of course, did not believe her. When she accompanied her sister out to sell embroidery, Queek seized the opportunity to trip the servant as they took the dog for a walk, sending the dog barreling toward her. Hearing the commotion, she sighed and remained still. The great black dog lunged forward but abruptly halted, extending its long tongue to slobber all over her face. This was the reason she always fled upon encountering it. Who could want to be drenched in dog saliva? Queek shouted from across the street, "You filthy mutt!" She swiftly removed one of her shoes and hurled it in the direction of Queek's voice. Instantly, the black dog turned and chased after it. The shoe struck Queek's arm, and the dog seized both the arm and the shoe in its jaws. Queek narrowly escaped having her arm bitten off, only to be harshly reprimanded by the servant for deliberately causing her fall, claiming that the dog had escaped her grasp because of Queek's interference. The warden, already displeased with her for stealing, confined her to a small dark room for 2 days without tending to her injuries. Upon her release from the dark room, Queek appeared significantly more demure and gentle. Yet, Feng Qingsui, while trying to sleep at night, felt an unsettling presence lurking nearby, akin to a venomous serpent in waiting. She approached the warden and requested that Queek be moved to another room. The subsequent month passed in tranquil silence. She and her sister adopted a small kitten, born to a tabby cat outside. The litter yielded 3, 2 perished from the cold, and the sole survivor was brought to their dwelling by the tabby. Perhaps because they had fed it a few times, it deemed them worthy to serve as caretakers for its offspring. Or perhaps it was due to the kitten's white fur, which made it believe it would struggle to survive in the wild. Feng Qingsui adored this little creature, naming it Xiaobai, and carried it with her wherever she went. However, despite all precautions, disaster struck. Xiaobai was bitten by a venomous snake. The snake had somehow been introduced into their room, likely having been in hibernation initially. Upon awakening, it began to seek living prey. Xiaobai was the first to encounter it, and with a single meow, it was seized in the snake's jaws. Her sister, frightened, quickly pulled her away and grabbed a nearby stool, striking the serpent with great force. The snake was killed, but Xiaobai succumbed to the poison. Enraged and trembling, she set out to confront Queek. Surely no one else harbored such malicious intent. However, the warden informed her that Queek had just departed the orphanage. She had been chosen by a family to adopt a child days earlier, and had only lingered a bit longer before leaving with her new guardians. May I inquire the name of the adoptive parent and their residence? She pressed the director of the orphanage. The director merely patted her head, saying, "You are aware of the regulations of the institution. The children of the orphanage are prohibited from inquiring about the whereabouts of those who have been adopted, owing to past incidents where unadopted children have caused disturbances at the homes of adoptive families." She found herself compelled to temporarily set aside her animosity, hoping that one day she could locate Chui Ke and avenge Xiaobai. At that moment, hearing Chui Ke's voice again sent a shiver through her heart. But she soon regained her composure. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. Was Xiao Yu's death somehow linked to Chui Ke? Casting a sidelong glance at Wei Shi, she noticed the latter clutching her handkerchief tightly, her face dark with suppressed anger. Was it the heir and his concubine who just passed by outside? She inquired nonchalantly. Wei Shi gritted her teeth, retorting, "What concubine? She's merely a shameless little harlot, flaunting herself in broad daylight, afraid that no one knows she hails from the south." From the south? Feng Qingsui was momentarily taken aback. She had overheard the director and the matrons discussing that Chui Ke had been adopted by a merchant from the capital, who owned a prosperous silk shop. They also mentioned that Chui Ke, despite her unfortunate background, was fortunate enough to be chosen. The merchant had initially intended to adopt her elder sister, but the sister insisted on bringing along her burdensome sibling, leading him to settle for Chui Quebec. "That girl is quite adept at her facade," the director had remarked. She spun a tale about her origins. Her parents were notorious for their criminal activities. Her mother was killed by her father after being caught in an affair. and the father was sentenced to death for his crime. Initially deterred, the merchant had been swayed by her few innocent words and tears, deciding against seeking another child. The director had expressed her outrage, foreseeing that the girl would inevitably lead him to ruin. The adoptive parents of the orphanage undergo thorough vetting. They must not only possess a clean background, but also a stable source of income, and must either be childless or have only one child. Given that Shui Ke could easily manipulate her adoptive parent, how had she ended up in such a precarious situation? Madam, do not let your anger consume you. Feng Qingsui soothed. It's unwise to harm oneself over a mere concubine. Wei Shi, after finishing her tea, replied darkly, You are right. Let us continue. She seemed to gather newfound strength, striding forward with remarkable speed. Feng Qingsui followed closely behind, casting a glance toward the moon lake, where she spotted a slender figure, resembling a delicate willow, being embraced by a man as they boarded a small boat. That figure appeared to be no more than half the size of Wei Shi. A slight smile graced Feng Qingsui's lips as she continued on. After accompanying Wei Shi, she departed from the Rongchang Marquis' residence and sought out a pawnshop, selecting two spacious properties with large courtyards to rent. With snow on the horizon, she planned to prepare a batch of fur and down jackets to send to the orphanage as a gesture of goodwill, and to discreetly investigate Shui Ke's adoptive parent. The pawnbroker inquired cordially, Madam, do you require furniture for your rental? Furniture is not necessary, Feng Qingsui replied, expressing a desire for a female steward and a dozen skilled weavers. A female steward? The servant furrowed his brow, noting the rarity of such a request. Wait a moment. Just a few days ago, the Duke of Ning's residence sent over a woman in her 40s who previously managed the dowry shop of the former lady. She was recently discovered to have been dishonest by the young mistress, who returned to the capital not long ago, and was sent to us with the instruction to sell her as far away as possible. Wu Hua chuckled. Honesty like yours is indeed a rarity among servants. The servant scratched his head and replied, Well, since they want her sold far away and aren't relying on you to make the purchase, I can certainly speak candidly. Feng Qingsui, however, was intrigued. May I meet her? The former steward of the late Duchess, having managed affairs externally, might possess insights into the nobility that exceed even those of Qi, who has just returned to the capital and remains confined at home. The city's gossip may not be as familiar to her. Though slightly perplexed, the servant nonetheless led the woman over. Upon seeing Feng Qingsui, the woman appeared as if struck by lightning, standing frozen in place, her eyes wide and unblinking. Chapter 17. With her own hands, she seeks the justice she desires. Feng Qingsui felt a hint of perplexity and smiled as she inquired, Madam, might I have crossed your path before? The woman immediately lowered her head, replying, I have not seen you. She went on to say she had heard that Feng was dishonest and had been sold by her own mistress. Feng Qingsui observed her expression closely as she spoke. The woman's jaw tightened slightly, and her hands instinctively clenched the hem of her skirt. Yet, after a brief moment of silence, she offered no defense, merely bowing her head even lower. Feng Qingsui speculated that there was more to the story. Continuing her inquiry, she asked, Are you skilled in accounting and management? The woman responded, I am. I previously served as a steward in a shop. Feng Qingsui then turned to the broker and asked, How much? It was only then that the broker realized her intent to purchase the woman and shook his head, saying, Miss Ning has instructed to sell her far away, not to remain in the capital. Feng Qingsui smiled gently. I hail from Wuqing. Is that not far enough? The broker, taken aback, replied, You are from Wuqing? Indeed. Feng Qingsui nodded slightly. I have come to the capital for errands and will return to Wuqing once I am done. Selling her to me shouldn't violate any rules. Should it? After a moment's hesitation, the broker nodded. It does not. Calculating in his mind, he noted that this woman had been with them for over half a month without attracting any buyers from out of town. Since this young lady was indeed from Wuqing, selling her to her seemed to meet the requirements, even if she might not leave the capital immediately. Very well, I shall sell her to you, the broker agreed. However, we currently have no women skilled in weaving available. Do you wish to purchase or hire? Hire, she replied. Please leave an address so that I may contact you when I find someone. Feng Qingsui instructed him to find her at the newly rented residence. The broker acknowledged this, and, as Feng Qingsui departed with the woman, he cautioned, during your stay in the capital, it would be wise to keep her out of sight. Otherwise, if someone from the Duke's residence encounters her, it may cause us trouble. Feng Qingsui assured him, rest easy. I shall not make things difficult for you. She brought the woman to the newly rented residence, and, after inquiring about her surname, said with a smile, Madam Su, this place shall be under your management from now on. I intend to establish a wool workshop here, and the residence diagonally opposite is also rented by me. I plan to set up a down feather workshop there as well, which will also be under your purview. Do you have trustworthy individuals that you can summon to assist? We can arrange their wages easily. Madam Su replied, I have 2 or 3 reliable candidates. Feng Qingsui retrieved 300 taels of silver notes from her purse and handed them to her. You may procure whatever is necessary. I plan to produce a modest quantity of sweaters and down jackets, about 200 each. 20 workers per workshop should suffice. We will provide breakfast and lunch. So we need to hire 2 cooks and arrange for someone to handle purchasing. In the meantime, please send people throughout the city to buy wool and duck down. Once the broker finds workers, we can arrange for washing and drying. I will procure the tools needed for production from craftsmen, and they will be delivered when ready. Upon hearing her instructions, Su Momo repeated them back to confirm their accuracy. Then, clutching the silver notes, remarked, Madam, are you not afraid to give such a sum to a servant? Feng Qingsui smiled and inquired, do you know which household I belong to? Su Momo shook her head. I am the elder sister of the Chancellor Ji, Feng Qingsui declared, invoking the name of Ji Changqing, with the Duke of Ninghua in front and the Chancellor's residence behind. Do you dare to flee? Su Momo gasped in astonishment. Then you're not a native of the capital. Why do you claim to be from Wuqing? My ancestry is from Wuqing. Su Momo wished to ask further questions, but upon gazing at Feng Qingsui's radiant visage, she swallowed her words. Upon returning home, Feng Qingsui began sketching designs. Spinning threads, knitting sweaters, and crafting down jackets were skills her master had taught her during leisurely moments. The first time she donned a sweater and a down jacket for winter, she found the warmth almost overwhelming. When she and her sister were at the orphanage, they wore garments made of willow fluff and reed flowers during winter. They were barely sufficient against the initial chill, utterly useless against the biting cold, akin to being unadorned. The matron would often say that their lives were already quite fortunate, for impoverished families slept in straw and wrapped themselves in it, their homes rife with drafts. Lacking firewood and coal, and they could scarcely drink warm water, forced to endure only cold. Such words offered her no comfort. Each winter felt interminable. Her hands and feet were perpetually cracked and frostbitten, and when the wind blew, it felt as though countless knives were slicing across her skin. Her face bore innumerable fine cuts, forever flushed, and sometimes it would bleed. At night, her sister would hold her close, shielding her from the frigid gusts that seeped through the window cracks, but they never felt warmth. It left a lasting ailment, and after her monthly cycle, it was as though she were enduring a trial of tribulation. After becoming a disciple, she asked her master to tend to her sister, who was prescribed a regimen for recovery, allowing her to leave with peace of mind. While sending sweaters and down jackets to her sister, she lamented in her letter, if only I had encountered my master sooner, we would not have had to endure the cold. Her sister replied, in the future, we shall not suffer from the cold, and we can ensure that other children do not have to either. Though her sister aspired to do good deeds, she was an orphan raised in the orphanage. Her brother-in-law came from modest means, having lost his father in childhood, raised by a widowed mother who supported the family through embroidery. In the early days of his official career, he struggled financially and never attended social gatherings with colleagues. It was only after the birth of their child, Xiao Yu, that he was promoted to the position of Deputy Minister of Rights, receiving a salary increase, allowing the family to live more comfortably. They could afford new clothes for the new year and meat for their daily meals. Her sister no longer needed to sell embroidered goods to supplement the household income. Yet, she continued to embroider, saving the proceeds from her sales to donate cotton clothing to the orphanage. Her brother-in-law fully supported her, setting aside his salary to contribute alongside her. Xiao Yu happened to be born on the onset of winter, and each year on Xiao Yu's birthday, they would choose an orphanage to donate to as a means of accumulating blessings for Xiaoyu. Her sister wrote thus in her letter. But alas, Xiaoyu lived only 4 short years. The couple met with misfortune. Feng Qingsui set down her brush and gazed at the wax plum blossoms on the table. Most of the flowers had withered and fallen, leaving only a few scattered blooms clinging to the branches, faintly exuding their delicate fragrance. What good is it to accumulate blessings and perform good deeds? Heaven has never promised that virtue will be rewarded in kind. One can only rely on oneself to attain desires. She will wield her own hands to seize the justice she seeks. 3 days later, Madame Su dispatched someone to inform that the tooth merchant had identified 40 to 50 individuals and requested Feng Qingsui to assess them. Feng Qingsui accompanied her to the merchant's establishment to select candidates. These individuals possessed experience in spinning cotton and linen threads, making it easy for them to adapt to wool. After demonstrating the technique twice, Feng Qingsui found them all proficient. Madame Su had already prepared the raw materials, cleaning and drying equipment, bedding, furniture, kitchenware, and cooking appliances, ensuring that everything was in place for immediate commencement of work upon their arrival. Feng Qingsui praised. Madame Su truly exemplifies the meticulousness of someone from the Duke's residence. Madame Su, having evidently adjusted her mindset, no longer bowed her head when mentioning the Duke's residence. Instead, she calmly replied, "Madam, you flatter me." Feng Qingsui organized the subsequent matters, leaving them for Madame Su to oversee, while she continued to assist the wife of the Marquis of Rongchong in her weight loss journey. Another piece of news arrived from the Wei family. Chapter 18. The urge for marriage following the grand banquet for the elder matron of the Rongchong Marquisate. The loyal maidservant of Queek passed away. This particular maid had been devoted to the heir, exhibiting exceptional wit and intelligence. Through some cunning means, she had won the young lord's unwavering loyalty, disregarding even the heir's commands in favor of her own. As Wei Shi spent more time with Feng Qingsui, her grievances multiplied. On one occasion, when the heir requested that she deliver a watermelon, he did not mention it was a gift from him, mistakenly believing it to be a present from that insufferable maid, and feeling unwell. She carelessly remarked that no one desired her inferior watermelon and instructed her to take it back. Upon learning the truth, that the watermelon had been bestowed by His Majesty to the Empress, who then gifted it to the elder matron, and subsequently to the heir, she found herself at the receiving end of the heir's ire for her blatant disrespect. The maid had said nothing to clarify, deliberately allowing her to misinterpret and act disrespectfully. Had it not been for the imminent banquet, where bloodshed was ill-advised, she would have certainly reprimanded that wretched maid. To her surprise, however, divine providence seemed to intervene. Just days after the banquet, the maid succumbed to poisoning from a toxic mushroom. Feng Qingsui expressed her astonishment. Is it possible to encounter poison mushrooms within the Marquisate? Could there have been an error in procurement? Wei Shi scoffed at the notion of such a blunder. Nay, that foolish maid, gluttonous as she was, foraged for mushrooms sprouting from a flower pot, mistaking them for a delicacy, only to seal her own fate. Feng Qingsui's eyes glimmered with understanding. Ah, thus it was her own folly. Indeed, Wei Shi replied, her hands playfully pinching her waist. I seem to have lost a bit of weight. Feng Qingsui nodded in agreement. You must have shed 2 or 3 pounds. Have you felt more energetic these days? Precisely. Wei Shi beamed, recalling how she had previously felt lethargic after every meal, utterly devoid of spirit. Now, she was brimming with vitality, reluctant to even indulge in an afternoon nap for fear of sleeplessness at night. If you continue to follow my advice, you shall become increasingly slender and spirited. Feng Qingsui remarked with a light laugh. Wei Shi lavished her with compliments in return. After a fortnight, having lost nearly 20 pounds, she remained unwilling to part with Feng Qingsui, her confidant. If you're not too busy, would you care to join me for walks daily? Or perhaps I could visit the G residence, she suggested. Feng Qingsui accepted with a smile. Meanwhile, Ji Changqing was left perplexed. What could Feng Qingsui possibly seek in frequenting the Rongchong Marquisate? The mystery eluded him entirely, as he found her motives far more inscrutable than those of the sovereign upon the dragon throne. Perhaps she merely seeks friendship Bai Fu suggested casually. Don't women often require a few close companions? Otherwise, they risk bottling up their thoughts until it breeds discontent. Shuren shot him a disapproving glance. Do you really understand such matters? There isn't a single woman in our household. Bai Fu immediately bristled like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, retorting, just because I lack women in my abode, does that imply you have them in yours? Our Lord's quarters remain vacant as well. Changqing wrapped his fingers on the table. What then? Am I hindering your pursuits of marriage? Bai Fu longed to affirm, but, upon witnessing his Lord's expression, refrained from voicing his thoughts. However, it was Shuren who remarked, Grandfather, we are not in haste to marry, but perhaps you should consider finding a matron? Otherwise, should His Majesty take a sudden fancy and arrange a marriage for you if the match is agreeable, that would be well, but if not, would it not lead to a pair of resentful spouses? Changqing furrowed his brow. This was indeed a pressing concern. Previously, with his dual roles, it had been inadvisable to seek a wife. Now, with a stable identity in life, it was indeed time to prioritize matrimony. Yet, the thought of his elder sister-in-law, whose intentions remained unclear, caused him to hesitate. He resolved to settle matters with the Feng family first. Shuren fell silent. To Changqing's surprise, the next day during their rest day, he found himself dining with his mother and Feng Shi, who broached the topic of his marriage. Changqing, do you have a young lady in mind? If not, I received invitations for the new year. Your mother and sister-in-law could take you out to see some suitable matches. Immediately, the rice in Changqing's bowl lost its appeal. Mother, I am still young. There is no urgency to marry. No urgency? After the new year, you will be 25. At your age, many young men already have children in school. Chishi's expression turned stern. Previously, your elder brother was away at war, and your marriage was postponed. You claimed it was not your turn as your elder brother remained unmarried. Now that your sister-in-law is married, what excuse is left? Changqing retorted, Mother, we have just arrived. We must first assess the situation. Otherwise, if I were to marry a disruptive force, you would not find peace. Chishi exchanged a look with Feng Qingsui. Feng Qingsui obediently concurred. Mother is right. I shall keep a diligent eye on potential matches for the second master. Changqing replied with a forced smile. Then I must trouble my elder sister-in-law. He was curious to see whom Feng Qingsui would present as a candidate. Unbeknownst to him, Feng Qingsui was far too occupied to concern herself with his marital affairs. In the workshop, preparations were underway to complete sweaters and down jackets before the first snow. After coordinating with the orphanage where she had once worked, Feng Qingsui took the garments to deliver them. The former director of the orphanage had long been reassigned, and the current director had only recently taken over. The caregivers had also changed, and none of the children who had once known Feng Qingsui remained. Those who could be adopted had been, and those of age had graduated. The director regarded her merely as a noble woman eager to do good deeds. Thank you immensely. We have been troubled about the winter, as many children lack even cotton clothing, and you have come to our aid as if in the midst of a snowstorm. Feng Qingsui smiled and exchanged pleasantries. The director was preoccupied with attending to her, while the caregivers busily dressed the children in sweaters, leaving the accounting room empty. Feng Qingsui quietly departed and proceeded to the accounting room as directed. The records of past adoptions and placements were stored there, classified as the orphanage's confidential documents, inaccessible even to donors. Feng Qingsui could not straightforwardly request the adoption information of Chui Ke and could only resort to this underhanded tactic. Following the director's guidance, she toured the orphanage's dining hall, dormitories, classrooms, and finally arrived at the exhibition hall. All the artworks, embroidery, and wood carvings here are crafted by the children of our orphanage. Those who leave after reaching adulthood acquire skills sufficient to sustain themselves, the director explained. Feng Qingsui halted before a 3-foot square embroidery. The piece depicted a squinting little girl blissfully enjoying her sticky rice cake, her cheeks flushed as if painted with rouge. Yet she knew that it was not rouge, but rather the result of frostbite. This was her sister's portrayal of her. Just as the director was about to elaborate, an elder suddenly approached and whispered something in her ear. Instantly, her expression turned tense, and she said to Feng Qingsui, I apologize, a dignitary has come to inspect. I must attend to them. With that, she hurriedly departed. Feng Qingsui gazed at the embroidery for an extended period, and when footsteps echoed again, she turned, expecting to see the director, only to be met with an unexpected figure. Chapter 19. A gift to you, dressed in a scarlet embroidered official robe adorned with cranes. Changqing walked into the exhibition hall with an upright posture and an air of tranquility. Upon encountering Feng Qingsui, he offered a faint smile, saying, "I was informed by the director that my sister-in-law happened to come to donate clothing. I initially thought she had mistaken the person, but it turns out she is indeed my sister-in-law." Feng Qingsui replied, "This fellow has consistently sent people to tail her. She doubts he is unaware of her visit to the orphanage." Unsurprisingly, Feng Qingsui chuckled lightly. I had not anticipated that the second master, who was preoccupied with myriad affairs, would find the time to inspect such a modest orphanage. Changqing discerned the sarcasm in her words and recognized her misunderstanding. He responded with a smile. "The Astronomical Bureau has predicted that this year will witness an exceptionally harsh winter, prompting the Jingzhou Prefecture to submit a request for special funds to support the orphanage through the winter. His Majesty has commanded me to verify this matter. Otherwise, I would not have made a special trip to the orphanage." Of course, among the many orphanages in the capital, his choice to visit this one was indeed due to her presence here. Upon hearing the mention of an unusually harsh winter, Feng Qingsui furrowed her brow, stating, "The winter clothing for the orphanage is filled with reeds and willow fluff, which cannot withstand the cold." The director, who had entered behind Changqing, paused at her words, a smile fading from her face. "Reeds and willow fluff. Where did the lady hear that? The winter clothing for the children at our orphanage is made of silk cotton." Feng Qingsui turned to her. "The batch of winter clothing made from silk cotton was donated 4 years ago. The newly arrived children do not have it, do they?" The director's expression froze slightly. Having been by the lady's side, she had not seen her interact with any children. So how could she be so well informed? Could it be that she had inquired beforehand? She hastily replied, "I was only transferred here at the end of last year and am not well acquainted with the prior situation. I will verify what you have mentioned, and if it is indeed as you say, I shall report it accordingly." Feng Qingsui asked, "Which orphanage were you at before?" "On Qingyan Road." "And the winter clothing there was made of silk cotton?" "Of course, although 3 years ago a kind-hearted individual donated a batch of cotton clothing." Feng Qingsui's expression grew cold. Her sister's benevolence had inadvertently become a veil for these corrupt individuals. Changqing's demeanor also darkened. "Director Feng, please present the financial record for the past years. I must review them." Director Feng's heart raced, and she quickly responded, "Certainly." She thought to herself that fortunately, she had not had the chance to tamper with the records. If any issues were to be discovered, it would reflect upon the previous director, not her. However, Changqing turned to his attendant. "Bai Feng, please visit the other orphanages and collect their account books." Director Feng's face drained of color, as if washed clean, losing several shades of hue. Changqing appeared oblivious to her change in expression and calmly remarked, "Were you not going to introduce the exhibits here to me?" "Yes, my lord." Director Feng, flustered, began to explain the displays to Changqing. He showed little interest in the handicrafts, only casting a brief glance at an embroidered picture of a little girl eating glutinous rice cakes. Feng Qingsui had been standing before this painting prior to his entrance. The little girl's eating posture was vividly and adorably depicted. Though she appeared somewhat thin, a bit more flesh on her face would enhance her beauty. His expression darkened further. The clothing he wore was frugal, and one could hardly expect better from their meals. The orphanage's premises were quite tidy, with smiles adorning the children's faces, and the exhibits showcased here vividly reflected the nurturing outcomes of the institution. At first glance, it appeared resplendent, a testament to remarkable achievements. Had it not been for Feng Qingsui's keen observation, he might not have discerned the underlying deceit. How did Feng Qingsui come by this knowledge? According to Yanqi's report, she had neither visited nor sent anyone to investigate prior to contacting the orphanage. How could she be so well informed? Even regarding the fact that the children's winter coats had been donated 4 years prior, he turned to look for Feng Qingsui, only to find she had already stepped outside. She had left when Wu Hua arrived. With the adoption information about Queek in hand, she had no reason to linger. As Wu Hua approached the entrance of the orphanage to untie the donkey, Feng Qingsui waited at the spot. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps erupted behind her. A boy, around 5 or 6 years old with a face marred by burn scars, ran up to her, accompanied by a girl who was a head shorter than he. "Madam, thank you for the clothes you sent us. They're very warm," the boy expressed gratefully. "We have nothing to repay you, but this pot of flowers is something my sister and I brought from home. We dug it up before the new year and placed it in a basin of water. It blooms beautifully, and we wanted to give it to you." He raised the ceramic pot in his hands. The pot had a small chip, and inside were several protruding daffodil bulbs. "Are you truly giving this to me?" Feng Qingsui inquired, surprised. "This is something you've managed to keep." The boy nodded earnestly. "Yes, really." The girl nodded in agreement. "We have another smaller pot, too." Feng Qingsui accepted it. "Thank you. I will take good care of them." Just then, Wu Hua arrived with the donkey cart, and Feng Qingsui instructed her to place the flower pot on the cart while she took out a box of pine nut candies to hand to the children. The two children quickly waved their hands. "You should keep it. We are not hungry." Feng Qingsui crouched down, pressing the box into the little girl's arms. "Take it, but remember to hide it well, so no one sees." The little girl, puzzled, asked, "Why should we hide it?" Her brother gently tapped her head. "If someone sees it, they might take it away." The little girl's large eyes widened in realization. "Then we'll eat it before going in." Feng Qingsui smiled. "Very clever. Just like I was as a child." She remembered how she and her sister would always finish their snacks before returning home. After a moment of contemplation, the brother agreed with his sister's suggestion. As they shared the pine nut candies, Dabin turned his head to look, snorting in discontent. Pine nut candies were his treat. Feng Qingsui soothed him. "When we get back, I'll make sure to give you some, along with 2 carrots." Dabin calmed down slightly, nudging his head against Feng Qingsui. At that moment, the gate across the street swung open, and a large black dog dashed out, racing toward Feng Qingsui, while the attendant behind it shouted, "Ma Bao! Stop! Stop!" The black dog, seemingly oblivious, charged straight at Feng Qingsui. The two children, startled by the sudden commotion, stood frozen like quails. Dabin stepped forward a few paces, positioning himself in front of Feng Qingsui, while the large black dog abruptly halted, veering around to leap onto Feng Qingsui's shoulder. She swiftly turned her head aside to evade its eager tongue. Raising her hand, she gently patted its foreleg and chuckled. "Come down, you are rather heavy." The black dog retracted its legs and stood on the ground, gazing up at Feng Qingsui, its tail wagging incessantly. A servant hurriedly approached, retrieving the leash, and bowed in apology. "I beg your pardon, madam, for the intrusion. I shall take it away at once." With that, he yanked on the leash with great force. "Mo Bao, let us return to the residence." Yet, the black dog remained steadfastly in place. The servant gritted his teeth and exerted more strength. In response, the black dog turned its head and clamped its teeth around the leash, pulling in the opposite direction and causing the servant to tumble to the ground. It then grabbed the leash and offered it to Feng Qingsui. The servant was bewildered. At that moment, Changqing emerged from the orphanage and chanced upon this scene. A flicker of surprise crossing his mind. This dog seems quite familiar with Feng. Chapter 20. I saw her. She is still alive. Feng Qingsui did not have time to intervene, as Dabin seized the opportunity and, with a swift snap of its powerful jaws, sent the large black dog flying. It then positioned itself firmly in front of Feng Qingsui, baring its teeth at the black dog. Attempting to challenge its owner? Absolutely not. Feng Qingsui. The black dog regained its footing, revealing a fierce glint in its eyes as it growled menacingly, preparing to pounce. The servant hastily secured the leash around his waist, lying down and pressing down with all his might. "Madam, please leave," he urged Feng Qingsui, gesturing with his hand. "I will hold it back." The black dog glared at him with palpable fury. Feng Qingsui found the situation amusing, and out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Changqing. She turned to Wu Hua and inquired, "Did you bring some jerky?" Wu Hua nodded and retrieved 2 pieces of jerky from the carriage. Feng Qingsui fed 1 piece to the black dog, which devoured it eagerly, gazing longingly at the other piece in her hand. After giving it the second piece, She clapped her hands together and said, "All right, no more food. You needn't linger around me." The black dog let out a couple of plaintive whines. Clearly, it was not merely after the food. Feng Qingsui understood that it recognized her, yet she could not reciprocate its recognition, and resolutely climbed onto the donkey cart. Wu Hua promptly retracted the footrest and drove away. "Farewell, madam." The two children sprinted after Feng Qingsui's cart for a few steps before coming to a halt. The black dog attempted to follow suit, but was firmly restrained by the servant. It turned back in anger, barking furiously. The servant, oblivious to the fact that Feng Qingsui was the little girl the black dog had once chased, lamented, "Imo Bao, why do you keep repeating this old habit?" Fortunately, the madam was not frightened by you. Otherwise, if you were to tell the master, you'd never see the light of day again. He forcefully dragged the black dog toward the opposite residence. Changqing, leaving behind the yard supervisor and others, approached and inquired, "Are you from the residence across the street?" The servant, seeing his official attire, did not dare to be dismissive and replied respectfully, "Yes, my lord." "How long have you raised this dog?" "Nearly 10 years. The madam you just saw, has she ever visited your residence?" The servant shook his head vigorously. "She has never been here. This is the first time I've seen her." Changqing did not press further. On his way back to the government office, he flipped through the account books of the orphanage, his thoughts drifting unknowingly. Feng's family seemed remarkably familiar with the circumstances of the orphanage, and the dog from the neighboring household appeared to have a connection with her. Moreover, her command of the official dialect was quite proficient, unlike that of a local from Wu City. Could it be that she originally hailed from the capital, residing near this orphanage, or, perhaps, was she an orphan taken in by the institution? He abruptly raised his head and instructed the coachman, "Return to the orphanage." After sending Changqing off, the yard supervisor let out a sigh of relief, boiled a pot of water, and prepared to brew some tea to calm his nerves. However, before he could take a sip, Changqing returned unexpectedly. The adoption records? The supervisor's complexion paled even more than it had when Changqing had previously requested the financial ledgers from various orphanages. "My lord, why the sudden interest in this?" Changqing replied coolly, "This matter does not concern you." The head of the Feng courtyard felt a sudden heaviness in his heart, striving to maintain his composure. The newly arrived children had yet to be registered. Perhaps it would be best to wait until everything was organized before presenting them to the adults tomorrow. "There is no need for that. We can refer to the existing records," replied Changqing coolly. Reluctantly, the head of the Feng courtyard brought forth the ledger. After confirming that the adoption record from previous years were indeed present, Changqing returned to the carriage. He began to sift through the ledgers, starting from 20 years ago and continuing through to the current year. Given Feng Qingsui's age, she could only fall within this range. However, her name did not appear in the records. She may have changed her name or used an alias, he pondered. Yet, her surname might still remain. Thus, he meticulously combed through the records once more, searching for children with the surname Feng. He identified 11 girls of suitable age bearing that name. He then instructed Shuren, "Please investigate the current circumstances of these 11 adopted children." Shuren complied with the order. Meanwhile, Feng Qingsui and Wu Hua arrived at Wulyo Alley. This was a tranquil lane flanked by 3 entry courtyards, impeccably tidy at the entrances and adorned with vibrant chrysanthemums. Upon reaching the residence at Ding Number, she halted, gazing up at the plaque that bore the characters for the Li residence. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. The family that adopted Queek bore the surname Wu. How is it that the Li family resided here? Wu Hua stepped forward to knock on the door. The heavy gate creaked open, revealing an elderly face, wrinkled like a chrysanthemum, which regarded the two with curiosity. Before he could pose a question, Feng Qingsui interjected, "Is this the residence of the esteemed Mr. Wu Yuanqing? We wish to discuss a silk transaction with him." The old doorkeeper gestured upwards. "There is no Mr. Wu here, only Mr. Li." Mr. Wu moved away. "He moved 3 years ago?" Feng Qingsui inquired further, learning that 3 years prior, Wu Yuanqing had received a substantial order, but due to unforeseen complications, he suffered total losses, selling both his shop and home, and relocating with his family to the outskirts. 100 years ago, the capital underwent an expansion with the palace at its core. The area prior to expansion was known as the inner city, while the newly expanded area became the outer city. The powerful and most official institutions resided in the inner city, while the outer city primarily housed common folk, with a minority of lower-ranking officials. Locating the Wu family within the vast outer city would be no simple task. Fortunately, one of their inquiries led them to an acquaintance of Wu Yuanqing, who was aware of their new address. The two made their way to the eastern outer city, where they found Wu Yuanqing at the entrance of a thatched hut. "What brings you here?" Wu Yuanqing asked languidly, reclining on a rickety bamboo couch, his voice weak. He appeared gaunt, barely resembling the prosperous silk merchant he once was. His wife was nearby, cooking millet cakes over a fire that was still damp, sending up thick smoke that stung her eyes. She yelled at her curious daughter, who was observing Feng Qingsui. "Quick, fetch the fan." The little girl, merely 5 or 6 years old, with 2 loosely tied round buns atop her head, had a thin, yellowish face. Hearing the command, she promptly dashed inside to retrieve the fan. Feng Qingsui cast a fleeting glance before averting her gaze, addressing Wu Yuanqing. "I would like to inquire about the matter concerning Queek." Wu Yuanqing was taken aback. "Who is Queek?" "The child you adopted was known as Queek when she was at the orphanage," Feng Qingsui replied. Wu Yuanqing's expression shifted imperceptibly. "Are you from the orphanage? Was it not reported to you 9 years ago?" "She passed away." Feng Qingsui was aware from Wu Hua that Queek had been officially recorded as deceased. The ledger stated that in the 3rd year of her adoption, she succumbed to chickenpox. However, she understood that this was not the truth. She glanced past Wu Yuanqing towards the pot of wheat cakes and whispered, "I saw her. She is still alive." Wu Yuanqing's countenance changed dramatically. The woman fanning the flames also altered her expression. Gripping the fan tightly and gritting her teeth, she exclaimed, "I knew it. That little wretch must still be alive. She is the one causing all this trouble." Chapter 21. "Blessings, what nonsense are you spouting?" Wu Yuanqing interrupted his wife's words. "That child has long since perished. What mischief could possibly ensue?" He then turned to Feng Qingsui and said, "People can bear a resemblance. You may have mistaken the individual." Feng Qingsui detected his apprehension and replied with a smile, "We are not from the orphanage. In fact, we have had some discord with Queek. Our inquiry is merely to understand one another. You may not be aware, but she has become the consort of the young master of the Ho family." Sun Shi asked eagerly, "Which Ho family's heir? Is it the Rongchong Ho family?" Feng Qingsui nodded. "I had a feeling she was behind this," Sun Shi exclaimed, striking the armrest of the bamboo couch emphatically. "That very transaction that led to our ruin was initiated by the steward of the Rongchong Ho family, was it not? That wretched creature is seeking revenge against us. I suggested we eliminate her, yet you insisted on sparing her life. Now look what has transpired. She has climbed to great heights, and with but a flick of her finger, she could extinguish the lives of our entire family." Wu Yuanqing's countenance grew increasingly grim. He closed his eyes momentarily, then opened them to regard Feng Qingsui intently. "Do you truly have a vendetta with her?" Feng Qingsui retorted, given her temperament. "Is it possible for her to have not crossed paths with several adversaries?" Wu Yuanqing offered a bitter smile. "You speak the truth." He gazed into the void and continued slowly. "Previously, apart from my wife, I had 4 concubines, but none bore children. Friends encouraged me to adopt a child from the orphanage, claiming it would bring blessings and fortune. Thus, I brought home the child you mentioned, Queek, whom I named Jinjin, treating her as my own daughter. Not long after, one of my concubines indeed became pregnant. I was overjoyed and hosted a banquet to express my gratitude to my friends. However, the very next day, the pregnant concubine slipped on spilled oil and fell, losing the child. I was disheartened for a time until I received another piece of good news. Another concubine was with child. This time, I dared not celebrate openly. I merely urged her to take good care of herself. Yet, to my dismay, she succumbed to temptation and consumed some sour plum sauce, resulting in illness and a miscarriage. Months later, my wife also became pregnant, exercising utmost caution in her diet and lifestyle, and her pregnancy appeared stable. However, nearly 7 months in, while resting in the garden pavilion, a black cat intruded and swiped at her abdomen. Startled awake, she rolled off the ground, her waters broke, and she delivered prematurely. The child lived but for a few hours. My wife had longed for a child and was deeply affected by this calamity. It was not until one day, when the gatekeeper mentioned that the young lady had not been seen feeding the cats lately, that she realized Jinjin had been frequently feeding the street cats, including that very black cat. Suspicion took root in her heart, leading her to believe that Jinjin was responsible for both her premature delivery and the miscarriages of the two concubines. I thought she was overthinking the matter. After all, Jinjin was merely a child of a few years. How could she possibly orchestrate such events? Yet, my wife was resolute in her quest for evidence. She instructed one of the concubines to feign pregnancy and secretly monitor Jinjin. Discovering that Jinjin was growing closer with a concubine who had suffered a miscarriage from consuming the sour plum sauce. This concubine soon found an opportunity to deliberately trip the one pretending to be pregnant. The mistress interrogated the young concubine, who admitted that it was Jinjin who incited her actions. Jinjin, however, denied the accusation, claiming that she was being slandered. The mistress, unable to bear the humiliation, starved her for several days, only to be met with threats from the concubine, who revealed that she had sent a message to an outsider. If she were to die under dubious circumstances within the estate, that individual would disclose the truth to the orphanage, which would undoubtedly alert the authorities. The household was thrown into chaos, and I contemplated returning her to the orphanage, but she refused. At that time, she was 9 years old, and according to the law, once a child reaches the age of 8, returning them to the orphanage requires both the orphanage's consent and the child's agreement. The mistress, unable to swallow her pride, sold off the maidservant who attended to Jinjin, providing her only with scraps and confining her to her room in an attempt to force Jinjin to leave voluntarily. Unexpectedly, when the orphanage staff conducted a follow-up visit, Jinjin claimed that the mistress was envious of her beauty, distorted the father-daughter bond between us, and deliberately mistreated her. The orphanage believed her, warning the mistress not to err again, lest they pursue legal action. The mistress was infuriated, wishing to abduct Jinjin. Before long, a sudden outbreak of smallpox began to ravage the capital, prompting many families to flee to the outskirts for safety. I had a manor in the suburbs, and my family relocated there as well. After only a few days, a venomous snake was discovered beneath the bed. It was the height of summer, and they had all been sleeping with their windows open. It was not unusual for snakes to wander into the countryside. Yet, he had anticipated this risk and had spread snake-repellent powder around the house, which he had purchased from an old physician and had proven effective numerous times. How could it suddenly fail? He could not shake the thought of Jinjin. If he and his wife were to be bitten by a poisonous snake, Jinjin would be the sole heir to their estate. She was fully aware that staying would provoke their ire, yet she refused to leave. Could it be that she harbored intentions of causing their demise to inherit their wealth? The notion sent chills down his spine. Fearing that he might alert her, he discreetly dealt with the snake and had fine mesh screens installed to prevent any further intrusions. During the Ghost Festival, after honoring their ancestors, a family banquet was held with several jars of wine consumed, leaving everyone in a state of inebriation. He pretended to be drunk and allowed the servants to assist him back to his room, seemingly forgetting the fireworks and candles piled in the corner of the hall. Once the door was closed, he rose from his bed, lifted the mesh screen, and climbed out of the window, circling around to the large tree outside the wall to observe the courtyard. After everyone had settled down, a slender figure cautiously opened the door and emerged from her room. Glancing around, seeing no one, she made her way to the hall, retrieved a rope from her bosom, tying one end to the fireworks and leading the other to the hall's entrance. She then produced a fire stick and ignited the rope, swiftly running to unlock the courtyard gate. Standing outside, she gazed quietly at the burning rope in the hall, a smug smile curling at the corners of her lips. "You wish to blow us up?" He descended from the tree and approached her, calmly inquiring. Jinjin spun around, her expression one of disbelief. "Regrettably, your desires remain unfulfilled. The fireworks and firecrackers contain no gunpowder." Jinjin's expression momentarily froze before she turned and fled. Yet, after only a few meters, she was intercepted by Zhuangto and his accomplices. Tears streamed down her face. "Had it not been for my mother's jealousy, slandering me for my father's offspring, imprisoning and mistreating me, How could I have descended into madness? When you brought me back, you clearly promised to treat me as your own daughter. How could you place your faith solely in my mother and not in me? I am your blessing. And is it not true that my mother and concubines became pregnant only because you adopted me? Ultimately, due to the notion of blessings. He chose not to take her life, but instead sold her to southern bandits who trafficked young girls. He procured the corpse of a girl who had succumbed to smallpox to impersonate her, thereby appeasing the authorities and the orphanage. Chapter 22. Those who yield are hurt. Those who resist perish. I had presumed she would succumb to the hands of those bandits. Yet unexpectedly, Wu Yuanqing let out a deep sigh, his face etched with regret. Sun spoke disdainfully. What use is regret now? I advised you to eradicate the roots of the problem, but you disregarded my counsel. I urged you to demand a deposit, yet you ignored my warnings. It's only fitting that you find yourself ensnared. What about the deposit? Feng Qingsui inquired. Initially, a man claiming to be the chief steward of the Rongchang Marquis' estate approached him, seeking to place an order for a substantial quantity of shoe brocade. He did not provide a single coin as a deposit. I sensed something amiss and insisted he request a deposit. Sun released a torrent of pent-up frustration. He visited the Rongchang Marquis' estate, and upon his return, he informed me that they had no precedent for advance payments. All transactions were settled quarterly. Since he hadn't even delivered the goods yet, it was impossible for them to pay him. Our shop lacked sufficient shoe brocade. Acquiring stock required a considerable sum of silver. With insufficient cash on hand, he sought a loan from a moneylender, but was refused, leading him to borrow from a usurer instead. I discerned the risk was too great and urged him to abandon the deal, but he mocked my caution, asserting that one must take risks to earn substantial profits. The outcome was dire. He procured the shoe brocade, yet the Rongchang Marquis' estate denied ever placing the order. When he produced the contract, they claimed the seal was counterfeit, and the signatory was not an official from the estate, declaring he had been deceived. He was left dumbfounded when he visited the Rongchang Marquis' estate. They had welcomed him inside for tea, and their servants had shown utmost respect to the man. How could he suddenly be labeled a fraud? He dared not report the matter to the authorities, swallowing his grievances, and resolved to sell the shoe brocade gradually to repay his debts. Little did he know, a fire consumed the shop, incinerating all his inventory. The lenders came knocking, compelling him to sell his home, shop, and estate. Later, in his quest for a revival, he found himself without capital, unable to make any headway, struggling to secure 3 meals a day, ultimately bending under the burden, left with no choice but to lie down. Now, he relied solely on my assistance in washing clothes for a living. After hearing this, Feng Qingsui offered them a piece of advice. You would do well to leave the capital promptly. Wu Yuanqing forced a bitter smile. I am nearly reduced to a beggar. Surely she will cease her pursuits. Feng Qingsui replied coolly, you sold her to bandits, causing her downfall into a wretched state. Do you truly believe, given her temperament, that she would spare your daughter? A flicker of panic crossed Wu Yuanqing's face. She wouldn't be so crazed, would she? His tone was weak, revealing his own disbelief. Feng Qingsui chose to leave it at that. Queek, a person of venomous heart, filled with malice, harms those who comply with her and destroys those who oppose her. Before the incident of the stolen purse, her sister had treated her with utmost care. Yet she harbored no gratitude, even attempting to introduce venomous snakes into their dormitory before being adopted away, having adopted her only to sell her. How could Wu Yuanqing expect her to merely leave them impoverished? At the very least, she would seek their utter ruin. Reflecting upon this, a shadow crossed Feng Qingsui's gaze. The destruction of her sister's family began with the drowning incident at the Rongchang Marquis' estate. Little Yu, naturally drawn to water, learned to swim using the dog paddle technique under her brother-in-law's guidance shortly after turning 1. By the age of 3, her sister claimed that she could swim continuously for half an hour, even if she accidentally fell into the lake at the Rongchang Marquis' residence. She would be able to swim to the shore unaided. To consider an extreme scenario, if she were unable to save herself, there were numerous servants inside and outside the banquet hall, right by the Moon Lake. Would they really be too late to rescue a child who fell into the water? That night at the Moon Lake was even arranged for a fireworks display. Little Yu's demise was undoubtedly a result of foul play, and it is highly probable that it was orchestrated by Chui Quebec. However, as a mere inconsequential maid, Chui Ke, in theory, should not have been allowed to attend the birthday banquet. How, then, could she have targeted Little Yu from her position in the backyard of the Roman Marquis' heir? And why would she specifically choose to strike during the celebration for the venerable matriarch? Was it a premeditated scheme or a spur-of-the-moment decision? As Wu Hua drove the donkey cart back to the Ji residence, Feng Qingsui pondered these questions to the extent that she failed to respond when someone called her name. Only upon seeing Ji Changqing's tall, pine-like stature did she reveal a hint of surprise. What was the second master just saying? I was composing poetry, Ji Changqing replied. His gaze briefly flitted across Feng Qingsui's face. Feng Qingsui glanced at the clear moon hanging low in the treetops and nodded, a rather fitting poem. The second master may enjoy the moon at his leisure. I shall return to the courtyard for my meal. She proceeded on her way with Wu Hua, while Ji Changqing remained rooted to the spot, watching her vanish around the corner of the corridor. He had instructed Xian to investigate the 11 girls with the surname Feng, of which 4 were still in their families of adoption, well cared for, while 6 had been married off. One of their husbands was none other than Jiang Jian, the former Minister of Rights. There was also a girl named Feng Sui, who had been adopted by Jiang Jian and his wife, but her whereabouts were now unknown. His intuition suggested that Feng Qingsui was indeed Feng Sui. However, according to the records of the orphanage, Feng Sui was congenitally blind and unable to see. This was precisely why the orphanage made an exception to allow Feng Shi and Jiang Jian to adopt her, as other prospective adoptive families had immediately declined upon learning that Feng Sui was blind and that the couple who had previously adopted her had both perished. Feng Shi had consistently refused to be adopted to care for her. Yet, Feng Qingsui's eyes were perfectly functional with no issues whatsoever. Ji Changqing had heard tales regarding the Jiang family and was aware that their deaths bore a hint of mystery. However, Jiang Jian had been imprisoned due to an act of disrespect and subsequently died by suicide out of fear of punishment, leaving no one inclined to investigate the family's demise. He was not the magistrate of Jingzhou, and thus this matter did not fall under his jurisdiction, so he merely set it aside. If anyone were to care about the Jiang family's death, it would likely be Feng Sui, who was not included in the list of the deceased. After being adopted into the Jiang family, Feng Sui had vanished within a month, and the follow-up visits from the orphanage were merely handled by Feng Shi. This was undoubtedly irregular. However, Jiang Jian, having achieved the status of a top scholar, used his career as a guarantee and assured the orphanage of Feng Sui's safety. The orphanage, out of respect for him, chose not to pursue the matter further. Ji Changqing speculated that Feng Sui had likely been sent somewhere for treatment of her eye condition in recent years, which would explain her absence. Thus, it would clarify why Feng Sui was unable to see, while Feng Qingsui could. Upon his return to the estate, he deliberately awaited outside the stable. And as Feng Qingsui dismounted, he unexpectedly called out Feng Sui, carefully observing her reaction. To his astonishment, Feng Qingsui did not respond to the name, her expression betraying no signs of pretense. Was her acting simply too exquisite, or had he misjudged the situation? Later that night, Yin Shi reported to him that after leaving the orphanage, Feng Qingsui sought out a former silk merchant named Wu Yuanqing. What could she possibly want with him? Changqing inquired. Yin Shi bowed his head, saying, I was intercepted by that gluttonous girl. I was positioned a bit far and could not discern their conversation. Ji Changqing was about to utter a reproach, questioning his utility, when he suddenly recalled having seen the name Wu Yuanqing somewhere before. After a brief moment of contemplation, he remembered. Chapter 23. The beast fight. Upon opening the ledger and finding Wu Yuanqing's name, Ji Changqing's suspicions regarding Feng Qingsui's identity began to waver. Wu Yuanqing was the guardian of a girl named Queek, who, along with Feng, had been adopted. Tragically, Queek succumbed to smallpox 3 years after her adoption. The ledger included the coroner's report concerning Queek, yet Ji Changqing, having served as a local official, was aware of the manipulations that could occur in such examinations and dismissed the records as mere fabrications. Tomorrow, investigate Wu Yuanqing and the child he adopted back then. He instructed Sure and nodded in agreement. The following day, after the court had adjourned, Shuren relayed the information he had uncovered, adding, Wu Yuanqing and his family departed the city early this morning with all their belongings, their whereabouts unknown. Changqing's expression darkened. How swift their actions. Just as I begin my inquiry, Feng Qingsui has already relocated the individuals involved. Was she Queek or Feng? Reflecting on medicinal texts that described Queek as bitter, cold in nature, and highly toxic, capable of exterminating pests, along with the mysterious demise of Dr. Sun from Pingenhall, Changqing found the name rather fitting for her. As Feng Qingsui entered the courtyard where the wife of the heir to the Rongchang Marquis resided, an unsettling chill coursed through her. She paused momentarily. Who was lurking behind her? Wu Hua suddenly tugged at her sleeve and pointed ahead. Approaching from the distant corridor were two men, one tall and one short. The taller man was none other than Han Ruishuan, the heir to the Rongchang Marquis, while the shorter one was recognized as Queek in disguise. She swiftly turned on her heel, leading Wu Hua toward the right side pavilion. Surrounded by a dense ring of bamboo, the pavilion concealed their figures entirely. As the two men passed, Queek playfully scolded, My lord, should you lose this time, you must bring forth the one I mentioned. Han Ruishuan clicked his tongue in disapproval. How can you speak so? I'm merely concerned, my lord. I heard that the new fighter is formidable, having won several matches, and I worry for the undefeated general. Do you know why the undefeated general is called so? He has never tasted defeat. Very well, perhaps I am overly anxious. Just focus on the match and watch closely. Once the two exited the courtyard, Feng Qingsui exchanged a knowing glance with Wu Hua, who nodded and proceeded toward the courtyard entrance. Feng Qingsui ventured alone to meet Madame Wei. My maid suddenly fell ill with stomach troubles, so I sent her back, she informed Madame Wei. Madame Wei, preoccupied with her reflection in the mirror, responded dismissively. Do you see how my jawline has become much more defined? Feng Qingsui nodded. You no longer have a double chin. Your face appears considerably smaller. Madame Wei beamed momentarily, but soon sighed again. Yet, no matter how small, I still have a round face, incomparable to the elegant oval faces of others. Peonies need not compete with other flowers. Feng Qingsui reassured her. Your face is naturally suited for the role of the main wife. Madame Wei brightened once more. You truly know how to flatter. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Qingsui inquired. Earlier, I saw the heir and a lean man exiting the courtyard, and I was startled into hiding. Is this not the inner courtyard? How can other men enter and exit freely? Wei's large, round face suddenly transformed into a more elongated expression, reflecting her displeasure. How could a man possibly enter? She remarked darkly, It is that wretched girl disguised in male attire. This is not the first time. Previously, at the old lady's birthday celebration, she also masqueraded as a servant, trailing behind the gentleman without a shred of decorum. Understanding dawned on Feng Qingsui, her eyelashes casting shadows over her eyes. On the day of the birthday banquet, Queek had indeed donned male clothing and stayed close to the heir of the Rongchang Marquis. It was no wonder you were troubled, Feng Qingsui thought with a slight smile. She was indeed excessively favored. She is nothing short of a seductress. Wei cursed a few times before revealing a hint of satisfaction. Fortunately, I recognized her as a vixen at first glance and added a sterility potion to her contraceptive medicine. No matter how enchanting she is, without offspring, she cannot stir up any waves. Feng Qingsui mused. No wonder Han Ruishuan's courtyard is filled with women. Yet he has no heirs. Suddenly, Wei seemed to recall something. Leaning closer, do you truly intend to remain loyal to Ji Changfeng for a lifetime? Feng Qingsui inclined her head slightly. Without a child, it must be quite difficult, Wei sighed. It would be best to adopt one from the clan. So in your old age, you have someone by your side, at least a semblance of companionship. By the way, has there been any news regarding the marriage of Chancellor Ji? Upon hearing this, Feng Qingsui realized Wei had opinions about Ji Changqing's marriage. Not yet, she replied, but should be settled soon. As they strolled, Wei began to recount tales of her younger sisters-in-law, particularly highlighting Miss Han San. My third sister and the current crown princess are renowned as the two beauties of the capital. Both are stunning and cultured, excelling in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. The largest women's poetry society in the capital is organized by my third sister. She is determined to find an exceptional match, yet at her youthful age, she remains unbetrothed. It seems none of the young talents in the capital have caught her eye. Feng Qingsui chuckled lightly. Indeed, Wei agreed. She looks down upon those who rely on ancestral favor, and those with lower positions do not meet her standards. She seeks someone young, influential, and handsome as Panin. How many such individuals are there in the Shi Kingdom? Feng Qingsui replied. Coincidentally, there is one in the Ji residence. She did not engage further with Wei's remarks, merely stating, with a background like Miss Sands, she ought to be discerning in her choice. Wei regarded her intently. Once the 9 lotus lanterns bloom in my sister's courtyard, I shall take you there for tea. The flowers come in various colors, purple, pink, green, exquisitely beautiful. They were offered to the Empress from Hushi and bestowed upon her. You won't find them elsewhere. That sounds delightful, Feng Qingsui responded, and she returned to the Ji residence in her carriage. Wuhua was already waiting at Palangshuan. They proceeded to Paiyun Tower, where Wuhua, with a stern expression, informed her there is an underground beast-fighting arena there, and young Master Han is a frequent patron. They set up betting, pitting men against dogs. Whoever's dog kills a man wins. Did young Master Han not just win? No, Wuhua replied. Today, the contender was a young man from a foreign tribe, seemingly purchased from the borders, possibly a Shiro. He managed to turn the tables and kill the dogs. Feng Qingsui recalled Queek's words to Han Ruishuan about seeking the dog she mentioned if he lost, her mind briefly conjuring the image of a large black dog. The large black dog had once bitten Queek, and with her vengeful disposition, she would never let the dog escape her retribution. Earlier, upon seeing the black dog unharmed at the orphanage, she had thought that Queek had forgotten it. Little did she know, she had been waiting for this moment. She then instructed Wuhua, you go and keep an eye on the black dog. If anyone attempts to capture it, intervene. For how long? Wuhua pondered. Let us say 5 or 6 days. And what about you? Wuhua inquired. At Bolong Pavilion, there are other maidservants. If I venture out, there will be people from Ji Changqing accompanying me. Ji Changqing interjected. Is this what you intended for my shadow guards? Wuhua promptly complied with her orders. The following day, just as Feng Qingsui was preparing to leave with the maidservants of the Ji residence, Wuhua rushed back in haste. The black dog has been taken away. Chapter 24. Hostage. It transpired that the owner of the large black dog had passed away at the beginning of the year, entrusting the animal to his son, a ne'er-do-well who squandered the family fortune on indulgences of every kind, depleting it substantially in less than a year. Han Ruishuan sent someone to purchase the dog at a high price, and without a moment's hesitation, the wastrel sold it. As the transaction was conducted openly and above board, Wuhua could not intervene. The black dog was taken to the Paiyun Tower. Wuhua was disheartened. Is there a beast fight scheduled at Paiyun Tower today? Feng Qingsui inquired. No, it will be held tomorrow afternoon. You should go to Paiyun Tower, keep an eye on the black dog, and ascertain the layout of their defenses. Feng Qingsui made her arrangements and still went to the Rongchang Marquis's residence to accompany Madame Wei for a stroll. After their walk, she informed Madame Wei, there is something to attend to in the manor tomorrow, so I shall not come. Madame Wei nodded in agreement. That night, Wuhua returned to the Ji residence and recounted the layout and defenses of Paiyun Tower to Feng Qingsui. After pondering for a moment, Feng Qingsui provided her with 2 packets of medicine. If Queek arrives tomorrow, slip the medicine wrapped in white paper into her tea or wine, and feed the one wrapped in yellow paper to the black dog. Understood. The following day, half an hour before the beast fight commenced, she drove alone to a nearby alley not far from Paiyun Tower, disguised as a nondescript man, and made her way to the establishment. Paiyun Tower was one of the premier taverns in the capital, with performances of singing, storytelling, and acrobatics filling the main hall from morning till night. One could sit for hours with just a pot of tea and a couple of snacks, making it perpetually bustling with patrons. Feng Qingsui casually informed the waiting attendant at the entrance that she was there to find someone and proceeded inside without drawing any attention. The cleansing room was located at the far end of the main hall. She walked straight there, and following the clues provided by Wuhua, discovered a hidden door, opened the mechanism, and descended the stairs. The beast fighting arena lay directly beneath the hall, featuring a circular iron cage, approximately 30 feet in diameter and 6 feet high, elevated about 3 feet above the ground. Surrounding the cage was a set of steps lined with rows of benches. The attendants were busy setting out tea, wine, snacks, and various delicacies on the tables. After surveying the scene for a moment, Feng Qingsui quietly made her way toward the cleansing room of the beast fighting arena. Before long, gamblers began to arrive. Queek and Han Ruishuan arrived at an opportune time, settling onto the benches reserved for them as the attendants promptly served them wine. "Brew me a pot of tea," Queek languidly requested. Han Ruishuan leaned in and asked, "Why aren't you drinking today?" Queek shot him a glance. "You know perfectly well." She was feeling unwell, her abdomen subtly aching, and dared not drink. "It seems Madame Wei's dowry contains quite a few medicinal pills. I'll inquire if there is something to remedy this and procure some for you," Han Ruishuan said indulgently. Queek spat at him. "Who needs her things? Taking them might even cost me my life." Her condition had been stable until she entered the Rongchong Marquis's residence, where, after just one cup of tea with Madame Wei, her peace was shattered. Despite receiving constant favor over the years, she had yet to conceive. This debt would eventually be repaid to Madame Wei. Han Ruishuan smiled faintly. "If you do not wish to eat, so be it. I shall summon the imperial physician for you." After taking a sip of the tea prepared by the attendant, she leaned against the cushion, gazing at the empty octagonal cage, contemplating how that large black dog would soon meet its demise. A cruel smile tugged at the corners of her lips. In the next moment, a sharp pang gripped her abdomen, causing her expression to darken. She hurriedly greeted Han Ruishuan before hastening toward the cleansing room. After relieving herself, she stood before the washstand, and just as she reached for the soap, she caught sight of another figure in the mirror, a woman of surpassing beauty, also clad in male attire. A shadow flickered across her eyes. Stealthily, she extended her right foot backward, attempting to trip her adversary. Unexpectedly, the woman reached out, pressing a thin blade against her neck. "Do not scream, or you shall lose your life immediately," she hissed in a low voice. The cold steel pressed against her skin sent shivers down Shui Kei's spine, rendering her immobile with fear. "I am the favored concubine of the heir to the Marquis of Rongchong. Outside, his shadow guards await. If you kill me, you will not escape this place," she stammered, striving to maintain her composure. The assailant, one hand wielding the knife, the other clutching her waist, began to force her backward. They retreated to the innermost door of the cleansing room, where the woman twisted the doorknob and dragged her inside, securing the latch behind them. Inside lay a descending staircase, revealing a hidden passage within the cleansing room. "Descend," the woman commanded. Shui Kei lifted her foot to comply. However, as her pace faltered, the blade pressed more firmly against her throat, compelling her to quicken her steps. The stench below was unbearable, nearly inducing her to vomit. It became evident that this was a storage chamber for filth. Upon stopping, her assailant delivered a kick to her knee, sending her sprawling to the ground, and swiftly bound her hands and feet. "What do you intend to do?" Shui Kei asked, suppressing her disgust. "How did Changqing die?" The woman loomed over her, icy and unyielding. Shui Kei was momentarily taken aback. "I do not know the person you speak of." "Changqing, the daughter of Jiang Jian, the former vice minister of rights, and Feng Shi," the woman retorted, her expression devoid of emotion. "Do you recognize her now?" Shui Kei's eyelids fluttered. Suddenly, she perceived a hint of familiarity in the woman's features. Who did she resemble? A vague, slender silhouette emerged in her mind. Feng Shui, that blind wretch. She was still alive. No, wait. Could she truly see? Astonishment nearly overtook her visage, but Shui Kei managed to suppress her thoughts, feigning bewilderment. How could a mere concubine like me possibly know the daughter of the vice minister? Though you may lack status, you are adept at masquerading as a man. Feng Qingsui replied calmly. On the day of the old matriarch's birthday banquet, you disguised yourself as a servant, following Han Ruishuan, and encountered my sister, as well as the young lady who penned birthday wishes. You learned that my sister is now the wife of a minister, happily married to a capable husband, and blessed with a clever daughter. Meanwhile, you, a mere pawn sent to Han Ruishuan, have had your fertility compromised by the Wei family, consumed by jealousy. You caused the maid to soil my sister's garments, compelling her to change, and then, under my sister's name, lured the child away from the banquet hall, ultimately taking her life. Chui Ke was utterly astonished. How could this person, who was clearly absent that day, possess such intimate knowledge of her thoughts and actions? It is perplexing how I am aware of your misdeeds. Feng Qingsui let out a derisive snort. The thoughts of a serpent lurking in the gutter are unmistakable to one who has been bitten. Chui Ke, with an expression of innocence, replied, I do not understand why you would associate that child's death with me. I do not know that child, nor do I know your sister or you. I am merely a frail horse from Jiangnan. No sooner had she finished speaking than Feng Qingsui plunged a dagger into her right shoulder, causing her expression to change dramatically. No, the blade pierced through with a sound. Feng Qingsui discarded the severed sleeve in her hand and, observing the bite marks on her arm, coldly remarked, The mark left by the black dog remains. Do you think you could deny your identity as Chui Ke? Chapter 25. Without you, they would not die. A flicker of hatred swept through Chui Ke's heart. After being bitten, she had been neglected in the backyard, left without medical attention, causing her wound to fester and never truly heal, leaving a deep and significant scar that no remedy could erase over the years. Wu Yuanqing had initially sold her to bandits, who then traded her to a madam. Upon seeing her scar, the madam had looked upon her with disdain. Your face could be deemed of first-rate quality, yet your body falls short of even the lowest standards, utterly unworthy of admiration. It was then she resolved to raise her for the purpose of selling her to a brothel, rather than to a wealthy merchant. Utilizing every means at her disposal, she managed to outshine her contemporaries, becoming the finest commodity in the madam's possession, ultimately selected by the affluent Han Ruishuan, who took her to Jiangnan for leisure. Had it not been for that blind wretch, Feng Sui, allowing that wretched dog to bite her, her life would not have been so arduous. Countless times, she had contemplated selling Feng Sui to a brothel, subjecting her to the torment of countless men as retribution for her grievances. Alas, having assumed a new identity, she could not disclose her origins to Han Ruishuan, preventing her from leveraging his connections to track down Feng Sui and evade disaster. Ironically, it was Feng Shi who fortuitously fell into her hands. A slight maneuver had led to the demise of Feng Shi's entire family. Initially, she had felt a twinge of regret over the absence of Feng Sui, but now that she had presented herself, it spared her the effort of investigation. Being bitten by a dog was hardly an uncommon occurrence. Who could recognize a person by a bite mark? Chui Ke wore an expression of resignation. If she could just delay a little longer, someone would come seeking her, and, at that moment, she would be the butcher and Feng Sui the meat. Little did she know, Feng Qingsui was entirely aware of her intentions. If you do not speak, then descend to hell sooner. From her pocket, she retrieved a makeup kit, first restoring her previous unremarkable appearance, and then, employing a silver needle, silenced Chui Ke's throat, rendering her voiceless. A flicker of terror finally crossed Chui Ke's face. She attempted to question her, but her mouth would not open. Desperately blinking her eyes, her pleas fell on deaf ears. Feng Qingsui ascended the staircase and lightly tapped on the door, which was soon followed by 3 knocks from outside, a prearranged signal with Wu Hua. She opened the door, allowing Wu Hua to enter, and led her towards the foreign slave-s enclosure. Wu Hua effortlessly swung Chui Ke onto her shoulder and proceeded. The foreign slave lay injured and battered within a low enclosure, chains tightly clasped around his neck. When Feng Qingsui and Wu Hua approached with Chui Ke, he lifted his gaze briefly, then let his eyelids droop again. Do you wish to leave this place? Feng Qingsui crouched beside him, softly inquiring. He opened his eyes, gazing intently at her, clearly comprehending her words. If you wish to speak, do so silently. After saying this, Feng Qingsui brushed aside his disheveled hair, observing him for a moment, then instructed Wu Hua to place Chui Ke aside and mimic his appearance to apply makeup on her. Chui Ke and the foreign slave both possessed large eyes and pointed chins, making imitation relatively simple. Once finished, she removed Chui Ke's headpiece, tousled her hair, and smeared some blood from the slave onto her face. Chui Ke finally grasped her intentions, desperately straining her throat in an attempt to cry for help. A sharp pain suddenly gripped her throat. If you wish for a swift demise, feel free to scream with all your might. Feng Qingsui remarked with an air of indifference. She then carefully stored away the fragrant box, signaling for Wu Hua to restrain Queek while she untied her bonds, removing her outer garments and replacing them with those of the combat slave. The tattered, coarse clothes of the slave were then draped over Queek's form. "How dare you?" Queek shrieked in a frenzy, yet no sound escaped her lips. As Feng Qingsui removed the collar from the slave's neck and placed it upon Queek, a shiver coursed through her. "Release me, and I shall reveal how Feng Shi's daughter met her end." Feng Qingsui discerned the expression on her face and calmly inquired, "Did you slay her with your own hands?" Queek shook her head vehemently. "Was it Han or Wei Xuan?" Queek hesitated briefly. "You are uncertain?" Queek nodded in affirmation. "You lured her out, intending to use another's hand to do the deed, correct?" Queek remained motionless. Feng Qingsui's countenance grew markedly colder. "The blade you saw was wielded by the crown prince, was it not?" Wei had mentioned to her that on the night of the birthday banquet, the emperor and empress had sent gifts but did not attend in person. Only the crown prince had come. A flicker of shock crossed Queek's face. She never anticipated that Feng Qingsui would deduce the truth so effortlessly. No wonder, Feng Qingsui murmured to herself. No wonder her brother-in-law had incited the emperor's wrath and was cast into the dungeons. The crown prince, celebrated by all, possessing both virtue and talent, had brought calamity to the Rongchang Marquisate during the birthday celebrations. Thus, they would undoubtedly shield him from scrutiny. When her sister and brother-in-law received the news of Xiaoyu's demise, they might not have known it was the crown princess doing, but it was clear that Xiaoyu's death was far from ordinary, which would have allowed them to see through the marquisite's falsehoods. They might have contemplated escalating the matter. After all, the banquet was attended by numerous dignitaries and nobility, and public outcry could have led to justice for Xiaoyu. But surely the Rongchang Marquisate had curtailed their freedoms at the first opportunity. Consequently, they chose to endure, to accept the marquisite's placation. They then attempted to take their grievances before the emperor, only to discover that the true perpetrator resided within the Eastern Palace, rendering their plight unheard. These noble beings, who could turn the tides of fortune with a mere flick of their hands, had dealt with countless such troubles. To extinguish the life of a mere minister or to ruin a household was trivial to them. But why should the lives of the insignificant be deemed of no consequence? She inhaled deeply, suppressing the fury swelling within her, and administered 2 swift pricks to Queek's shoulders. "Take her. We shall proceed to Ma Bao." Queek, under the impression that she might escape, was taken aback when the plump maid released her and hoisted the foreign combat slave instead. She stood in stunned disbelief. As she witnessed Feng Qingsui moving towards the exit, she reached out to halt her, but her arm remained motionless. A wave of dread washed over her. That child truly did not kill her. How could she be left here? Feng Qingsui glanced back at her, her eyes as frigid as ice. "Without you, they would not have perished." Queek fell silent. In the blink of an eye, she found herself utterly alone within the enclosure, unable to speak or move her hands. Her body and legs capable of motion, yet constrained by the iron chain encircling her neck, rendering her powerless to escape. As the attendant approached, she stamped her feet vigorously, her eyes wide with desperation, attempting to convey that she was not the combatant they sought. However, the other party raised the whip and lashed her mercilessly several times, cursing, "What are you doing, you wretch? The show is about to begin. Save your strength for your escape." After venting his wrath, he produced a vial from his pocket, uncorked it, and doused her with its contents. Her pupils constricted sharply. This was a potion designed to strip beasts of their sanity, compelling them to recklessly charge and tear at anything in their path. "No, I refuse to enter the arena." The attendant, still cursing, unshackled her chains and dragged her toward the arena. She struggled violently, but her efforts only elicited more brutal lashes. Before long, she was thrust into the arena. The lanterns suspended above illuminated the scene with stark clarity, revealing the throngs of gamblers encircling the area, seated in the shadows of the unlit grounds. In that dimness, their gazes glimmered like predatory beasts, eager to pounce. Chapter 26. The desperate scream, "Young master, your large black dog has just defecated and vomited. It may not be fit for the arena. Would you like to consider another?" Before the combat slave entered the arena, The steward delivered this unfortunate news to Han Ruishuan, who was decidedly displeased. How could you be so careless? You cannot even handle such a trivial matter. The steward hastily apologized, explaining, perhaps it is merely adjusting to the new environment. It will surely recover in a couple of days. This dog had been highly recommended by Cui Ke, and while Han Ruishuan held little expectation, he eventually instructed the steward to replace it with another dog he had in reserve. Once the steward departed, he cast a sideways glance and furrowed his brow. Whereas Cui Ji gone for so long? However, he quickly dismissed the thought. The combat slave had entered the arena. This particular slave appeared to be gravely injured, displaying a demeanor of timidity as he surveyed his surroundings. To Han Ruishuan's surprise, he approached his direction and began kicking the enclosure. Was this an expression of discontent? Han Ruishuan took a sip of wine, a hint of derision curling his lips. In previous matches, this combat slave had exhibited remarkable defiance, regarding them with disdainful glances, as if they were nothing more than refuse. This had greatly irked him. Fortunately, soon this insolent wretch would bow his head, panicked and desperate, seeking salvation from them, only to meet the sharp fangs of the ferocious dogs, ultimately being torn to shreds, with even the bones devoured. When Cui Ke was dragged into the arena, she froze for a moment, scanning her surroundings. Upon spotting Han Ruishuan, she approached the enclosure, desperately kicking it several times in an attempt to capture his attention. He noticed her, yet his expression remained unchanged, clearly failing to recognize her. Growing increasingly anxious, she kicked the barrier again, but Han Ruishuan remained indifferent. In her desperation, she began to write in the dirt with her foot. She intended to inscribe the character for Cui, but just as she made a few strokes, the sound of the iron gate creaking open pierced the air, causing her to turn and feel as though her soul had been partially severed. The fighting dogs had entered the arena. "Help, please!" She flung herself against the barrier, gazing at Han Ruishuan in desperation, a tear streaming from her right eye. Han Ruishuan relished the sight of her weeping from one eye. A cold, cruel smile emerged on his lips, the very expression he wore when witnessing the combat slave fall into despair. Cui Ke was truly hopeless now. Sensing the dogs charging towards her, she turned, pressing her back against the rail, and with the only foot she could move, she kicked at the dog lunging at her. Yet, for every one she pushed away, several more surged forward. Starved for days and driven mad by the scent of her blood, they had lost all reason. Akin to rabid beasts, intent only on tearing and devouring. In her effort to maintain her slender figure, she had barely eaten a single meal each day, leaving her weak. After only a few kicks, her strength waned, and she slumped helplessly to the ground. The dogs descended upon her, gnawing at her arms and legs, violently tugging at her body in all directions. She felt their teeth sink into her flesh, the agony of bones fracturing, the torment of her body being torn apart. The pain was so intense that her very soul screamed. Yet, her voice was stifled, unable to utter a single cry of anguish. Only tears flowed down her face, cascading like a river that had burst its banks. In a moment of dazed awareness, she discerned a chorus of disdainful hisses. It was the spectators, bored by her silent endurance of the dog's assault, expressing their disinterest. Had she been seated among them, she too would have joined in their derision. She relished the desperate cries of the fighting slaves. Yet when it was her turn to endure, she grasped the true nature of that pain and despair. At that instant, an overwhelming regret blossomed within her heart. She should not have hastily targeted Feng Qingsui. It would have been wiser to wait until that blind wretch, Feng Qingsui, was also located, allowing her to ensnare them all at once. No, she ought to have acted even earlier at the moment she was adopted into the Wu family, when it would have been far simpler to execute her plans. A mere handful of silver would have sufficed to hire someone to abduct them. Alas, she had been preoccupied with eliminating the offspring of Wu Yuanqing's wives, casting aside all thoughts of the orphanage and its inhabitants. After being brought back to the capital by Han Ruishuan, she busied herself with securing her position within the Rongchong Marquis's household, neglecting to send anyone to search for them. If there were a next life, she smirked, her throat nearly severed. If there were a next life, she would ensure that the Feng sisters never left the orphanage alive. The performance of this fighting slave was vastly inferior to previous bouts. Her limbs seemed as if rendered useless, and she only symbolically kicked at the dog before resigning herself to its savage bites, as if she had already resolved to abandon her life. Such a display, devoid of any will to survive, was utterly unappealing. Moreover, this fighting slave had not emitted a single cry of pain or lamentation. Andrew Schwann's enthusiasm banat considerably. What was the matter with this fighting slave? He inquired of the steward. Had the dogs not been properly tended, or had the slave herself been neglected? Was she perhaps on the verge of collapse? The steward, equally perplexed, recalled how this slave had nearly claimed the life of the food server at midday, after the server had spat into her meal. How had she become so feeble in an instant? We will investigate immediately. Please hold on, he assured Han Rueishuan, then called for the separation of the dog and the slave to ascertain the situation. Just then, a voice cried out in astonishment. This fighting slave is a woman. He stared in disbelief at the arena. The slave, currently being devoured by the dog, revealed a chest unmistakably feminine. His complexion paled dramatically. Han Rueishuan also witnessed this spectacle. Instinctively glancing at the empty seat beside him, his heart inexplicably racing. Why had Cui Ji not yet returned? The steward swiftly ordered the dogs to be driven away from the arena, then personally entered to assess the condition of the slave. Upon noticing the thick layers of makeup on her face, he instructed his men to bring water to remove it. Once the makeup was washed away, he nearly fainted at the revelation. This was no exotic fighting slave. She was clearly the beloved concubine of the heir to the Rongchong Marquis. Seal off the entire Paiyun building, he commanded urgently. Simultaneously, Feng Qingsui and Wu Hua, accompanied by a large black dog and the exotic youth, hastily slipped out of the Paiyun building through the back entrance. They emerged into a narrow alley that led directly to the street. Feng Qingsui instructed Wu Hua to set the exotic youth down, saying, "You should still be able to walk, right? Leave this place and find somewhere safe to hide." The youth remained silent, his elongated phoenix eyes fixed intently upon her. Feng Qingsui heard a flurry of hurried footsteps within the building. Realizing that the occupants had commenced their pursuit, it was neither prudent to linger nor to tarry. Thus, she seized the leash of her large black dog and prepared to depart with Wu Hua. However, she suddenly felt a weight on her ankle. Turning around, she found the young man grasping her ankle with one hand while pointing to his knee, which was injured to the extent that the bone was nearly visible. With a pitiful expression, he pleaded, "I cannot walk. Could you assist me? I am willing to do anything for you." Feng Qingsui was taken aback. She had no desire to carry an additional burden. Yet, the youth clung to her with tenacity, and with the pursuers drawing near, she let out a resigned sigh. "Wu Hua, take him along," she instructed. Wu Hua hoisted the young man onto his back once more. The pursuers arrived more swiftly than Feng Qingsui had anticipated. They had scarcely exited the main street when the adversaries appeared behind them. Just as anxiety gripped her, she caught sight of a familiar carriage approaching slowly. "Wu Hua, take him to Dabin," she commanded, and having relayed her instructions, she dashed towards the carriage with her large black dog in tow. Chapter 27. The might of the Second Master E Street has always been bustling with people, and the horse pulling the carriage was a fierce steed, with Baifu gripping the reins tightly, not daring to slacken his hold. Even so, he almost collided with a pedestrian. How reckless! He shot an irritated glance at the young man who, with a large black dog in tow, dashed over to block the carriage. The man paid him no heed, leaping to the front of the carriage and grasping the frame to climb aboard. Baifu thought, what audacity! Speechless, he seized the whip, intending to fling the intruder off the carriage. "It's me." The man spoke, his voice unexpectedly feminine. It sounded somewhat familiar. Baifu hesitated. That moment of uncertainty allowed the man to clamber onto the carriage, the dog following suit, crowding the front of the vehicle. The dog also bore an air of familiarity. Suddenly, it dawned on him. The other day, he had seen a dog just like this one outside the orphanage he visited, interacting with Feng. That voice, "It's me," was indeed Feng S. This man was disguised as Feng. He was utterly dumbfounded. In the next moment, a dozen henchmen rushed over, swiftly encircling the carriage. "Wise up and get down." The lead thug barked menacingly. Turning his head, Baifu noticed that Feng had already entered the carriage with the dog. Inside the carriage, Changqing set down the scroll he had been reading, his expression impassive as he regarded the duo. Care to explain? Feng Qingsui quickly interjected. Yesterday, I sent Wu Hua to the orphanage to check on the children. She discovered that this large black dog was sold by its owner, and after being taken to Paiyun Tower, it vanished without a trace. Fearing it might be killed for food, I disguised myself to rescue it today. To my surprise, I stumbled upon an underground arena where dogs are made to fight for the amusement of wealthy young masters. I managed to sneak the black dog out, only to be pursued by the steward of the establishment. She looked at Changqing with a serious expression. The laws of Dashi strictly prohibit human-animal combat. Paiyun Tower has established an illicit fighting arena, openly defying the law and trampling on human lives. I implore the second master to investigate the matter thoroughly and bring justice to the abused fighting slaves and dogs. Changqing replied, unimpressed. My sister-in-law certainly knows how to bring me trouble. The embezzlement at the orphanage has yet to be resolved, and now there's an underground fighting ring? Feng Qingsui smiled and flattered him. Those with talent must bear more responsibilities. Second master, your brilliance is unparalleled. It is only fitting that you shoulder greater burdens. Changqing surveyed her heavily disguised face and couldn't help but rub his temples. Please refrain from smiling until you remove that makeup. Feng Qingsui. Changqing. That smile is quite unbecoming. Feng Qingsui. I sincerely apologize for offending your eyes, my lord. Suddenly, an angry shout erupted from outside. Were you all standing there for? Tear the carriage apart. Drag the people out. It was the steward of Paiyun Tower who had arrived. Changqing suppressed the faintest trace of a smile, bent down, exited the carriage, brushed off his sleeves, and cast a casual glance at the steward. I had no idea that Paiyun Tower possessed such audacity to dismantle my carriage. The steward was taken aback upon encountering Changqing, first startled by his official attire, and then by his self-introduction. Is this the newly appointed Minister of Censorship? The very individual responsible for sending ruffians to wreak havoc at the cloud-dispelling pavilion? Does this imply that the court is already aware of the existence of the underground gladiatorial arena? A wave of dizziness washed over him. Vivid images of families being executed and their kin obliterated flitting through his mind. Yet, a sense of unease soon followed. If the court was indeed aware of their activities, why had they not dispatched soldiers to seal off the place, but instead allowed individuals to infiltrate and replace the exotic combat slaves with the concubine of the heir to the Marquis of Rongchong? This seemed illogical. He scrutinized the carriage before him. The horse was splendid, yet the vehicle itself was unadorned, lacking any embellishment, far less opulent than the merchant's own carriage. Would a first-rank minister truly travel in such a humble conveyance? Could it be a ruse? His confusion evaporated. If it were a fade, it made sense. This man was an accomplice of the two who had infiltrated, aiming for the combat slave, and upon realizing their entrapment, feigned the role of Minister of Censorship to intimidate them. Thus, he not only refrained from kneeling but stood a bit taller. Such audacity, he scoffed. To dare impersonate the current Minister of Censorship. With a wave of his hand, he commanded his subordinates to continue their actions. Changqing, observing the unfolding scene, muttered, I have seen many seek death, yet none so eagerly. Bai Fu, cracking his whip, halted the thugs from dismantling the carriage. He retrieved a short flute from his waist pouch, bringing it to his lips and producing several piercing notes. Moments later, the sound of galloping hooves echoed through the air. The steward froze, glancing towards the end of the street, nearly losing his composure. The Imperial Guards? How could this be? He gazed at Changqing in astonishment. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, Changqing addressed the approaching commander of the Imperial Guards with a calm demeanor, declaring, The cloud-dispelling pavilion has unlawfully established an underground arena. Upon my discovery, they sought to eliminate witnesses in broad daylight, a heinous crime. I implore you, Commander, to immediately seal off the cloud-dispelling pavilion. No one is to be allowed to escape. Yes. The steward's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. Changqing entrusted the matter to the commander of the Imperial Guards, not sparing a glance at the steward as he returned to the carriage and instructed Sure to drive them back to the residence. As he settled into his seat, applause erupted. Feng Qingsui clapped enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Second master, how magnificent!" The large black dog, with an adorably daft expression, raised its front legs and joined in the applause. Changqing remarked with a knowing smile, "This dog appears to be a long-lost pet of yours." However, the large black dog was not her pet. Feng Qingsui retorted without an ounce of guilt, "Second master, you jest. We simply share a fateful encounter." Changqing raised an eyebrow. "The object of your affection, my elder brother. Is it?" Feng Qingsui blinked innocently. "Does the law stipulate that one may only have one fateful encounter?" Changqing was rendered speechless. That night, Shuren reported the findings regarding the investigation of the cloud-dispelling pavilion. The underground arena had been established a year prior, hosting a total of 52 contests thus far, resulting in 43 fatalities, all of whom had been devoured by dogs, with the remains discarded in a cesspit. This afternoon, a woman perished. According to the steward's account, she was the concubine of the heir of the Rongchong Marquis. An intruder had exchanged her, and by the time the Imperial Guard arrived, the heir had already departed, denying any visit to the Beast Arena and claiming the deceased was not his concubine. Changqing pondered for a moment and inquired, "What is the name of this deceased concubine?" "Her name is Cui Yinyang, though her full name is unknown. She is a frail mare brought back from Jiangnan by the heir of the Rongchong Marquis." Cui Yinyang? Changqing immediately recalled the Cui Ke who had been adopted from the orphanage. Could this Cui Yinyang be the same as Cui Ke? If so, was Feng Qingsui indeed Feng Sui? Reflecting on the fact that the only survivor of the Jiang family, who met an unusual demise, was the elusive Feng Sui, he seemed to grasp the thread of Feng Qingsui's intentions. She had come for revenge. The Jiang family had met with strange deaths, leaving only the mysterious Feng Sui alive. She must have been intent on impersonating the widow of his elder brother, seeking to leverage her status as a grieving sister-in-law to infiltrate the upper echelons and bide her time for retribution. If this were indeed the case, should she be allowed to remain in the estate? Chapter 28. I desire something delicious. Feng Qingsui was unaware that someone harbored intentions of expulsion. Upon returning to the manor and settling the large black dog, she had dinner and instructed Wu Hua, "If you venture out later, please bring back some paper money." Wu Hua nodded in compliance. Under the cover of night, she scaled the wall and returned with a roasted goose and a stack of paper money. She tore into the goose's leg, while Feng Qingsui burned paper money beneath the eaves. Yin Qi, concealed in a shadowy corner, mused that if the maids from Bolong Pavilion witnessed this scene, they would undoubtedly gossip about their master and servant. Unfortunately, they had long since retired for the night, leaving him to endure hunger while keeping watch. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a concealed projectile suddenly flew toward his face. Instinctively, he dodged and caught a whiff of the delightful aroma of roasted goose, leading him to reach out and grasp it. It turned out to be a goose leg. He stood momentarily stunned. Glancing towards the pavilion, he saw the plump girl waving at him before resuming her feast. He swallowed hard. Should he indulge? Surely, this goose leg was untainted by any seasoning. After a brief hesitation, he brought the leg to his lips. How fragrant! He was astonished to discover such delectable roasted goose existed in the capital. This chubby girl certainly knew how to enjoy her food. He resolved to inquire about the shop from which she procured it, as one leg was decidedly insufficient. As he gnawed on the bone, another projectile soared toward him. It was an oil paper package imbued with the aroma of roasted goose. Elated, he eagerly tore it open, only to be met with a disheartening sight, an assortment of leftover bones. That wretched girl! He ground his molars in indignation. How dare she treat him like refuse? Unbeknownst to Feng Qingsui, who remained engrossed in her thoughts while burning paper money, a covert battle unfolded between the two. The mastermind behind the harm inflicted upon her sister and Xiao Yu had perished. Yet those responsible for the Jiang family's demise still occupied their lofty positions. Why would the prince, a figure who commanded both wind and rain, seek to extinguish the life of an inconsequential young girl? Had Xiao Yu witnessed something she should not have, or she dared not delve deeper? The moment she probed further, memories of the treacherous couple who had once adopted her surged forth. She had been taken in once before. Upon realizing her sister had repeatedly declined adoption to care for her, she resolved not to be a burden and silently vowed that if anyone were willing to adopt her, she would consent. Yet, who would want a blind child? No one desired her. She waited from the age of 3 until 5, finally meeting a couple willing to adopt her. They were resplendent in silks, and upon seeing her, they praised her as a lovely snow-white child, expressing their desire for such an obedient girl. The steward reminded them of her blindness, to which they replied that their household was full of servants, and her inability to see was of no consequence. The steward then inquired about her feelings, and she naturally agreed with delight. Only her sister remained apprehensive. The couple's demeanor appeared dubious, as though they harbored ulterior motives. Why not wait a while longer? She suggested, though she too found their aura unsettling. She was unwilling to wait any longer. The elder sister possessed a lovely appearance and a sweet smile, without her as a burden. She would soon be adopted by a good family, escaping the hunger and cold of the orphanage, where her hands were chapped from needlework. Sister, did you not say we should not judge by appearances? She declared resolutely. When her sister's attempts to persuade her proved futile, she could only bid her a tearful farewell. Following the couple, she thought that as long as she remained vigilant, no one would dare to mistreat her. Their residence was not as grand as they had described in the orphanage. It was merely a modest two-courtyard house, staffed with 2 maids, a washerwoman, and a cook. Although they treated her as a daughter, she felt an underlying malice from them. One night, after drinking too much water, she called for a maid but received no response. So she groped her way to the restroom. She overheard hushed whispers from the couple's main chamber and, guided by the wall, stealthily approached. After all this time, you haven't made a move. Do you truly consider her your daughter? The woman's tone dripped with sarcasm. The man clicked his tongue. What's the rush? She's not yet accustomed. Only when she is will the fun begin. Besides, those in the orphanage are still watching. What a hassle. If you ask me, just by one from a poor family. Why bother adopting from the orphanage? Such a beauty could not be purchased from the impoverished, especially one blessed with such enchanting eyes yet blind. She was a true gem. Even a gem in your hands, one tea lasts long. She crouched by the wall, listening for half the night. Though she did not fully grasp the meaning behind the man's words, she realized that many children had perished at his hands. She discovered they were, in fact, bandits who had killed this family, assuming their identities due to their slight resemblance, thus infiltrating their home. Silently, she returned to her room. The courtyard was adorned with greenery, the nature of which was unknown to the couple and their servants. She recognized the leaves as castor beans. Her sister's parents had once been herbalists from the mountains, fleeing to the capital due to a drought, only to succumb to a plague outside the city. Being blind, she identified objects not by sight, but through touch and taste, having sampled the flora of the orphanage. Her sister, fearing she might accidentally ingest a poisonous plant, had described the shapes of toxic herbs, warning her to be cautious and refrain from putting anything in her mouth. She remembered these lessons well. Secretly, she gathered 30 to 40 castor seeds, and when the maid and the cook had retired for the night, she stealthily removed the shells, crushed the seeds, and extracted the juice using a cloth. She stored the liquid in a bottle and, seizing an opportune moment, poured it into the jug of wine mint for the couple's dinner. That very night, they met their demise. Upon examination, the coroner found anomalies in their bodies, leading the authorities to investigate the substitution, but due to the extensive implications, the case was hastily closed. It was concluded that they had accidentally ingested a toxic substance. As a mere 5-year-old child, she aroused no suspicion. After confiscating the deceased family's wealth, she was sent back to the orphanage. This incident altered her perspective. She no longer believed that being adopted would guarantee a better life. Anxin and her sister remained in the orphanage, living a life that, though marked by poverty, was relatively stable. It was only after traveling with her master and experiencing the vastness of human affairs that she came to comprehend the grave calamities she had narrowly escaped in the past. What, after all, had befallen Xiaoyu? As she burned the last of the joss paper, she rose, her legs numb from squatting, and gazed up at the pitch-black night sky. No matter how dark the night, there will always be a moment of illumination. No matter how shadowy the human heart, it will eventually reveal its depths. Sister, Xiaoyu, please wait for me. She fell into a deep slumber, devoid of dreams, and shortly after waking the next day, Qingmai, who had been assisting Granny Su, came to her. Madam, the young man that Miss Wuhua brought to the workshop yesterday is suffering from a persistent high fever. The medicine given by Granny has proven ineffective. Should we summon a doctor? Chapter 29. Is it a gift from your affectionate one? The young man of a different ethnicity was brought from the cloud-dispelling pavilion, and it was inappropriate for outsiders to be aware of this. After hearing the news, Feng Qingsui visited the workshop personally to attend to him. The high fever was a consequence of an infected wound. She cleaned the injury, applied medicine, and prepared a prescription for Su Mama. Gather 2 sets of medicine and brew it for him to drink. Su Mama instructed Qingmai to take care of it. Feng Qingsui recounted the young man's background, and Su Mama nodded, assuring her, Madam, need not worry. I shall take great care of him. You handle the matters, and I feel at ease. Feng Qingsui replied with a smile. Su Mama smiled back and then brought up another matter. After the last batch of sweaters and down jackets was hurriedly produced, the helpers took a break, and it has been several days. Some who are impatient have already inquired when we will resume work. Feng Qingsui had established these 2 workshops solely to create clothing for donation to the orphanage and had not considered any subsequent endeavors. There is nothing further to be done. Let be closed, she said. Su Mama sighed slightly. That is indeed a pity. There is currently no one in the market selling these sweaters and down jackets. Feng Qingsui felt a spark of inspiration. Do you have any ideas, Mama? Please do share. I have heard that this winter is exceptionally cold, and fur is particularly in demand. Though our sweaters and down jackets may not be as luxurious as fur, they provide warmth and are much lighter. If we could open a shop to sell them, we might earn a considerable profit, Su Mama replied. No one would complain about having too much money, especially since Feng Qingsui has little income to begin with. However, she furrowed her brow. Down feathers are easy to obtain, but wool is harder to come by. In the capital, most sheep are skinned for meat, and few are sheared for wool. It took considerable effort to gather enough wool for the last batch of clothing, and I fear we may not have enough materials for more sweaters. That is not a difficult issue, Su Mama said with a smile. In the pastoral regions, sheep shed their wool in spring and summer, accumulating an abundance of it. We can entrust the traveling merchants who operate beyond the border to bring some back for us. Those merchants often have trained hawks, and both regions have their own teams. With swift horses, they can deliver goods in 10 days to half a month. During this time, we can start scouting for a shop to renovate. Seeing her confidence, Feng Qingsui replied, Then I shall leave it in your capable hands, Mama. Very well. Su Mama was quick to act, and within a few days, she secured a shop. Once Feng Qingsui signed the lease, she began the renovations while the workshop diligently procured materials and produced sample garments. Throughout this period, Feng Qingsui continued to visit the Rongchang Marquis's residence daily to accompany Wei Shi on her walks. Wei Shi had lost several pounds, her figure gradually becoming more slender, and her smiling demeanor increasingly bright. According to her, the Rongchang Marquis's heir spent half of each month at her side. Despite sharing such intimate details with Feng Qingsui, she remained tight-lipped about the fact that concubine Shui had already been replaced. Feng Qingsui feigned ignorance, yet she had not encountered Han Ruishuan again, making it difficult to approach him. Just as she was preparing to explore other avenues, Su Mama informed her that the shop was ready to open. We just need to come up with a name, she said. Feng Qingsui pondered for a moment and replied, Let us call Qinghui Warm Fleece Pavilion. That is a splendid name, Su Mama praised. But does it have a particular origin? Every day is illuminated by a gentle hue, the clear radiance gracing garments, is a line from the poem K-titled by Lu Shenxiu of the Tang Dynasty. After Feng Qingsui finished her words, she recalled her sister and little Yu. Her sister, whose childhood name was Qingxi, was dubbed so by her brother-in-law, who had a fondness for the line from K-titled that speaks of the clouds dissipating and spring flowing alongside Qingxi. When the child was born, he named her Chunyu. Seeing her sister bestowed with a name, she decided to adopt one for herself as well, naturally selecting a name that mirrored her sister's, considering they shared the same surname. Su Momo took the name and had a plaque made, preparing for the day of the opening. On the eve of the inauguration, Feng Qingsui took the opportunity of a family dinner to present Qi and Changqing with a down-filled long coat, a down vest, a turtleneck sweater, and a scarf. The style of the long coat was tailored in accordance with contemporary winter fashions, appearing rather ordinary. However, upon handling it, Qi was astonished, exclaiming, "Why is it so light? The filling was goose down, not cotton." Feng Qingsui chuckled. "No wonder it's so fluffy." Qi smiled, clearly delighted with the long robe. Feng Qingsui casually mentioned her establishment of the Warmth Pavilion on South and North Streets, to which Qi approvingly remarked, "It is only fitting to have one's own enterprise." Changqing sat silently, contemplating the deeper implications of Feng Qingsui's gesture. He recalled that during his inspection of the Child Welfare Institute, he had learned of her workshop producing garments from down and wool. It was peculiar that she chose this moment to present gifts, just as he intended to dismiss her. Could it be an indirect plea for leniency? He decided to overlook it, considering her 2 life-saving favors, but hoped she wouldn't create a predicament beyond his resolution. He took his share of the clothing back to the courtyard, instructing Baifu to store it away, with no intention of wearing it. However, that night, the temperature plummeted, causing a layer of ice to form on the fish pond in the courtyard. Despite his robust physique, even he felt the chill in his ceremonial attire. The wind outside howled fiercely, chilling his neck. He realized he needed to don a great cloak and wrap a scarf, but that would feel cumbersome. Suddenly, he recalled the turtleneck sweater gifted by Feng Qingsui. If worn under his ceremonial attire, it would provide warmth without bulkiness, perfectly covering his neck. After a moment's hesitation, he instructed Baifu to retrieve it. Once donned, it fit as he had envisioned, and he proceeded to the court. As dawn broke, the palace gates were lined with carriages of all sizes. Whether arriving by sedan or carriage, all must disembark and walk to the Hall of Governance. The north wind howled, cold and dry, nearly cracking the skin of those exposed. The officials, wrapped in their cloaks, clutching hand warmers, huddled together like snails, moving slowly. Amidst this cumbersome, sluggish procession, Changqing stood out, striding confidently with an upright posture. Youth is indeed different. He refuses to wear extra layers, relying on his vigor, remarked an elder sourly. Indeed, when age catches up and trials befall, one may regret not having taken precautions, another echoed in agreement. Accompanying Changqing, the Minister of Rights, was the youthful Vice Minister Shangwan, who had intended to jest with him, as both were contemporaneous scholars. With Changqing achieving the highest honors while he secured the second place, their camaraderie was profound. However, he keenly noticed that the garment worn beneath Changqing's ceremonial robes was quite extraordinary. "Is that woven from wool?" he exclaimed in astonishment. "How exquisitely crafted! Allow me to see it." As he reached out to grasp the fabric, Changqing deftly swatted his hand away, saying, "If you wish to see it, simply look. No need to use your hands. Such a treasure. It must surely have been a gift from your beloved," Shangwan teased. Changqing's expression darkened. "What nonsense are you spouting? This is—" He hesitated, contemplating whether to mention it was a gift from his sister-in-law, fearing that the fellow might still make lewd remarks. Ultimately, he settled on revealing that it was an item sold at the Qingwei Warm Velvet Pavilion on North-South Street. Upon uttering this, he sensed something amiss. Upon hearing Shangwan sudden realization that it was indeed from the Qingwei Warm Velvet Pavilion, he exclaimed, "I must go there after court." The nearby companions also appeared contemplative, suddenly grasping the implication. It dawned on them that Feng Qingsui's gift of clothing was not intended to curry favor with Changqing, but rather to encourage him to promote their wares. Chapter 30. Were you really? Despite Changqing's irritation, the promotional effect remained undeterred. That very afternoon, Qingwei Warmth Pavilion welcomed its first wave of patrons. After inspecting the sweaters and down jackets, Shangwan and a group of young officials eagerly placed their orders, some even requesting the shopkeeper to send someone to their residences to tailor garments for the womenfolk. The orders accumulated rapidly. When the first snowfall arrived, the affluent households adorned themselves in sweaters and down coats, lightweight yet warm. Once worn, they became beloved. Consequently, the first shop suffered significant losses. The most affected was the Jean E Pavilion, situated diagonally across from Qingwei Warmth Pavilion. The Jean E Pavilion, once overseen by the late Madam of the Duke of Ningbo, had been left as a dowry shop, managed by the newly appointed shopkeeper, Mr. Xiong, after the dismissal of Granny Su. Mr. Xiong had anticipated a windfall from a large batch of furs he had stocked, hoping to showcase his acumen. However, the unexpected emergence of Qingwei Warmth Pavilion had snatched away the fur business. He had sold less than 20% of his inventory, which now languished in storage. With winter garments already procured before the snowfall, it was likely that his stock would remain unsold until the following year. Naturally, he harbored immense resentment towards Qingwei Warmth Pavilion. That evening, after Genie Pavilion had closed, he was on his way home when he passed by Qingwei Warmth Pavilion and noticed a carriage parked outside, with several attendants unloading goods. The sight of those bulging packages made his eyes burn with envy. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a familiar face behind the half-drawn curtain of the carriage. It was Su Shi. He was taken aback. As someone affiliated with the Duke's household through his association with Madame Zhong, he had encountered the previous lady's attendants and was well acquainted with someone of Su Shi's stature. Hadn't she been sold to Wu City by the tooth shop? What was she doing here? He felt as if he had stumbled upon a grand secret and instructed the coachman in hushed tones. Make a detour, then follow that carriage. Once Su Shi's carriage had finished unloading and departed from the north-south street, he stealthily pursued it, tracing it to the alley where the wool workshop was located. It dawned on him that Qingwei Warmth Pavilion was indeed Su Shi's venture. A cold sneer escaped his lips. He then hurried to the Duke of Ninggua's residence to inform Miss Ning of the developments. The following morning, Feng Qingsui was in the back garden playing fetch with a large black dog when Hua Hua rushed in with news. Qing Mai says the steward from the Duke of Ninggua's residence has gone to the down workshop, claiming Granny Su is an escaped slave and intends to take her away. Feng Qingsui's expression shifted, and she quickly grabbed Granny Su's deed of servitude and rushed to the workshop. Upon arrival, she found a middle-aged man with a square face confronting a group of bodyguards and workshop workers, shouting, "Hand her over immediately, or I shall report to the authorities." Dismounting from her carriage, she scoffed, "What audacity! In broad daylight, you dare to seize another's servant." The square-faced man turned to her. "Who are you?" Feng Qingsui laughed derisively. "You don't even recognize me, yet dare to abduct my people? Your people?" The man remained expressionless. "This is a runaway slave from the Duke of Ninggua's household." Feng Qingsui extended the deed of servitude in her hand towards him, her voice sharp. "Open your eyes wide and recognize whose servant this truly is." The square-faced man cast a glance and discovered it was indeed the deed of sale for the Su family, connecting it with the statements from the tooth shop. He frowned and asked, "So you're the one who purchased Su's person from Wuching?" "Indeed," came the reply. The square-faced man scoffed. "The tooth shop sold someone without our consent from the Guogong mansion. This transaction is void. We can compensate you for the money, but the person must be returned to us." Feng Qingsui responded coldly. "This deed is written in black and white, stamped by the authorities. You must acknowledge it, whether you like it or not." The square-faced man, uninterested in further discussion, beckoned his servants. "Draw your blades and see who dares to obstruct us." The servants immediately unsheathed their long knives, causing the workers to pale in fear and instinctively retreat. Hua Hua leapt down from the cart, delivering a kick to each of the servants, toppling them to the ground in no time. The square-faced man was taken aback. Such skill was not typical of ordinary henchmen. He looked at Feng Qingsui with suspicion. "Who exactly are you? You haven't even inquired about my identity before coming to provoke me?" Feng Qingsui approached Granny Su and sneered. "Your Wugong mansion truly lacks respect." At that moment, a group of officials arrived, summoned by the report Feng Qingsui had made upon leaving. "Officer, this person has come with his servants to seize my people," Feng Qingsui proclaimed. "My husband died valiantly in battle, and before his bones have even cooled, the Guogong mansion dares to intrude. I implore you, sir, to seek justice from the magistrate so that the hearts of the soldiers are not chilled." The head officer hurriedly assured her, "Rest assured, madam, our Lord will administer justice and restore your honor." The square-faced man, with an air of arrogance, declared, "We are from the Ning Guogong mansion." However, the officials disregarded him, placing him in shackles and escorting him away. He was utterly astonished. What was the background of this young woman that could compel the officials to disregard even the name of the Guogong mansion? After the officials departed, the workers resumed their tasks, while Granny Su expressed her remorse. "I apologize for causing trouble for you, madam." "Not at all." Feng Qingsui waved her hand dismissively. "I anticipated this." Granny Su hesitated and suggested, "Perhaps madam should send me away from the capital. The Guogong mansion may not let this go easily. I could open a branch for you in another city." Yet Feng Qingsui countered, "First, tell me, did you truly embezzle, or were you framed?" "I have never done anything to wrong my former master," Granny Su replied. After a moment's pause, she continued, "I was framed. However, the young lady does not believe me. The person currently in charge of the Genie Pavilion is a confidant of the current Guogong's wife, and the framing was likely orchestrated by her." Feng Qingsui pondered. Selling off the heart of a deceased mother to replace her with the heart of a stepmother? It seems the eldest daughter of Ning is not very astute. After inquiring about the details, she advised Granny Su, "Stay at ease in the capital. Leaving now would be perilous." Granny Su detected the underlying meaning in her words and displayed a hint of confusion on her face. Surely it cannot be. After all, she was once the former lady's servant and has managed the shop for so many years. Surely, she would not go as far as to eradicate her. Feng Qingsui remarked, "One must always be wary of others. It would be prudent to employ a few skilled fighters to keep close at hand, and it would also be wise to add some guards to the workshop." Su Momo nodded in agreement. "Very well. I shall recruit some individuals at once." After Feng Qingsui conducted a brief inspection of the workshop, he departed, unaware that the earlier scuffle had caught the attention of a certain individual. This person was none other than Jean Shi. Accompanying her child to a restaurant, she happened to pass by the alley and, upon hearing the commotion, instructed her carriage driver to halt for a closer look. To her astonishment, she beheld Feng Qingsui. As she listened intently, she discovered that this down jacket workshop belonged to none other than him, a revelation that ignited a fierce jealousy within her. After all her efforts to persuade Ji Peiyuan to order a down jacket for her, an endeavor that required a 10-day wait for completion, she found herself overshadowed by this insufferable wretch. Such an affront was utterly outrageous. Contemplating the boorish face that incessantly boasted of the Ningwa Duke's residence, a cunning plan began to form in her mind. Chapter 31. Not calling grandfather yet? As the last remnants of snow melted away, the Laba festival arrived. Qi eagerly took Feng Qingsui to Baiyun Temple in the outskirts of the capital. The temple had begun preparing the festive porridge a month prior, utilizing 34 different ingredients. Simmered slowly for 3 hours, yielding thousands of servings. It had been many years since she last savored it, and they were looking forward to tasting it together. Upon reaching the mountain's foot, they found the path crowded with people. Qi led her along a less traveled route to bypass the throng. This narrow trail, situated to the southwest of the main path and separated by a ridge, was sparsely populated. They ascended the mountain, relishing the laba porridge and receiving 10 rice cakes. They returned via the same route. As they descended the mountainside, Wu Hua suddenly advanced and whispered in her ear, "There's an ambush ahead." Feng Qingsui's expression hardened. "How many?" "5, Wu Hua reported before moving ahead. Feng Qingsui cautioned Qi, "Mother, let us proceed slowly." Qi appeared puzzled and was about to inquire further when several men burst forth from the thickets, charging directly at them, causing her complexion to change dramatically. In an instant, Wu Hua skillfully subdued them, binding their hands and feet. The men cursed and grumbled until Wu Hua delivered a few swift kicks, silencing them. Just as Feng Qingsui was about to question them, she caught sight of a figure hastily retreating in the ravine across the way and signaled to Wu Hua. With agility, Wu Hua leapt over the ridge and captured the individual. The young man, in his 20s and adorned with an ostentatious appearance, was dragged before Feng Qingsui, his voice trembling as he shouted, "What are you doing? Do you know who I am?" Feng Qingsui scoffed, "I do not know your identity, but I'm aware that you are in league with these men." The young man retorted, "Nonsense. I advise you to release me immediately, or you shall regret it. My household is not one to be trifled with." "Is that so?" Feng Qingsui replied coolly. "I dare provoke even the Duke's household. What household could intimidate me?" The young man was taken aback. Feng Qingsui instructed Wu Hua to escort him and the others down the mountain to the city's magistrate. Upon Wu Hua's return, he reported. The man confessed after some coercion, stating he was in dire straits and had enlisted a few accomplices in an attempt to extort during the Laba festival. What is his identity? Feng Qingsui inquired. He is a debauched youth from the capital, idly wandering through life, surviving on his sister's support, Wu Hua explained. Feng Qingsui immediately deduced the man's connection. Is he Jin's brother? Wu Hua nodded. Knowing it was Jin, she surmised he would not be motivated by money. Rather, he likely sought to tarnish her reputation. She pondered what benefit tarnishing her name would serve Jin. Did she still foolishly aspire to be a widow for Changqing? A fly cannot kill, yet its incessant buzzing is bothersome. Having previously shown leniency toward Jin, Feng Qingsui resolved not to let this transgression go unpunished. At Qi's residence, while enjoying rice cakes and in the presence of Changqing, she recounted the incident. Changqing, however, seemed entranced by her manner of eating. Rather than using chopsticks, she took the rice cakes in both hands, taking small bites that made her appear endearing, reminiscent of a rabbit. He felt as if he had seen this before, and furrowed his brow in thought. A vivid embroidery emerged in his mind. He recalled a piece displayed in the exhibition hall of the orphanage, depicting a little girl enjoying glutinous rice cakes. It was she who had been portrayed. A faint smile graced his lips, for her manner of eating had remained unchanged since childhood. When Feng Qingsui observed his amused demeanor instead of anger, she found herself momentarily perplexed by his intentions. How do you propose to handle this? She pressed. Were it not for the concern of implicating Changqing, she would have already reported the matters regarding the Jin family and Peiyuan to Princess Shouyang. Changqing, regaining his composure, replied earnestly, "This matter is mine to resolve. You need not involve yourself." Feng Qingsui felt a sense of relief and replied with a smile. "In that case, I shall await the outcome." As she spoke, she reached for another glutinous rice cake. Just as she was about to bring it to her lips, she suddenly remembered that it should be picked up with chopsticks. However, upon glancing at Qi and Changqing and seeing no reaction from them, she reverted to her childhood habit of eating it with her hands. It was delightful. After enjoying her treat, a servant delivered a message that Sanlao wanted to see Changqing. Changqing offered a slight smile and replied, "I shall not meet him. Inform him that I will attend the old man's birthday banquet the day after tomorrow." The servant departed to convey the message. Feng Qingsui understood that he and the old Master Ji had a strained relationship, rarely acknowledging each other in passing. His decision to attend the banquet was certainly suspicious. Could it be related to the Jin family affair? Her curiosity piqued. She was about to speak when Changqing interjected, "Mother, I will handle the banquet. You and my elder sister-in-law should remain at home to avoid any uncomfortable encounters." She nodded in agreement. "That is wise." Feng Qingsui felt a twinge of regret. Meanwhile, upon hearing the third son's reply, the old Master Ji's expression softened slightly. It appears he has come to understand that one cannot thrive in court solely on personal merit. He recognizes the importance of garnering support. Sanlao flattered. Indeed, she possesses remarkable foresight. The old Master Ji shot him a look, thinking that had the second, third, and fourth sons not been inept and their offspring equally muddled, he would not have been compelled to bow to that scoundrel Changqing. "If there are any missteps at the banquet, you shall return to Jiangzhou to guard the ancestral grave," he warned. Sanlao bowed. "Rest assured, father. I will keep a vigilant watch these days to ensure not a single error occurs." The old Master Ji offered no comment. Soon, the day of the celebration arrived. The Ji residence was adorned with lanterns and festive decorations, filled with joyous music and laughter, bustling with esteemed guests. Yet, despite the gathering, Changqing remained conspicuously absent, causing the old Master Ji to scowl darkly, suspecting Changqing of playing a trick on him. Just as Sanlao was about to rush out to urge him, Changqing finally made his entrance. "Dear nephew, have you finally completed your tasks?" Sanlao welcomed him with a beaming smile. However, upon noticing a woman following Changqing, he assumed he had brought his widowed sister-in-law along. Just as he was about to greet her, he saw that the woman was holding a child. The child bore an uncanny resemblance to the second son, Ji Peiyuan. Instantly, his expression shifted. Why had Ji Changqing brought the second son's concubine and child to the banquet? "Dear nephew, let us converse civilly," he said, attempting to intercept Ji Changqing while discreetly signaling to his attendant to escort Jean and the child away. However, his intentions did not come to fruition. Ji Changqing's servant obstructed the attendants, while Ji Changqing himself grasped the shoulder of the young man, leading him towards the banquet hall. Heedless of his calls, upon entering the hall, witnessing the multitude of guests, his heart sank into despair. The elder Ji, upon seeing Ji Changqing's arrival, initially transformed his anger into joy, but his expression darkened upon spotting the Jin family. Before he could express his discontent, Ji Changqing cheerfully proclaimed, "To celebrate my grandfather's 60th birthday, I have prepared a grand gift." With that, he drew Honor forward and jovially said, "Why not greet your grandfather?" Honor, filled with trepidation, timidly called out, "Grandfather." The assembly of guests stared in astonishment at the striking resemblance between Honor and the Ji family, left utterly speechless. Wasn't Ji Changqing unmarried? How did such a child suddenly appear? Chapter 32. No salvation. Ji Honda nearly spewed a mouthful of blood. Unable to maintain his composed demeanor, he hurriedly approached Ji Changqing, lowering his voice and gritting his teeth as he demanded, "Do you even realize what you are doing?" Ji Changqing replied cheerfully, "I have specifically brought back the offspring of my second uncle, naturally to add to the Ji family and bring a smile to our grandfather." Still smiling? It was infuriating. Ji Honda trembled with rage, scolding Ji Changqing, "How can you shift the blame for your own misdeeds onto your second uncle? Instead of establishing a proper family, you indulge in extramarital affairs. Get out of my sight." However, Ji Changqing turned his gaze towards Ji Peiyuan, chuckling, "Second uncle, aren't you going to acknowledge them? Mother and child?" Ji Peiyuan was already drenched in cold sweat. Even if he had 10 lives, he would never dare to acknowledge any connection to Jin Shi and Ngu in front of Princess Shouyang. Changqing, one must take responsibility for their own actions. Even if you fear they will impact your marriage, you cannot place the blame on your second uncle. With a scoff, Ji Changqing addressed Ngu. "Your mother is to be exiled, and your father refuses to acknowledge you. It seems you will have to be sent to an orphanage." Ngu's face turned pale with fright as he looked at Ji Peiyuan, pleading for help. Ji Peiyuan was utterly bewildered. Jin Shi was to be exiled? What was happening? In the next moment, Jin Shi rushed over, kneeling at his feet and clutching his arm, weeping bitterly. "You promised that during the old master's birthday banquet, we mother and son would be acknowledged. You cannot go back on your word. When did he ever say that? Let go. You shameless woman. Have some dignity." Changqing still has some. Ji Peiyuan attempted to shake off Jin Shi, but she clung to him even tighter. "Even if you do not care for my life, you cannot disregard Ngu. He is your own flesh and blood." The guests and attendants glanced at each other in astonishment. Ji Peiyuan felt mortified and wished he could vanish. Seeing Princess Shouyang's expression grow increasingly frigid, he realized she was becoming more enraged, her calm demeanor belying her fury, as if she wished to kick Jin Shi to death. "Are you courting death?" he warned sternly. Yet, Jin Shi showed no signs of relenting, continuing her pitiful pleas. Unbeknownst to him, prior to their arrival at the Ji residence, Ji Changqing had sent someone to the prison, where she witnessed her brother being beaten to the brink of death. "I know it was you who instigated this." Ji Changqing coldly regarded her. "Later, I will take you both to the Ji family banquet. If you cannot make Ji Peiyuan acknowledge you, you will share the same fate as your brother, exile and conscription." Everyone knew Ji Changqing was ruthless. Noble families spoke of his mercilessness, capable of seizing and executing without hesitation. What fate could a mere woman like her expect in exile and conscription? She regretted her decisions deeply. Had she known, she would not have crossed paths with Feng Qingsui or allowed her brother to impersonate someone from the Duke's residence to confront her. However, it was too late. What choice did she have but to comply with Ji Changqing's demands? "Please, sir, have mercy on us, mother and child. Grant us a chance to live." Jin Shi implored, tears streaming down her face. "Enough. On such a joyous occasion, cease this commotion. It is evident to all that the child is yours." Do not feign innocence any longer. Princess Shouyang suddenly interjected. Jin Shi's cries came to an abrupt halt. Ji Peiyuan felt a pang of anxiety. What did the Princess of Shouyang mean by that? He glanced at Princess Shouyang, who turned to Ji Hongda, saying, Father-in-law, since everyone is present, let us commence the feast. Ji Hongda's heart sank. The fact that Princess Shouyang was not causing a scene, but instead maintaining decorum at the banquet suggested that her feelings for the second son still lingered, which was indeed troubling. He shot a fierce glare at Ji Changqing. Unfazed, Ji Changqing took his seat and leisurely began to partake in the banquet, leaving the guests bewildered by his demeanor, too intimidated to engage with him. After satisfying his appetite, Ji Changqing bid farewell. Meanwhile, the Ji residence was in chaos, akin to a great earthquake. First, the Princess of Shouyang, under the pretext of Ji Peiyuan's failure to uphold marital propriety, dismissed him as her consort and punished him with 100 strikes, breaking both his legs in the process. Subsequently, Ji Hongda, the retired minister, found all his honorary titles revoked and was forbidden from holding any teaching positions. Following this, the official posts of Ji Sanlao and Ji Sila were also rescinded. Although their ranks were modest, being 5th or 6th grade officials, the distinction between having an official title and lacking one was monumental. It could be said that this farcical banquet had effectively cast the Ji family out from the ranks of esteemed nobles, relegating them to the status of common folk. The Jin family had initially thought that Ji Peiyuan's dismissal was inconsequential, believing that at least the mother and son would hold a respectable title. However, once the Ji family's official positions were stripped away, the entire household regarded her as a calamity, refusing to even serve her a warm meal. She was left to tirelessly tend to Ji Peiyuan, whose legs had been broken, only to discover that a life of hardship awaited her. She lamented that it would have been far better to have been a compliant concubine. Regret filled her heart. Ji Hongda too was filled with remorse. Had he known this bane would surpass his father in creating mischief, he would have drowned him in a chamber pot at birth. He gasped for breath, proclaiming that after the banquet, he fell gravely ill, coughing day and night, with one foot already in the grave. His wife, he sighed, you have too much temper. Had you not pressured Zheng to marry into a prestigious family, he would not have returned to Jiangzhou for an official post. If you two had maintained harmony, how could Changqing oppose you? Ji Hongda glared. Is it my fault then? Not entirely, he consoled him, but now that we are at this juncture, lamenting the past is futile. It would be wiser to consider ways to remedy our situation. What remedy is left is hopeless, Ji Hongda muttered. That wretch views me as an enemy. The second, third, and fourth sons are all useless, while the grandchildren are inept at study. And it is a miracle if they do not squander the family fortune. Can we still hope for them to bring glory to the family? Dream on. One stroke cannot yield 2 characters of Ji. He chuckled. As long as Changqing bears the Ji surname, he remains one of us. Today he may disown us, but tomorrow may not be the same. Hearing the underlying meaning in her words, Ji Hongda inquired, what is your plan? With a smile, he replied, there's an old saying, a woman is the wind by the pillow, whether one listens or not, one must heed. Changqing has not yet established his own family. Has he? If he could be persuaded to marry a woman who aligns with our interests over time, would we not have cause to hope for his eventual return to his roots? I happen to have a candidate in mind, my maternal uncle's granddaughter, whose beauty is as enchanting as the moonlit night. I have seen her, and she is utterly captivating. There is not a soul who has encountered her without feeling admiration. She is also astute and would undoubtedly be able to manage Changqing. Ji Hongda, upon hearing the first part, found it reasonable, yet the latter portion struck him as impractical. It is not that I look down upon your He family. Given that wretched one's current status, he could choose from the daughters of noble houses, and even a princess would likely be within his reach. A mere legitimate daughter of a marquis's residence might not even capture his interest. The matter of fate in marriage is not easily determined, he said with a cold smile. After all, she was once a concubine's daughter. Yet Changqing's father was resolute in his choice to marry her. Perhaps Changqing has inherited his father's passionate nature and is also a romantic at heart. Chapter 33. Weeping at the grave, Ji Hongda contemplated for a moment before acquiescing. Let your niece give a try. If she can subdue that troublesome spirit, she may secure herself a position as a first-rank lady and live the rest of her life without worry. Isha responded, I shall summon her to the manor tomorrow for a visit. Unbeknownst to them, Changqing was entirely oblivious to their scheme. With the 100-day memorial for Changfeng approaching, he had taken leave from the emperor and, accompanied by his mother and Feng Qingsui, traveled to Shumei Mountain to pay respects at the grave. He had established a separate ancestral hall within the manor, naturally unwilling to inter his brother in the Ji family tomb located in Jiangzhou. Following Changfeng's demise in battle, he had purchased a hill on Shumei Mountain to serve as the burial site for himself, his brothers, and their descendants. The mountainside was adorned with plum trees, which would blossom beautifully in spring. However, it was currently the heart of winter, and aside from a few scattered blooms of wintersweet and camellia, there was little beauty to behold. Qishur had no mind for scenic beauty. The thought of her son, who had passed just shy of manhood, resting alone on such a desolate hill, with no one to converse with underground, overwhelmed her with sorrow. Tears cascaded down her cheeks. Just as Feng Qingsui was about to offer her comfort, they suddenly heard wailing from a distance, coming from the direction of the grave. Curiosity piqued. Feng Qingsui wondered who else, apart from the grieving widow, would come to mourn. Could it be Changfeng's former lover? Instinctively, she glanced at Changqing, hoping he might have some insight, only to find him equally perplexed. Wiping her tears, Qishur inquired, Who is it over there? Changqing shook his head. I do not know who it may be. Feng Qingsui assisted Qishur as they approached the grave and soon discerned the identity of the weeping figure, a young girl, roughly the same age as Qishur. Though her attire was simple, her beauty was striking. Her eye makeup and face cream appeared specially crafted, and even with tears streaming down her face, her appearance remained unblemished. Qishur did not recognize the girl and asked with confusion, Who are you? Why are you lamenting at my son's grave? Upon hearing the question, the girl's sobs resumed, echoing in the stillness. Woo-woo. I am sorry, General Ji. Her tone suggested she would not cease her weeping until the very mountain was brought low. Feng Qingsui, unwilling to wait idly, requested a broom from Wu Hua and began to clear the fallen leaves from the grave. Changqing also took up a broom, silently assisting in the task. Qishur arranged offerings of fruit, pastries, rice, and wine at the grave, lighting incense and placing it carefully. As the girl noticed that no one was paying her any mind, her cries gradually subsided. General Ji died to save me, she proclaimed, shocking everyone present. Changqing was taken aback. He had no recollection of having saved such a person. Feng Qingsui paused in her sweeping, casting a look of astonishment at the girl. Just as the troubles with the Jin family had been resolved, another unexpected complication had arisen. What was it about being Changfeng's widow that drew such attention? Qishur, utterly bewildered, exclaimed, Did not our Changfeng die in battle? How would you be connected to him? The girl raised her hand, wiping her tears with her sleeve, and lamented. It is my fault for being young and reckless, believing that having learned a few whip techniques and acquired some riding skills, I could venture onto the battlefield and fight. Before the two armies engaged in battle, I happened to visit the border to see a few uncles. Witnessing the local populace suffer from burning, killing, and abduction ignited a fierce determination within me. I resolved to take up arms and join the fray. My uncles forbade me, asserting that they had their own means of defending against the enemy and that it was not fitting for a woman to participate. Ignoring their counsel, I followed them and General Ji in a battle. Upon hearing this, Changqing discerned her identity. She was a member of the Zhong family army, which had previously allied through marriage with the Ningwu Duke's household. The young lady of the Zhong family, tragically, had passed away during childbirth. A year later, her husband remarried, and the Zhong family, fearing that their daughter might suffer abuse at the hands of her stepmother, took the child into their care. Perhaps influenced by the Zhong family's traditions, this young girl grew up with a passion for martial arts rather than the refined arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Unexpectedly, during her visit to the border, she found herself in the midst of battle. Was the battlefield a place one could simply enter at will? Changqing recalled that after their side gained the upper hand, He was simultaneously engaged with the enemy while seeking an opportunity to escape. He had witnessed a young soldier who had just thrown his whip, only to have it snatched by an enemy general, and was on the brink of losing his life. Ji rode over to rescue the soldier, engaging the enemy general and leading a small group of adversaries away to a secluded area, where they perished together. Was that young soldier, in fact, this Miss Ning in disguise? Ning Fenghuan lamented. After infiltrating the battlefield, relying on my whip skills, I managed to defeat several enemy soldiers. However, I encountered a formidable enemy general who seized my whip. In that dire moment, General Ji rushed over and blocked the enemy's blade. Unbeknownst to me, while he was entangled with that general, he lost his life. If I hadn't acted recklessly and joined the battle, perhaps General Ji would not have died. I can never repay the kindness he showed me, even if I were to offer my life in return. Hearing the account of her eldest son's demise once more, Chi's tears flowed like a river breaking its banks. Feng Qingsui, however, wore an expression of anger. You took to the battlefield, disrupting the war and causing the death of a great general, and now you shed a few tears as though that suffices? Your uncles are indeed complicit, shielding and enabling you. Ning Fenghuan hurriedly replied, My uncles are well aware of what transpired. They wish they could have struck me down on the spot. Out of respect for my mother who left me a bloodline, they spared my life and imposed the family's punishment upon me. I endured 49 lashes from the cold iron whip and lay in bed for 3 months before I could stand. The moment I was able, I came to the grave to pay my respects to General Ji. Fearing that she and the others would not believe her, she rolled up her sleeves, revealing scars that, though healed, remained significantly darker than the surrounding skin. Feng Qingsui approached and grasped her wrist, checking her pulse. Upon confirming that it indicated a body recovering from severe injuries with greatly diminished vitality, he conceded that she had indeed suffered from the lashes. Yet, he remained disdainful of her, using Ji Changfeng as a stepping stone to elevate her own status. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, then bury it deep within your heart and refrain from boasting. Do not tarnish his noble reputation. Changfeng died for the country and its people, not to save you. Chia realized and echoed. Indeed, it would be one thing to utter such words in our presence, but should they escape into the outside world, it would tarnish both your reputation and that of Changfeng. Those gossips would undoubtedly twist the narrative, perhaps fabricating tales of passionate love and heroic sacrifices, which would overshadow even the greatest of achievements. Ning Fenghuan hastily replied, My uncles have also cautioned me about this matter. I am well aware. I can never repay General Ji's kindness, but I hope to serve Aunt in any way I can, so that General Ji may find peace in the afterlife. Chia waved her hand dismissively. No need. Just seeing you reminds me of how he departed, which is unbearable. Ning Fenghuan remained silent, casting a furtive glance at Ji Changqing, silently contemplating that in due time, they would become more familiar with one another. After Feng Qingsui and the others finished the tomb sweeping for Ji Changfeng, they descended the mountain with Ning Fenghuan, and, upon reaching the carriage at the foot of the hill, she made a request that took Feng Qingsui by surprise. Chapter 34. Could he possibly not succeed? Earlier within our household, there was a cunning old servant who deceived both superiors and subordinates, lining his own pockets. I sent him to the punishment yard, only to discover that the lady had purchased him. Ning Fenghuan offered an apologetic smile. The steward, unaware of the circumstances, saw the servant, who should have been in another city, brazenly appearing on the streets, and assumed she had employed some trickery to escape. In a moment of impulsiveness, he took his men to apprehend her, resulting in a conflict with the lady. I beseeched the lady for forgiveness for this transgression. Feng Qingsui then realized she was the esteemed young lady of the Duke of Ning's residence, which explained her arrogance. I remarked that it was rather reckless for a steward of such a prominent household to act so impulsively. It seems the servant mirrors her master. She smiled and said, Once he emerges from the prison of the magistrate's office, Miss Ning must administer proper discipline. Otherwise, one day, she may unwittingly cause a catastrophic disaster from which there would be no recovery. Ning Fenghuan felt a surge of anger. Despite her polite apologies, this individual continued to mock her. Were it not for her consideration of the widow's status, she would have surely dealt with her harshly. The lady speaks wisely. I shall certainly enforce strict discipline upon my return. She managed to force a smile. However, that treacherous servant is adept at putting on a fade while manipulating behind the scenes. My mother's dowry shop was under her complete management, and she embezzled a significant portion of it. Given that the lady has entrusted her with grave responsibilities, I fear she may be betrayed. General G has shown me immense favor. How could I bring misfortune upon the lady? It would be better to return her to me, and I shall repay the losses tenfold. Feng Qingsui resolutely declined without hesitation. As the ancient said, an orange grown in the south is sweet, while one grown in the north is bitter. It seems this person, much like the orange, behaves differently based on her circumstances. Just because your esteemed household cannot restrain her does not imply that I cannot. Moreover, Miss Ning has committed a grave transgression, yet still has the opportunity for redemption. Why should a long-serving servant be punished so harshly for a single mistake, leaving no chance for recovery? One should exercise mercy where is possible. Ning Fengwan found herself at a loss for words. After the group of Feng Qingsui departed, she withdrew a soft whip from her waist and struck the nearby foliage fiercely, unable to quell the frustration within her. Upon entering the G residence, I shall ensure that this wretched person is sent to the temple to serve the ancient Buddha for the rest of her life. She gritted her teeth in resentment. On the road back to the city from Shimei Mountain, there stood the Red Leaf Temple, where the Qi family wished to offer some oil for incense, prompting Feng Qingsui and her companions to halt their carriage. The temple was nestled halfway up the mountain, and, as they ascended the steps, Feng Qingsui caught sight of two female figures ahead, seemingly a mistress and her servant, though she could not discern to which household they belonged. The two women walked slowly, and soon they were overtaken by Feng Qingsui's group. The mountain path was narrow, allowing only two to walk side by side. Noticing the approach from behind, the two women stepped aside to let them pass. Feng Qingsui smiled gratefully at them. In the next moment, however, she saw the delicate-looking lady stagger and exclaim, leaning back as if about to fall. Behind her was Changqing. If she were to fall, it seemed she would tumble into Changqing's embrace. Feng Qingsui initially intended to reach out and assist her, but upon seeing the lady's exquisite beauty and graceful form, reminiscent of a slender willow swaying in the breeze, she hesitated. What if Changqing were to fancy such a type? She hastily reached out her hand. Would that not ruin a budding romance? Thus, she refrained from any action. Changqing had noticed the woman's movement early on and, assuming Feng Qingsui would intervene, did not evade. To his surprise, Feng Qingsui remained motionless, allowing the woman to fall, yet she secretly cast a glance at him, revealing her deliberate intent. This nearly provoked a laugh of exasperation from him. Who did she think he was? A lecherous fiend? Did she believe he would embrace anyone who threw themselves at him? Preposterous. At this moment, he had no time to dodge, so he simply reached out and tugged at the cloak behind Feng Qingsui, pulling her upper body into his, shielding her from the descending woman. Feng Qingsui was caught off guard, nearly cursing aloud. How utterly despicable. She had acted kindly to assist him, only to be met with ingratitude. The maid behind the woman seemed to finally react, helping her up. The woman, clutching her chest, looked utterly terrified. She had nearly tumbled down the mountain. Upon lifting her gaze to Changqing, she was about to express her gratitude when her expression turned to one of astonishment. Cousin Qing? Just as Feng Qingsui was being helped back to her original position by Changqing, she turned to him, her tone laden with meaning. Cousin, you should help as well. Changqing's expression remained impassive. I have no such cousin. The woman's face flushed instantly, and she shyly replied, Since Cousin Qing has never seen me, it is understandable that you do not recognize me. I am the second daughter of the He family. My grandfather and your grandmother are siblings. Changqing showed no sympathy. I have severed ties with the G family. Whether you are Miss He or Miss K, you are of no concern to me. I kindly ask you to maintain your dignity. The color drained from the woman's cheeks, and she pursed her lips, speaking softly. Even if Cousin Qing does not acknowledge me, I must still thank you. Had it not been for your rescue, I would have lost my life. Changqing turned to Feng Qingsui. You ought to thank her. She saved you." The woman then expressed her gratitude once more to Feng Qingsui. Feng Qingsui nodded and continued her ascent. Upon reaching the Red Leaf Temple, she sure burned incense while lamenting, "Such a delicate beauty. Even I feel a pang of affection for her." Yet the second master treats her as if she were a mere wooden puppet, speaking harshly. Qishur wholeheartedly agreed. "Indeed, I have never seen him treat any woman kindly. At his age, he remains oblivious to such matters. I wonder." At this point, a hint of sorrow crossed her face. "Could it be that he is incapable?" Feng Qingsui responded. Not far off, Changqing was taken aback. Feng Qingsui stifled a laugh, attempting to comfort Qishur. "It is unlikely. The second master may simply be preoccupied with state affairs." Qishur scoffed. "He doesn't even keep a maid by his side, only young male attendants. One might think he harbors peculiar tastes." Changqing. "Could it not just be that he values his chastity?" Feng Qingsui found it amusing and cast a glance at Changqing's waist, thinking Qishur's words held some merit. What ordinary man would fail to turn back upon encountering a beauty? Yet he, upon receiving an embrace from one, reacted as though confronted by a specter, and no one would believe he had no hidden ailments. Changqing sensed her gaze, his forehead twitching with tension. After completing their incense burning and replenishing the oil, the three stepped out of the temple, preparing to descend the mountain. That cousin he, accompanied by her maid, approached and first greeted Mrs. Qi before receiving a substantial stack of scriptures from a maid. Although I had never met Cousin Changfeng, I held him in high esteem for his character. Recently, I transcribed over a dozen volumes of scriptures and presented them to the temple on the 100th day, so that the monks might recite them in prayer for the eternal presence of noble souls. Mrs. Qi, moved, remarked, "You're truly considerate." He Changqian, her face flushed with modesty, replied, "Having been under Cousin Changfeng's protection for many years, it is only fitting." Mrs. Qi held her in high regard, and, on the way back, expressed to Feng Qingsui, "If she were not of the He family, I might truly consider her." Feng Qingsui merely smiled in silence. Upon entering the city, I suddenly caught sight of a familiar little figure darting by the roadside. It was the brother from the pair of siblings who had brought her daffodils at the orphanage. He appeared anxious, looking around as if searching for someone. "Wah, hold on a moment." Chapter 35. "Rest assured, what are you searching for?" After stepping down from the carriage, Feng Qingsui stopped the boy and inquired. The boy's eyes instantly welled with tears. "My sister is missing." "Do not panic. Take your time to explain." Feng Qingsui crouched before him, producing a handkerchief to wipe away his tears. "Where did you last see your sister?" "I don't know," the boy sobbed. "A few days ago, she was adopted. I told her not to go, but she said that family promised to help find medicine to heal my burns. She wished for my face to be restored, and yet she still left. I was worried, so I secretly followed their cart and learned their address. Every afternoon, during the hour they allowed her to go out, I would sneak over to watch her. But this afternoon, when I went, she was nowhere to be found. That family was searching everywhere, claiming the child had vanished. I thought my sister had come to the orphanage to find me, so I returned there, but she was not there. I even checked our old home, and she was still missing." The more he spoke, the more sorrowful he became, crying so hard that he could barely catch his breath. Feng Qingsui gently patted his back, offering comfort. "Perhaps she has simply lost her way. Take me to the places you both used to frequent, and we shall search for her." The boy whimpered, "All right." Feng Qingsui took his hand and walked to the carriage window, addressing Qi. "Mother, I wish to accompany him in searching for his sister. Would it be all right for you and the second master to return in the same carriage?" Qi absorbed their conversation with compassion and replied, "Tell me what the child looks like. Once we return home, I shall mobilize the household to aid in the search." Feng Qingsui provided a rough description of the little girl. Qi nodded, disembarked from the donkey cart, and boarded the carriage of Changqing, who followed behind. Feng Qingsui accompanied the boy to several locations, yet they could not find his sister, and the boy's countenance grew increasingly despondent. She bought a few buns and offered them to him. "Eat something first. Time is pressing. If you cannot find her at the orphanage, they will surely be worried. Let me escort you back before we report to the authorities." The boy, his face streaked with tears, replied, "I cannot eat," sobbing. "You must eat. even if you do not feel like it. How can you search for your sister on an empty stomach? Feng Qingsui gently ruffled his hair. Tomorrow, do not wander outside. If you're caught by beggars, we would have to search for you again. My face is severely burnt. Beggars would not want me. That is not necessarily true. Some beggars specifically abduct children for their own gain. Even healthy children are sometimes maimed to evoke sympathy. The boy was startled, reluctantly agreeing to her advice. After returning him to the orphanage, Feng Qingsui proceeded to the magistrate's office, intending to report the incident. However, the constable informed her that the child's adoptive parents had already filed a report. After inquiring about the circumstances of the adoptive parents, she returned home with Wu Hua. Qi's dispatch personnel had also failed to locate the child. During dinner, Feng Qingsui pondered quietly. The boy's burns were exceedingly severe. Even she could not concoct a healing remedy, as restoration could only be achieved through skin grafting. However, given the extensive area of the burns, the procedure would be fraught with risk, and she lacked complete confidence, thus refraining from suggesting it to the boy. To offer hope only to instill despair would be excessively cruel. If that couple truly possessed a cure, why did they merely use it to entice the young girl into adoption instead of adopting her brother? It is well known that in orphanages, boys are far more sought after than girls. As long as they are not physically impaired, they are quickly adopted upon arrival. There must be some underlying mystery. After contemplating this, she instructed Wu Hua, "Tonight, go to the various orphanages and investigate. If you can locate the ledgers, note down the names of the recently adopted children who have gone missing and report back to me." Wu Hua accepted the task and departed. That night, Feng Qingsui gazed at the pot of narcissus she had recently unearthed, nurturing the flower buds in a delicate celadone pot, silently praying for the safety of the young girl. She hoped dearly for her well-being. However, Wu Hua returned shortly with news. The current ledgers only show Hualing as having been adopted. The previous ledgers were taken away by the second Master S-men and have yet to be returned. Hualing was indeed the boy's sister. Feng Qingsui mused. Does this not necessitate a request to Changqing for the ledgers? She instructed Wu Hua to check if the second master had retired for the night. Wu Hua swiftly flew off and soon returned with a report. The study in the outer courtyard still has its lights on. Feng Qingsui then gathered several medicinal herbs and made her way to the kitchen to brew a bowl of soup, which she carried to the outer courtyard. Who is bringing the supper? In the study, Changqing lifted his gaze from his work upon hearing Baifu's report. Baifu replied, "It is the madam." Changqing responded, "This woman cannot even spare a few plum blossoms for him. She only sends him sweaters and down jackets to facilitate his sales. Would she truly be so kind as to deliver supper? Such undue attentiveness can only stem from ulterior motives. Could she possibly be plotting his next assassination?" Changqing furrowed his brow and replied, "Tell her to leave the soup." Baifu conveyed the message and soon returned. The madam wishes to trouble the second master with another matter and insists on seeing him. A cold smile crept across Changqing's lips. He had anticipated her ulterior motives. As the night grew late, he declared, "Let any matters wait until tomorrow." Baifu acknowledged his command. Changqing lowered his head and resumed his reading. Yet after only half a page, he heard footsteps and, thinking it was Baifu returning with another message from Feng Qingsui, he irritably remarked, "Can't you handle sending someone off? What use are you?" However, a light laugh echoed in the room. "Second master, it is I." Changqing raised his chin, observing Feng Qingsui as she entered gracefully, and frowned, "Sister-in-law, have you not learned the concept of avoiding suspicion? Here we are, a solitary man and woman, sharing a room at such a late hour, and you are unaware of the need for discretion." Feng Qingsui placed the bowl of soup on the table and replied with a smile, "You and I are upright in our conduct, seated correctly, honest and forthright. What is there to fear from public opinion? Avoiding suspicion is merely for the eyes of the virtuous. As for the slander of the petty, no matter how far I retreat, they will still gossip." Changqing glanced at the bowl of soup and noticed it contained walnuts, lotus seeds, chestnuts, goji berries, and dried tangerine peel, causing his eyelids to twitch. This was indeed a nourishing concoction meant to bolster kidney function. Remembering the fleeting glance she had cast at his waist earlier that day at Hongya Temple, he pressed the brush in his hand harder against the paper leaving a sharp line. Did this woman truly believe he was incapable? Indeed, he tossed the pen aside, leaned back against the chair, and fixed his gaze upon the woman seated at the desk, remarking with a significant tone, "My sister-in-law truly places great trust in me." As Feng Qingsui's eyes swept across the tabletop, they chanced upon the cover of the orphanage's ledger, drawing her attention entirely, causing her to miss the underlying implications of his words. She nodded, replying, "Of course, the second master inspires confidence. Is it because he is incapable that she feels so reassured?" Changqing nearly chuckled in exasperation. Just as he was about to offer Feng Qingsui a glimpse of his displeasure to impart a lesson, he was taken aback when she spoke earnestly. "Second master, I suspect that someone has orchestrated a scheme to deceive the orphanage by abducting its children under the guise of adoption." Changqing. Chapter 36. At a young age. After a moment of silence, Changqing raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What is your reasoning?" Feng Qingsui conveyed the doubts she had uncovered, concluding with, "If Walling's plight is not an isolated incident, there must be many children who have gone missing after being adopted. Although cases of lost children occur from time to time, if it is intentional, the frequency should be unusually high." Changqing could not help but recall the anxious demeanor of the director when he requested the account books. Initially, he attributed her nervousness to her own conscience. However, upon further reflection, there might be another reason. After all, the director had only recently been appointed, and the corruption scandal uncovered at the charity orphanage was the doing of her predecessor, unrelated to her. So what was the source of her anxiety? The well-being of adopted children is a crucial indicator of an adoption director's competence. If children frequently go missing after being adopted, it signifies the negligence of the adoptive parents in their care, indicating that the director has failed to assess the suitability of the adoptive families adequately. Was the director perhaps attempting to delay the submission of the account books, fearing he would notice discrepancies, in order to manipulate the records and conceal the unusual number of missing children? He cast his gaze upon the stack of account books. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Qingsui suggested, "Second master, if there are any issues, we shall know as soon as we examine the account books. If you cannot spare the time, I shall peruse them for you." She reached out to embrace the books. Changqing narrowed his eyes slightly. These account books are not to be handled by just anyone. Feng Qingsui paused momentarily. "Second master, the child has only just gone missing today. They may not have had time to leave the capital. If we can find clues in the account books and rescue the child in time, it would indeed be a great merit." She gazed at Changqing with a pleading expression. Changqing, feeling as though she portrayed him as a callous villain indifferent to the plight of others, replied coolly, "I am not denying you access. However, the account books must remain within my sight." Feng Qingsui quickly assured him, "I will not take them away. I shall read them right here in the study and will not alter a single punctuation mark." She mused to herself that even perusing an account book required such vigilance against her potential manipulations. Truly, he was exceptionally meticulous. No wonder he could serve as a prime minister. Changqing merely wished to gauge her capabilities, and upon realizing her misunderstanding, he refrained from offering an explanation. In the study, there was only the long table before Changqing. After a brief glance around, Feng Qingsui decisively moved a chair from the wall to sit diagonally across from him. She requested a pen and several sheets of paper, and as she flipped through the account books, she diligently made notes. She remained composed, her movements gentle, making almost no sound. Yet Changqing found himself unable to concentrate on the documents, his gaze drifting toward her as if drawn by his own thoughts. Rarely did he pay attention to the appearance of women. Height, weight, age, beauty, and ugliness held little distinction in his eyes. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed that Feng Qingsui's raven locks were exceptionally thick, her eyelashes long and dense, resembling two little brooms that swept up and down with each blink. Her facial contours were smooth, still bearing a hint of baby fat, reminiscent of the embroidered portrait he had seen at the charity orphanage. The little girl in the portrait, blissfully enjoying her rice cake, was so endearing. Who could have imagined she would grow into a ruthless woman, capable of taking lives without a second thought? In the years since leaving the orphanage, what has she experienced? Feng Qingsui had just compiled the data when she looked up to find Changqing gazing intently at her. "Second master?" she called softly. Changqing returned to his senses, his heart feeling somewhat heavy, and asked casually, "Have you finished reviewing?" Feng Qingsui nodded and reported the data to him. 2 years ago, among 100 adopted children, only 1 or 2 went missing. However, in the recent 2 years, 10% of the children adopted from each orphanage have gone missing, all within 3 months of their adoption, with 90% of them being girls. The adoptive families reside in the outer city, presumably not well off, yet they choose to adopt children under the age of 7. Many prefer to adopt younger children, as they are too young to remember their past and will regard their adoptive parents as their own, fostering a sense of closeness. Conversely, families of modest means tend to adopt older children. Firstly, older children are capable of understanding and self-care, making them easier to manage. Secondly, having an extra set of hands to help with chores lightens the household's burden. And thirdly, after a few years, they can be married off, bringing a dowry to the family. It is indeed suspicious that these families exclusively adopt young children. Changqing raised an eyebrow. The efficiency of this investigation surpasses that of some of his subordinates. "I will send someone to investigate these families tomorrow," he replied. "How many cases are there in total?" Feng Qingsui clenched her fists. 47. So many? Changqing furrowed his brow. He was unaware of the annual number of missing children in the capital. But if he were the governor of Jingzhou Prefecture and saw so many adopted children missing, he would surely demand an in-depth investigation and accountability. Yet, the Jingzhou Prefecture had not submitted any reports on this matter. Were it not for the financial request this winter and the emperor's sudden whim to inspect, alongside Feng Qingsui's persistent provision of leads, this issue might have remained unaddressed. The orphanage would never report such matters voluntarily. They would downplay significant issues to conceal instances of corruption. They might even be complicit in the matter. As for the governor of Jingzhou Prefecture, whether through negligence or corruption, he could not evade responsibility. His expression darkened, and he said coldly, "Rest assured, I will get to the bottom of this." With his assurance, Feng Qingsui relaxed her grip slightly. She had indeed been concerned that Changqing, preoccupied with state affairs, would dismiss the orphanage's issues as trivial, merely conducting a cursory investigation. Fortunately, he proved to be far more compassionate than she had anticipated, valuing lives as they should be valued. Glancing at the now cold bowl of soup, she smiled warmly. "Second master, the soup has cooled. Allow me to heat it for you." Changqing replied, "There is no need." He maintained a serious demeanor, stating, "I am about to retire for the night and will not eat anything in the hour before bed." Reluctantly, Feng Qingsui took the bowl away. "In that case, I will prepare another for you tomorrow evening and deliver it earlier." Changqing's expression darkened instantly. Was he to be forced to drink this restorative soup? His kidneys were perfectly fine. "I do not enjoy this soup," he replied grimly. "Do you not have any other soup to offer?" Feng Qingsui sensed a chill in the air, but thought little of it, cheerfully responding, "Very well, then I shall bring you a soup made of silver fungus, red dates, and goji berries tomorrow." The reason she prepared a nourishing herbal soup tonight was that she only had lotus seeds, goji berries, and dried tangerine peel, ingredients she typically used for her tea, at hand, thus avoiding the trouble of purchasing medicinal herbs. Little did she know that this gentleman had little taste for such concoctions. Upon hearing that it was yet another tonic for invigorating the blood and energy, Changqing's expression darkened further. No need for such trouble. Consuming too much at night disrupts sleep. It was merely a bowl of soup. How much could it possibly be? Feng Qingsui quietly murmured to herself, then recalled that individuals with impaired kidney function often experience frequent nocturnal awakenings, indeed necessitating a reduction in nighttime fluid intake. She was genuinely taken aback. This young man, at such an early age. A hint of compassion flickered across her face. In this world, everything comes at a price. Those who aspire to achieve success and renown while still young must be willing to barter their health. Changqing had undoubtedly spent countless nights poring over books, burning the midnight oil. It was no wonder he remained indifferent to beauty. Chapter 37. Overwhelming favor. Changqing found himself perplexed by her gaze, which was laden with pity. The following day, during court, while enjoying a moment of respite. He stepped onto the corridor to gaze into the distance. By chance, he overheard two elderly officials returning from the palace restroom, whispering to one another. I nearly burst earlier. If His Majesty had delayed his rest for just another moment, I would have wet myself. Did you have congee for breakfast? Alas, I've been waking up too often at night. I dare not drink water in the evening, and come the fourth watch, I rise both thirsty and famished. They gave me 2 bowls of congee, but who knew? Such is the plight of old age. One must seek out a physician for proper care. I hear there is a skilled Dr. Zhang in the west of the city, particularly adept at kidney health. Changqing's breath hitched as he belatedly grasped the implication. Last night, Feng Qingsui was pitying his own kidney deficiency, suggesting he could barely handle a few more sips of soup. With a crack, something in his hand snapped. The palace attendants nearby recoiled in shock. Your Excellency, the dragon claw. Changqing glanced down to find he was clutching a claw tip, while beside him lay a dragon column missing a talon. After a moment of silence, he reassured the attendants. I shall apologize to His Majesty. The attendants were in disarray. Is this truly a matter for apology? This is the dragon of the palace door, preserved for centuries. How could one so carelessly break off its claw? If His Majesty were to find out, would he not strip this official of his insignia? To their surprise, when Changqing reported his mishap to the emperor, His Majesty did not express anger, but instead jested. Since it was you who removed it, you shall be responsible for its restoration. Changqing accepted the task. After court, employing some unknown means, he managed to reattach the claw so expertly that no trace of the break remained visible. The court ministers, however, developed a newfound understanding of his favored status. Perhaps we should refrain from involving him in our matters henceforth. I must warn my family to avoid offending Changqing at all costs. It would be better to incur the wrath of the crown prince than to cross him. Were it not for his resemblance to the Ji family, I might suspect him of being the emperor's illegitimate child. Meanwhile, Feng Qingsui remained oblivious to the palace's little incident. At the moment Changqing fractured the dragon claw, she was engaged in an interrogation outside the city. The subjects of her inquiry were the foster parents of Hualing. The couple, just roused from unconsciousness after being subdued by Wuhua, were bound and blindfolded. Where's the child? Feng Qingsui demanded in a feigned voice. The couple, dazed, replied, What child? The child you adopted. Realization dawned upon them. The child is missing. We reported it to the authorities yesterday, but no one has found him yet. We fear he has been taken by some rogue. Your words are mere fabrications intended to deceive. You accepted my money, yet concealed the child. Do you wish to court death? They stared at her in shock. Wuhua pressed a long knife against their necks. We are innocent. We did as you instructed, taking the child to the city god temple before returning home. Was it not you who took him? Which city god temple did you go to? The one on Wulyo Street, the one you designated. The two individuals found it somewhat peculiar. After all, it was the other party that had designated the location. So why were they being questioned? Feng Qingsui did not grant them the opportunity to ponder this, immediately posing several more inquiries before instructing Wuhua to render them unconscious once more. They then proceeded to the Changqing Temple on Wulyo Street. The temple was modest, akin in layout to a typical Sihiyuan. The two of them conducted a thorough search both inside and out, yet found no signs of anything unusual. It seemed that this was merely a rendezvous point used and discarded by the orchestrator. The mastermind was exceedingly cautious, never directly engaging with the couple, instead exploiting their desire for easy gains by secretly providing them with silver, coaxing them step by step to the Tso Institute to adopt children and deliver them to a specified location. Given the capabilities of the person behind the scenes, why not simply abduct the children from the institute? Wuhua inquired, baffled. Perhaps this method is more discreet, Feng Qingsui replied. Wuhua still could not fathom it. Even abducting children from the countryside would likely go unnoticed, especially since they had the means to purchase them with silver. Your reasoning is sound, Feng Qingsui considered thoughtfully. Suddenly, she recalled the words of the nefarious bandits who had adopted her years ago. Where in the countryside can one find such exquisite beauty? She was uncertain about the appearances of other missing children, but she knew that Hualing was fair and gentle, a true beauty in the making. A weight settled in her heart. So many children had been taken, all of them good-looking. It was evident that these children would not meet a favorable fate. Who could perpetrate such deeds? With this question lingering in her mind, she accompanied Lady Wei for a stroll at the Rongchong Marquis's residence that afternoon, her thoughts distracted. I feel a bit unwell. I must visit the cleansing room, Lady Wei suddenly remarked as they reached the Moon Lake. Feng Qingsui nodded. I shall wait for you here. Lady Wei hurried away with her maid. The Moon Lake had frozen over, a vast expanse of white. As Feng Qingsui walked along the Juchu Bridge, contemplating the matter at hand, she unwittingly crossed to the opposite bank. There lay the guest courtyard of the Rongchong Marquis's residence. No sooner had she steadied herself than two guards emerged from the courtyard, their expressions impassive as they barked. Passage is prohibited here. Noticing that their attire did not resemble that of the Marquis's household, her gaze flickered. I apologize. I was lost in thought and did not realize I had wandered here. She explained briefly before turning to retrace her steps. At that moment, she noticed a young servant at the southwestern corner of the lake, bending down to collect fish that had leapt from a hole in the ice, tossing them into a wooden barrel roughly half a meter high beside him. Just as she returned to the lakeside, Lady Wei reappeared with her maid. I apologize for keeping you waiting, she said. Feng Qingsui smiled slightly. Are you feeling better? I am fine now, Lady Wei replied, her face relaxed after having completed her duties. Let's continue our walk. Feng Qingsui agreed, and, as they walked, recounted her earlier encounter. While waiting for you, I accidentally found myself on the opposite side of the bridge, when suddenly two armed guards appeared, startling me. I had not expected the guest courtyard to be more heavily guarded than the main residence. Guards? Lady Wei paused, then recollected something, chuckling. They must be from His Royal Highness. A heaviness suddenly enveloped Feng Qingsui's heart. Is His Royal Highness in the residence? Wei nodded in agreement, stating that His Highness often visited the elderly lady in the residence. Thus it was only natural for her to invite him to dine. The prince had a habit of indulging in a brief repose after his meal, for which a special courtyard had been prepared in the guest quarters. Truly, the crown prince was a paragon of filial piety. Feng Qingsui, while extolling his virtues, felt an increasing sense of unease within. Indeed, whenever there were fresh delicacies within the palace, he never failed to bring a portion for the old lady, who cherished him far more than her own grandchildren. As they conversed, the two arrived at the southwestern corner of Moon Lake. The young servant who had been fishing was nowhere to be seen. A breeze swept across the icy surface, carrying with it a faint whiff of fish and the unpleasant stench of decay. Feng Qingsui discerned that the foul odor was not from dead fish or shrimp, but rather from the decomposition of a human body. Maintaining his composure, he remarked, I just saw someone here fishing. The fish were quite lively, attempting to leap from the bucket. The household is in for a treat. Wei let out a hearty laugh. Those fish are not meant for our consumption. They are intended for the tiger that the heir is raising. He continued, we used to partake in the fish from this lake, but ever since the heir adopted that tiger as a pet 2 years ago, we have been forbidden from catching fish, as they are all deemed the tigers. Chapter 3866 Gull Bones 2 years ago. A peculiar notion began to stir within Feng Qingsui. The children who had mysteriously disappeared after being adopted from the orphanage had surged in number over this same period, leading her to increasingly suspect a connection to the crown prince. Was his frequent visitation to the Rongchong Marquis's residence merely out of filial piety towards his grandmother? Was the guest house truly just a place for him to rest? The sweet and charming visage of Hualing flickered through her mind. She inhaled deeply, suppressing her anxiety and unease, and feigned a lively demeanor, inquiring of Wei. That tiger, which the heir so dotes upon, must be extraordinary. Might I be fortunate enough to catch a glimpse? Wei gestured towards a nearby pine forest, saying, if you wish to see it, that is not difficult. It resides within these woods, just ahead. With that, she led Feng Qingsui along the lakeside. Upon reaching the edge of an ice cave, they turned left down a narrow path. At the end of this path stood an iron gate, behind which lay a small patch of pine forest. There a plump white tiger, its forehead marked with the character for king, was perched beside a wooden tub, indulging in fish. It was quite discerning, taking only a bite from the belly of each fish before discarding them. Upon noticing their presence, it lazily cast a glance their way before returning to its meal. It appeared so gentle, resembling a large cat, yet alas, one could not pet it. Feng Qingsui remarked with a blend of longing and regret. Who says you cannot pet it? Wei chuckled lightly. In its youth, it even shared a bed with me and the air. Feng Qingsui was astonished. Is that true? Wei, brimming with pride, replied, Why would I deceive you? If you do not believe me, I shall have someone open the door, and you may pet it yourself. With that, she summoned a young servant to unlock the gate. Feng Qingsui, retreating behind her, feigned fear. Isn't this too dangerous? What if it bites us? Rest assured, Wei reassured her, leading her inside, followed by the maid and the young servant. The white tiger turned its head to glance at them, then lowered it once more to continue its feast. Wei took Feng Qingsui's hand and guided it to stroke the tiger's back, which elicited no reaction from the creature. Indeed, it is quite tame, Feng Qingsui marveled, discreetly inserting several silver needles into the tiger's neck while pretending to caress its fur. Sensing the sudden pain, the tiger turned its head, roaring in anger. Feng Qingsui swiftly withdrew her hand, pulling Wei back several paces. It seems it possesses a bit of temper. We should exit promptly. Wei laughed heartily. I never anticipated your courage to be so lacking. Before she could finish her sentence, the white tiger lunged at them with ferocity. Wei nearly lost her composure in fright. Had it not been for Feng Qingsui's timely grasp, she might have fallen prey to the beast. How could it? Do not speak, let us flee, Feng Qingsui urged, tugging at her arm towards the exit. Meanwhile, Wu Hua, having caught wind of her signal, had already urged the young servants to escape. They left no opportunity for the servant to lock the door. The white tiger pursued relentlessly. The path was paved with cobblestones, and Wei, in her high-heeled shoes, stumbled after only a few meters. Feng Qingsui attempted to assist her, but found her maid already ahead with the young servant. As the tiger closed in, panic coursed through her, rendering her immobile. Wu Hua, Feng Qingsui cried out. You led the noble consort towards the guest quarters while I will hold back. Without hesitation, Wu Hua embraced Lady Wei's waist and hurried her towards the guest quarters, while Feng Qingsui sprinted towards the ice cave. Upon emerging from the narrow path, the white tiger glanced around, hesitating for a moment before opting to pursue the closer Feng Qingsui. Seeing this unfold, Lady Wei breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, in the next instant, she witnessed Feng Qingsui slip and tumble into the ice cave. The white tiger, having lost its target, turned and rushed towards them. Hurry! Move faster! It is closing in. In a state of sheer terror, she cried out to Wu Hua. Wu Hua, seemingly exhausted, gradually slowed down, filling Lady Wei with despair. Just then, she spotted two guards ahead, which invigorated her spirit. To the guest quarters. Wu Hua gasped. Isn't passage to the guest quarters prohibited? What does that matter at such a time? Lady Wei nearly gasped in frustration. Will His Highness truly stand by and do nothing? Upon hearing this, Wu Hua charged into the guest quarters with her. The two guards, intent on blocking their passage, were forced to divert their attention to the ferocious tiger that was now upon them. The white tiger, fueled by brute strength and speed, evaded their blades, sending them flying as it barreled into the guest quarters. As chaos erupted in the guest quarters due to the white tiger's rampage, Feng Qingsui was diving to the depths of the lake. She had intentionally slipped into the ice cave, driven by the need to investigate the foul stench of decay she had sensed earlier. The light beneath the ice was dim, barely illuminating her surroundings. Yet the lake was not particularly deep. After descending several meters, she reached the bottom. The moment she beheld the scene below, her pupils dilated in shock. The lake bed was littered with bones, primarily those of children, some scattered about, others still partially connected by sinew, and some gnawed to a state barely recognizable as human. Not far away, a multitude of fish lingered, observing her with a sense of unease. The flesh of the decaying corpses was their sustenance. In an instant, Feng Qingsui comprehended why Han Ruishuan had forbidden the household from consuming the lake's fish over the past 2 years, instead feeding them to the tiger. 1, 2, 3. 64, 65, 66. A total of 66 skulls, far exceeding the number of children who had gone missing after being adopted. A profound chill enveloped her, freezing her to the core. Realizing her breath was nearing its limit, she surfaced, breaking through the ice cave and gasping for air, her body trembling uncontrollably. "Hurry! Our Lady is in grave danger." The fleeing maidservants and young attendants rallied a group of housemen and rushed over. Upon finding Lady Wei and the tiger absent, and only Feng Qingsui submerged in the ice cave, they tremulously inquired, "Where's Our Lady?" Feng Qingsui pointed toward the guest quarters. The maidservants and attendants dashed off with urgency. Feng Qingsui paid no heed, taking a moment to compose herself before emerging from the ice cave. Her clothes, soaked with icy water, were chilled by the biting wind, causing her teeth to chatter. As she bit down and wrung out the excess water, preparing to ascend the bank, a large cloak descended from above, enveloping her head and face. The cloak still bore a hint of warmth, and she instinctively wrapped it around herself. Turning to look back, she saw Changqing striding toward her, followed closely by Baifu. "What brings you here?" she asked in astonishment. "I came to pay my respects to the Marquis." Changqing, with an air of nonchalance, had just entered the manor when he heard the news of the white tiger they kept having escaped and chasing after people. He decided to join in the commotion. However, instead of witnessing the excitement, he stumbled upon a drenched figure. Feng Qingsui thought to herself, "This person truly possesses not an ounce of compassion." She was nearly frozen solid, yet he continued to relish the spectacle. How delightful he must find it. She fastened her cloak securely and approached the edge of the lake. The ice surface was approximately half a meter above the bank, and while she had not noticed it when she jumped down, now as she attempted to climb back up, it felt as though her limbs had rusted, lacking strength. Just as she contemplated crawling her way up, a long, elegant hand appeared before her. After a moment of hesitation, she placed her hand into his. Initially, she presumed Changqing to be frail and weak, thinking it would require considerable effort for him to pull her up. To her astonishment, with just a slight exertion, she found herself lifted onto the bank. Could it be that she had recently lost weight? Chapter 39. The powerful minister and the imperial concubine, casting aside the fleeting doubts that flitted through her mind, she opened her mouth to express her gratitude. But before the words could escape, she was seized by a sudden sneeze, hastily covering her nose with her elbow. Changqing, recalling the look of pity she had received the previous night, had intended to tease her, but upon noticing her damp hair still dripping, his words transformed into, "It would be best to return to the residence promptly, lest you fall ill." Feng Qingsui nodded. The second master speaks wisely. How she longed to return home immediately, to change out of these wet garments and warm herself by the brazier. Yet, she was still waiting for Wu Hua's return. She wondered if Wu Hua had grasped her intentions regarding the tiger and taken it to the crown prince. Casting her gaze toward the guest courtyard, she observed a flurry of activity as individuals hurried in that direction, thinking that such a grand display must surely indicate the crown prince's imminent appearance. Soon, she saw Wei Shi and Han Ruishuan escorting a refined and fair-skinned young man out of the guest courtyard. The young man turned to say something, prompting Wei Shi and Han Ruishuan to halt, watching him depart. The two sword-bearing guards she had seen earlier limped behind him. This was undoubtedly the crown prince. Feng Qingsui's eyes remained fixed on him until he reached the far end of the winding bridge, where his figure became obscured by the thicket near the lake. Just as she was about to withdraw her gaze, a clear voice floated into her ears. There were shadow guards accompanying the crown prince. She turned her head, gazing at Changqing with confusion. In a hushed tone, Changqing advised, "It would be prudent not to entertain any notions about him. Otherwise, I may not be able to assist you." She fixed her gaze on Changqing, only to suddenly adopt a stern expression. "When I'm married, I vowed to honor Changfeng's spirit for a lifetime. How could I possibly entertain thoughts of another man?" Changqing replied, "What a sharp tongue you possess. Do you think such words will suffice? I observed your gaze upon the crown prince. It was as cold as that of a fishmonger eyeing fish after 30 years of toil. Truly reckless. Do you mistake the crown prince for Han Ruishuan's concubine to harbor such deadly thoughts? Just understand this," Changqing continued, his tone indifferent. "If you intend to honor my brother's spirit for a lifetime, then do so diligently and refrain from frequenting others' residences. Each day, Each hour away is not a lifetime. Feng Qingsui remained silent, caught in a standstill until Wu Hua rushed over. "Madam, how do you fare?" "I'm well," Feng Qingsui replied, yet she sneezed again, this time feeling a slight sting in her throat. "What a tiger!" "Trapped in the crown prince's courtyard," Wu Hua replied, blinking her eyes. Understanding that Wu Hua had acted according to her thoughts, Feng Qingsui retracted her silver needles and smiled. "Please inform the young master's wife that I have caught a chill and shall return home, visiting again tomorrow." Wu Hua complied and departed. Changqing cast a cold glance at her. "You truly are reckless. Your life hangs by a thread, yet you still wish to accompany others for a stroll." Feng Qingsui shot him a sidelong glance. "I cannot compare to the second master's recklessness." Feng Qingsui, is this just truly unending? Although Feng Qingsui was eager to visit the following day, her body betrayed her, and soon after returning home, she succumbed to a fever that lasted an entire day. With even water being fed to her lips by Wu Hua, she couldn't help but wonder about Hualing's current condition. After her fever subsided, she propped herself against the headboard, gazing at the narcissus on the side table, murmuring to herself. According to Wu Hua, when she rushed with Wei into the courtyard where the crown prince resided, he emerged from the house immediately, and no other sounds echoed from within. That night, she also ventured to the Rongchang Marquis' residence, attempting to stealthily enter the guest courtyard, but the guards were formidable. Even if she managed to infiltrate, she would be unable to escape unscathed. Thus, Feng Qingsui had no choice but to abandon her reckless plan to rescue someone from the guest courtyard. Yet, she knew it was imperative to save the person. If this time they were thwarted, there would inevitably be another chance. As long as Hualing remained in the crown prince's grasp, she would ultimately become fodder for the fish in Moon Lake. However, she had no means to approach the crown prince and resolve the issue at its source. If only she could find a way to hinder him, she thought. As long as the crown prince did not visit the Rongchang Marquis' residence, Hualing should be temporarily safe, allowing her to devise a gradual rescue. But she was not the emperor, able to delegate tasks to the crown prince at will. What could possibly impede him? Just as her head throbbed with worry, an unexpected opportunity arose. The crown princess sought a female physician from outside the palace. Upon hearing this from Qi, Feng Qingsui was taken aback. Qi nodded, explaining that Changqing had mentioned it was a female official close to the crown princess who had requested his assistance in finding someone. And he asked her if she would be willing to enter the palace to attend to the crown princess. Feng Qingsui was even more astonished. Just the day before, Changqing had cautioned her against harboring designs on the crown prince, and now he was seeking her help for the crown princess? She blinked. "Mother, does second master know the crown princess?" "Quite well. Given the numerous imperial physicians in the palace, the crown princess's insistence on seeking an outsider suggested undisclosed complexities. It seemed utterly implausible that she would bypass her own family and entrust such a private matter to Changqing, who had only recently been appointed to the capital. The tales of unrequited love between powerful officials and palace concubines, which she had read in novels, suddenly became vivid in her mind. Could it be that these two? Yet, she interjected, they likely have no significant ties. Changqing has been in Jiangzhou and only came to the capital for the imperial examination, spending merely half a year here before returning to local governance. "Mother, why did second master, who topped the imperial examination, not enter the Hamlin Academy, but instead take a post as a county magistrate in a remote area?" Feng Qingsui interrupted. Was it truly merely due to discord with the old master? She was taken aback. "I don't believe second master is the type to gamble with his own future." The more Feng Qingsui pondered, the more coherent her thoughts became. Could it be that he was wounded in love and chose to retreat to a distant land? And after all these years, has yet to let go, unwilling to marry? She had always believed whatever her son said, never considering this perspective before. Now, upon hearing Feng Qingsui's insights, she found them entirely plausible. "You make a valid point. He has no ailments, yet remains indifferent to beauty. There must be a reason." She mused, her brows furrowing in contemplation. If he harbors feelings for someone, it would all make sense. If it must be so, then it is finished. His father, stubborn as a mule, insists on marrying me despite severing ties with his clan. If he inherits even a fraction of his father's disposition, his life will be. Feng Qingsui hastily reassured, "Mother, this is merely a figment of my imagination. Do not take it to heart or think the worst." Yet, Chi's tone grew resolute. "No, it is most likely true. I know my son well." Feng Qingsui sighed. Regardless of whether Changqing suffers from renal insufficiency or is pining for unrequited love, it is of no concern to me. My sole focus is the crown prince. Mother, it is an honor to attend to the crown princess. When might I be granted an audience in the palace? She returned to her thoughts and replied, "I am uncertain. I must consult with Changqing first. You should rest well for now." Although Feng Qingsui felt a sense of urgency, she understood that haste would not serve her. She could only recuperate while awaiting developments. Fortunately, the crown princess appeared to share her sense of urgency. For 2 days later, Changqing sent word, "Tomorrow, you shall enter the palace." Chapter 40. The scent of suppressed emotions in the depths of winter. Even under the bright sun, the outdoors resembled an icy cavern. Feng Qingsui, having just recovered from a cold, despite being clad in down garments beneath her cloak and holding a hand warmer, felt an unrelenting chill as she stepped outside from the warmth of her chamber. Changqing, on his day off, awaited her at the courtyard entrance accompanied by 2 maidservants. Due to the propriety between the sexes, he had refrained from visiting her in the Boyang Pavilion during her illness, gathering information solely through his mother. She had informed him that Feng Qingsui's complexion had greatly improved and that she could now rise and walk about. He assumed her vitality had returned. Yet what greeted his eyes was a sight reminiscent of a frail beauty. How could she possibly attend to others while still ailing herself? He furrowed his brow. "There is no urgency regarding the crown princess. It would be prudent for you to recuperate fully before entering the palace. Do not strain yourself." While the crown princess might not be in a rush, she certainly was. "I am nearly recovered. It is no trouble at all," Feng Qingsui replied. Her heart filled with confusion. Despite her efforts to apply makeup, how could he discern her lingering illness? Changqing, astute as he was, perceived her condition from her demeanor. She was bundled up like a bear and shivered against the cold wind, clearly sensitive to the chill. Though her face was adorned with cosmetics, her eyes betrayed her true state, revealing a vulnerability he had never seen in her before. Her insistence on appearing strong only tightened his frown. Was her eagerness to enter the palace motivated by intentions to harm the crown prince? He regretted having acquiesced to Shangwanmu's request. He had no personal connection with the crown princess. The matter of seeking a physician for her was brought to him by Shangwanmu. "Changqing, I have heard your sister-in-law possesses remarkable medical skills. Could you possibly invite her to the palace to attend to the crown princess?" Shangwanmu had implored him. Entering his carriage after court had adjourned, his expression one of earnestness. Naturally, he had declined immediately. Feng Qingsui's gaze toward the crown prince alone was enough to disqualify her from entering the eastern palace. Allowing her in would be akin to inviting a wolf into the fold. However, Shangwanmu, with a tenacity far exceeding that of a horse raised in the Ministry of Rights, persisted in his pleas. His words an incessant chant in Changqing's ear. "Changqing, you know her well. She remains unflinching even in the face of danger, never uttering a word of submission. After all these years in the palace, she has never sought my assistance until now. How can I refuse this single request, considered a favor for a brother in need?" The prospect of Feng Qingsui visiting the treasure pavilion and selecting whatever she desired was also mentioned, further complicating his resolve. Changqing, overwhelmed by annoyance, remained steadfast in his refusal. Seeing that his approach was futile, Shangwanmu declared, "Then I shall seek out your sister-in-law. She is kind-hearted and beautiful, and I am sure she will agree." While not entirely accurate, there was a kernel of truth in his words. Feng Qingsui would undoubtedly seize such a rare opportunity. Changqing, perplexed by the fate that surrounded him, found that those close to him seemed to have grown weary of life. One was infatuated with the crown princess, while another eyed the crown prince with trepidation. If Shangwanmu and Feng Qingsui were to conspire together, who could predict the chaos that might ensue? He had painstakingly achieved a position of authority. While they seemed reckless in their pursuits, he, however, still valued his life. Reluctantly, he acquiesced. contemplating the prospect of replacing Feng Qingsui's plump maid with someone more suitable. Even if Feng Qingsui harbored ulterior motives, her presence would thwart such endeavors. However, witnessing Feng Qingsui's unwavering determination at this moment made him realize he may have underestimated her fervor. This individual might genuinely resort to violence within the Eastern Palace. Noticing Changqing's prolonged silence, seemingly weighing his thoughts, she suddenly deduced what occupied his mind. "You need not worry, Second Master. I am a woman of my word, and shall never harbor ill intentions towards others." She deliberately distorted the truth to assuage Changqing's concerns. "My mother treats me as her own daughter. I wish to accompany her for many more years." Changqing understood her implication. She would not instigate trouble in the Eastern Palace. If Feng Qingsui dared to attempt an assassination on the Crown Prince, both he and Shangwanmu would undoubtedly be implicated, along with their families. If she possessed even a modicum of conscience, she would refrain from reckless actions. Judging by her efforts to help the children at the CIU courtyard find their sister, perhaps she still retained some sense of morality? Changqing fixed his gaze on Feng Qingsui's eyes for a prolonged moment. "Very well, I trust you. However, your maid lacks knowledge of court etiquette. She should remain outside the palace. Allow Zissou and Yanwei to accompany you instead, as they have been trained and understand how to conduct themselves within." He then gestured to the two maids following him. "This is Zissou, and this is Yanwei." The two maids replied in unison, "We have met the lady." Both maids were of similar height and build, differing only in facial shape. Zissou had an oval face, while Yanwei's was more pointed. Feng Qingsui recognized this as Changqing's stipulation for entering the palace and voiced no objections. "If that is the case, Wu Hua, you shall handle the carriage." "Understood," Wu Hua replied. Changqing handed the palace entry token to Feng Qingsui, advising her, "The palace is not like the outside world. You must proceed with caution." Feng Qingsui nodded and led her three maids to the stable. Wu Hua took the reins while Zissou and Yanwei sat inside the carriage, explaining and demonstrating court etiquette along the way. Feng Qingsui grasped the material swiftly, and before long, she had memorized the necessary protocols. Making no mistakes from the moment they entered the palace until they met the Crown Princess. "I did not expect the esteemed lady to be so youthful, and yet your medical skills are remarkable. I have heard that you have successfully treated both Cousin Xian and Sister Wei." The Crown Princess invited her to sit at the tea table, smiling gently. She possessed an elegant demeanor, her crescent-shaped eyes radiating warmth, akin to the moon in the sky, endearing her to all who beheld her. Upon seeing the portrait of her sister, Feng Qingsui envisioned a likeness that matched the Crown Princess's appearance, thus feeling an immediate sense of familiarity. "Such humble skills cannot merit your high praise, Your Highness," she replied with a slight smile. "It merely happens to be a condition I am well versed in. You are far too modest, dear lady." The Crown Princess personally brewed a pot of tea, and the two enjoyed several cups while conversing for a little over half an hour. Afterward, she discreetly dismissed those around her and softly remarked, "I perceive you to be a trustworthy individual. I implore you to keep the matters I shall entrust to you strictly confidential, uttering not a word to others." Feng Qingsui solemnly nodded, assuring, "I shall not fail your highness as trust." Yet, the Crown Princess hesitated, pausing for a considerable time before blushingly inquiring, "Do you possess the ability to concoct a calming fragrance?" Feng Qingsui responded, "Are you referring to a scent that has the opposite effect of an aphrodisiac? One that diminishes desire?" A fleeting sense of embarrassment swept across the face of the Crown Princess. Indeed, she lowered her head and leaned closer to Feng Qingsui, whispering in a barely audible tone, "Your Highness, I truly cannot bear it." Unable to refuse, I devised this scheme. Feng Qingsui inadvertently caught a glimpse of her slightly open collar, revealing several intersecting whip marks on her neck. Some were still red, others had just begun to scab, while some had already faded clearly from different periods of torment. Reflecting on the external accolades bestowed upon the Crown Prince, gentlemanly and as warm as jade, her heart brimmed with derision. To prey upon young maidens externally, while mercilessly whipping his wives and concubines internally renders the description of a beast in human clothing an affront to the very notion of beasts. Even animals possess a modicum of humanity that he lacks. For a brief moment, a thought flitted through her mind. Perhaps it would be best to take his life through the hand of the crown princess. Chapter 41. Devotion beyond measure yet. In the next moment, she regained her composure. To eliminate him so simply would be far too lenient. Renowned and cut down in his prime, many would sing his praises and mourn his passing, while his numerous transgressions and silent bones would remain buried in the earth, unseen by the light of day. She would not allow him to die so cleanly. She desired his complete ruin, to be vilified by the masses, to leave behind a legacy of infamy, and to suffer eternally. "I shall concoct the fragrance," she replied. "I will deliver it to Her Highness tomorrow." Upon hearing this, the crown princess felt a wave of relief and expressed her gratitude. "I appreciate your assistance." She then brewed another pot of tea and resumed her previous conversation with Feng Qingsui. After nearly a quarter of an hour, she arranged for Feng Qingsui to be escorted out of the palace, returning from the warmly heated eastern palace to the icy confines of the carriage. Feng Qingsui felt her spirits diminish significantly. On the way home, she leaned against the carriage wall, contemplating the relationship between the crown princess and Changqing. Although she had previously harbored suspicions that they were longtime acquaintances, those were mere unfounded speculations. Now, having witnessed the crown princess's trust in her, despite their initial meeting having limited familiarity, she surmised that the crown princess's willingness to confide personal matters stemmed from her trust in Changqing, leading her to believe that her intuition might indeed be correct. The crown princess and Changqing were well matched in both appearance and temperament. However, one was a lady of the Eastern Palace, while the other was a confidant to the emperor. No matter how profound their sentiments, they could only admire each other from afar. With this thought, upon returning home and encountering Changqing once more, she regarded him with a hint of sympathy. "Changqing? Why this look again? What is this woman concocting in her mind?" Suppressing his urge to inquire further, he maintained a neutral expression and asked, "Have you completed the examination?" Feng Qingsui nodded. "Yes, I have." Expecting Changqing to inquire about the crown princess's ailment, she was surprised when he stated, "Since you have received Zissou and Yanwei, they are now yours to command at your discretion." He then produced 2 contracts from his sleeve and handed them to Feng Qingsui. Upon examining them, Feng Qingsui raised an eyebrow at the generous offer. So magnanimous? For merely providing a diagnosis to the crown princess, he bestowed upon her 2 capable maids. It seemed his affection for the crown princess was indeed profound, and her sympathy for him deepened. "Thank you, second master. Rest assured, the crown princess is not in grave danger. I will return to the palace tomorrow and ensure her full recovery." Another trip to the palace? Changqing's heart, which had just begun to settle, once again felt suspended. This person had promised not to act today, but had made no such assurances for tomorrow. "You should be as cautious tomorrow as you were today." Feng Qingsui was momentarily taken aback, but then understood, smiling warmly. "You need not worry at all, second master. Each person is responsible for their own actions. I would never implicate others." She thought to herself that this man was indeed very invested in the crown princess's well-being. In this world, the word love could certainly lead to profound complications. She led Zissou and Yanwei back to the Breaking Waves Pavilion, assigning them their tasks, and then compiled a lengthy list of fragrance ingredients, instructing Wuhua, "You shall purchase from various shops, acquiring only 2 or 3 items from each." Wuhua acknowledged the command and departed. In no time, she returned with all the ingredients. Feng Qingsui secluded herself in her chamber, preoccupied with the creation of a fragrance, neglecting even her evening meal. It was not until the witching hour that she perfected the formula for her heartless fragrance. Indeed, she crafted the heartless fragrance rather than the suppressive fragrance, for the latter merely provides momentary relief, while the former addresses the root of the problem. She intended to retain the crown prince, not to enable his continued misdeeds. On the following morning, she set out for the palace once more, accompanied by Perilla and Iris, riding in a donkey cart driven by 5 flowers. Upon presenting the heartless fragrance to the crown princess, she whispered, After lighting this incense, Your Highness, please ensure the ashes are disposed of in the chamber pot. The palace's chamber pots are cleaned daily by designated personnel, and all waste is transported out of the city, sold to farmers in need of fertilizer. Mixing the ashes with the refuse is the safest method of disposal. Alternatives, such as discarding them in a lake or burying them beneath a tree, pose a risk of exposure, as the palace is rife with spies. The Crown Princess expressed her admiration. It is indeed commendable that you considered this method. It is more thoughtful than my own. Feng Qingsui smiled faintly. Recognizing that the Crown Princess, raised in a scholarly household, was accustomed to refined matters and would not fathom such a crude solution. The Crown Princess, with a hint of melancholy, remarked, being well-versed in literature is not always a blessing. My father and brothers taught me to be gentle and humble, yet they did not instruct me on how to confront violence. The books I have read, the etiquette I have learned, have not improved my circumstances. Rather, they bind me like shackles, silencing me and rendering me at the mercy of others. Feng Qingsui sensed the weight of her plight, but refrained from delving deeper, replying only, "If Your Highness has the opportunity to leave the palace, perhaps you might visit the orphanage or the nursing home. It may provide you with a new perspective." The Crown Princess nodded. "Very well. Should the occasion arise, I shall go." After sharing tea for a while, Feng Qingsui departed the palace. The Crown Princess instructed her trusted matron, Granny Wan, to carefully store the fragrant materials, initially believing they would not be needed for several days. However, that very night, the Crown Prince unexpectedly visited her chambers. He seldom came to her, preferring the company of the newcomers who had recently entered the palace. Upon hearing his footsteps, she began to tremble. "My beloved, have you been unwell these past few days? I heard you consulted an outside physician." The Crown Prince strolled into the inner chamber with an air of indifference. The Crown Princess suppressed her fear and signaled to Granny Wan, who nodded and stepped into the outer chamber. Having gained some weight recently, she had heard that Madame Ji excelled in dietary regulation and had helped her sister-in-law, Wei, lose a considerable amount of weight, prompting her to summon the lady into the palace for a couple of meetings. She recounted the pre-prepared explanation to the Crown Prince. He showed no suspicion, surveying her with a scrutinizing gaze, and frowned. "You have indeed changed significantly. During the time of our marriage, your face was round. But now your features have sharpened, and you appear taller. You were far more endearing before." The Crown Princess was aware of his preference for youthful appearances and replied, "I have aged, and thus I am not as charming as the newcomers." Deep down, she wished for the Crown Prince to detest her appearance, hoping he would never visit her again. "Make arrangements," he said coolly. The Crown Princess bit her lip, turned away, and knelt on the ground. Soon after, the sound of a loud whip cracked through the inner chamber. Upon retrieving the spices, Granny Wan trembled in response to the whip's crack, gritting her teeth as she placed the spices into the incense burner. It was not until the third watch of the night that the Crown Prince finally departed his chamber. Hastening into the inner room, Granny Wan was met with the sight of the Crown Princess, unrecognizable in her distress, and her heart ached, tears streaming down her aged cheeks. "How has it come to this? Wasn't it said that this spice—" she began, but the Crown Princess interrupted her. "This spice does not yield immediate results. Madame Ji has assured me that it will take 2 or 3 days to take effect. By then, even if the Crown Prince harbors any doubts, he will not suspect me." Granny Wan sighed, expressing her uncertainty. One cannot predict how long it will be effective. If only. The remainder of her thought was too audacious to voice, and she swallowed it back down. Chapter 42. The Crown Prince may not survive. Feng Qingsui returned to the palace safely for the second time, yet Changqing could only feel half relieved. It was not until a few days had passed without any incidents from the East Palace that his taut nerves finally began to relax, and he ceased to glance instinctively towards the East Palace during court dismissals. However, Shangwan Mu seemed unable to tear his gaze away from the roof of the East Palace. Turning his head repeatedly, the officials trailing behind him, noticing his fixation, assumed that something had fallen from the decorative beasts atop the roof, and thus turned to look as well. The curiosity spread rapidly, until half the officials were engrossed in observing the East Palace. "What are you looking at?" "I don't know. Everyone else is looking." The only one in the know, Changqing, sighed, and kicked Shang Wanmu lightly. Refrain from such behavior. Shang Wanmu turned around, puzzled. Refrain from what? Changqing pointed to the left. See for yourself. Shang Wanmu responded with confusion. But once he looked, he was taken aback. What are they doing? Imitating you. After a fleeting moment of panic, Shang Wanmu declared seriously, it seems the sun must also set in the west today. The officials behind him burst into laughter. Shang Wanmu quickly tugged Changqing's arm to move forward, fearing they would drown in the spittle of laughter. That was close. After shaking off the crowd, he wiped his brow and inquired about the crown princess. Is she well? What did your sister-in-law say? Having persuaded Changqing, he had been dispatched to inspect the horse stables and had just returned to the capital last night. Changqing replied calmly, the medicine has cured the illness. She was truly ill? Shang Wanmu's expression turned to one of concern. What kind of illness? Changqing shot him a glance. Do you really think so poorly of my sister-in-law's capabilities? Shang Wanmu quickly apologized. I almost forgot that doctors must maintain confidentiality. Changqing could hardly bear to watch. After all these years, you ought to let go. Otherwise, if someone with ill intentions learns of this, both you and your families will face dire consequences. Shang Wanmu replied with a wry smile. If I could let go, I would have done so long ago. Changqing scoffed lightly. There is nothing that cannot be let go. It solely depends on your desire to do so. Shang Wanmu shook his head. You, who only know how to write about love, but not understand its essence, will never comprehend. Changqing retorted. No wonder your starting point is higher than mine, yet your official rank is lower. Shang Wanmu was taken aback. How many officials in the court rank higher than him? Such a disparagement. He hastily changed the subject. As we agreed last time, if your sister-in-law is willing to act, she may choose anything from the treasure pavilion. Please convey this to her. Changqing had not mentioned him to Feng Qingsui at all and replied coolly, just give her the banknotes directly. Who would feel comfortable selecting items from the treasure pavilion? Shang Wanmu pondered this and agreed. The following day, he prepared the banknotes and, after court, boarded Changqing's carriage to present the notes. He also conveyed a piece of gossip. I heard that the crown prince may not survive. Changqing responded with disbelief. You dare to spread such rumors? Are you courting death? I'm not referring to that kind of not surviving, but rather... Shang Wanmu lowered his voice. Impotence. Changqing. Where did you hear that? From my inept younger brother. As you know, he spends his days with a group of wealthy scions indulging in debauchery, among whom is Han Er. He said that Han Er asked them to help find a doctor skilled in treating kidney deficiency. They assumed Han Er was the one in trouble, but he clarified it was not for him, but rather for his elder brother, who was helping someone else. Who doesn't he know that the crown prince and Han Shitzi are as close as brothers? It is only natural that Han Shitzi would be so concerned if it weren't for the crown prince. Hearing the term kidney deficiency, Changqing felt a twinge of discomfort. Shang Wanmu was still agitated. Do you think the crown prince might really? Changqing interrupted him. The crown prince has been married for 6 years, not 6 days. If there were indeed a hidden ailment, he would not have waited until now to seek help. Changqing's shoulders drooped. You have a point. It is better to remain skeptical of unsubstantiated matters. Changqing remarked solely. After returning to the residence, he paid his respects to his mother and encountered Feng Qingsui, who was preparing to return to her courtyard. He called her over and handed her the banknotes provided by Shang Wanmu. Without much explanation, he simply mentioned the consultation fee. Feng Qingsui was overjoyed, counting the sum to find it amounted to 3,000 taels, and her smile widened. Thank you, second master. If such good fortune arises again in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Changqing observed her crescent-shaped eyes and mused that this expression might be the only genuine one she possessed. Did you tamper with the crown prince's condition? He asked solemnly. Feng Qingsui looked at him in confusion. The crown prince's condition? What does that have to do with me? I have only seen the crown princess during my 2 visits to the palace, never the crown prince. Huh. Changqing sneered inwardly. Just because you haven't seen him doesn't mean you can't meddle. He had long understood that this little trickster spoke not a word of truth. Do not presume you're the only clever one in this world, he warned, should any clues be uncovered. He did not finish his sentence. But Feng Qingsui comprehended his implication. She remained unfazed. The incense, ashes already decomposed. Even if the crown prince were to dig in the countryside, he would uncover nothing. So what clues could there possibly be? Thank you for the warning, second master. Although I do not fully grasp your words, I will ponder them later. She smiled brightly. By the way, second master, how is the investigation into the case of the missing adopted children progressing? Changqing, seeing that she was impervious to reason, felt resigned. As you mentioned, there are indeed those acting with intent. I have ordered the Jingzhou Yin to consolidate the 40 or so missing cases into one investigation. However, the other party has never shown themselves during transactions, making it difficult to pursue. Feng Qingsui inquired. Who do you think could be behind this, second master? Changqing had already formed a judgment on this matter. It must be someone with a deep understanding of the caregivers at the Tso Institute. Each institution has its share of corruption, and to cover their crimes, negative incidents are concealed whenever possible. The mastermind behind it has exploited this fact repeatedly without drawing attention. It is likely the work of some powerful figure. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Qingsui clapped her hands. With your supervision, second master, this case will surely be resolved in the near future. Changqing inexplicably detected a hint of mockery in her words. Just as he was about to inquire about her thoughts, she deftly shifted the topic. It was said that the favored concubine in the palace was currently enjoying great favor, and her third son, skilled in both literature and martial arts, had captured the emperor's heart. I wonder, dear sir, do you support the crown prince or the third prince? Changqing found himself at a loss for words. I am solely loyal to his majesty. What if the crown prince ascends the throne in the future? Will you then pledge your loyalty to him? Feng Qingsui pressed on, eager to discern Changqing's stance on the crown prince. Instead of answering, Changqing countered. Why the sudden inquiry? Feng Qingsui offered a slight smile. I am utterly ignorant of court affairs and fear that I might unwittingly associate with the wrong people, thereby causing you trouble. Changqing retorted. After spending 2 months strolling with the wife of the heir to the Rongchang Marquis, you only now think of this? Thanks to you, I am now regarded as a member of the crown prince's faction. Feng Qingsui. Chapter 43. How much more audacious can one be? She quickly recalled something and retorted. Second master, do not place all the blame upon me. Regarding my plunge into the lake, you went to the residence of the Rongchang Marquis, seeking him, as you already had prior dealings. Changqing felt a genuine lack of conscience emanating from her. Why did he venture to seek out the Rongchang Marquis? Was it not because he had received a message from Yen Qifei, informing him that she had released the Marquis's tiger and subsequently fallen into the icy lake, fearing she might lose her life there? Thus, he hastily concocted a reason to rush over. Upon encountering him later, the Rongchang Marquis appeared utterly bewildered. As for the affairs of the court, if you are disinterested, then do not concern yourself, Changqing remarked coolly. Given my current standing, it is only others who seek to cultivate a relationship with me. I harbor no interest in the struggle for succession. I merely wish to serve as a loyal minister. Hearing this, Feng Qingsui felt a measure of relief. As long as Changqing was not aligned with the crown prince, she still had the opportunity to lay everything bare. I understand now, she smiled at Changqing. It seems I can indeed be bold. Changqing replied, you have already made a move against the crown prince. Is that not audacious enough? What more do you desire? After recuperating for several days, Feng Qingsui was in excellent health. Concerned for Hualing, she wasted no time in visiting the Rongchang Marquis's residence to pay her respects to Madame Wei. Upon seeing her, Madame Wei beamed with delight, exclaiming, you have arrived at the perfect moment. I have joyous news to share. Feng Qingsui glanced at her waist and inquired, are you expecting? How did you guess so accurately? Madame Wei laughed heartily. This morning, the physician of the household took my pulse and confirmed it. I was so overjoyed that I nearly ran 20 laps around the estate, only to be stopped by the old matriarch. Congratulations on your heart's desire, Feng Qingsui said with a smile. Madame Wei expressed her gratitude before broaching the subject of the day she was pursued by the white tiger, her heart still trembling at the memory. I was too presumptuous, forgetting the nature of wild beasts. Had it not been for your quick thinking, I would have perished that day. Do not worry. No one could have anticipated its sudden aggression, Feng Qingsui reassured her. Indeed, Madame Wei sighed deeply. She then inquired about Feng Qingsui's health. Are you feeling better? Have you made use of the medicinal herbs I sent? If you require anything else, do not hesitate to let me know. I have fully recovered. You need not worry. Feng Qingsui replied. That is wonderful to hear, Madame Wei smiled. Currently, I am unable to take leisurely strolls, so why not accompany me to see third sister? The 9 lotus lanterns in her garden have bloomed. That sounds delightful, Feng Qingsui agreed. In the midst of winter, when flora withered, the 9 lotus lanterns in Miss Han's courtyard thrived, radiating vitality and competing in beauty. Upon entering the courtyard, Feng Qingsui exclaimed, Indeed, these are extraordinary flowers. Madame Wei, with a satisfied expression, remarked, Did I not tell you? Are these not comparable to peonies? Just as Feng Qingsui was about to nod in agreement, a petite figure emerged from the pavilion. Sister-in-law, why is it that you always describe flowers with the phrase comparable to peonies? Third sister, a talented young lady, naturally spoke with eloquence. Madame Wei chuckled. As for someone in my humble status, being able to say they are comparable to peonies or to chrysanthemums is quite commendable. Han Ruixiang playfully retorted, Sister-in-law, your words seem to suggest I am deliberately flaunting my talents. Oh dear, I assure you, I speak nothing but the truth, Madame Wei protested. Unbeknownst to Qingsui, San Mei Mei had penned over a dozen poems and created 7 or 8 paintings for the 9 lotus lamp, with the artwork appearing even more lifelike than the actual objects. Arrosi wablusumaton, kan rushians tux. Sister-in-law, please refrain from boasting. What exquisite paintings has Madame G not encountered? The works of Lord G are true masterpieces. Mine are mere scribbles. Feng Qingsui listened quietly as the 2 sisters-in-law exchanged banter, pondering that she had indeed never seen Ji Changqing's paintings. The last time she entered his study, she noticed one wall lined with books and another adorned with several maps, likely remnants from Ji Changfeng. Wei Shi, eager to showcase Han Ruixiang's talent, insisted that Feng Qingsui join her in the West Wing, which served as Han Ruixiang's studio, to admire her artworks. Han Ruixiang's meticulous paintings exhibited remarkable precision and realism, a testament to her extraordinary skill. Impressive. The third miss must have devoted considerable effort. Feng Qingsui remarked. Indeed, when she paints, she neglects food and sleep, sitting for an entire day. I, on the other hand, can hardly endure for even a quarter of an hour, Han Ruixiang replied, feeling a bit shy. Sister-in-law, please do not flatter me. Who does not labor in learning to paint? Madame G is truly remarkable, mastering medical arts at such a young age, while I struggle to comprehend medical texts. You are all exceptional. Wei Shi chuckled. As for me, I am but an ordinary person. After a light-hearted exchange, noticing Wei Shi appeared fatigued, Han Ruixiang suggested, Sister-in-law, you should return to rest. I will enjoy a leisurely chat with Madame G. Feng Qingsui then prepared to take her leave. Han Ruixiang attempted to persuade her to stay, but upon seeing her resolve, she smiled. In a few days, our poetry society will convene, and we have invited Miss Xiao from Fan Lu to sing. Would Madame G care to join us? Wei Shi paused in her stroll, and Feng Qingsui, seeking an excuse to visit the Rongchang Marquette, eagerly replied, Certainly, I shall attend. Though I cannot compose poetry, I will merely listen to the songs. Listening is perfectly acceptable, Han Ruixiang assured her. Upon exiting the Rongchang Marquette, Feng Qingsui inquired of Wu Hua, What have you learned? Earlier, while she was conversing in Han Ruixiang's courtyard, she had sent Wu Hua to the kitchen to investigate. If Hualing were still alive, she would surely require sustenance, and someone must be responsible for delivering meals. Wu Hua responded, There's a maid in the main kitchen who resembles me closely, specifically tasked with delivering meals to the guest quarters. Next time I come, I will disguise myself as her to take a look. Feng Qingsui recognized that Wu Hua's skills in disguise surpassed her own, as she seemed to have received training, effortlessly mimicking others, and thus nodded in agreement. On the day of the Poetry Society gathering, Feng Qingsui and Wu Hua arrived punctually. This poetry society, named the Ruixiang Poetry Society, had been mentioned by Wei Shi as the largest women's poetry society in the capital, boasting around 100 members. Upon witnessing it firsthand, she was indeed struck by its remarkable stature. Naturally, Han Ruixiang's courtyard could not accommodate such a large assembly, and the gathering was held in the banquet hall. Xiao Jinjin and her accompanying musicians sat on the stage, performing songs. After 10 songs concluded and the performers descended to rest, Feng Qingsui approached to greet them. Miss Xiao, it has been a long time. Xiao Jinjin smiled brightly. I saw you on stage just now and was hoping to find you. What brings you here to sing? Feng Qingsui discreetly inquired. Earlier, when she visited Fan Lu to treat Xiao Jinjin, she had heard her mention that Han Rueishuan frequently attended music performances, intending to take her as a concubine. Xiao Jinjin covered her face, exclaiming that Miss Han was offering far too much. Feng Qingsui remarked, with a hint of amusement, that one ought to be cautious of potential deceit. Surely that would not be the case, would it? Xiao Jinjin glanced around the room, noting the numerous noble ladies present. Surely, the young Master Han would not harbor any improper intentions. Caution ensures a safe voyage, Feng Qingsui advised, urging her to remain within the banquet hall. Xiao Jinjin nodded in agreement. After partaking in 2 cups of floral essence, she returned to the stage to continue her performance. However, upon descending the stage for a brief respite, she unexpectedly collided with a maid carrying a bowl of soup, spilling it all over herself. My apologies. Allow me to escort you to change, the maid exclaimed, hastily discarding the tray and pulling her toward the banquet hall's exit. Chapter 44. The stand-in without having even retrieved her garments. How could she change? Xiao Jinjin's instinct screamed that something was amiss. Coupled with Feng Qingsui's recent warning not to leave the banquet hall, she dared not follow the maid. Wait! She attempted to shake off the maid's grip. I have yet to collect my clothes. The maid held firmly onto her arm, insisting, I shall have your maid bring your clothes shortly. You are in quite a disheveled state, which is truly unbecoming. Xiao Jinjin had never encountered such a domineering maid. She did not trust a single word of her statement. Gripping the doorframe with one hand, she shouted, Release me. If you do not let go, I shall call for help. To her shock, the maid reached out to cover her mouth. In a frantic attempt to stop her, Xiao Jinjin relinquished her hold, only to have the maid seize her other hand, binding them together, and before she could cry out, a cloth was stuffed into her mouth. It is an honor that the young master has taken notice of you. Do not refuse a toast, and instead seek punishment, the maid sneered. You have come to us willingly. Why pretend to be a virtuous maiden? Attend to the young master well, and remaining in the manor is far superior to selling your talents outside. Many would yearn for such an opportunity. With that, she bound Xiao Jinjin's hands and attempted to drag her away. A wave of regret washed over Xiao Jinjin. She should not have coveted the 3,000 taels of silver. What did it matter if she was among the esteemed ladies of the hall? She was utterly defenseless against Han Rueishuan. How naive she had been. Help! Who would come to her aid? She struggled desperately, but was no match for the maid's strength. Just as despair threatened to engulf her, Feng Qingsui and Miss Han appeared before them. What is going on here? Feng Qingsui exclaimed in surprise. Is this maid one of yours, Miss Han? Why is she dragging Miss Xiao away? Has Miss Xiao done anything wrong? Upon recognizing the maid as one associated with her elder brother, Han Rueishuan's anger flared. It was unacceptable for that rogue to act so brazenly, especially during her gathering, targeting the singer she had invited. How could one be so careless as to allow Lady Ji to witness such an act? What if Lady Ji mentioned it to old Lady Ji or Ji Changqing? They would surely misinterpret the situation. This is not my maid, Han Rueishuan declared coldly. Perhaps a scoundrel has infiltrated from outside. Our estate is vast, and it is inevitable that some slip through the cracks. How dare they even touch my people? They truly do not know their own mortality. With that, she signaled several maids to step forward and intervene, rescuing Xiao Jinjin and apprehending the kidnapper. My apologies, Miss Xiao. I did not mean for you to be frightened. I shall add an additional 2,000 taels to your reward to help ease your shock, Han Rueishuan said earnestly after the bindings on Xiao Jinjin's wrists were removed. Understanding that it was futile to harbor grievances, Xiao Jinjin bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Miss Han, and thank you, Lady Ji. I shall forever remember your kindness. Having said this, she prepared to change her attire. I shall accompany you, Feng Qingsui smiled. She had been eager to let Wu Hua slip away, disguised as a maid from the Rongchang Marquis's kitchen, to gather information in the guest courtyard. Xiao Zhenjin cast a grateful glance her way, still shaken from her earlier ordeal. She hesitated to go to the dressing room alone with the maid. Then I must trouble Lady Ji. After changing her attire, she expressed her gratitude to Feng Qingsui. Thank you, madam, for bringing the third miss to my aid. Otherwise, I truly do not know what I would have encountered. Do not mention it. Feng Qingsui replied with a light laugh. But you must find a way to resolve this predicament. Xiao Zhenjin sighed. Isn't that what I wish to do? Unfortunately, I am at my wit's end. As a mere songstress of lowly status, how could she contend with Han Rueishuan, the heir of the Marquis, nephew of the Queen, and cousin to the Crown Prince, one of the most powerful figures in the entire capital? I suppose I shall just take it one step at a time, she lamented. Understanding her plight, Feng Qingsui chose not to pursue the topic further. As they made their way to the banquet hall, Xiao Zhenjin noticed that Feng Qingsui's maidservant was nowhere to be seen. Just as she was about to inquire, a captivating woman approached, accompanied by a maid. Madam Ji, I was just looking for you, the maid greeted first. Xiao Zhenjin found it peculiar when Feng Qingsui responded. Does the young master's wife seek me? It dawned on her that this maid belonged to the young master of Rongcheng Marquis's wife. Yet, she was unaware of the identity of the woman before her. Han Rueishuan had mentioned his wife during a previous visit to the Fan Tower, describing her as possessing a countenance of fortune, which clearly did not match the woman before her. Indeed, the maid replied, presenting an invitation to Feng Qingsui. At the end of the month, our second master is to be wed, and Madam is responsible for distributing invitations to the various estates. Knowing you would be here today, I was instructed to deliver this directly to you. Congratulations. Feng Qingsui accepted the invitation and inquired about the enchanting woman who was observing both her and Xiao Zhenjin. And who might this be? This is concubine Shui. The maid answered. I happened to encounter her as I was leaving the estate. She heard that Miss Xiao is performing here and wished to meet her. Concubine Shui smiled. I have long heard of Miss Xiao's renowned reputation, but have yet to see her in person. Now I finally know what you look like. Xiao Zhenjin detected the bitterness in her words and merely smiled faintly. It is nothing extraordinary, just 2 eyes and a mouth. While the features may not be remarkable, your voice is truly exceptional, Concubine Shui replied with a beaming smile. Even I, upon hearing it, am tempted to reserve the entire Fan Tower just to listen to you sing daily. Xiao Zhenjin smiled in silence. After a few more sour remarks, Concubine Shui departed with Wei's maid. Xiao Zhenjin leaned closer to Feng Qingsui and whispered, How many concubine CS does young Master Han have in his rear courtyard? This one looks different from the concubine Shui he brought to listen to me months ago. Do you know how the Paiyun Tower fell? Feng Qingsui inquired. Xiao Zhenjin nodded. It was shut down by the authorities for operating an illegal beast-fighting arena. Young Master Han was a frequent visitor to that arena, Feng Qingsui whispered. And on the day the Paiyun Tower was raided, he had just taken concubine Shui there. He was the only one to escape. Later, when questioned, he neither admitted to visiting the Paiyun Tower nor acknowledged that the person who died there was concubine Shui, claiming instead that she was in the estate. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhenjin's complexion turned ashen. So, this was a substitute. His concubines indeed did not live long. Instantly, she began to worry for her own safety. If, in the future, she could not withstand Han Rueishuan's relentless pursuit and became one of his concubines, would she not meet the same tragic fate as the original Cui Yinyang? Her youthful beauty destined for a miserable end? A shiver coursed through her, and she abruptly grasped Feng Qingsui's arm, asking, Madam, do you possess any potion that, after disfiguring someone, could still allow for restoration? Upon hearing this, Feng Qingsui instantly grasped her intentions and replied with a smile. Do you truly believe that disfiguring yourself will appease him? Xiao Zhenjin's gaze dimmed. Indeed, disfigurement alone would not suffice. Her voice must also be silenced. Yet, how could she bear such a notion? Was she destined for a life of fleeting beauty and untimely demise? Feng Qingsui glanced at the invitation in her hand, and a thought began to form in her mind. After contemplating for a moment, she turned to Xiao Zhenjin and said, I do have a plan, but I wonder if you possess the courage to pursue it. Chapter 45. While others compose poetry, you fish? When life hangs by a thread, what is there left to fear? Xiao Zhenjin replied without hesitation. I am immensely grateful for your assistance, madam. This is not the place for conversation. Feng Qingsui remarked. Let us find a more suitable venue to discuss after the gathering. Very well. Xiao Jinjin suppressed her excitement and returned to the stage to continue her performance. Once the gathering concluded, she received her payment from Miss Han's maid and approached Feng Qingsui, whispering, Madam, where shall we meet? Feng Qingsui replied, Simply follow my carriage. Xiao Jinjin eagerly agreed. However, as she prepared to exit the manor with Feng Qingsui, she noticed that the latter stood still. Is the madam waiting for someone? Feng Qingsui nodded. Indeed. Just then, she spotted Wu Hua approaching from around the corridor's corner and smiled. All right, let us depart. Xiao Jinjin then recalled that she had not seen the maid since returning from the changing room, and she wondered where she had been, only to return after the gathering had ended. Yet, she refrained from asking further, and with the maid in tow, she briskly followed Feng Qingsui, merging into the flow of people exiting the manor. Feng Qingsui's large black donkey stood out distinctly among the horses, making it easy to locate. Xiao Jinjin searched for her carriage for quite some time, admiring Feng Qingsui's astute choice. She mused to herself, perhaps I should replace my horse with a donkey as well. Donkeys are hardier than horses, gentle yet capable, far superior in many ways. After all, everyone is aware of her identity as a singer. Riding in a horse-drawn carriage would not elevate her status, nor would a donkey-drawn cart diminish it. Feng Qingsui was oblivious to her thoughts, or she would have certainly reminded her that the braying of a donkey is not something everyone can endure. Its high-pitched and shrill sound can drive anyone to despair. Although the combination of a singer and a donkey is strikingly incongruous, not every contrast is worth pursuing. While Xiao Jinjin searched for her carriage, Feng Qingsui quietly inquired of Wu Hua, Have you located Hualing? Yes, Wu Hua replied. She is confined in the prince's courtyard, but has not suffered much torment, merely appearing somewhat haggard. A heavy weight lifted from Feng Qingsui's heart. In recent days, she had been anxious about her delayed rescue, fearing that even if Hualing were alive, she would bear indelible scars, waking from nightmares each night. Thankfully, they had arrived in time. She understood that she could not traverse time to rescue Xiao Yu on the fateful night, but she would do everything in her power to save Hualing from a similar fate, ensuring that the perpetrators and their accomplices were sent to hell. Let us not return to the manor just yet, she instructed Wu Hua. We shall head to the eastern outskirts. Wu Hua complied. En route. Feng Qingsui spotted a fishing tackle shop by the roadside and instructed Wu Hua to disembark and purchase 2 sets of fishing gear. Upon reaching a stream on the outskirts of the eastern city gate, where thin ice had formed, she beckoned to Xiao Jinjin, who had followed them by carriage, saying, Alight. There are fish here. Xiao Jinjin expressed her curiosity. I have never fished before in my life. After setting up their fishing rods by the riverbank, Feng Qingsui, while waiting for a bite, asked Xiao Jinjin, Do you know what is most crucial in fishing? Xiao Jinjin guessed randomly. The fishing rod? The bait? The fishing spot? Feng Qingsui shook her head. It is perseverance. Perseverance is the key to reaping rewards. Should one falter midway, not only will they end up with nothing, but they may also suffer personal loss. Xiao Zhenjin understood this well and nodded in agreement, assuring, Rest assured, my lady, I shall not give up halfway. Feng Qingsui responded with a faint smile. First, allow me to share my strategy before you make any promises. With that, she lowered her voice and began to instruct Xiao Jinjin on the course of action. Xiao Jinjin's heart raced with anticipation. What happens after we lure him out? She inquired. Feng Qingsui smiled lightly. That is not a concern of yours. There will be others to take over. A vague sense of apprehension filled Xiao Jinjin as she began to grasp the nature of Feng Qingsui's intentions. Am I merely bait? She asked. Indeed, Feng Qingsui confirmed, leaving Xiao Zhenjin in contemplative silence. After a moment, she asked, May I inquire about the past grievances between you and him? You'll find out in due time. Feng Qingsui replied. She added, There is no rush to respond. Take a few days to contemplate, but do let me know by the end of the month, or it will be too late. Xiao Zhenjin agreed. At that moment, Feng Qingsui's fishing bobber twitched. The fish is hooked. Xiao Zhenjin exclaimed, My lady, quickly lift the rod. Yet, Feng Qingsui remained still. It was only when the bobber completely submerged that she finally drew the rod, revealing a hefty black carp, thrashing about in the air. Wu Hua secured the fish, removed the hook, and threaded it onto a willow branch to hang it from tree. Xiao Zhenjin's bobber also moved, but her impatience caused her to jerk the rod too soon, allowing the fish to escape. This happened several times, and as she faced the prospect of returning empty-handed, a sense of urgency overwhelmed her. Though fishing was not her primary objective, she inexplicably desired to bring home a fish. Remembering Feng Qingsui's words about perseverance, she resolved to endure. Ultimately, her patience was rewarded with a golden carp. Congratulations, your first fishing experience has yielded a golden carp. Feng Qingsui congratulated her. Upon learning that golden carps were rare, Xiao Zhenjin beamed with delight. I shall keep it. However, keeping it might result in a loss of color. Feng Qingsui cautioned. Yet Xiao Zhenjin remained resolute in her decision. Before their return, she assured Feng Qingsui, I will respond to you as soon as possible. Feng Qingsui acknowledged her promise with a nod. She had caught 7 fish, but decided to keep only the first, releasing the others back into the water. On their way home, they chanced upon Changqing, who smiled and asked, Did the second master just return from court? Do you have time to cook? I caught a large carp. Changqing glanced at the sizable black carp held by Wu Hua and raised an eyebrow. While others composed poetry, you engage in fishing? Feng Qingsui scoffed lightly. What? Has the Ji family lost face? Not at all. Changqing chuckled. Such a large fish is not something just anyone can catch. He then asked, Would you prefer it braised or sweet and sour? Sweet and sour, Feng Qingsui replied, as she relished the crispy skin of the fried carp. Initially, she would only eat the carp skin, but Changqing's exquisite sweet and sour sauce was so delightful that she consumed both skin and flesh, leaving the plate empty yet craving more. She remarked with a smile, You have finally regained your appetite. After that bout of illness, you barely touched your food when dining with me, and I was quite worried. Feng Qingsui smiled softly, attributing her regained appetite to Changqing's culinary skills. Originally, she was never particular about her food, but after tasting Changqing's culinary skills, she felt that the dishes prepared by others lacked a certain flavor. After the meal, she presented the invitation from the Wei family to Qi Shi, who remarked while perusing it, The Rongchang Marquis is hosting another celebratory banquet. I wonder when our household will have the opportunity to host one. Changqing, with an expressionless demeanor, replied, If mother desires it, we can hold one at any time. I have a mare that has just given birth to a foal. We could celebrate its first month. Qi Shi, Feng Qingsui. Qi Shi huffed softly and returned to her chambers. Changqing also prepared to leave when Feng Qingsui called out to him, Second Master. If you were to find the mastermind behind the abduction of the children from Xiao Institute, would you seek justice for them? Changqing turned back, gazing intently at her. Have you found the culprit? I will return to you first. Yes. Feng Qingsui smiled faintly. I believe in you, Second Master. If you wish to uncover the truth, please do attend the banquet at the Rongchang Marquis. Chapter 46. A fortuitous opportunity after bringing the golden carp back to Fan Tower. Xiao Zhenjin instructed someone to purchase a large urn to house the golden fish in the backyard, bestowing upon it the name Jin Shanshan. Whenever she found a moment of respite, she would visit the backyard to observe Jin Shanshan, grappling with an internal conflict about whether to collaborate with Feng Qingsui. Had she been a solitary soul, she would have undoubtedly acquiesced without a second thought. After all, life was but a fleeting existence, rather than endure humiliation. It was preferable to seize a glimmer of hope. Yet, with Fan Tower behind her, should her endeavors collapse, the people within would also suffer the repercussions. How could she gamble with the lives of others? Yet, the thought of relinquishing her chance left her discontented. For 3 consecutive days, she oscillated between indecision and contemplation, unable to reach a resolution. Fan Shi noticed her disquiet since her return from the Rongchang Marquis' residence, as she had been restless and lacked appetite. Concerned, she inquired if something troubled her. Speak your mind. Do not keep it bottled up, lest it lead to illness, she urged. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Zhenjin divulged the matter of Han Ruishuan's scheme to abduct her, as orchestrated by the maidservants of the Rongchang Marquis' household. She concluded, He was unsuccessful this time, but I dread what tactics he might employ next. Madame G has proposed a definitive solution, yet I fear it may implicate my mother and sisters. Thus, I cannot act. Ah, no wonder the reward was set at 3,000 taels, yet 5,000 were offered, Fanshur exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. You, my dear, dare to conceal such a significant matter. Xiao Zhenjin leaned against her arm, murmuring, I only wish to spare you worry. Fanshur pushed her head away, adopting a stern demeanor. Enough with this pretense. Quickly, disclose what Madame G suggested. Xiao Zhenjin leaned closer, whispering the details into her ear. Upon hearing them, Fanshur was taken aback. Madame G's audacity is truly remarkable. Indeed, Xiao Zhenjin lamented, if it succeeds, all will be well, but if it fails, what then? Fanshur poked her forehead. Do you think Madame G possesses such boldness without reason? It is the support of the Prime Minister that emboldens her. With his backing, what do we have to fear? Xiao Zhenjin gasped. Is that truly the interpretation? The Prime Minister intends to move against the Rongchang Marquis household? Surely not, for that is the maternal family of the Empress. And what of it? Fanshur shot back. Did not the late Emperor also seize the property of his own Empress's family? Is it forbidden for the lineage of one family to be extinguished? Xiao Zhenjin was taken aback, hearing such notions for the first time. Hurry and comply. Fanshur urged. Madame G does not require you as mere bait. The golden opportunity is presented to you, and you still hesitate. With a playful pout, Xiao Zhenjin hastily sketched a golden carp and had it delivered to the G residence. This was the agreed signal of consent between her and Feng Qingsui. Feng Qingsui did not respond, but in the dead of night, sent a maidservant named Wu Hua to Fan Tower to relay the details of their plan. Filled with both excitement and trepidation, she began her preparations. When Han Ruishuan next visited Fan Tower for music, she feigned ignorance of the abduction incident at the Rongchang Marquis' residence, greeting him with a smile and offering delightful songs. Han Ruishuan made no mention of the incident, continuing to gaze at her with his usual brazen stare. She felt a mixture of bashfulness and annoyance, adopting an expression of restrained patience. Han Ruishuan found immense pleasure in observing her demeanor. Every time she exhibited a coy resistance, it invigorated him. Thus, he willingly devoted a modicum of time to the game of conquest. While Xiao Zhenjin sang a few melodies and paused to sip water to soothe her throat, Fanshur unexpectedly intruded. I apologize, young Master Han, for keeping you for a moment longer. She approached Xiao Zhenjin with a small lacquer box and whispered something in her ear, causing a visible pallor to wash over Xiao Zhenjin's face. Is he still here? She inquired of Fanshur. He has left, came the reply. Frustrated, Xiao Zhenjin opened the lacquer box and withdrew a silver ring, scrutinizing the small ornament embedded in it, which resembled neither jade nor stone. With a face full of terror, she hurled it away. Take it away, mother, please. Fanshur offered a few words of comfort, retrieved the ring, returned it to the box, and exited. Though Xiao Zhenjin's fear had not yet dissipated, she attempted to resume her playing and singing. But Han Ruishuan gestured for her to stop. If you're feeling unwell, it is best not to sing. Forgive me, Xiao Zhenjin replied weakly. I shall make it up to you another time. Intrigued by the earlier incident, Han Ruishuan expressed concern. Have you encountered trouble? Do not fear. Speak freely with me. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, as if a forlorn soul had finally found a confidant, and she began to recount her tale. In recent days, a madman has suddenly appeared, delivering gifts to me at Fan Lu every day. While receiving gifts is not unusual, as I'm accustomed to such gestures, his offerings are particularly bizarre, be it a bracelet woven from his hair, love letters penned in his blood, or pendants fashioned from his finger bones. I was terrified and began to refuse his gifts, but he threatened that if I did not accept, he would take his life at the entrance of Fan Lu. Fearing a tragic outcome, I felt compelled to accept, and the ring that Mother just brought was one of his gifts, crafted with his own teeth. As she continued, Xiao Zhenjin grew increasingly distraught. Ever since I received his gifts, I have been plagued by nightmares, and I am at a loss for what to do. Indeed, this is a fortuitous opportunity, thought Han Ruishuan, envisioning the chance to win her heart. What is there to fret about? Simply provide me with his name. and I assure you shall never again receive his unwelcome trinkets. Xiao Xinjin shook her head. He has never revealed his name. I do not know who he is. I will assign 2 individuals to guard Fan Lu day and night, ensuring we uncover his identity. How could I impose such a burden upon you? Xiao Xinjin blushed, feeling sheepish. I cannot trouble the young master. Henrik Suan huklid lightly. It is but a trivial matter. He insisted on leaving 2 people with Fanshur for protection. However, whether the man was deterred by the presence of guards or if something else transpired, he did not appear again. Despite this, Xiao Zhenjin was immensely grateful and prepared a lavish feast in his honor. Thanks to the young master's gallant assistance, I have been able to sleep soundly of late. Allow me to toast to you. Han Ruishuan noted the marked change in Xiao Zhenjin's demeanor. She no longer shied away from him. After downing his cup of wine, he broached familiar subjects once more. Zhenjin, should you choose to accompany this noble heir, not even the most audacious ruffians or the scions of power would dare to act recklessly before you. With a protector by your side, is it not preferable to endure hardships with strength rather than suffer alone? Quite unlike her previous resolute refusals, Xiao Zhenjin shyly responded, I need to contemplate further. Seizing the moment, he pressed on. If you simply nod in agreement, I assure you, a grand palanquin will carry you back to my residence. Xiao Zhenjin shot him a glare and retorted, even if you summoned a grand palanquin, I would not dare to sit in it. Otherwise, the heir's wife would surely bring me to ruin. Han Ruishuan, utterly enamored, took her hand, saying, as long as I am here, she shall not lay a finger upon you. Xiao Zhenjin quickly withdrew her hand, insisting, I have no desire to sit in any grand palanquin. If you can grant me a single request, I shall immediately comply with your wishes. Chapter 47. It was the crown prince who did it. Han Ruishuan's heart soared with joy. Not just one matter, but 100 I would agree to. Xiao Zhenjin then confided that she had always aspired to be the primary wife, and although that role was now unattainable, she still wished to solemnly exchange vows. Do not furrow your brow just yet. I do not intend to hold the ceremony in the Marquis's residence. I have a small courtyard where we can decorate it beautifully for the vows and the bridal chamber. Is this not akin to playing house? Han Ruishuan readily assented. No problem. We must also select an auspicious date, Xiao Zhenjin remarked, summoning someone to bring the calendar. After flipping through it for a moment, she pointed to a particular date. This day is most suitable. Han Ruishuan glanced at it and noted that it coincided with the 26th, the day of the banquet in the residence. Let us choose another day. My second brother is getting married then, and I cannot possibly be absent. Your brother's wedding is not your own. What do you mean by being unable to attend? Xiao Zhenjin teased. Just enjoy the feast, then come on my side. It will not delay you. Han Ruishuan mused that with a wedding feast before and a bridal chamber after, it felt as if he were marrying himself. His thoughts wandered, and he found himself captivated by the idea. Very well, I shall comply with your wishes. Xiao Zhenjin continued, as for the affairs on my end, you must keep it to yourself. Do not breathe a word to anyone, not even your personal servants. Otherwise, if word reaches the lady of the house, I shall have no peace in the residence. Only you may come quietly, and no one else is permitted to accompany you. Do you understand? Han Ruishuan jested. You make it sound as though I were a thief. If you cannot manage that, then let it be, Xiao Zhenjin replied sternly. Han Ruishuan thought that even if he did not bring anyone, he would have hidden guards following him, and the thrill of sneaking around had its own allure, akin to stealing a bride. Thus, he agreed, all right, I promise to keep his secret. Only then did Xiao Zhenjin smile and disclose the location of her courtyard. I shall prepare everything. The auspicious hour is at the first watch. Do remember to arrive before that time, or else you may find the place deserted. The way she addressed him as Sir made Han Ruishuan feel utterly at ease. Upon exiting the Feng Tower, his steps felt unsteady. On the 26th, after his brother had received the bride and completed the ceremony, he drank a few rounds with the guests. As the hour approached, he feigned intoxication and instructed the servants to assist him out of the banquet hall. Once outside, he hastened to the stables, selected a fine horse, mounted it, and galloped towards the courtyard Xiao Zhenjin had mentioned. Upon arrival, he noticed 2 red lanterns hanging at the entrance, adorned with the double happiness symbol. giving it a festive appearance. This night, he too was clad in red attire. Although not a groom's outfit, it was close enough. After securing the horse at the door, he straightened his disheveled clothing and raised his hand to knock. A plump maid answered the door. "You have finally arrived, my lord. Our young lady has been waiting for you to exchange vows and has grown impatient, sending the officiant and musicians away in a huff before retreating to her room." Han Ruishuan clicked his tongue. What a temper! I was merely a quarter-hour late. Could she not wait a little longer? It seems I must soothe her properly. He approached the door of the new chamber alongside the maid, and upon pushing it open, he beheld a figure clad in simple attire, sitting sideways on a wooden bed. In her left hand, she clutched a wedding gown, while her right hand wielded scissors, mercilessly reducing the fine garment to tatters. The absurdity of her anger over the wedding dress elicited a chuckle from him, though he was acutely aware of the injury to his hand. As he spoke, he advanced toward her. Unexpectedly, she turned to face him, revealing a visage he had not anticipated, which startled him to the point of retreating 3 paces. "Chui Ke? What are you?" "No, you're not Chui Quebec." For a moment, he nearly believed he had encountered the spirit of Chui Quebec. After scrutinizing her closely, he discerned that her form was not as slender as Chui Ke's, and her facial features were considerably less delicate. Yet she bore no resemblance to Qiao Jinjin either. "Who are you?" he demanded with a sharp tone. "Why are you masquerading in this manner? Where is Qiao Jinjin? Where is she?" Feng Qingsui did not respond, waiting until Wu Hua had dealt with Han Ruishuan's hidden guards before entering the room to apprehend and bind Han Ruishuan. Only then did she inquire, "Was it you who killed the daughter of the Minister Jiang, or was it the Crown Prince?" "The daughter of Minister Jiang?" Han Ruishuan momentarily froze, his expression shifting dramatically. "She drowned herself. What does that have to do with me or the Crown Prince?" "Ha!" Feng Qingsui retorted, dragging him to the window, binding him to a stool, sealing his mouth, and then covering his face with a cloth. She lifted a water jug and began pouring water into his nostrils. Han Ruishuan had witnessed others undergoing water torture, but had never experienced it himself. It was his first encounter with the torturous sensation of drowning, a feeling that rendered him breathless and filled his mind with terror. The overwhelming sensation of suffocation was unbearable, leaving him in a state of despair. As soon as Feng Qingsui ceased the water torture and removed the damp cloth, he capitulated. It was the Crown Prince who killed her. Without waiting for further questioning, he continued, "On the evening of the old matron's 60th birthday, the Crown Prince had too much to drink and retired to the guest quarters. I do not know how, but the daughter of Minister Jiang ended up there, and the guards mistook her for an assassin and killed her. Is that so?" Feng Qingsui replied coolly. "Then, what are the bones at the bottom of the moonlit lake?" Han Ruishuan's pupils contracted in shock. This person was aware of those remains. His mind raced as he attempted to fabricate a plausible lie. But whether from intoxication or the recent water torture, he found himself utterly incapable of conjuring a single falsehood, leaving him no choice but to confess. The Crown Prince has long been abducting and tormenting children in secret, hiding them in our Marquis-esque guest quarters for amusement. On the day of the birthday feast, after partaking in the banquet, he went to the guest quarters for leisure and inadvertently encountered the daughter of Minister Jiang. When the Jiang couple sought their daughter, I realized the grave error. The child was already dead, and thus I could only falsely claim she had drowned. Feng Qingsui had already surmised the truth, but hearing it articulated by Han Ruishuan still pierced her heart with anguish. Such a young life, so innocently untarnished, had perished at the hands of 2 beasts. To die in such a trivial manner, to be rendered insignificant and unworthy of mention. Upon witnessing her fierce expression, as if she longed to take his life in an instant, Han Ruishuan, fearing for his own existence, hurriedly exclaimed, "Every grievance has its origin, and every debt has its owner. It was the prince who committed the atrocity. Seek your vengeance upon him." Feng Qingsui indeed felt an overwhelming desire to end his life on the spot, yet she restrained herself, contemplating the subsequent arrangements. The child was slain by the prince. But what of the others? The entire Jiang family had perished. She gazed coldly at Han Ruishuan. Chapter 48. Let him perish in endless suffering. The demise of others is of no concern to me. Han Ruishuan wore a look of deep grievance. Aside from fabricating a tale about the child's drowning and luring the minister Jiang and his wife to the guest house to pacify them, urging them to accept the compensation plan, I have done nothing else. Feng Qingsui scoffed. What do you call this? Imprisonment, abuse of abducted children, sheltering a murderer, fabricating evidence, personal confinement, intimidation. Does this not constitute action? Han Ruishuan was rendered speechless. How were you and the Crown Prince involved in plotting against Minister Jiang? Han Ruishuan hesitated, initially wanting to claim ignorance. But when he saw Feng Qingsui grasp the water jug, he quickly changed his tune. It was the Crown Prince's design. He said Minister Jiang only pretended to accept the compensation, and once free, he would surely change his stance. He must be eliminated. However, Minister Jiang was an official of the court, making direct assassination difficult. The Crown Prince dispatched someone to monitor Minister Jiang's movements, waiting for him to enter the palace to seek an audience with His Majesty, instructing his men to lead him to the side hall to wait. He also arranged for Lady Lu to deliver chilled drinks to His Majesty, intentionally barging into the side hall, and then fled in tears, claiming that Minister Jiang had treated her with disrespect. At that time, His Majesty was quite fond of Lady Lu. Upon hearing her lamentations, he immediately cast Minister Jiang into the dungeons. Within those dungeons, the Crown Prince's men had orchestrated a scheme, locking Minister Jiang with several vicious criminals, inciting them to attack him, leading to Minister Jiang's death that very night. This was all the Crown Prince's meticulous planning, and I had no part in it. Feng Qingsui remarked lightly. Even if Minister Jiang's death had nothing to do with you, you are nonetheless responsible for the demise of Lady Jiang. Han Ruishuan felt as if his heart were being ripped from his chest. I truly did not do it. You need not quibble. The note left by the one who coerced Dr. Sun to act against Lady Jiang was written in your specially crafted orchid scented ink. I do not know any Dr. Sun. Hanrixuan hastili rietutit. I only made 100 pieces of that orchid scented ink, one of which had a significant flaw and was kept by me. The rest were given to the Empress Dowager. That remaining piece was also given to Qiao Zhenjin. Mentioning Qiao Zhenjin nearly made him choke with rage. Day in and day out, he had been the predator only to be pecked by the very prey. Once he escaped this predicament, he vowed to feed that wretched woman to a white tiger. He would roast her bones into powder and scatter them in the moon lake to ensure her eternal damnation. Lady Lu's scheme against Minister Jiang reached the Empress's ears. Upon understanding the entire situation, did she decide to eliminate all traces? Feng Qingsui inquired. Han Ruishuan nodded. She sought me out for questioning, and when I realized I could no longer conceal the truth, I divulged everything to her. The next day, Lady Jiang suffered a miscarriage and passed away. No sooner had he finished speaking than Feng Qingsui asserted, "You are responsible for the deaths of old Madame Jiang and the Jiang household servants." No. Han Ruishuan opened his mouth to argue. Feng Qingsui coldly laughed. Both the Crown Prince and the Empress are stained with blood. Would they allow you, a knowledgeable accomplice, to remain unscathed? Han Ruishuan fell silent. This person had discerned the truth with remarkable accuracy. After Lady Jiang's death, the Empress sent him a message with 4 words: no future troubles. Thus, he orchestrated a car accident and a fire, sending the entire Jiang family into the abyss. But how could he admit to such deeds? While he was uncertain of the woman's true identity, it was evident she was probing into the truth behind the Jiang family's annihilation, seeking vengeance for them. He had no desire to meet his own end. It was the Crown Prince and the Queen's aunt who were responsible, and I have no part in this. Before the words could fully escape his lips, Feng Qingsui rendered him unconscious. This evening, the residence of the Marquis of Rongchong was abuzz with joy and celebration. Not only were the guests relishing exquisite delicacies, but the servants were also indulging in a feast. The doorman and several gatekeepers were rewarded with a whole leg of lamb, 2 roasted chickens, a duck, a goose, and a jar of Jinhua wine. Seizing the moment while the guests were preoccupied with their meal and few were entering or exiting the estate, they gathered to indulge in hearty revelry, their faces flushed with delight. As Han Ruishuan lay on horseback, he was escorted back by a servant and a woman, who merely glanced at him before allowing his passage. Only the doorman found it peculiar. When the young master had departed, he was alone, yet he returned accompanied by 2 others. However, Recalling that he hadn't seen Aunt Shui in quite some time, he dismissed his curiosity and resumed his drinking. Most of the household servants had been summoned to the banquet hall, and as Feng Qingsui secured the horses and assisted Han Rueishuan toward the ice cave at Moon Lake, they encountered no one. The winding bridge was adorned with flower lanterns, illuminating the center of the lake, while the corner housing the ice cave remained dark and cold, devoid of any light. After removing Han Rueishuan's cloak, Feng Qingsui extracted a silver needle from his neck and punctured several more spots along his cervical spine. Han Rueishuan gradually regained consciousness from the darkness, only to be met with a chilling realization of his surroundings. Panic surged within him as he attempted to cry out for help, only to find himself unable to produce a sound or control his limbs. "Spare me," he fervently blinked. "I can give you anything. Just grant me my life." The woman, dressed as Queek, remained unmoved, coldly pushing him towards the ice cave. The frigid waters engulfed him from head to toe, submerging him completely. An inexorable chill surged from his mouth and nose into his stomach, freezing his very soul. "Help! Help! Is anyone there to save me?" Silence ensued, reminiscent of the children he had bound and tossed into the lake, their lives extinguished before their time. As he sank, he felt something scatter beneath him, producing a dull thud bones. The remains of those children who had suffered at the hands of the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince had once intended for him to find a place to bury these children, yet he had suggested the lake for feeding the fish. Feeding the fish is splendid. They will consume their flesh and blood, leaving only the bones behind. If His Highness desires, he could select a few skulls as mementos. The Crown Prince had agreed with delight, later choosing several beautiful skulls to adorn his quarters, keeping them as companions day and night. Little did he know that one day, he too would find himself at the bottom of the lake, alongside those white bones. Is this not the cycle of justice, the inevitable retribution? No, this is not the destiny that was meant for him. He was born to greatness, destined to inherit titles and enjoy wealth and splendor like his father. How could he perish at the hands of a woman? Suddenly, he sensed movement returning to his body. He kicked his feet, propelling himself towards the mouth of the ice cave. Miraculously, he burst forth from the water's surface. However, with merely a single breath, a sharp pain pierced through his shoulders and neck, rendering him immobile as he sank deeper into the abyss. Once he reached the bottom, he gradually regained his ability to move. Once, twice, thrice. Ultimately, he found himself devoid of strength to ascend. It was then that he comprehended the malice of his adversary, who had deliberately instilled hope only to lead him into despair, forcing him to endure the agony of near death repeatedly, allowing him to perish in endless torment. Such cruelty. Feng Qingsui lingered at the edge of the icy cavern, and upon noticing that Han Rueishuan had not resurfaced, she prepared to shed her garments and plunge into the water. However, Wu Hua restrained her, saying, "Miss, allow me to take this on. You have just recovered from your illness. Do not expose yourself to the cold again." With that, he leapt into the icy depths. Chapter 49. How dare she before long? She resurfaced and nodded towards Feng Qingsui. Feng Qingsui led her towards the pine forest, where they changed their attire and altered their appearances, transforming into inconspicuous attendants. One ventured towards the guest house, while the other remained behind. The one who stayed was Feng Qingsui. She placed the cloak she had just torn from Han Rueishuan at the mouth of the ice cave, the upper half submerged in water, while the lower half lay in disarray at the cave's edge, creating an appearance of chaos. Then she fixed her gaze intently on the winding bridge. Upon seeing the Crown Prince crossing the bridge with 2 guards towards the guest house, she swiftly made her way towards the banquet hall. Arriving at the entrance of the banquet hall, she shouted loudly, "Come quickly! The young master has fallen into the lake." The attendants and maidservants waiting at the door exchanged bewildered glances. "Isn't the lake frozen? Which young master? Is this person delirious?" Feng Qingsui, feigning urgency, explained in a false voice, "Near the pine forest, there's an ice cave where fish are usually caught for the white tiger." The young master, inebriated, went to see the white tiger, accidentally slipped, and fell into the ice cave. The maidservants and attendants immediately recalled the recent incident where Lady Ji had been chased to the ice cave by the white tiger, their faces paling in alarm. "You don't know how to pull him up?" Why are you shouting? If the young master has fallen, he is nowhere to be seen. I can't swim. Their faces turned even whiter as they hurried towards the lake. Feng Qingsui dashed into the banquet hall, calling out several more times. The musicians ceased their playing, staring at her in confusion. The guests set down their dishes, gazing at her in astonishment. Lady Wei suspected she had misheard. The young master has fallen into the ice cave? How can that be? He was clearly at the banquet. She looked around, failing to spot Han Ruishuan. Her right eyelid twitched uncontrollably. The old matriarch of the Rong family clutched her chest. Quick, hurry to rescue him. Marquis Rongchang dashed out, and seeing this, the others from the marquisate followed suit. Naturally, the maidservants and attendants pursued their masters. The guests, unwilling to stand idly by, also began to move, some heading towards the winding bridge, others to the moonlit lake or towards the ice cave, looking on with concern. Changqing was among those heading toward the ice cave. He deftly maneuvered through the crowd, reaching the forefront. Feng Qingsui, under the pretense of feeling unwell, had not attended the banquet but had earnestly implored him beforehand. Before the fourth watch, please ensure the crown prince remains at the banquet. It was as if she were certain that the crown prince would attend, and equally certain he would leave early. Out of curiosity, he had acquiesced. Before the banquet commenced, he indeed saw the crown prince arrive, and after the fourth watch, he noticed the crown prince preparing to depart. He called upon Shangwan Mu to approach, toasting the crown prince and engaging him in light conversation, delaying him until nearly a confrontation arose, finally managing to keep him until the fourth watch. Little did he expect that shortly after the crown prince had left, Feng Qingsui would rush into the banquet hall to call for help for Han Ruishuan. Not that he recognized it, but rather an instinct compelled him. As the guests were shaken by the news of Han Ruishuan's fall into the water, he meticulously scrutinized the inconspicuous servant, whose presence was easily forgotten, and confirmed that it was Feng Qingsui. If his suspicions were accurate, Han Ruishuan was already deceased. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, he was still taken aback by her audacity. How could she dare to take the life of a noble heir amidst the celebration of a wedding banquet, drawing attention to herself in the hall? Was she born with an extra measure of courage? Yet, what shocked him further awaited revelation. After Han Ruishuan was retrieved from the water, her hands and one foot were ensnared by a circular object. Initially, he presumed it to be a stone from the lake, but upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a skull, a child's skull. His complexion darkened instantly. Not only had he discerned the unsettling truth, but so had the others. How had her limbs become entangled with a child's skull? Where had this skull originated? Could it have come from the depths of the lake? It was too uncanny. How could there be so many skulls in the lake? This body of water was indeed sinister. During the birthday celebration of the venerable matriarch, it seemed a child had drowned, and now, during a wedding feast, it had claimed the life of their own heir. Surely, the feng shui was amiss. Though the crowd murmured amongst themselves, the Marquis of Rong still caught wind of their whispers. He was too consumed by grief for his deceased son to linger on sorrow, urgently commanding, "Quickly remove those stones." A few young servants stepped forward to dislodge the skull. Wait, Yi Changqing interjected in a grave tone. The nature of these objects was still in question, and the cause of the heir's death required investigation. Until the officials and coroner arrived, no one was permitted to disturb the scene. The servants halted their movements. Changqing's reasoning was sound, and with so many guests present, even the Marquis of Rong would find it difficult to prevent the authorities from intervening. The matriarch and Wei Shi finally arrived. Upon a mere glance at Han Ruishuan's lifeless form, one wept inconsolably while the other collapsed into a maid's embrace. The guests fell into a hushed silence, uncertain of what to say or do. Changqing produced a signal flare from his coat and launched it into the night sky. Before the Imperial Guard arrives, I implore everyone to remain in place and refrain from any rash actions. The Marquis of Rong was taken aback. What does Master Ji intend? The cause of the heir's death is still undetermined. Anyone could be a suspect. To prevent the culprit from escaping, we must secure the scene. Changqing responded. A wave of profound unease washed over the Marquis. Did Changqing wish to call in the Imperial Guard merely to secure the scene and monitor the suspect? What if a search ensued? There were too many aspects of the marquee that could not withstand scrutiny. Not to mention, the guest house by the lake was a place the Imperial Guard must not be allowed to invade. He opened his mouth, ready to persuade. When the Imperial Guard entered the estate, Changqing instructed the commander, surround the marquee. No one is to enter or exit. Secure the scene and await the arrival of the officials and coroner. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from the direction of the guest house. Help. Changqing turned to see a slightly plump servant rushing out of the guest house, clutching a child, with 2 armed palace guards in pursuit. He commanded firmly, first, save the child. The commander gestured, and a small squad of the Imperial Guard advanced to intercept the guards. The Marquis of Rongchong felt a sudden weight in his heart, and, seizing the moment, inquired with authority, Who are you? Why are you wandering about with a child in the guest courtyard? He discreetly gestured to his attendant behind him. The attendant raised his hand and activated the crossbow mechanism, aiming an arrow at the child's chest. To his astonishment, the young lad deftly sidestepped, evading the shot, which struck the icy ground instead. An assassin. The commander of the Imperial Guard immediately ordered the capture of the attendant. Realizing there was no escape, the attendant, a deathly loyal warrior, bit down on the poison pouch in his mouth, succumbing to death on the spot. The plump young servant, cradling the child, rushed to Lord Changqing, panting as he recounted, My lord, I just heard a child's cries for help in the guest courtyard. I slipped in to take a look and was shocked to find the crown prince wielding a whip, about to inflict harm on the child. I managed to rescue the little one, narrowly escaping being killed by the guards. Changqing, perplexed, replied. The guests present were left utterly bewildered, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. Chapter 50. A shocking case. Since his return to the capital for official duties, Changqing had not attended any banquets. Therefore, when the Wei family informed the Marquis of Rongchong that Madame Ji had accepted the invitation and replied that Changqing would indeed attend, he mistakenly believed that Changqing was astutely aligning himself with the crown prince. Upon hearing the words of the plump young servant, he realized just how gravely he had erred. Changqing was not seeking to align with the crown prince. Rather, he harbored intentions of usurping him. Who grants you the audacity to slander the crown prince? The Marquis of Rongchong thundered. Do you comprehend the gravity of defaming the heir apparent, dressed as a servant? The clever-witted Wu Hua retorted, I possess both witnesses and evidence. Every word is true. You accuse me of framing the crown prince without any proof. And that is the true defamation. The Marquis turned to Changqing with a cold smirk. Is this how the Chancellor conducts investigations? First, you send people to fabricate charges. Then you mobilize the Imperial Guard to conduct searches? No wonder you can raid anyone's home at will. Changqing replied with indifference, if you are innocent, why the urgency to silence others? The truth will reveal itself when the Jingzhou Yin arrives to investigate. I killed to silence others? The Marquis vehemently denied. He recognized that he had perhaps overreacted, yet he could easily find an excuse. I issued no orders, gave no commands, and yet he acted on his own. Who knows whose man he truly is? Who would be foolish enough to commit murder before the Imperial Guard? It was clearly a frame-up. My son has died under mysterious circumstances, and the Crown Prince's nephew has been wrongfully accused. I wish to inquire, Chancellor, what deep-seated enmity do the Han family and you share that warrants such retribution? Just as his words fell, a cultured voice interjected, I too harbor this query. When did I offend the Chancellor to deserve such a frame-up? The assembly turned to see the Crown Prince approaching, silhouetted against the light as he walked across the ice. He came to a halt not far from Han Ruishuan's lifeless body, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, quietly observing Changqing. With his refined and handsome features, it was hard for anyone to imagine him wielding a whip to torment children. The Crown Prince must have been wronged, many of the ladies who admired him thought. How could he commit such a heinous act? Hiding within Wu Hua's embrace, Hua Ling timidly inquired, what does it mean to frame someone? Wu Hua replied, it means to concoct false charges to harm another. The Crown Prince claims we are lying and intentionally framing him. That is not a lie. Hua Ling gathered her courage, turning to point at the Crown Prince. You are the one who brought me here and locked me in a dark room. threatening to twist my neck and throw me into the lake to feed the fish if I did not obey. Last time you came, you tied me to a chair and demanded I serve you. It was only when a tiger appeared that you fled. Now you come again, intending to whip me. You commit wrongdoings and yet accuse others of defaming you. How can you be so wicked? The guests were left speechless. What? Throwing someone into the lake to feed the fish? Could the 3 skulls of the children found with Han Ruishuan be related to the crown prince? Good heavens! This scandal grows more outrageous with every revelation. So much so that it feels overwhelming. The crown prince cast a glance at Hua Ling and scoffed. The chancellor, in his attempts to ensnare me, truly spares no effort, even going so far as to incite such a small child to lie, unafraid of retribution. Changqing paid him no heed and inquired of Hua Ling, "Where were you confined?" "Over there." Hua Ling pointed towards the guest courtyard. Changqing promptly commanded the commander of the Imperial Guard to seal off the guest quarters. The commander inwardly lamented. The emperor had instructed them to follow Changqing's orders to protect him from potential assassination, not to confront the crown prince. If the prince emerged unscathed and bore a grudge against them, what would become of them? Yet, having come this far, he steeled himself to arrange the personnel. Marquis Rongchang sneered. The chancellor himself has yet to extricate himself from suspicion of conspiracy, yet he orders the Imperial Guard to seal the Marquisate. Is this reasonable? Your Excellency makes a valid point. My involvement indeed renders me unsuitable for direct handling. However, the Imperial Guard is under the Emperor's command, not mine. If your Excellency does not trust me, you should at least trust the Emperor, Changqing retorted. The Imperial Guard is merely securing the scene. You need not be so agitated, lest others suspect you of guilt, he added. You, Marquis Rongchang, was rendered speechless. The prefect of Jingzhou finally arrived with the constables. When he received the report, he had been drowsy, but upon hearing the details of the case, his fatigue vanished into thin air. The heir of Marquis Rongchang drowned in the lake during a grand banquet at his own residence, and when retrieved, 3 juvenile skulls were found strung upon his body. What a sensational case! He hurriedly summoned personnel, only to discover that the matter also involved children who had gone missing after being adopted from the Cio Institute. And it was connected to the crown prince. Was this the end of his career? Was he truly encountering such a life-threatening case? This matter concerning the crown prince will likely require the emperor's attention. I lack the authority to adjudicate, he said, wiping the sweat from his brow. Changqing replied coolly. I have already informed the emperor. Lord Qin will first investigate the case of the heir's drowning. Very well, the prefect replied eagerly. He turned to Marquis Rongchang. Shall we conduct the autopsy for the heir here in the residence, or is that even a question? Marquis Rongchang retorted coldly. Do you expect us to accompany you back to the Jingzhou prefecture for such inconvenience? Your Excellency speaks wisely, the prefect conceded. He surveyed the scene and instructed to erect a temporary shelter by the lake, enclosing it with cloth, and ordered the lanterns from the winding bridge to illuminate the area. As the coroner conducted the autopsy within the shelter, shadows danced upon the fabric, resembling a shadow play, startling the guests. Those of a timid disposition had already hidden behind others, afraid to open their eyes. However, the true horror was yet to come. After Changqing warned the prefect that there might be more remains in the lake. The prefect ordered the ice hole to be widened and dispatched several skilled divers to search the waters for corpses. The sailors plunged into the depths, resurfacing repeatedly, each time bringing back 1 or 2 skulls or various other bones, methodically placing them near the entrance of the ice hole. A skull, 2 skulls, 3 skulls. A femur, 2 femurs, 3 femurs. A rib, 2 ribs, 3 ribs, gradually forming small mounds. The biting cold wind slices through the air, mercilessly pricking at the faces of the onlookers, yet none feel the pain. Their minds have grown numb. So many bones. All of them belong to children. How many children have perished? When a relatively intact, yet ravaged and gnawed upon corpse of a child is dragged forth, a wail erupts, and someone breaks down in tears. Is our dear child here? Ever since she went missing during the Lantern Festival last year, while gazing at the lanterns, we have been unable to find her. Oh. My nephew also vanished last year, disappearing in a temple while offering incense, just to deter the head, and he was gone. Could he be here as well? Chapter 51. Presiding over justice, several women, weeping, rushed down the lakeshore, throwing themselves upon the corpses. The magistrate of Jingzhou hastily instructed the officers to restrain them. "Please, let us remain calm," he implored, his head burdened with the weight of responsibility. "I assure you that I will thoroughly investigate this matter, uncover the truth, and provide you with a satisfactory explanation. Please do not be so agitated." The wails were deafening, and those who heard were moved to tears. Before the bodies were recovered, many held steadfast in their belief that this was a conspiracy devised by His Majesty and Changqing. The emperor doted on Consort Wu and her son, the third prince, who had just come of age and was hastily placed in the Ministry of Revenue. The crown prince, despite years of attendance at court meetings, had been assigned no substantive tasks. Even a blind man could see whom he intended to support. However, Consort Wu, being of common origin, lacked the esteemed lineage and backing of the noble families that Queen Han possessed, making it a formidable challenge for the emperor to elevate the third prince to power. Changqing was but a blade in the emperor's hand, striking where commanded. Should the scheme to frame the crown prince and the Rongchong Marquisate succeed, the crown prince's deposition would follow seamlessly. Yet, as one skeletal fragment after another was laid upon the icy surface, glistening coldly under the light, such notions were swiftly shattered. It was a tragedy of immense proportions. To ensnare the crown prince and the Rongchong Marquisate did not necessitate such horrific means. If the emperor truly wished to dispose of the crown prince, the testimonies of that young servant and girl, coupled with the few skulls discovered on Han Rui Xuan, would suffice. There was no need to resort to such extremes. Their gazes upon the crown prince were filled with incredulity. Beneath this refined exterior, did a truly malevolent demon reside? How could one so young possibly commit such heinous acts? Changqing, taken aback by the multitude of corpses hidden beneath the lake, scanned the crowd as the weary sailors returned ashore to rest. His eyes fell upon Feng Qingsui at the southernmost edge of the bank. She remained in her unremarkable servant's attire, standing beside a pine tree, her expression devoid of emotion as she regarded the bones upon the ice. In contrast to the tall men surrounding her, her figure appeared diminutive. Yet, who could have anticipated that it was this slight form that exposed the lake's hidden remains, dragging the crown prince and the Rongchong Marquisate into infamy? After observing her for a moment, he averted his gaze, contemplating that dressed so lightly and standing in the biting wind, she would likely succumb to illness again. Simultaneously, news of the Rongchong Marquisate reached the emperor and empress. The distinction lay in the source. The emperor heard it from someone dispatched by Changqing, while the empress learned of it through a secret letter sent to the palace by those arranged by the Rongchong Marquis. After reading the missive, the empress inquired of her attendants, "With whom will His Majesty be staying tonight?" Upon discovering that the emperor was alone in the side hall of the Hall of Diligence, she hurriedly changed her attire and made her way there. The Hall of Diligence was ablaze with light, indicating that the emperor had already received the news. "Your Majesty, you must take my side," she implored upon entering the study, her heart brimming with grievance. "I have never been one to compete or covet. You may favor whomever you wish, bestow titles as you see fit, and I have never felt a twinge of jealousy nor raised a fuss. Yet, I am taken aback that in my quietude, there are those who bear ill will towards my son and me, seeking to ruin both the Marquisate and the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince has been nurtured under your watchful eye. You know his character better than anyone. Do you truly believe he would commit such heinous acts as the abuse and murder of countless innocent children? Such a chilling notion sends shivers down my spine. It is unfathomable that someone could be so cruel as to extinguish the lives of so many children merely to bring down the two of us. How long has Changqing even been in the position of chancellor? He exploits your Majesty's trust, abuses his power, and fabricates accusations against the Crown Prince, committing acts devoid of any humanity. Even if you do not wish to advocate for us, your Majesty must seek justice for those lost souls. The Emperor's face betrayed no emotion. I have commanded that the Crown Prince, Marquis Rongchong, Changqing, and others enter the palace. The truth will be revealed, and the Empress may argue her case thereafter. The Empress, aware of the man's unwavering resolve, refrained from further verbal sparring and took her seat against the wall, awaiting the arrival of the summoned individuals. Upon receiving the edict from the palace eunuch, Changqing departed the Marquis's residence, accompanied by Feng Qingsui, Wu Hua, and Hualing. As they settled into the carriage, he casually tossed a blanket to Feng Qingsui, initially oblivious to the cold. She soon felt her hands and feet numbing to the touch of ice. A shiver coursed through her, prompting her to wrap herself snugly in the blanket. "What would you have done had I not attended the banquet?" Changqing inquired while stoking the fire. Feng Qingsui chuckled lightly. "Second master, your word is your bond. Having committed to it, you would naturally appear." Upon hearing this flattery, Changqing's demeanor remained unyielding. "Have you harbored such animosity against me for no reason? As if my position as chancellor were too secure? You and the crown prince are not aligned. It was only a matter of time before you would confront him. I merely expedited the inevitable conflict." Feng Qingsui felt no remorse for her scheming. Rather, Changqing ought to express gratitude. Changqing, unable to match her audacity, watched as the warmth from the fire enveloped the carriage, allowing Hualing to doze off. After a moment of contemplation upon her serene visage, he turned to Feng Qingsui and asked, "When the crown princess sought you out last, was it for a medical consultation or to tend her injuries?" Feng Qingsui, having promised the crown princess confidentiality, remained silent. Yet her silence spoke volumes, and Changqing discerned the answer. He retrieved a piece of paper and a writing instrument from the carriage, inscribing a note before rolling it up and placing it in a small bamboo tube. He then took a carrier pigeon from beneath the tea table in the center of the carriage, affixed the tube to its leg, and released it into the open air. Feng Qingsui observed him writing but failed to comprehend the meaning of the words. They appeared to be a form of coded language. After dispatching the pigeon, Changqing sketched a pair of eyebrows on the paper and instructed Wu Hua, "Please groom her eyebrows according to my drawing." He referred to Hualing. Feng Qingsui, puzzled, asked, "What purpose does grooming her eyebrows serve?" Changqing countered, "Do you truly believe that the mere words of a servant and a lake of corpses could implicate the crown prince?" Feng Qingsui shook her head. "I had not considered that. Her primary objective tonight was to eliminate Han Ruishuan, using the revelation of the corpses beneath the moon lake to rescue Hualing and draw the crown prince into the fray. She harbored no expectations of defeating the crown prince with a single blow. The crown prince, the queen, and the esteemed Duke of Rongchang possess profound foundations that cannot be easily dismantled. As long as this opportunity can shatter the crown prince's gentlemanly facade in the eyes of the public, prompting a re-evaluation of his character, it will suffice. Those who lurk in the shadows can commit their misdeeds without fear. Once thrust into the spotlight, they will inevitably be exposed. His bestial nature will eventually be revealed in its entirety. When that time comes, he shall find himself at a dead end." Changqing chuckled softly. "Then await the auspicious news from me." He instructed Wu Hua to groom Hualing's brows, and then, accompanied by Hualing, they entered the palace, while Feng Qingsui and Wu Hua remained in the carriage, entirely unaware of the impending confrontation awaiting them at the Hall of Diligent Governance. Chapter 52. The intrigues of the boudoir after the Marquis of Rongchang and his companions had an audience with the emperor. The emperor cast a glance at the young girl who was closely pressed against Changqing's side, her head bowed low enough to nearly touch the ground. He turned to Jing Zhaoyin and said, "You may speak." With a hint of anxiety, Jing Zhaoyin recounted the events that had transpired at the Marquis's residence. Over 60 unidentified corpses had been dredged from the lake's depths. The Marquis's heir had confirmed through an autopsy that the cause of death was drowning. Additionally, Darren's young servant and a little girl had accused the crown prince of child abuse. Upon hearing this, the emperor inquired of the crown prince, "Why did your guards pursue Darren's servant?" The crown prince replied, "Your Majesty, I had gone to the guest house to rest due to intoxication. Upon entering the small courtyard typically reserved for me at the Marquis's residence, I noticed a servant carrying a child rushing out, which seemed highly suspicious. I ordered him a halt, but he fled instead. I merely wished to bring him back for questioning, not to harm him." The emperor then turned to the Marquis of Rongchang and asked, "Why did your men target this young girl?" The Marquis, looking aggrieved, replied, I have no knowledge of this. I did not give such an order. It was done without my consent. Now, that there are no witnesses, even if I were to jump into the Yellow River, I cannot clear my name. What explanation do you have for the corpses retrieved from the lake? This is the first I have learned of so many bodies hidden beneath the lake, he continued, nearly fainting from the shock. I am at a loss as to who could be so callous as to dispose of so many deceased children in our estate. The Empress handed him a cup of tea. Please, my lord, take a moment to warm yourself. She then turned to the Emperor, saying, Your Majesty, as you have heard. Throughout this ordeal, no one has witnessed any acts of murder or the disposal of corpses at the Marquis's residence, nor has anyone seen the Crown Prince mistreating young children. Only Ji Darren's servant and this child have accused the Crown Prince. Based solely on their one-sided testimonies, what can be proven? Nothing at all. It is likely that Ji Darren himself understands the weakness of his case, which is why he refrained from bringing that servant before you. Changqing responded calmly. I did not bring that servant into the palace because the testimony of this child suffices. The testimony of a child? The Empress chuckled softly. Ji Darren, you have never raised a child, so you may not realize that at such a tender age, they cannot distinguish between reality and fantasy. She looked at the Emperor. I wonder if your Majesty recalls when the Crown Prince was teething. He came to my palace in tears, claiming I had struck him and broken his teeth. Upon hearing this, you immediately reprimanded me and insisted on sending the Crown Prince to the Prince's residence, forbidding me from keeping him. Had it not been for the wet nurse by the Empress's side, who happened to bring something for me and clarified the situation, I fear I would have never cleared my name. Those teeth of his were half loose, causing him pain whenever he ate, and he refused to let the wet nurse pull them. I could not bear to see him suffer, which is why I took action. Little did I know that when you inquired, he would claim that I had broken them. The Crown Prince wore a look of guilt. I too do not know why I said such a thing at that time. Later, as I grew older, I recalled having witnessed a young attendant being struck by an elder attendant, resulting in the loss of a tooth. When the Empress Dowager assisted her son in removing a tooth, the young prince may have inadvertently conflated the two incidents, leading to the misconception that it was the Empress Dowager who struck him. This has caused her undue suffering and injustice, and I truly regret it. The Empress smiled and replied, It's quite all right. I understand you did not mean it intentionally. At your age, it is quite normal to speak in a fanciful manner. She then turned to the Emperor and inquired, Your Majesty, do you find the testimony of a child who cannot distinguish between reality and fantasy to be credible? The Emperor remained non-committal and redirected the question to Ji Changqing, asking, What is your opinion, Ji Qing? Just as Ji Changqing was about to respond, a court attendant entered to announce, Your Majesty, the Crown Princess requests an audience. The Emperor paused, surprised, and asked, What is the purpose of her visit? The attendant replied, The Crown Princess claims to come regarding the matter of child abuse involving the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince's expression shifted, and he interjected before the Emperor could respond. Tell her not to worry, to return and wait. I shall return to the East Palace shortly. No sooner had he spoken than the Crown Princess burst into the room. She bowed to the Emperor and spoke softly. I have heard that a grave incident has occurred at the Rongchang Marquisate, implicating the Crown Prince. I have matters to report to Father Emperor for your clear understanding. Look how anxious you are, the Empress chided with a glance. You needn't worry. The Crown Prince is fine. Hurry back and rest. The Crown Princess, usually docile and obedient, exhibited an unusual defiance this time. Mother Empress, please allow me to finish, she said, pulling up her sleeves as she spoke. Have you lost your senses? The Crown Prince stepped forward, seizing her wrist, daring to act out in front of the Emperor. The Empress's expression darkened as she admonished, Crown Princess, your conduct is unbecoming in public. Do not act impulsively and tarnish the reputation of a lady from the Pei family. Upon hearing this, the Crown Princess realized that the Empress was fully aware of the Crown Prince's usual behavior, yet had continuously shielded and indulged him. Her previously wavering heart became resolute in an instant. She struggled to free herself from the Crown Prince's grasp, swiftly rolled up both sleeves, revealing arms marred with numerous fresh and old scars. I'm covered in lash marks, all inflicted by the Crown Prince. If Father Emperor does not believe me, let the wet nurse verify it, she declared through clenched teeth. Since entering the palace, I have never known a moment of peace. Each day feels worse than the last. Everyone claims the crown prince is a gentleman. Yet who knows the abhorrent acts he commits behind closed doors? The emperor's countenance darkened ominously. The empress sighed and approached the crown princess, gently lowering her sleeves. Child, what can I say? You are far too naive. How could you bring such private matters into the public eye? What will the emperor, the marquis, and Lord Ji think? If you dislike this, you could simply tell the crown prince directly. Why must you create a scene before his majesty? Truly, the crown princess interrupted her. The eldest princess was slapped by her consort and came to the emperor in tears, resulting in the banishment of the entire family to Lingnan. Yet, I am left battered and bruised, and am to be dismissed as merely a private matter? Is it because the Pei family is not as esteemed as the eldest princess that the crown prince can act with impunity? The empress was momentarily at a loss for words. She patted the crown princess on the shoulder as a gesture of comfort and turned to the crown prince, saying, You ought to show some compassion. You must have a serious conversation with the crown princess. Look at the state to which you have driven her. She is nearly beside herself. The crown prince nodded in acknowledgement. The queen addressed the crown princess, saying, I have several boxes of scar cream. I shall have them delivered to you shortly. Just apply it for a couple of months, and your scars will fade away. So there's no need to worry about any lasting marks. The crown princess scoffed in response. So, after beating someone mercilessly, a mere application of scar cream suffices to absolve oneself? Is this how father treats mother as well? Before the queen could respond, she continued, If your intention is to inflict pain as a form of intimate amusement, then what does lighting a child's lamp in your own chamber signify? Chapter 53. Whose child are you? The emperor furrowed his brow, inquiring, What is this child lamp? The crown prince's chamber contained several lamps that, when lit, resembled skulls hidden within their shades. The crown princess responded, I find those lamps utterly chilling, as if they truly house human skulls. Upon hearing of the recent discovery of numerous children's corpses at the Rongchang Marquis' estate, I recalled my own plight and these unsettling lamps, leading me to suspect the crown prince's involvement, prompting my quest to seek the emperor. Realizing the implications of the crown princess, mentioning the child lamps, the crown prince felt a sense of foreboding. He had forgotten about these lamps and had not arranged for their removal in time. However, interrupting the crown princess would only heighten suspicion, so he allowed her to continue. Those lamps were a gift from my cousin Xian, he explained to the emperor. I did not examine them closely, but Xian assured me they were crafted from clay. Upon hearing this, the Rongchang Marquis fixed his gaze upon him. The crown prince met his stare without flinching, and after a moment of silence, the Marquis averted his eyes, his expression darkening. The emperor commanded an attendant to retrieve the lamps from the eastern palace and instructed them to dismantle the shades for a thorough inspection. These are human bones, he declared, his face cold. What do you have to say for yourself? The crown prince lowered his gaze, replying, I truly did not know these were human bones. The Rongchang Marquis fell to his knees, lamenting, Your Majesty, Xian has grown under your watchful eye. He is a youth without ambition, only knowing indulgence and revelry. He would never take a life. Though he gifted these lamps to the crown prince, he could not know who presented them to him. That person must have deliberately manipulated him to ensnare the crown prince and then silenced him, leaving no evidence behind. Your Majesty, you must seek justice for Xian. Suddenly, Changqing interjected. The children adopted from the compassionate nursery have been disappearing frequently over the past 2 years. The white tiger raised by Prince Han began 2 years ago, and since then, he forbade anyone in the manor from consuming fish from the lake. Does the Marquis not find this coincidental? The Rongchang Marquis retorted coldly, Mr. Ji, your words could just as easily be turned against you. After my son forbade others from eating fish, some began tossing the bodies of deceased children into the lake to frame him. The 2 men stood firm in their beliefs, refusing to yield, and the prefect of Jingzhou felt an increasing headache. If this bickering continued until dawn, no resolution would be reached. Just then, the sound of a child's sobbing echoed through the study. Changqing knelt down, gently stroking the back of a little girl's head, asking softly, What troubles you? I'm so scared, replied Huailing, looking towards the crown prince. The last time he saw me, he said if I misbehaved, he would twist off my head and toss it into the lake to feed the fish. Once the fish devoured my flesh, he would retrieve my skull to make a lamp. I thought he was merely trying to frighten me, but it seems it was all true, sob, sob, sob. Do not be afraid, Changqing reassured her. The emperor will protect you. You may not know, but the compassionate nursery was established after His Majesty ascended the throne, and he vowed to shelter all children in the realm. Hualing ceased her tears, gazing blankly at the emperor. Is that true? She asked. Previously, she had kept her head down, and the emperor had not seen her face. Now, their eyes met suddenly, causing his pupils to constrict as he stood abruptly from his chair. Hualing, frightened, nestled into Changqing's embrace. The emperor spoke in a deep voice. Lift your head. Changqing coaxed. Do not be afraid. His Majesty merely wishes to make your acquaintance. Hesitantly, Hualing raised her head, gazing blankly at the emperor. The empress finally discerned her features, her nails digging into her palm. Whose child are you? After staring at Hualing for several breaths, the emperor inquired. Hualing, bewildered, replied, I am my parents' child. And who are your parents? Hualing recited her parents' names. The emperor asked several more questions, and the gravity on his face finally dissipated as he returned to his seat. Your Majesty, Changqing gently ruffled Hualing's hair after the calamity that befell her family. She and her brother were taken in by the Tso Institute. To help her brother with his scars, she agreed to be adopted, only to find herself ensnared in a plot that led her to the residence of the Marquis of Rongchong. Had it not been for the interruption by the White Tiger during her first encounter with the Crown Prince, the outcome might have been dire. The Empress retorted angrily. What promise has Minister Ji received that he resorts to such unscrupulous means to tarnish the Crown Prince? Has he forgotten who elevated him from local governance to the court? It was His Majesty. The Emperor, inherently suspicious, held a deep aversion to disloyalty among his ministers. After Chancellor Ding retired to his hometown, he chose not to promote the numerous elder statesmen, but instead favored Changqing, valuing his stellar record in local governance and his lack of connections in the court. Should he discover Changqing harbored ulterior motives, trust would be irrevocably lost. The Ji family, aside from Changqing, boasted no other promising members. Once he fell from grace, he would be a pariah, fair game for anyone. However, her attempts at sowing discord bore no fruit. The emperor summoned the commander of the Imperial Guard, instructing him to lead a search of both the East Palace and the Marquis of Rongchong's estate. After the commander departed, he commanded the palace attendants, bring the Crown Prince to the Fanghua Hall. Until the investigation regarding the incident at the Marquis of Rongchong's estate is resolved, the Crown Prince is forbidden from interacting with anyone. The Empress nearly broke down. Your Majesty, you cannot question the Crown Prince's integrity based on a child's fanciful words. He is the heir apparent, and his reputation must not be tarnished. The Emperor regarded her calmly. If the Empress fears the Crown Prince's solitude, she may reside in the Fanghua Hall to keep him company. The Empress fell silent. Once all arrangements were meticulously made, the Emperor turned to Hualing and asked, Do you wish to stay in the palace? Hualing clung to Changqing's legs, shaking her head. The Emperor gestured, You may leave. Changqing bowed. I take my leave. He carried Hualing out of the palace. Feng Qingsui and Wu Hua, waiting in the carriage, had nearly exhausted the charcoal, wondering whether to return home for more, when they heard the palace gates creak open. She hastily brewed a pot of tea. As soon as Changqing entered the carriage and she took the now asleep child from his arms, she said, Second master, please have a cup of hot tea first. Changqing cast a sidelong glance at her. It seemed that when she needed something from him, she was particularly attentive. Feng Qingsui patiently waited for him to finish 2 cups of tea before asking, How did it go? Changqing recounted the events at the Qingzheng Hall, and Feng Qingsui, puzzled, remarked, How did the Crown Princess learn of the Marquis of Rongchong's situation so swiftly? I had someone relay the news to her, Changqing responded. Feng Qingsui enlightened. So that messenger pigeon was delivering messages to the palace. Why do you have Hualing groom her eyebrows? Qi Dao inquired. Changqing chuckled softly. Are you aware of how Consort Wu entered the palace? Feng Qingsui shook her head, knowing only that Consort Wu hailed from humble origins, with little else to share. Consort Wu was a peasant girl whom His Majesty encountered while gathering herbs for the Empress Dowager during the Dragon Boat Festival. After a mere glimpse of her, His Majesty brought her back to the palace and bestowed upon her the title of consort. Subsequently, as new consorts emerged within the palace, many bore a resemblance to Consort Wu. Everyone assumed His Majesty favored such appearances, unaware that both Consort Wu and these new consorts resembled his youthful love. Chapter 54. The miser remains a miser. Feng Qingsui listened in silence. Who was his beloved? Changqing shook his head, saying he did not know, but had vaguely heard it was a female physician who once saved his life, only to later betray him, leaving him with lingering regrets. After saying this, as if struck by a thought, he cast a sidelong glance at Feng Qingsui, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Feng Qingsui was bewildered. Isn't it the duty of a healer to save lives? Loyalty is not a prerequisite. What does the Emperor's beloved's betrayal have to do with her? Are you trying to belittle these medical women? She shot him a cold glare in response. With a grin, Changqing remarked, "It is said that the establishment of the Charity Institute for the Young was proposed by that physician. The Emperor instituted it in his first year on the throne, and, subsequently, similar institutions sprang up in various regions. I have seen concubine Wu. Hualing bears a remarkable resemblance to her, though their eyebrow shapes differ significantly. So I had Hua adjust hers to enhance the likeness. Compared to the tragic fates of the nameless children whose remains have been found, it is evident that a child born from the institution established to fulfill his beloved's wishes, and who resembles her, would ignite his wrath even more." A cold smile crept upon Feng Qingsui's lips. Is it only through personal attachment that one can grasp the cruelty of the situation? What a sentimental soul. No wonder his beloved chose to flee. However, do not harbor excessive hopes, Changqing cautioned, even if he uncovers the crown prince's crimes. In order to preserve the royal family's dignity, all blame will be placed on Han Ruishuan, and once the storm has passed, he will seek another reason to depose the crown prince. Feng Qingsui nodded. I understand. As long as he can be deposed, history is penned by the victors. As long as the crown prince becomes a loser, his misdeeds will inevitably be inscribed in the annals of history, subject to public scorn and disdain. She expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Thank you for your hard work, Second Master. Tomorrow, I shall prepare a nourishing soup to reward you. Changqing replied. Is there no other way for you to express your gratitude besides making soup? Spare me the trouble. His face had turned red from the cold, and he added, You would do better to rest. All right, I will heed your advice, Feng Qingsui said with a sly smile. She had only spoken out of courtesy and did not insist on it. As expected by Changqing, following the revelation of the murder case at the Rongchang Marquisate, the Jingzhaoyin swiftly provided the investigation results. The 66 remains recovered from the lake belonged to children who had been abducted or coerced to the Marquisite's guest house by the heir, Han Ruishuan, and subsequently abused to death. Most of these children were orphans from the Charity Institute, with a few hailing from ordinary families. The emperor was enraged and issued a decree to execute all involved parties, stripping Han Ruishuan of his title and revoking the hereditary privileges of the Rongchang Marquisate. Furthermore, he ordered the establishment of a cemetery to properly bury the 66 deceased children and erect a monument in their memory. Upon the issuance of this decree, the populace rejoiced, praising the heavens for their insight and lauding the emperor's wisdom. Only Qiao Xinjin felt a lingering dread. It had been a close call. Just a hair's breadth separated her from falling into Han Ruishuan's clutches, destined to become either fish or dog food, unable to close her eyes in peace. Xinjin, your greatest fortune in this life is knowing Madame Ji, Fanshe remarked with deep emotion. Qiao Xinjin wholeheartedly agreed. The most prudent decision she ever made was to seek the esteemed Dr. Ji after hearing of her remarkable medical skills. Mother, how should I express my gratitude to Dr. Ji? There is no need for haste in repaying kindness. Wait until Dr. Ji finds a use for you. Then you may offer your assistance, replied Madame Fan with a smile. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Let us first send a proper New Year's gift. After consulting with her, Qiao Xinjin selected 10 exquisite pieces of fragrant ink from her collection, along with 2 sets of jade hair accessories acquired at auction and several rare southern fruits, all of which were sent to the Ji residence. In truth, if it were solely up to Qiao Xinjin, she would have preferred to send gold bars or jewelry. However, Madame Fan advised that such mundane items would not be accepted by those of high status, so she abandoned that thought. The oblivious Feng Qingsui remarked, "I would gladly be a commoner." Typically, when Feng Qingsui used her brush, it was to write prescriptions requiring little ink. Upon receiving Changqing's gift, she decided to pass along the fragrant ink to Changqing. When Changqing saw the 10 precious ink pieces housed in an intricately carved sandalwood box, he thought Feng Qingsui had changed her disposition and was now courting favor. During the New Year's Eve feast, she exerted herself particularly, preparing a lavish spread of dishes. Feng Qingsui lamented her small appetite, as she could only take a few bites of each dish. "If you are too full, do not force yourself." Changqing chuckled at her persistence. "It's not a matter of life and death. If you miss this meal, there will be another." Sure glared at him. "What kind of talk is that? If you continue to speak nonsense tomorrow on the first day of the new year, I shall see to it that you are sent away." Reluctantly, Feng Qingsui set down her chopsticks. "After the new year, when the second master returns to court, I must eat only once a day." Sure, mistaking her for wanting to lose weight, laughed. "With your few extra pounds, even if you feast daily, you would not gain much weight." Feng Qingsui responded, "Mother, food tastes best when one is hungry. If I do not fast a little, how can I eat with the appetite I have spoiled during the new year?" Sure laughed heartily. Changqing smirked, when this little trickster earnestly endeavored to please. She was indeed quite charming. This sense of joy persisted until Yanxi arrived that night to report to him. Upon discerning Feng Qingsui's identity and her purpose in the residence, he initially considered withdrawing the surveillance. Yet, fearing she might act recklessly and cause trouble, he decided to keep Yanxi close. When Yanxi mentioned that the fragrant ink was a New Year's gift from Changqing, Changqing's smile straightened into a line. The miserly fellow remained as parsimonious as ever. TSK. Feng Qingsui's cheerful mood lasted only until the sound of firecrackers erupted and fireworks lit the sky. The residence was ideally situated, standing in the courtyard. One could behold the grand fireworks displays of various affluent families. Unlike her time at the orphanage, where she could only gaze from afar. As the brilliant blossoms of fireworks illuminated the night sky, fleetingly bursting and fading, she recalled the painting tucked away in her box, reminiscent of the family portrait it depicted. "If only my sister, Xiao Yu, and brother-in-law were still here, how wonderful it would be to watch the fireworks together." She quietly tilted her head back, allowing tears to trace her cheeks, only to be dried by the cold wind. As the fireworks dwindled and the night sky returned to tranquility, the stars began to twinkle once more. She turned and returned to her room. "The blessings from my sister resonate in my mind. Year after year I grow older. May I flourish and thrive, and may peace and joy accompany me." On the first day of the Lunar New Year, as dawn gently broke, the ministers gathered in the Square of Supreme Harmony, collectively extending their congratulations to the emperor. "May your majesty enjoy a prosperous new year. May your health be robust. May the nation's fortune flourish, and may the hearts of all people unite." The emperor, having accepted their homage and bestowed tea upon them, did not dismiss them immediately. Instead, he proclaimed an important announcement. Effective immediately, the Crown Prince Zhao Bixiang has chosen to relinquish his title and will proceed to Ongwa Temple to renounce worldly ties, dedicating himself to spiritual practice and praying for the well-being of all under heaven. Chapter 55. That tooth was knocked out by you, the ministers and officials, regardless of their attendance at the banquet, were acutely aware of the events that transpired during the celebration at the residence of the Marquis of Rongchong. They knew that the individual accused by the child was none other than the Crown Prince, not the son of Han. Thus, even when the authorities declared Han Ruishuan as the principal culprit, they were far from convinced. Upon hearing the emperor announce the Crown Prince's decision to renounce the world, a singular thought crossed their minds. It must indeed be the Crown Prince's doing. Had he been uninvolved, he would never have chosen to retreat into monastic life. After all, no one had ever heard of the Crown Prince's affinity for Buddhism, nor had any master proclaimed him to possess the wisdom for it. Many court officials bore expressions of sorrow. How could the virtuous and honorable crown prince devolve into a being devoid of humanity? Where had it all gone wrong? Within the Fenghua Palace, the empress observed the crown prince, devoid of any adornments save for the hairpin upon his head. His attire, so plain it bore only a few patterns. She too pondered the same question. With so many concubines in the Eastern Palace, why must he indulge in such a perverse attraction to children? I warned you last time to abandon this vice. Yet you refused to heed my counsel, she lamented. Zhao Bixiang gazed out at the osmanthus tree, his expression inscrutable as he stated, "That tooth was knocked out by you." The empress was taken aback. After a moment, realization dawned upon her. You harbored such enmity towards the favored consort, wishing her dead, yet out of fear of your father, you dared not act. Only able to vent your anger in private, smashing things while feigning magnanimity in public. Zhao Bixiang replied calmly, "You could not earn the emperor's favor, so you placed your hopes upon me. As soon as I learned to speak, you demanded I recite poetry. As soon as I learned to walk, you insisted I ride a horse. When I learned a slower pace, you berated me, claiming you bore a fool. My younger brother spoke at 4. The favored consort always treated him with a smile. When he fell while walking, she never scolded him. Hence, I told my wet nurse that I wished the favored consort were my true mother. You heard that, did you not? A slap struck my face, breaking my newly grown tooth, forcing me to wear false teeth for 20 years. I know those teeth were forcibly extracted from other children. Each year, a child my age loses a tooth. I have never confided in you that these false teeth cause me immense pain, a constant agony that drives me to madness. Yet, you expect me to maintain the facade of a gentle and refined gentleman. Why should I? He asked with calm intensity. Born as the second most esteemed individual in the realm, why must I live in constant trepidation, suffering more than even the children of ordinary families? Why do they get to be carefree, lively, and endearing? The first time I lost control and acted against a child, I became enamored with that sensation. How delightful it was to wield power over others. How melodious the screams and cries of a child. Surely, you can relate to this sentiment, cannot you, mother? He turned to face the empress, his gaze icy. Even if I spoke the truth to the emperor, you could twist it into a fantasy. What could be more gratifying than having dominion over a child? The empress staggered back a couple of steps. No, you are not my Xiang'er, she stammered. From whence do you emerge, malevolent spirit? Depart from Xiang'er at once. Zhao Bixiang rose, advancing toward her, grasping her shoulders. Leaning close to her ear, he murmured, "If the empress wishes to retain her status, she must steadfastly guard her position until my return from my pilgrimage." With that, he released his grip and exited the hall, accompanied by the imperial guard assigned to escort him to Ongwa Temple. Upon returning from the palace, Changqing relayed the news of the crown prince's departure to Feng Qingsui. Noticing her contemplative demeanor, he cautioned, "His Majesty will dispatch individuals to monitor him around the clock." Feng Qingsui chuckled lightly. "Whether he is surveilled bears no consequence to me." Changqing snorted derisively. "It is best that it remains inconsequential. Do not venture to Ongwa Temple to commit any violence." Early in the day, Qishur had arranged to visit Baiyun Temple for incense offerings. Upon Changqing's return, she urged him to set out promptly. The sooner we depart, the better. The roads become treacherous later. The family boarded their respective carriages, and just as they exited the estate, a rider approached. "Lady Ji, Lord Ji, and Madam Ji, wishing you health and prosperity in the new year. I come to convey my greetings." Ning Fengwan dismounted and presented a gift box at the window of the donkey cart occupied by Feng Qingsui and Qishur. Qishur felt a surge of annoyance. "Miss Ning, we are not related. There is no need for such formalities." With a smile, Ning Fengwan replied, "Though we share no blood ties, the bond between General Ji and myself is one of life and death, akin to that of kin and friends. Would you not agree?" The mention of Ji Changfeng darkened Qishur's expression. Feng Qingsui retorted coldly, "Miss Ning, we have previously expressed our disinterest in your company. Why do you persist in seeking our presence? Is it a lack of decorum you wish to showcase?" Ning Fengwan tightened her grip on the gift box. The harshness of Feng Qingsui's words stung, as she had hoped to cultivate a cordial relationship to draw closer to Ji Changqing. It appeared some individuals were simply unworthy of her kindness. With a wounded expression, she confessed, "I recognize I should not have come, yet I could not help myself. My mother passed away early, and I never had the chance to meet her. Each time I see the warmth in the old lady's demeanor, I am compelled to seek your affection." Feng Qingsui chuckled lightly. "I have heard you enjoy a close relationship with your stepmother, akin to that of a biological mother and daughter. How can you then claim a deficiency in maternal figures? Even if you were to seek an adoptive mother, I would not consider you." Qi Shi concurred. "Even if I desired to adopt, I would not wish for someone like you." Ning Fengwan was incensed. As a lady of the Duke's residence, she had lowered herself to cultivate goodwill with a widow of a marquis and a destitute physician's widow. Yet they dared to scorn her? It was utterly outrageous. Were it not for Ji Changfeng's untimely demise, having trained in martial arts since childhood, she naturally favored heroic figures. Ji Changfeng, with a striking appearance, stood in stark contrast to the rough, boorish soldiers, exhibiting remarkable prowess in warfare. When she first laid eyes on him in the border town of Fuzhou, she resolved that if he emerged victorious this time, she would have him propose to her family. While others fought alongside their fathers, they could become a legendary couple battling side by side. Little did she know, he would pass away in his prime. She could only settle for second best and choose his twin brother. Ji Changqing would serve as a civil minister while she took on the mantle of a female general, together crafting an extraordinary tale. It is no wonder that Ji Changqing, with his remarkable appearance, remains unmarried to this day, she mused. It is all due to the interference of these two widows. Nevertheless, the Ji Changqing who would share her life in the future is not one of them. She would endure for now and settle the score later. Since the two of you do not welcome me, I shall take my leave. She tucked away the gift box, mounted her horse, and cast a smile over her shoulder, a pose she had practiced numerous times, which always elicited praises of her grace and charm from her uncles. "However, I too must pay my respects today. Allow me to clear the way for you ahead." Chapter 56. Why stir the pot when you won't? By though the sun shone brightly, the air was bitterly cold, causing even the well-clad horse to amble sluggishly along. Feng Qingsui found it perplexing why some chose to forsake their carriages in favor of hasty rides through the biting wind. She could only sigh, what abundant vitality. Subsequently, she extracted a fragrant roasted sweet potato from the stove, sharing it with Qi and Wu Hua as they savored tea and the delightful treat. Ning Fengduan, blessed with robust vitality, sneezed immediately upon exiting the city, feeling a slight ache in her head. Yet, casting a glance back at the slowly trudging donkey cart, she gritted her teeth and pressed on. She aspired to engrave the image of her white horse, her crimson cloak, her freely flowing hair, and her strikingly resolute visage deeply into Ji Changqing's memory, ensuring she would remain an unforgettable marvel in his mind. In this capital, countless gentle women existed, all strikingly similar and unremarkable. Only she, Ning Fengwan, stood apart, a singular blossom amidst a field of mediocrity. She was a crane among chickens, a phoenix among the rarest of creatures. She was the one for whom he would traverse the depths of the earth and the heights of the heavens, searching tirelessly, only to find her unexpectedly amidst a vibrant bloom of wildflowers. Achoo! 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 Inside the carriage, Ji Changqing, engrossed in official documents, furrowed his brow upon hearing the series of sneezes. He instructed the driver, "Baifu, move aside a bit. I'd rather not catch a cold." Baifu complied. By the time Ning Fengwan reached Baiyun Temple, her head was spinning, and she felt somewhat lightheaded. However, upon catching Ji Changqing's gaze as he disembarked, she instantly revived, thinking to herself that her efforts were not in vain. Ji Changqing remarked, "After such a short journey, you're already out of breath. This horse is lacking in endurance. All show and no substance." The white horse, feeling underappreciated, lamented silently. On the first day of the new year, the number of worshippers at the temple far surpassed that of ordinary days. Vendors, performers, beggars, and fortune-tellers crowded the area, their voices blending into a cacophony of shouts, cheers, pleas, and woes, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Feng Qingsui, having traveled extensively with her master, was adept at discerning the charlatans from the genuine souls in need. As they walked, She cautioned the generous Qi to avoid parting with her money carelessly. Ning Fenghuan secretly scorned Qi's petty demeanor, tossing coins along the way, attracting a throng of beggars. In the blink of an eye, her coins had vanished entirely. Upon witnessing a group of young gentlemen leering at a woman who had placed a grass marker declaring her willingness to sell herself to bury her father, Feng Qingsui maintained her composure, guiding Qi past without a sideways glance, her disdain for the situation deepening. It was often said that G.S. Lady was compassionate towards the impoverished, whether donating clothing to orphanages or treating those in need without regard for their status. Yet now, confronted with a person in dire need of assistance, her demeanor was one of indifference. It became apparent that her acts of charity were merely for show, a means to gain favor and reputation. However, without contrast, one would not appreciate virtue. Feng's coldness only served to highlight Ning's warmth, allowing Changqing to witness her benevolent nature. As the young gentleman engaged in a bidding war, she drew forth the soft whip from her waist, striding forward with confidence, delivering a lash to each of them. With a cold rebuke, she commanded, "Leave at once." The startled gentleman, caught off guard, gaped at her in astonishment. "What are you staring at? You think it permissible to bully the weak, yet I cannot uphold justice?" Turning to the woman who knelt on the ground, she reassured, "Do not fear. As long as I am here, they shall not take advantage of you." The woman had knelt for an entire morning, hoping to become a concubine to one of the affluent young masters, yearning for a way to escape her dire situation. Little did she anticipate that an unexpected savior would emerge, seemingly jeopardizing her hopes. "What are you doing hitting people?" she exclaimed, fury radiating from her. "Assault is a crime. Do you not realize?" Ning Fenghuan, taken aback, replied, "I am assisting you." Was this woman unwell? She was trying to help, yet was being cursed for her efforts. The woman pointed to the grass mark at the back of her head and asked, "Do you intend to purchase me? I require 50 taels of silver to settle my family's debts and to bury my father." Ning Fenghuan's funds had long been depleted. Even if she had the money, she had no need for a maid. "I will not buy you," she responded firmly. "Then why are you meddling?" The woman retorted. "You have assaulted these kind-hearted gentlemen so brutally. It is utterly outrageous." The young gentleman chimed in, "Indeed, in my entire life, my father has never laid a finger on me, yet this shrew has struck me. What will you do to compensate?" One of them lamented, "I am bleeding. I shall report you to the authorities. Considering you are somewhat presentable, if you come with me, I might spare your life," one of them offered. Ning Fenghuan was furious. "Do you even know who I am? I am the eldest daughter of the Duke of Ningwa. You are unworthy to carry my shoes, and yet you dare to covet me?" With that, she swung her whip again. The gentleman, evading her strikes, shouted, "The eldest daughter of the Duke of Ningwa is assaulting us. The eldest daughter of the Duke of Ningwa is committing murder. What great authority she possesses." This commotion attracted the attention of all around, turning Ning Fenghuan into the center of attention at Baiyun Temple, though not for the prestigious reputation she desired, but instead for infamy. She was subsequently forced by patrolling officials to write an apology, promising to compensate the gentlemen 100 taels of silver each. What a stroke of misfortune! Her head throbbed painfully, extinguishing any desire to ascend the mountain to worship alongside Changqing. Yet, unwilling to depart empty-handed, she lingered at the foot of the mountain. After what felt like an eternity, she finally spotted Changqing and his companions descending. Adjusting her attire, she prepared to greet them when suddenly, a diminutive man wielding a knife rushed toward Changqing. "Be careful," she cried, hastening forward to lash at the assailant. Changqing had already noticed the attacker and was poised to respond, waiting for the right moment to deliver a kick that would send the assailant crashing onto the nearby sharp stones, ensuring his demise. However, Ning Fenghuan's intervention startled the would-be assassin, causing him to veer off course and lunge at Feng Qingsui instead. As Wu Hua hurried to catch the carriage, he inadvertently moved ahead, distancing himself from Feng Qingsui. With swift reflexes, he seized Feng Qingsui and pulled him away, causing the assassin to miss his target, before delivering a decisive kick that sent the assailant crashing to the ground. Sensing the commotion, Wu Hua quickly returned and pinned the attacker down. Feng Qingsui, caught off guard, stumbled into his embrace. Hearing Ji Changqing emit a pained gasp, he promptly steadied himself against Ji's chest and turned around. He noticed Ji was clutching his right eye, his expression tinged with discomfort. Assuming Ji had been injured by the assassin, Feng Qingsui urgently urged, "Let me see." "It's nothing," Ji Changqing replied, regaining his composure and lowering his hand. "It was merely a brush from your headpiece that caught my eye." Seeing the redness in Ji's eye, glistening with unshed tears, Feng Qingsui remarked with a smile, "I never expected in this lifetime to witness the tears of the second master. It is a rare sight indeed to see a handsome man weep." Ji Changqing remained silent. Meanwhile, the defeated heroine, Ning Fengwan, observed this scene with a mix of disbelief and frustration, nearly breaking her soft whip in her grip. No wonder the Feng family had always spoken ill of her. It seemed they wished to monopolize Ji Changqing. Chapter 57. Vision and Insight. Ning Fengwan had heard the scandalous tales of her brother-in-law and his widow. Initially, she dismissed them as mere gossip stemming from the crude sensibilities of unrefined men. To her astonishment, however, she now witnessed a living example before her. Ji Changqing and the widow Feng were entangled. No, Ji Changqing, a man of high office, must understand the significance of reputation for an official. He would never jeopardize his future by pursuing a widow. It must be that Feng, lonely and empty in her solitude, had extended her grasp toward Ji, attempting to ensnare him. What a disgraceful display! Yet, it was in line with her background, a wandering physician from a remote village, likely lacking any true moral compass. Ning gritted her teeth in anger. It was this shameless woman who had caused her to toil in vain, bringing her embarrassment. Fueled by indignation, she rode back to the city. After enduring a chill from the back and forth, she fell ill upon returning home. Her maternal grandmother and 2 uncles, upon hearing of her condition, rushed to visit her, showering her with concern and gifts. Feeling the warmth of her elders' affection, her vitality gradually returned. As for Feng, a solitary girl with nothing to her name, any attention from Ji was merely a sign of his respect, hardly worth her ire. Ji Changqing simply failed to perceive Feng's intentions and treated her with the familiarity due to his sister-in-law. Had he been aware, he would likely have kept his distance. Despite these thoughts, when Manager Xiong presented her with the annual accounts on the 6th day of the new year, she could not maintain her composure. How could there be such a significant loss? She stared incredulously at the ledger. Before it came into her hands, the Genie Pavilion had profited over 10,000 taels annually. How could it now have incurred a loss of nearly 10,000? Manager Xiong naturally shifted all blame onto the Qingwei Warm Fabric Pavilion, claiming that since its establishment, it had stolen away customers who clamored for down jackets and sweaters, leaving no patrons for the fur garments. Ning's frustration boiled over. It was all Feng's doing. Why not devise a strategy to reclaim their clientele? Manager Xiong, with a look of helplessness, replied, "We have tried every possible approach, but customers are simply drawn to the novelty. What can we do?" Recalling the down jackets and sweaters that almost every affluent household possessed this winter, Ning recognized the truth in his words. After frowning for some time, she slapped the armrest decisively. "Then let's also sell down jackets and sweaters." Manager Xiong stammered, "But we have no sources for those." "Then we shall produce them ourselves," Ning retorted, casting him a sidelong glance. "If the Qingwei Warm Fabric Pavilion can set up a workshop, why can't we? With a little extra investment, we can entice their workers to join us, and soon we will have everything we need. It is a simple matter." Manager Xiong pondered this and praised her. "Say, miss, you are indeed remarkable. You have never engaged in commerce, yet your foresight surpasses mine." "Enough with the flattery," Ning replied with a smirk. "Let's get to work." "Yes." Manager Xiong hastily began to make arrangements. To his surprise, the 2 workshops at Qingwei Warm Fabric Pavilion proved quite difficult to penetrate. "How many hours do you work each day? How often do you take breaks? Do you not work during festivals?" Illness and injury raised numerous questions regarding medical expenses. It soon became apparent that the treatment provided by the Qingwei Warm Velvet Workshop was extraordinarily generous, even if he offered double the wages. The workers remained reluctant to change jobs. The situation was utterly absurd. As a shopkeeper, he found himself in a position less comfortable than theirs. Nevertheless, in an effort to attract talent, he gritted his teeth and matched their wages, even elevating the pay to 3 times the original amount, which finally enabled the workshop to commence operations. Su Momo reported this development to Feng Qingsui, who chuckled and remarked, "Spring has arrived. Yet why are we still producing down jackets?" Su Momo laughed in agreement. That bear-like shopkeeper was only ever concerned with lining his own pockets and accepting kickbacks. Having never truly engaged in legitimate business, his ignorance inadvertently resolved one of their dilemmas. Previously, as orders poured in, she had recruited a large number of workers to fulfill the orders before the year end. Now, with fewer orders to manage, she faced the dilemma of deciding whom to dismiss and whom to retain. With the Jean E Pavilion now in the fray, the decision was left to the workers themselves. Although they had taken their skills with them, these techniques were not particularly secretive. The truly essential knowledge remained firmly in her hands, inaccessible to the workers. Her only concern was Madame. While down jackets and sweaters sell well in autumn and winter, who would buy them in spring and summer? Will we not be idle for half a year? To this, Feng Qingsui replied, "Our shop may be quiet, but the workshop will not be. I plan to donate a batch of winter clothing each year to the children at the charity orphanage, which will conveniently allow the workshop to produce during spring and summer." Donating clothes had been her sister's tradition, and she intended to continue it. Even though she was uncertain how long she could sustain this practice, her longevity contingent upon the completion of her family's vendetta. As long as her sister's grievances remained unavenged, she felt her life was precariously tied to a belt, rendering her unable to make any promises. Su Momo nodded in agreement. Very well. The bear-like shopkeeper, having successfully lured away a significant portion of the workforce, reveled in his triumph as Qingwei Warm Velvet Workshop remained silent. However, once all preparations were complete and orders began to come in, the Genie Pavilion remained eerily quiet, causing his spirits to plummet. What was amiss? He gazed despondently at the racks filled with sample garments. Why was there not a single customer seeking custom orders? Initially, he suspected some trickery from the Qingwei Warm Velvet Workshop, but upon observing their equally dismal business, he belatedly recalled the seasonal transition. Who would come to order winter garments at the onset of spring? Panic began to set in. Having invested such substantial resources, he could not possibly allow himself to sell not a single piece of clothing. After all, spring does bring a lingering chill. Yet, no one seemed to come through the door. When Ning Fengwan inquired, he stiffened and replied, "Miss, the families in the capital likely remain unaware that our Jean E Pavilion also sells down jackets and sweaters. We must devise a plan to promote our offerings." Seizing the opportunity during the festive season to visit relatives and friends, Ning Fengwan spread the word about the business. Her maternal grandmother and uncle, who had always favored her, readily placed large orders. Her stepmother's family also showed her affection and followed suit. Familiar young ladies expressed their need for additional winter garments and placed their orders as well. Through these connections, business gradually began to flourish. The weight of worry lifted from the heart of the shopkeeper. He urged his assistants to expedite their efforts, hastening the production of orders to deliver them to the customers, allowing them to showcase these garments and potentially generate a second wave of sales. However, that anticipated surge never materialized. "The clothes from your establishment carry an unpleasant odor," one of her friends informed Ning Fengwan, adding that they caused itching and rashes upon wear. After trying on the garment herself, Ning Fengwan discovered this to be true. "How can you conduct your business in such a manner?" she thundered at the shopkeeper. "The clothes are both filthy and foul." Chapter 58. The outlier of the Zong family manager, Xiong, gritted his teeth, exclaiming, all processes were facilitated by those laborers. They must have played tricks. No wonder the Qingwei Warm Velvet Pavilion showed no response when cornered. They had already set a trap for him. He stormed into the workshop, unleashing his fury and threatening to report the laborers to the authorities for fraud. The laborers, rolling up their sleeves, encircled him. "Who are you accusing of fraud? The cleaning agents for the down and wool were provided by you. If they aren't cleaned properly, can you blame us? You insisted on washing 8 times. Yet you complained about wasting water and stopped us after 4. How dare you pass the buck on to us? You wish to sue us? We wish to sue you. The contract clearly states that we only work 4 hours a day. Any overtime requires additional compensation. You demanded we rush without offering a single coin in return. Manager Xiong was nearly paralyzed with fear. He rushed back to embellish his report to Ning Fengwan. The Qingwei Warm Velvet Pavilion is deliberately targeting us. These laborers cannot clean the materials because they were clearly rejected by them, and yet they incited them to demand triple compensation. Old grudges entwined with new animosities. And Ning Fengwan ground her teeth in resentment. Wretched woman, if you won't allow me peace, I shall ensure you find no solace either. She sought out her fourth uncle, Zhong Hebai. The Zhong family was renowned for producing warriors, with young men trained in martial arts from an early age, joining the military by the age of 16 to fight alongside their forebears, often residing in the border regions. Yet, Zhong Hebai was an anomaly within the family. Although he had mastered martial skills, he harbored no desire for military endeavors, preferring commerce instead. At 12, he earned his first fortune guiding wealthy youths from distant lands to the capital, and by 15, he had formed his own trading caravan, traversing the country for business. Within a decade, he had transformed his caravan into the largest trading enterprise in the Shi Kingdom. The wool used in the Qingwei Warm Velvet Pavilion workshop was supplied by one of his stores. Ning Fengwan felt a twinge of apprehension toward her fourth uncle, sensing the sharpness of his gaze, as if he could see through her very soul, leaving her feeling uneasy. However, he maintained an excellent relationship with her mother and, by extension, treated her kindly as well. The most extravagant birthday gifts she received each year were from him. On her coming of age, he even gifted her a luxurious residence along the central axis of the capital, which made her peers envious. She seldom troubled him with requests, believing he would not refuse this modest favor. Indeed, after she recounted how Feng Qingsui deliberately acquired Su Mama, opened a shop to compete with the Genie Pavilion, and cunningly exploited the laborers to undermine her, Zhong Hebai responded, "From now on, my shops will cease to supply them." Ning Fengwan felt a weight lift from her heart and was about to express her gratitude when he continued, "However, you must replace this manager. If he cannot maintain quality control, what use is he? But I have no one else at hand. Manager Xiong was appointed by my stepmother." Zhong Hebai frowned slightly. "How can you employ your stepmother's appointee for the shop your mother left you as a dowry?" Ning Fengwan fell silent, unable to explain that her stepmother was the one who had uncovered the bad debts, and her trust in her led her to utilize Manager Xiong. The Zhong family disapproved of her closeness with her stepmother. "I shall temporarily assign someone to oversee matters until you find a suitable replacement." Ning Fengluan noted eagerly, expressing her gratitude to her fourth uncle. After her departure, Zhong Hebai sighed. This child, constantly in the company of her elder brothers, had become oblivious to the perils of life, particularly regarding her stepmother. Yet, he understood her circumstances. She had lost her mother at birth, and, in her early years, had innocently referred to her aunt as mother. Upon realizing her loss, she wept uncontrollably. Indeed, Madame Zhong treated her as one of her own. On one occasion, when she fell from a 3-meter-high branch while climbing a tree, Madame Zhong had cushioned her fall, sacrificing her own child in the process, and never once blamed her. It was only natural for her to trust Madame Zhong. However, he pondered the feelings of his sister, should she be aware of this. A heavy weight settled upon his heart. Suddenly, the Zhong family grocery store notified the workshop of a cessation in wool supplies. Su Momo was taken aback and sought clarification from the shopkeeper, who merely stated that it was the master's directive and conveyed a message for her. "Do not forget the path you have traveled." As a former servant of the Zhong family, this was a reminder for her to refrain from actions that would betray them. She opened her mouth, but ultimately swallowed her words. Upon returning to the workshop, she convened Qingli and Qingmai to discuss the matter. Qingli frowned deeply. The trade in nomadic regions is almost monopolized by the Bilong Trading Company. If they refuse to sell us wool, we shall find no alternative suppliers. Qingmai lamented, "We had hoped to expand the workshop this year and sell down jackets and sweaters to other regions." Su Momo found herself at a loss for solutions. At that moment, Ayu unexpectedly entered, stating, "I may have a solution." He was the foreign youth rescued by Feng Qingsui from Paiyin Tower. Having recovered from his injuries, had insisted on staying to assist in the workshop. "I am acquainted with several tribes and can persuade them to sell us wool. However, The journey is long, and I cannot venture alone. If we were to establish a trade caravan, I could lead the way and facilitate the trade. His confidence prompted Su Momo to report this to Feng Qingsui. When Feng Qingsui visited the workshop to meet him, she inquired, "Do you merely wish to use us to escort you home? Or are you genuinely seeking to find a source for us?" Ayu looked at her with intense sincerity. "I am sincere," he added. "My life was saved by your sister, and I wish to serve her faithfully for the rest of my days." Feng Qingsui replied, "Call me madam." Reluctantly, Ayu complied. Establishing a trade caravan was no small endeavor, and Feng Qingsui did not possess such grand ambitions at present. She agreed to arrange for a guard team for Ayu, with the understanding that if he successfully negotiated a deal, the guard would transport the wool back. Once trade was established, they would reconsider the formation of a caravan. Ayu nodded in agreement. Feng Qingsui then entrusted Su Momo with the arrangement. 3 days later, Ayu set off with the guard team toward the northern borders. Feng Qingsui did not accompany him. Instead, she joined Qishir to visit Taihe Garden to view the plum blossoms. Taihe Garden, a royal park, was only open to the public each spring for leisure and recreation. Her intent was not merely to admire the flowers, but to visit the Ingguo Temple. The Ingguo Temple is situated adjacent to the Taihe Garden, and from the towering 9-story white pagoda within the garden, one can behold its entirety. As a royal temple, it is accessible solely to members of the imperial family. "The view from this vantage point is truly splendid," remarked she upon reaching the pinnacle of the pagoda. Feng Qingsui nodded in agreement. From her elevated position, she scrutinized the Ingguo Temple meticulously, ensuring not a single corner was overlooked from the most distant hall to the grand entrance. Numerous monks were seen moving about the courtyard, their faces faintly discernible. Notably absent among them was the former crown prince Zhao Bixiang. Just as she was about to withdraw her gaze, she caught sight of a pair entering through the main gate, Han Ruixiang and her maid. How could they gain entry to the temple? It soon dawned on her that it must have been the empress who issued the decree. What could be the empress's intent in sending Han Ruixiang to meet Zhao Bixiang? Chapter 59. I shall fulfill you. Han Ruixiang anxiously entered a monk's residence. The crown prince, or rather, now Master Wunyan, resided here. It was the empress who had summoned her, conveying that Wunyan wished to see her. Even when he was the gentle and serene crown prince, she harbored a certain trepidation towards him. Despite his ever-present smile and her ignorance of any malevolent deeds he may have committed, during the selection of his consort, she fervently prayed to be overlooked. Upon achieving her wish, she instinctively exhaled in relief, as if she had narrowly escaped a grave misfortune. It was only after the chilling revelation of skeletal remains unearthed from the lake that she comprehended the true nature of her narrow escape, repeatedly thanking her fortune for having lost to Pei Minru. This was her sole instance of accepting defeat with genuine grace. "Close the door." The familiar voice interrupted her reverie. Startled, she turned to see the monk seated cross-legged upon the couch, his expression inscrutable as he gazed at her. With her heart pounding like a drum, she swiftly shut the door. "What is it that you require of me?" she asked cautiously. Wunyan glanced at the low stool before the couch, prompting her to lower her gaze and take a seat. "I have a task to entrust to you." After laying out the details, Han Ruixiang was taken aback. "Why would you choose to entrust this to me? You are a discerning individual with experience in societal matters," Wunyan replied nonchalantly. "Moreover, you harbor a sense of discontent." Discontent? The very thought made her heart flutter. How could he possibly know of her unfulfilled desires? After the turmoil within the household, members of the Ruixiang Poetry Society had hastily severed their ties with her, fearing any association. In the blink of an eye, her diligently nurtured women's poetry society had dwindled to a mere name. Once hailed as the most admired beauty in the capital, she had now become the sister of a beast unworthy of mention. Previously, her paintings had fetched over 1,000 taels of silver at auction. Now, the auction house had returned all her submitted works, stating that they garnered no interest. The most painful realization for her was that the one who had dismantled her world was her dream lover. She had believed them to be a match made in heaven, destined to become a celebrated couple, envied by all. Yet, while he would undoubtedly leave a mark in history for the monumental case he had unraveled, she had become a mere rat in the gutter. The marquisate would no longer be inherited. Upon her father's demise, the Han family would revert to being an ordinary household. She, too, would be rendered an ordinary woman, not a lady of a noble house, who among the elite would still wish to ally with her. Even if they did, she would not deign to accept. "You speak the truth," she addressed him. "I am indeed discontent." Falling to her knees from the low stool, she bowed deeply. "Han Ruixiang pays her respects to your excellency." Feng Qingsui waited until Han Ruixiang and her attendant departed from Onwood Temple before descending from the White Pagoda. Strolling along the floral path by the lake with Qi Shi, they admired the blossoming trees. Along the lakeside stood a 3-story stone boat, where elegantly dressed men and women either fished from the edge, gazed into the distance, or engaged in playful antics. Just as Feng Qingsui and his companions approached the boat, a sudden splash echoed as a woman clad in a white fox fur tumbled from the second floor into the water. "Help! Our young lady has fallen into the water. Save her!" The woman flailed a few times before sinking beneath the surface, and Feng Qingsui immediately discerned that she was suffering from a leg cramp. Swiftly, she signaled to Wu Hua, who leapt towards the spot where the woman had fallen into the water. At the same moment, a man jumped from a first-floor window into the water, swimming towards the drowning woman. Wu Hua reached her first, pulling her onto the boat's bow, while the man, momentarily taken aback, climbed aboard. A group of people who had previously shouted from the second floor rushed out, and 2 maidservants hurried to the woman's side, asking with concern, "Miss, are you all right?" The woman, just expelling the lake water from her throat, replied, "I'm fine. Thanks to, Fourth Master, was it you who saved Miss Chun?" One maidservant exclaimed in astonishment. "Aren't you? Oh dear, what shall we do about our young lady?" Feng Qingsui, who had just reached the bow of the boat, observed the scene. The maidservant's mention of the young lady revealed a pale complexion and a swaying figure. Glancing at the drowning woman and then at the man who had just jumped in to rescue her, she bit her lip and resolutely declared, "Miss Chen's reputation must remain untarnished. I will ensure your honor." Feng Qingsui was taken aback. The man, appearing to be around 25 or 26, possessed striking features and an elegant demeanor, exuding a calm and gentle air akin to a fine wine matured over time. Even in his damp attire, his poise remained unblemished. After absorbing the woman's grand declaration, he remained silent for a moment, a hint of sarcasm curling his lips. "I fear Miss Fu may be disappointed. The one who saved Miss Chun is not I, but this young lady." He gestured towards Wu Hua. Wu Hua had approached Feng Qingsui's side, and as the man's gaze swept over her, his pupils dilated in surprise. "What?" Miss Fu clearly did not anticipate this turn of events, her expression nearly slipping from her control. She glanced at Wu Hua, who was untouched by water, and then at the drenched man, forcing a smile. "Fourth brother, I understand your intent to uphold Miss Chen's reputation, but this cannot remain concealed. Anyone can see it was you who rescued her." The man concealed his shock beneath a calm fade, replying with indifference, "If you doubt, you may inquire with these 2 ladies or those who were seated by the window of the boat." Miss Chun interjected, "Indeed, although Fourth Master jumped in to save me, it was this lady's maidservant who brought me aboard first." Others chimed in, affirming, "They speak the truth. I witnessed it as well." Miss Fu, left with no choice, conceded, "It seems I was mistaken. I sincerely apologize." After thanking Wu Hua, Miss Chun inquired about Feng Qingsui's name and stated, "My clothes are damp and chilly. I shall go change and will certainly pay my respects another day." Feng Qingsui nodded in agreement. However, Fourth Master Zong remained rooted in place, furrowing his brow. "Are you Mrs. G? Is the Qingwei warm velvet pavilion yours?" Feng Qingsui had previously noted the peculiarity in his gaze, reminiscent of the expression Su Mama had when she first encountered her, indicating that something was amiss. Instead of answering, she countered, "Are you Fourth Master Zong? Were you the one who ordered the suspension of our wool supply?" Zong Hebai was rendered speechless. Feng Qingsui scoffed. "It is said that Fourth Master Zong is a fair man, one who never breaches trust in business. I see it is otherwise." With that, she linked arms with Qi Shi and departed. Zong Hebai remained where he stood, not pursuing them. After escorting the Qi Shi back to her residence, Feng Qingsui took a detour to the workshop and inquired of Granny Sue. "Granny, why did you appear so astonished when we first met at the dental shop?" Granny Sue was momentarily taken aback. Feng Qingsui continued, "Earlier, I encountered Master Zhongxi in Taihe Garden, and he bore the same expression as you. There must be a reason behind it." After a brief silence, Granny Sue replied, "You bear a striking resemblance to the young lady, specifically the late lady of the Xianing Duke." Although Feng Qingsui had his suspicions, he was still somewhat taken aback by her words. "How similar?" he inquired. "Almost identical," she responded. Pondering this, Feng Qingsui asked, "What was the date of the young lady's birth?" Granny Sue suddenly looked up, her face a canvas of astonishment. Chapter 60. Blood can be forgotten? But vengeance must be avenged, yet you claim to be from Wuqing, Fuzhou, so Mama instinctively remarked. Upon first encountering Feng Qingsui, she was utterly taken aback, almost believing she was gazing upon the young lady she had served for many years. However, Feng Qingsui's demeanor and tone were starkly dissimilar to that of her own mistress, and being a Wuqing native, she surmised it was merely a case of resemblance. After all, there are indeed many individuals in the world who share a striking likeness. The palace itself offers ample examples. The noble Wu Guifei and her numerous consorts appeared as if they were sisters, yet bore no blood relation whatsoever. As for any other possibilities, she dared not contemplate, or rather, could not bear to think. The thought that a young lady raised amidst adoration in the Zhong family could potentially not be the offspring of her mistress was too terrifying to entertain. If the old matriarch and several young masters were to learn of such a revelation, they would surely be driven to madness. To be candid, Mama, I was originally an orphan from the Tso Institute in the capital, discovered at a chaotic burial site on the outskirts of the city. I was adopted and subsequently taken to Fuzhou, Feng Qingsui recounted, sharing her own experiences. She also revealed her birth date, stating, "My date of birth coincides with the day I was found." Su Mama felt as if struck by lightning. That date was a mere 3 days later than Ning, Fengwan's birthday. Observing Su Mama's expression, Feng Qingsui surmised they were not far apart in days. Pouring her a cup of tea and calmly suggesting, "Mama, please recount the circumstances surrounding the birth of Miss Ning." She had endured 10 long years in darkness. Had she not encountered her master, that period might have stretched into a lifetime. Her vision was intact, but her visual cortex was impaired, a consequence of a poison that had afflicted her since birth, a poison inherited from her mother. This toxin could induce a weakening of the nerves, leading to despondency and a lack of interest in anything akin to a melancholic affliction. Ordinary physicians would misdiagnose it as a mere emotional disorder, failing to recognize the poisoning. Her master had explained this to her. The result was a worsening condition, where the afflicted lost all will to live, ultimately succumbing to despair. She had grown up in the Tso Institute, relying solely on her sister, never yearning for parental affection. To her, having a sister was sufficient. Even after her sister's passing, she had never contemplated seeking her biological family. However, while kinship could be overlooked, vengeance was a matter of principle. After sipping 2 cups of tea, Su Mama finally regained her composure and began to recount the events surrounding her own mistress's childbirth. When a young lady was just 3 months along, her father, the general, met his demise on the battlefield. Upon receiving the tragic news in the capital, she wept profusely and mustered the strength to return to her family home to comfort her mother. Once the young generals returned with the coffin, after attending the funeral, her spirits declined day by day. She often sat in silence, neglecting food and drink, growing increasingly frail. No matter how he tried to console her, she remained despondent. Her mother was in poor health, and with the young generals dispatched back to the frontier, no one could attend to her. Since the onset of her pregnancy, her husband had taken to residing in the outer study, visiting her only occasionally, yet seeing her melancholy, he reduced his visits to the inner courtyard. Thus, when it came time for her to give birth, we were not surprised that she could not endure, for childbirth is indeed a perilous ordeal for any woman. Su Mama sighed deeply. The affairs within the residence were managed by the current matriarch, the former wife of the Duke, who also oversaw the arrangements for the funeral. At that time, I was in charge of the brocade pavilion and was not well acquainted with the details of the mourning process. I only knew that the child was cared for by a wet nurse. I added, the midwife was summoned from the clan's side, and during the young lady's delivery, it was Lady Ling and Chunyu, Xiaochan, who attended her. Lady Ling, the wet nurse of the young lady, had passed away 3 years prior. Chunyu and Xiaochan remained in the main courtyard, guarding the dowry after the young lady's demise. Upon hearing this, Feng Qingsui inquired about the young lady's usual temperament. The young lady was generally affable and had a sunny disposition, often sporting a smile. She never panicked. Even in the face of danger, she remained composed. Even during kidnapping. She had been kidnapped? So Momo note that. This incident occurred half a month prior to when the young lady was diagnosed with pregnancy. She had accompanied the Duchess to a temple when a band of robbers ambushed their carriage and took them to the mountains. The Duchess fainted from fear, but the young lady, perceiving that the assailants were not particularly vicious, engaged them in conversation and discovered their grievances regarding the Duke's estate as coercive land acquisition. She persuaded the kidnappers to release them, and they returned safely. Feng Qingsui fell into deep contemplation. She was 80% certain that she was the child of that noble lady, but there remained a 20% doubt that needed resolution. Recalling the wedding invitation sent from the Princess of Shouyang a few days prior, she turned to Su Momo and instructed her to inquire whether the Zhong family and Ning Fengwan had received an invitation from the princess. Su Momo was taken aback. Do you wish to meet them? Feng Qingsui nodded. I have only met Ning Fengwan, not Zhong. I wish to see how they appear together. The fact that the Zhong family had not suspected Ning Fengwan indicated that she likely resembled Duke Ning or others, rather than Zhong. However, beyond physical appearance, there could be other traits that suggest a familial connection. Perhaps they share other resemblances. Su Momo agreed to her request. The following day, she reported back to Feng Qingsui that the Duke of Ning's estate had indeed received an invitation. The Princess of Shouyang was hosting a wedding banquet. After dismissing Ji Peiyuan, the princess swiftly sought a new love and had set the wedding date for the 4th day of the 2nd month. Feng Qingsui attended the banquet veiled. She did not wish to disturb Zhong at this time. When others inquired, she claimed to have been stung by a wasp and was unfit to show herself. Ning Fengwan, upon seeing her, appeared perplexed and whispered to Zhong, "The princess surely has strange notions, allowing us to sit so close to her. It is rather." Zhong patted her hand, casting a brief apologetic smile toward Feng Qingsui, remarking that the child was unaware and requested not to take offense. Feng Qingsui remained silent, making her way to a low table positioned diagonally to their right, where she sat cross-legged. As the dishes were served, she feigned earnestness in her meal while discreetly observing Zhong and Ning Fengwan. Ning Fengwan had exceptionally long nails on her right pinky finger. Upon closer inspection, she noticed that the finger was significantly shorter than the adjacent ring finger, and the length of the nail was such that it did not appear out of place. The term brachydactyly flitted through her mind as she turned her gaze back to Zhong. Zhong's ring finger and little finger were adorned with exquisite gold rings inlaid with pearls and jade, obscuring any indication of their length. Yet, one must ponder the reason behind her choice to wear these rings. A hint of sardonic amusement curled at the corners of Feng Qingsui's lips. The resemblance between this mother and daughter, so strikingly evident, had managed to remain concealed for so many years, truly remarkable. After the banquet, the guests relocated to the theater to witness a performance. The opening act featured a monkey show. These monkeys were trained by our distinguished young Master Xian, capable of donning clothes and hats, serving tea, and even wielding brushes to paint, bowing and greeting with grace. Once the host concluded the introduction, a troupe of monkeys leaped onto the stage, showcasing their talents with remarkable precision. The audience was captivated, unable to tear their eyes away. Suddenly, Wu Hua leaned in closer, whispering to Feng Qingsui that a small monkey was peeking curiously from the entrance of the theater, while the maid of the Duchess of Ningwa had approached the doorway. Feng Qingsui's brows shifted slightly. Chapter 61. The adorable little short finger. Moments later, a servant from the princess's residence entered the theater, cradling a chattering little monkey, his expression fraught with anxiety as he scanned the room. Upon spotting Feng Qingsui, he hurried towards her. Feng Qingsui was seated in the center of the viewing area alongside the Lady of Anyang, who had a penchant for fish sashimi. while the mother-daughter duo of the Zhong family occupied the entrance side of the theater. As the servant entered, Feng Qingsui turned to the lady of Anyang and mentioned her intention to visit the changing room, then proceeded to the side with 5 flowers on her attire. Upon reaching the Zhong family, she coincidentally encountered the servant. "Madam Ji," this little monkey suddenly cried out in pain. "I'm unsure where is hurt. Might I trouble you to take a look?" The servant implored. Feng Qingsui glanced at the small round table before Zhong and suggested, "First, place it on the table and allow it to move about." The servant promptly complied. Zhong, pulling at Ning Fengwan, abruptly stood, stepping back 2 paces. "How can we place it on the table? It will run amok," she protested, her brow furrowed. No sooner had she spoken than the little monkey leapt towards the stage. The servant, quick of hand, managed to restrain it, which only increased the monkey's cries. The monkeys performing on stage, hearing the commotion, jumped down and hurried towards the round table where the little monkey was situated. The guests scattered in alarm. Zhong's lips curled into a smirk as she tugged at Ning Fengwan to flee, only to be obstructed by Feng Qingsui's plump maidservant. "Step aside." The maid retreated, but clumsily knocked over 2 stools in the process. The heavy round stools landed squarely on their feet, infuriating Ning Fengwan, who brandished her soft whip, intending to strike the maid. Zhong, disregarding her pain, urged Ning Fengwan, "Hurry, we can deal with this later." It was already too late. The troop of monkeys descended upon them, wildly grabbing and biting. Zhong found herself yanked by her hair, crying out in panic. Ning Fengwan swung her whip to aid her mother, further inciting the monkey horde. A majority of the monkeys lunged at the mother-daughter pair. 5 flowers managed to snatch a piece of decorative silk from the viewing area, wrapping the monkeys together, which finally quelled the chaos. The Zhong mother and daughter, still shaken, collapsed onto a round stool. Zhong suddenly felt an unusual sensation in her right hand. Raising it, she discovered that her little finger ring had inexplicably been removed. Feng Qingsui's voice of wonder reached her ears. "Madam Ning and Miss Ning truly resemble each other. Even your fingers are identical. Your little short fingers are absolutely adorable. This is my first encounter with such." All the guests turned their attention towards them. Zhong instinctively clenched her fist. Whose little finger is not shorter than the others? Was this truly a matter of curiosity for Madame Ji? While most fingers are merely a tad shorter, yours are full 2 segments short. Feng Qingsui seized her hand, forcibly spreading her fingers to display them to the crowd. For years, Ning Fengwan had fretted over the fact that her right little finger was shorter than others. Zhong had advised her to grow her nails longer to conceal it. Yet, she had never heard Zhong mention her own short fingers. Seeing them now, she was taken aback. "Mother, why did you not mention this before?" Zhong's face turned a shade of iron, and she yanked her hand back forcefully, replying coldly, "What is there to discuss? It is hardly a matter of pride." Yet, the guests had begun to glean the implications. The 2 individuals are not mother and daughter by blood. Yet, why do their little fingers bear such a striking resemblance? It is uncommon for ordinary people to possess fingers so short. Coupled with the rumors surrounding Madame Zhong's treatment of Ning Fengwan, which is said to surpass that of her own flesh and blood, one cannot help but regard Madame Zhong with a newfound scrutiny. Confusion reigned in Madame Zhong's heart. Just moments ago, she had instructed a maid to fetch mustard sauce from the banquet hall to feed the little monkey, all in an attempt to ensnare Feng Qingsui. Having purchased Granny Sue and, subsequently, sending the steward and bodyguards who sought her to the county jail, in addition to seizing the customers of the Genie Pavilion. She had long desired to teach her a lesson. Yet, to her dismay, her plan backfired, leaving her utterly vexed. "We shall take our leave," she said darkly, pulling Ning Fengwan away. Even upon reaching the carriage, Ning Fengwan remained bewildered. "Mother, why did you not tell me about the short fingers?" Madame Zhong sighed deeply. "When you were younger, there were matters unsuitable to share with you, fearing you might not keep them secret and they would leak out. Now that you have matured, it is time I reveal the truth. You are indeed my biological child." Meanwhile, Feng Qingsui found a trace of mustard sauce at the corner of the little monkey's mouth and remarked to her servant, "It is uninjured. It merely consumed mustard sauce." The servant, perplexed, responded, "How did it eat this? It is quite strange." Feng Qingsui retorted, There is a physician in the household. It just cried out in pain. Why did you bring it to me instead of the physician? The servant explained. It was the maid who discovered its discomfort and urged me to seek you. In my haste, I did not think further. Suddenly, she realized. It must have been that maid who fed it mustard sauce. Yet, when she sought to find the maid, she was nowhere to be found. After watching 2 performances, Feng Qingsui returned home. The following day, just as she was about to leave in search of Granny Sue, the doorman delivered an invitation from Zhong Hebai. After a moment of contemplation, she replied with an invitation to meet him at a tea house. He must have learned about the short fingers, for when he encountered Feng Qingsui, his gaze was exceedingly complex. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. I apologize for unilaterally halting the supply from the trading company. I have issued orders to resume transactions. I will compensate tenfold for the losses incurred by Qinghui Wanjing Pavilion during this period. Feng Qingsui responded, Thank you, Fourth Master, for your leniency. A fleeting expression of hurt crossed Zhong Hebai's face as he smiled wryly. You should address me as Fourth Uncle. Feng Qingsui, taken aback, inquired. Have you already confirmed that I am your niece? I recognized it at a glance, he replied. I could sense it. Feng Qingsui remarked. How remarkable. Why did you not sense earlier that Ning Fengwan was of dubious origin? Zhong Hebai, noting her disdain, offered a rueful smile. I had never considered it before. Feng Qingsui was not there to claim kinship or seek reparation. She stated directly, Could you assist me in arranging a meeting with Duke Ning? In your name. What do you wish to discuss with him? He inquired. There are certain matters I wish to clarify, she replied. Zhong Hebai agreed without hesitation. Very well. After Feng Qingsui confirmed the time, location, and details with him, she stood to leave. Once I have spoken with Ning Ziming, you may address the Duke's estate. Until then, it is prudent to maintain the status quo. Zhong Hebai nodded. I shall act with restraint. Pleased, Feng Qingsui departed, only to find herself confronted by a familiar face upon opening the door to the tea room. You, Changqing stood at the entrance of the tea house, equally astonished. You are here to meet a friend? Upon glancing over her shoulder and catching sight of Zhong Hebai inside, her brow furrowed slightly. Feng Qingsui shook his head. I am here to discuss business. What business? A nonchalant, handsome face emerged from behind Changqing. Is Qinghui Warm Velvet Pavilion launching its spring collection? My sister-in-law said I could be the first to place an order. Would that be acceptable? Changqing pushed him back with a swift motion. Pay him no mind. Turning to Feng Qingsui, she inquired, Have you finished your discussion? Yes, we have concluded, he replied. Let us return to the residence together, for I have matters to discuss with you. Meanwhile, the abandoned Shangwan Mu pondered in confusion. Wasn't it agreed that we would go to the racetrack to ride horses? Chapter 62, Return My Life. To say they were heading back together merely meant one was in a horse-drawn carriage, while the other rode in a donkey cart, traversing the same path back to the estate. Do you possess any scar ointment or similar remedies? A friend of mine is in need. Upon their arrival at the estate, Changqing inquired about Feng Qingsui. The friend in question referred to Shangwan Mu. The moment Feng Qingsui heard this, she instantly recalled the crown princess. After Zhao Bixiang was sent to the Ongwa temple to become a monk, the emperor presented his wife and concubines with 3 choices. First, to remain in the palace and live out their days with the empress dowagers. Second, to return to their family homes and regain their freedom. And third, to enter the royal temple for spiritual cultivation. Without exception, all the concubines of the Eastern Palace chose the second option. The crown princess has now returned to the Pei family, reclaiming her status as the young lady of the Pei household. However, even with the emperor's permission for them to remarry, no one dares to take that step. After all, the crown prince is still alive and may yet rise again. Who would dare to covet his wives? Feng Qingsui mused that unless Changqing were to rebel, her connection with the young lady of the Pei family could only remain one of yearning from afar, love unfulfilled. With a slight sigh, she nodded, Yes, I have some. I will have someone deliver it to you. Good, Changqing replied, adding, You should avoid getting too close to Zhongxi lately. A look of confusion crossed Feng Qingsui's face. Zhongxi had just broken off his engagement with the Fu family, and the 2 families were not on the best of terms. If the Fu family members saw her frequenting his company, misunderstandings might arise. The Fu family? Feng Qingsui recalled the Miss Fu she met at Taihe Garden, who had hastily sought to facilitate a union between Zhong Hebai and Miss Chun, despite not even knowing who had saved Miss Chun. It was evident that Miss Fu wished to break the engagement, but did not want to bear the stigma of doing so, thus orchestrating such a scheme, only to have it disrupted by her and Wu Hua. Curiosity piqued. She wondered what discord had arisen. Is that the crux of the matter? Changqing replied, with a stern expression. After the crown prince's asceticism, there had been a strong call to establish the third prince as the heir. As the third prince had yet to select a consort, many families vied for the honor of becoming the third prince's wife, with the Fu family being among them. The only eligible daughter of the Fu family was Miss Fu Wu, who had been betrothed to Zhong Si since she was in her mother's womb. As Zhong Lao General had saved the life of Fu Lao Dai, the Fu family could not openly retract the engagement, so they sought other means to dissolve it. However, their schemes against Zhong Si backfired, and before all eyes, he successfully maneuvered the situation, secretly exchanging favors with her cousin. The Fu family's plots fell flat, and Zhong Si showed no mercy. Not only did he end the engagement, but he also demanded the return of all the gifts presented to the Fu family over the years, leaving the two families nearly as adversaries. Feng Qingsui listened with great interest, surprised that the second master, despite his busy schedule, was so well informed about the private matters of various families. Truly admirable. Once again, I have been misled by Shangwan Mu, Changqing lamented. It is merely my friends who have been prattling in my ear, he said, maintaining his stern demeanor. I have no interest in such matters. Feng Qingsui nodded in understanding. I comprehend. After all, you are to be a prime minister and must uphold your image. What exactly has this person come to realize? He sighed. In any case, remember to keep your distance from Zhong Si. Feng Qingsui nodded earnestly. The following evening, at the appointed time, she went to Jiangnan Shaozhu to meet Zhong Hebai. As the lanterns began to glow, Duke Ning arrived at the quaint abode in Jiangnan, filled with trepidation for his appointment. As the waiter led him to the private room arranged by Zhong Hebai, he pondered the words shared by the Zhong family, meticulously crafting his phrases for the forthcoming conversation. Brother-in-law, you've come. Upon entering the room, Zhong Hebai greeted him with an unexpectedly warm smile, leaving him momentarily speechless. Such fervor was uncharacteristic of him. A deviation from the norm often signals underlying motives. He steeled himself for what lay ahead. Zhong Hebai ushered him to a seat, pouring wine and serving dishes with an eagerness that made Duke Ning uneasy, even leading him to suspect the food and drink might be poisoned. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to take the initiative. Fourth brother, observe my little finger. It is rather short. My hand, much like my appearance, resembles that of Feng Wan. Do not heed the gossip from outsiders. Misunderstandings have arisen. Zhong Hebai, taken aback, responded, Gossip? What gossip? Are you not aware? Duke Ning inquired, feigning innocence. Zhong Hebai's expression shifted. What should I know? With a calculated smile, Duke Ning continued. It is said that both Feng Wan and Zhong family have short little fingers. There are whispers that have caused Feng Wan great distress, rendering her reluctant to venture outside these past few days. Furrowing his brow, Zhong Hebai remarked, Such individuals are truly idle. I shall comfort Feng Wan later. Relieved that Zhong Hebai appeared unconcerned, Duke Ning raised his glass, saying, Come, let's drink. After several rounds, Zhong Hebai finally revealed his purpose. I sought you out, brother-in-law, as I find myself in a bit of a financial bind and wish to borrow some money for a short while. Duke Ning was taken aback. Was this not the man renowned for his wealth? How much do you need? Zhong Hebai extended his right hand, finger splayed. 5,000 taels? Duke Ning inquired. Zhong Hebai shook his head. 50,000 taels? Again, Zhong Hebai declined. Duke Ning's astonishment grew. 500,000 taels? Zhong Hebai nodded. If it were merely thousands or tens of thousands, I would not need to trouble you. Duke Ning protested. Even if I sold the Duke's residence, I could scarcely gather 100,000 taels. How could you possibly require such an immense sum? Zhong Hebai recounted a tale of deceit, stating that failure to repay would lead to imprisonment. Upon hearing this, Duke Ning became even more apprehensive about lending him money. He diverted the conversation, pouring more wine in an attempt to intoxicate Zhong Hebai and evade this predicament. As Zhong Hebai succumbed to drunkenness, resting his head on the table, Duke Ning chuckled and considered summoning someone to assist him. However, his mind felt muddled, and he, too, succumbed to weariness. Suddenly, a sharp snap echoed nearby, jolting him awake. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself still in the private room, the windows inexplicably flung wide open, the cold wind howling inside, extinguishing several candle flames and ushering in a chilling atmosphere. A crisp sound resonated beside him, startling him. Alarmed, he glanced to find a chopstick lying on the ground. "That nearly frightened me to death," he muttered to himself. Turning back, he was confronted by a familiar face, a woman he recognized. He screamed in panic, attempting to retreat, only to discover his body was firmly anchored to the chair, immobile. The flickering candlelight danced, and her garments fluttered. "Why do you seek to take my life?" The woman extended her hands, adorned with sharp finger covers, and forcefully tightened her grip around his neck. On her face, pale as parchment, 2 streams of blood-like tears welled up. "Return my life." He gasped for breath. "No, it is not I. It is the Zhong family. They wish to poison you." Her fingers constricted further around his throat. "You lie. The poison is of your doing. You desire my demise. I have committed no wrong against you. Why must you treat me thus? You are to marry Zhong, and if you wish to part ways with me, so be it. Why resort to murder? Why?" A wave of dizziness washed over him. Realizing that he might truly perish at the hands of the Zhong family's spirit, he exclaimed in terror, "I swear, it is not I who seeks your death, but Zhong. She claims you have not conceived in a year of marriage. Yet as soon as you escape from the captors, you are with child. Surely the origins of this child are dubious." Chapter 63. A nightmarish encounter. He carefully selected his words, fearful of inciting the wrath of the specter before him. "Having shared a bed for a year, how could I be unaware of your character? If you were indeed violated by kidnappers, how could you smile upon discovering your condition? Yet, my belief in you does not equate to the faith others might place in you. This child's arrival is most inopportune. If it were a daughter, it would be one thing, but a son could inherit a title. Should anyone seek to slander him, they would undoubtedly exploit his lineage. The confusion of bloodlines is a grave offense against the throne. Not only would the child face exile or death, but the Duke's household would also suffer repercussions. Therefore, I pondered that rather than giving birth to a child that would invite scandal and sow the seeds of future calamity, it would be wiser to send it to the cycle of reincarnation early. In a few months, it could return to us, and all would remain unchanged." The specter remained silent, observing him intently. The more he spoke, the more fluent he became. "But as a new mother, you would undoubtedly find it difficult to part with this child. I also cannot bear to witness your anguish from a self-induced miscarriage. So I resolved to shoulder this sin alone." The woman, Zhong, claimed to possess a potion that could silently induce the loss of the child without harming the mother's body, one that even a physician could not detect, thus sparing you additional distress. I took her at her word and administered it to you. I never anticipated that this potion would drain you of all vitality, leaving you despondent, devoid of the will to survive during childbirth, and ultimately leading you to depart this world after the child's birth. In your absence, I've been consumed by regret, living each day in a state of remorse. Regret to the point of abandoning the child at a mass grave, exchanging it for the offspring of Zhong, allowing our clan to rear a granddaughter for our enemies. The specter scoffed coldly. What a magnificent display of profound affection that could move heaven and earth, evoking tears from spirits. He hastily replied, "It was not I who discarded the child. It was my mother who did so. She insisted that a child of unknown parentage should not be interred in our ancestral grave, lest we offend our forebears." The hands around his neck tightened suddenly. "Your mother did this? How could that be? Had I not persuaded the kidnappers, she would have been slain. How could she possibly repay kindness with malice? It is true, he nearly fainted. She has always adhered to propriety and valued her reputation. During that abduction, she was so frightened that she lost control, and you witnessed it firsthand. Thereafter, she felt unable to maintain her composure before you, and could not impose rules upon you. Thus, while she appeared grateful to you outwardly, She privately harbored doubts about the child's origins and mentioned that the child could not be kept. Huh. The Spectre's face was a mask of derision. It is all the fault of Zhong and your mother. You are more innocent than a white lotus, are you not? He choked back his words. I too am at fault. I should not have been so gullible, so quick to believe. Had I been more resolute, you and the child might have survived, and we would not be so irrevocably separated now. His words were laden with sincerity. The specter raised her hand, the sharp tip of her finger aimed at his eyes. Alas, every word you utter is a lie. Do you think that I endured deception in life, and shall permit your mockery in death? Were it not for my immobility, I would swear to the heavens in fury. Ingqiu, I truly did not deceive you. Every word I spoke was the truth. If even a single word was false, may I be struck down by heaven's wrath and meet a wretched end. No sooner had he spoken than a flash of lightning streaked across the sky. He was jolted with terror. To lie in the presence of the divine is indeed to court death. The female ghost pressed the tip of her finger against his eyeball. Do you think I have not descended to the underworld to be reborn, but rather become a vengeful spirit? It is because my wishes remain unfulfilled. I had promised those kidnappers that I would thoroughly investigate the unlawful acquisition of land by the Duke's residence and return the land that was wrongfully seized to its rightful owners. Yet, I died without accomplishing this task. I have broken my word. Do you believe those kidnappers let me and your mother go for no reason? I swear on my life, if I, Zhong Ingqiu, fail to keep my promise, may I suffer a wretched demise. You see, it has indeed come pass. His heart raced suddenly. The female ghost continued, You were not motivated by the instigation of the Zhong family to commit murder. It was my relentless pursuit of the Duke's usurpation of the people's land that instilled fear in you, fearing I would uphold justice and dismantle your esteemed house, prompting you to silence me. No, that is not the case, he vehemently denied. I never intended to kill you, although I did not wish for you to continue your investigation. I am not seeking your confirmation, the ghost replied coolly. You are well aware of the wicked deeds you have committed. Retribution will eventually find you. I need not lay a finger on you, provided you hand over the account books. He was astonished that she would spare him. What account books? You know well, it must pertain to the usurious loans, the forced acquisition of land, and the exorbitant rents collected. He thought to himself, Very well, I shall burn them for you upon my return to the manor. I want them now. He rolled his eyes. I cannot move right now. How can I give them to you? You need not bring them to me. Simply reveal their hiding place. He hesitated for a moment. The ghost placed her hand before him, fingers curling, and he instantly felt as if his heart was gripped tightly, as though it would burst at any moment. I will tell you, he uttered, revealing the location of the confidential account books. That place is rigged with traps and secret keys. Even a living person would not escape with their life. Yet, he forgot she was a ghost. After disclosing the location of the account books and answering a few more questions, the ghost waved her sleeve towards the window, summoning an object inside. It was, astonishingly, the very confidential account books he had hidden away. He was left speechless. The ghost flipped through the account books, verifying their authenticity before confirming with him. The poison you administered, was it truly given to you by the Zhong family? Absolutely. Was the child really discarded by your mother in a mass grave? Without a doubt. The ghost produced 2 porcelain vials, one green and one white, and said, The medicine in the green vial is for the Zhong family. The medicine in the white vial is for your mother. Every grievance has its rightful owner. Since they are indebted, they must repay their dues. Administering poison is your forte, so I leave it to you. After thrusting the 2 vials into his embrace, she added, If you do not comply, you shall pay with your life. He agreed distractedly, plotting to build a tower to entomb the remains of the Zhong family, trapping her within, ensuring she could never harm him again. At the moment he uttered the word good, white mist enveloped the space, obscuring the ghost's figure, and his consciousness began to fade into a muddled haze. Snap! A sharp crack reverberated through the air, rousing him from the depths of darkness. He opened his eyes abruptly, finding everything in the room as it should be. The window was closed, the candlelight flickered brightly, and there were neither apparitions nor smoke. Only a solitary chopstick lay on the floor. Beside him, Zhong Hebai remained sprawled across the table. He reached into his pocket, only to find it empty. It had all been but a nightmare. He murmured to himself, feeling a chill of sweat trickle down his back. Though it was merely a dream, its ominous nature was unsettling. He would have to consult a few masters to perform a rite for the Zong family. He rang a bell, summoning the attendant, instructing him to fetch Zong He-bai's servant, who was dining in the outer hall. The servant, half inebriated, unsteadily escorted him to the carriage. By the time he returned home, it was well past midnight, and he made his way directly to the outer study to rest. The following day, he awoke to a dull ache in his neck. Upon examining himself in a bronze mirror, he was horrified to discover his neck marred by deep crimson marks. With a clatter, the mirror slipped from his grasp. In a panic, he instinctively reached into his pocket and astonishingly pulled out 2 porcelain vials, one blue and one white. Chapter 64. A man who does not care for himself will be punished by heaven and earth. He found it hard to believe. Clad in his undergarments, he rushed to the study, activated the secret mechanism, and entered the hidden chamber. Everything appeared as usual in the concealed room. Yet the highly confidential account books stored within had mysteriously vanished. It felt as though his very backbone had been wrenched from him, leaving him to slump despondently into an armchair. What on earth had transpired? He repeatedly recalled his encounter with the spirit of the Zong family from the previous night. The apparition bore an uncanny resemblance to Zong Shibai in life, not resembling a mere impersonator. The mechanisms in the secret chamber had remained untouched. Yet the account books had disappeared. Aside from the supernatural who possessed such abilities, the individuals he had at hand were certainly incapable of such feats. Had he truly encountered a ghost? He remained in a state of half-belief. After placing the 2 porcelain vases down, he returned to wash up. At noon, after the servants delivered the meal, he ate while reflecting on Zong Shibai's actions from the previous night. Zong Shibai had built an extensive trading business, amassing considerable wealth. Yet he suddenly sought a loan from him, which seemed highly suspicious. The female ghost might have been a manifestation of Zong Shibai's suspicions regarding the matter of the short fingers, deliberately setting a trap. Yet this reasoning was flawed. He had personally discarded the child at the mass grave, a fact known only to him. How could Zong Shibai orchestrate the ghost's words? Furthermore, given the Zong family's straightforward nature, had they known he had caused the demise of Zong Yingqiu and her daughter, they would have stormed him with vengeance, rather than indulging in cryptic theatrics. In the midst of his turmoil, Ning Fengwan arrived. "Father, what on earth has happened to fourth uncle's business? He has incurred such losses that he needs to borrow my birthday gifts to pay off debts." He was taken aback. "He asked you for your birthday gifts?" "He came to inquire early this morning." Ning Fengwan gritted her teeth. Zong Shibai had always been generous. The cumulative worth of the birthday gifts he had given her over the years amounted to no less than 200,000 taels. Even when the emperor takes a wife, he cannot afford to present a dowry of equal value. She had envisioned augmenting her dowry with these gifts, inspiring envy among all the young women in the capital. Ning Guogong asked, "Did you give them?" She widened her eyes in disbelief. "How could I not? He portrayed himself as so pitiable, claiming that I had always been considerate, promising to repay me double once he overcame his difficulties." After a pause, she inquired, "Will he manage to navigate through this crisis?" Ning Guokong, recalling Zong Shibai's request for 50,000 taels the previous night, felt uncertain. "He should be able to," he replied. Ning Fengwan grumbled a few more words before departing. Ning Guogong's thoughts grew even more chaotic. Was Zong Shibai truly in need of funds, or was this merely a ruse to deceive him? He resolved to observe the situation for a few more days. However, that night, as soon as he lay down, he dreamed of the female ghost once more. She said nothing, merely extending her hands to tightly grip his neck. He was rendered unconscious. Upon awakening, he discovered new marks on his neck. As rumors began to circulate of Zong Shibai's immense losses and his desperate attempts to borrow money to cover his debts, one morning, he found himself coughing up black blood. After consulting the house physician, who could not diagnose any ailment, he finally became convinced that the ghostly affair was no mere act of Zong Shibai's theatrics, but rather a genuine occurrence. In a state of urgency, he hurried to a renowned temple to seek the master for exorcism and to quell the malevolent spirit. Yet, despite performing the rituals and donning the talismans, The ghost remained ever present, haunting him relentlessly. Every time he closed his eyes, she appeared before him. Were it not for the fear that disturbing the grave would alarm the clan, he would have long since unearthed the remains of the Zhong family and confined them within the demon suppression tower. After once again expelling a torrent of dark blood, he recalled the words of the female ghost. Should he fail to comply, he would pay with his life. The poison had indeed been administered to him by the Zhong family, and the suggestion to abandon the child at the mass grave had originated from his mother. Why should he suffer punishment on their behalf? With this realization, he retrieved the medicine from the secret chamber and seized the opportunity to administer it to both the Zhong matriarch and his mother. After consuming the medicine, the Zhong matriarch found herself unable to sleep through the night, nor could she during the day. Even consultations with physicians proved futile. After enduring 4 or 5 days, she finally managed to sleep, yet her eyes would no longer perceive light. The day following his mother's ingestion of the medicine, she was rendered paralyzed in bed. The doctor diagnosed a stroke, advising a gradual recovery. However, no improvement was seen. Once the commanding matriarch of the Duke's residence, capable of summoning winds and rain, she had now become an elderly woman who could only move her eyes, reliant on others for her basic needs. When he visited her, she emitted raspy sounds, seemingly attempting to convey something. "Do not worry, mother. I shall keep watch over them and ensure they care for you well." Yet, the light in her eyes faded abruptly. He understood that she was imploring him to grant her a swift release. She had always been proud. Otherwise, she would not have harbored disdain for the Zhong family upon witnessing her own humiliation, nor would she have sought to abandon the only bloodline she had left to the mass grave. But one must not act solely for oneself, lest they incur the wrath of heaven and earth. If he were to send his mother to her death with a sense of relief, what if the spirit of the Zhong family sought retribution against him? He could only assume the role of an unfilial son. The Zhong matriarch could not comprehend why she had suddenly lost her ability to sleep and, subsequently, her sight. She summoned renowned physicians from across the capital and even called upon imperial doctors, but each declared her eyes to be healthy, attributing her condition to emotional turmoil. Those afflicted with such ailments exhibited a range of symptoms. Some spoke nonsensically, others experienced hallucinations, some indulged in gluttony, while others refrained from eating. And then there were those like her, whose eyes remained intact, yet could not perceive their surroundings. Yet, her body was robust, her affairs were prosperous, and her wishes were fulfilled. Aside from a minor mishap at the Princess of Shouyang's wedding, she had no worries to speak of. How could she possibly be suffering from emotional distress? It was utterly absurd. With her sight lost, she could no longer distinguish day from night. Her daily routine was entirely disrupted, and she could no longer manage the affairs of the estate. But that was not the gravest concern. The most pressing issue was that she could no longer go anywhere. As the Duchess, her greatest delight was attending banquets and gatherings at various estates, showcasing her newly acquired exquisite garments and fine jewelry, basking in the envious gazes of her peers. Alternatively, she would invite them to her own estate to admire her newly designed gardens, exotic flora, and the freshly hired theater troupe. If she could not see, would not her wealth, her taste, her social etiquette, her admirable character, and her generous spirit all be rendered meaningless? Henceforth, when people spoke of her, they would only express pity, sympathy, and compassion. Alas, a once vibrant woman reduced to blindness. This anguish surpassed even death. Gritting her teeth, she offered an exorbitant reward, seeking the finest healers from across the land to cure her affliction. Many came forth, yet they were mere charlatans, all of whom she promptly dismissed. However, there was a disheveled Taoist who, after observing her, remarked, "Madam, your symptoms do not seem to indicate illness, but rather suggest poisoning." His words jolted her from her reverie. Suddenly, she recalled that years ago, when the Zhong family consumed the medicinal powder she had procured, none of the physicians had discerned the poison. They believed she was afflicted with a condition of the mind. Just like the Zhong family, she too had been poisoned. But who could have administered such a toxin to her? She had always been meticulous with her diet. Her meals were prepared in a small kitchen by a trusted cook who had been with her for many years, and her entire household was under her careful watch, making betrayal inconceivable. After reflecting on everyone she had interacted with prior to her insomnia, she finally remembered that Ning Zimiying had visited her for tea that day. Chapter 65. Is this enough for a home raid? At this late hour, what brings you to summon me? Inquired Duke Ning as he entered the chamber. After enduring several restless nights, he had finally managed to retire early, only to be disturbed by Zhong's messenger in the dead of night. I cannot see you, so how can I discern the time? Zhong lamented. Moreover, is it not permissible to seek your company when there is nothing amiss? You have not graced my presence in several days. Duke Ning felt a twinge of guilt. Given your current illness, I thought it best not to intrude. I have not sought the company of others. I have merely been resting in the outer courtyard. Do not dwell on such matters. Will you not stay with me for a while tonight? Zhong pleaded, clinging to his sleeve with a look of distress. I am engulfed in darkness all day, my heart perpetually anxious, as if something in the shadows is watching me. Duke Ning's heart tightened. He quickly scanned the room for any sign of the Zhong family's ghostly presence, feeling a slight relief when he found none. Rest assured, there is nothing here to fear. Zhong persisted. Will you not sit with me for just a moment? With a resigned sigh, Duke Ning settled beside the bed. Zhong nestled against his arm, resting her head on his chest, and whispered, a Taoist visited today, claiming that my ailment is not mere illness, but rather a poisoning. Duke Ning's heart skipped a beat. Is that so? What poison might this be? Surely there is a remedy? Zhong sighed. The Taoist has never encountered this poison. He only offered conjecture. Duke Ning relaxed slightly. He suggested that the medication from the ghost should not be easily discernible. It is not unusual for a Taoist to perceive some clues, though his abilities may be insufficient to dispel this malevolence. Fear not. There are many extraordinary individuals in this world. In due time, we shall find a skilled physician. Zhong responded with a faint acknowledgement. From Duke Ning's perspective, her expression was one of profound gloom, concerned that lingering too long might provoke the Zhong family's ghost. He offered a few comforting words before retreating to the outer study. Zhong remained seated on the bed with her eyes wide open for a while. Soon, she cautiously descended, opened the cabinet beside her footstool, retrieved a small box, and summoned her trusted maid. Find a way to deliver this medicine to Lady Lu without attracting anyone's notice. She then whispered the purpose of the medicine to her maid. The maid replied affirmatively. The following day, she reported back to Zhong. The medicine was delivered through a convoluted route to Lady Lu's brother, who has since sent it to her. Zhong's countenance remained impassive. 2 days later, Duke Ning was found dead in Lady Lu's bed, his demise tragically undignified, having succumbed to a sudden death. Upon hearing the news, Zhong Hebai abruptly halted his calculations, momentarily forgetting his purpose. My niece is truly remarkable, he mused with a heavy sigh moments later. That night, while in the Zhongnan villa, upon learning the truth behind his sister's death from Feng Qingsui, he was nearly driven to violence, contemplating the murder of Ning Zimiying, the heartless wretch. The Duke's household had committed egregious acts, coercing the innocent into treachery, leading to his sister's abduction, and without remorse, conspiring with his mistress to poison her, all while abandoning his own daughter. Truly, he was lower than swine, unworthy of the titles of husband or father. To rend him asunder 1,000 times would scarcely quell the resentment that festers within his heart. Yet, fearing the disruption of Feng Qingsui's schemes, he gritted his teeth and bore it. That evening, upon returning to his residence, Ning Zimiying was confronted by Feng Qingsui, who instructed him, you need only to accomplish one task, create the illusion of debt to dispel Ning Zimiying's suspicions regarding you. He was deeply dissatisfied. Do you hold your fourth uncle in contempt? Allow me to exact revenge. I assure you that the Duke of Ning's household shall pay in blood for their transgressions. Feng Qingsui replied, let me, the sufferer, settle my grievances first, and then you may take your vengeance. He, however, relented, considering the plight of his niece who had endured suffering for so many years. Let her strike first. Yet, upon her decisive action, she incapacitated the matriarch of the Ning family and took Ning Zimiying's life, leaving him with no avenue for revenge. The only recourse left was to annihilate the Duke of Ning's lineage entirely. Weighing the evidence he had gathered against the Duke's household, he rubbed his temples in frustration. The most crucial ledgers lay in the hands of that girl, The evidence he possessed could serve only as supplementary support. It seemed that a child's prodigious success could also bring about misfortune. He sighed deeply, feeling the inadequacy of the adults around him. In the Ji residence, Feng Qingsui unexpectedly sneezed, glancing up at the branches that, though sprouting a hint of green, remained stark and bare. She surmised that her down jacket would need to be stored away for a while longer. Upon learning that Ji Changqing had already concluded court proceedings, she took the ledgers retrieved by Wu Hua from the Duke of Ning's residence and made her way to the study in the outer courtyard. "Are these sufficient for confiscation?" she inquired after placing the ledgers on the desk. Ji Changqing appeared momentarily taken aback. As he flipped through several pages, his expression shifted. "What grievance do you harbor against the Duke of Ning's household? Aside from Ning Fengwan's occasional presence before them, you should have had little interaction with the Duke's family. Why then, such a drastic move to confiscate their assets?" Meeting his puzzled gaze, Feng Qingsui smiled and replied, "The rise and fall of a nation is the concern of every individual. Such a pestilential leech that endangers the realm must surely be dealt with by my hand. Ji Changqing, your words are noble, yet why do I not see you pilfering ledgers from other households?" Noticing his silence, Feng Qingsui pressed, "Has the second master yet replied? Is this sufficient for a confiscation?" Ji Changqing, with a stoic expression, stated, "It is more than adequate. Then I shall trouble the second master to eradicate this menace." Feng Qingsui said with a radiant smile, her crescent-shaped eyes sparkling like a newly risen moon, vibrant and pure. Ji Changqing's gaze flickered slightly. That night, he dreamt of a little red fox peering at him from behind a tree in the snow, its amber eyes glimmering with vivacity. He approached, and it remained still, allowing him to place his hand upon its delicate ears. After a gentle caress, the fox's slender face suddenly transformed into Feng Qingsui's visage. He awoke abruptly, staring into the pitch-black canopy for an extended moment before drifting back into slumber. On the following morning, during the court session, he submitted a report regarding the Duke of Ning's household. The emperor, incensed, immediately ordered a confiscation. As the imperial guard stormed into the duke's residence, which was currently in mourning, Lady Zhong knelt before a brazier, tears streaming down her face as she burned offerings, while Ning Fengwan and her younger brother, who was 5 years her junior, knelt behind her, their faces etched with grief. Friends and relatives were busy extending their condolences when the sudden arrival of the imperial guards left everyone in stunned silence. The proclamation of by imperial decree, "We shall confiscate," resonated with a jarring shock. Ning Fengwan was momentarily taken aback before she comprehended the situation. Seizure of property? What property? The Ning family has committed no wrongdoing. This is a matter you should address with the Criminal Justice Department, the coldly authoritative leader of the Imperial Guard retorted. Behind him, the Imperial Guard spread out, commencing their search and inspection of each residence. Zhong Shi, in a panic, exclaimed, "No, you cannot do this. My son is about to inherit his title. How can you seize our property? Stop this at once." She stood, attempting to intervene, but in her haste, she stepped onto the brazier. Flames licked up her skirt, engulfing her in fire. The servants hurriedly grabbed items to beat out the flames, but their efforts were in vain. They could only fetch water and douse her with it. Ning Fengwan embraced her, tears streaming down her face. "Mother, what shall we do?" Zhong Shi suddenly grasped her hand tightly. "Go seek your maternal grandmother. The clan has the imperial edict and iron certificate. It can save our lives." Chapter 66. Pay for services rendered. The gates of the Duke Ning's residence were guarded by the Imperial Forest Army. With no other choice, Ning Fengwan squeezed through a small dog hole near the morning hall. She then sprinted frantically for nearly a quarter of an hour, finally arriving at the General of State's residence. She knocked on the door with a thunderous clamor. "Open the door. Quickly. It is I, your cousin." Before her coming-of-age ceremony, she had spent most of her time at the general's residence, cherished by her maternal grandmother and several uncles, treated like a daughter by the household servants. In the past, upon hearing her footsteps, they would come to open the door without her needing to knock. However, today she knocked for quite some time with no response. Raising her right foot, she angrily kicked the door, exclaiming, "Where is everyone? If you don't open the door soon, I shall sell you all to work in the black mines." Suddenly, the door swung open, and she kicked nothing but air, nearly losing her balance. Steadying herself against the doorframe, she was about to unleash a tirade when she saw that it was Zhong Hebai standing at the entrance. And she swallowed her curse just in time. "Fourth uncle, the Imperial Forest Army suddenly came to raid our Duke's residence, and I barely managed to escape." She hurriedly explained. "My mother said the Zhong family possesses a precious certificate that can save our lives. Might you lend it to us?" Zhong Hebai regarded her with a steady gaze, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "How'd I never notice how audacious you are?" "What do you mean?" Ning Fengwan asked, perplexed. "Do you expect me to lend the precious certificate that your father risked his life to obtain to you lot?" He scoffed. "What lot?" Ning Fengwan was taken aback. "Fourth uncle, what are you talking about?" Zhong Hebai glanced at her right hand, taunting. "Don't tell me you are still unaware. You are the illegitimate child born from Ning Ziming and the Zhong family." With a thunderous boom, Ning Fengwan felt as though a storm had erupted in her mind. "What? Illegitimate child? Fourth uncle, where did you hear such rumors? I am your beloved niece, brought to the Zhong family just 3 days after my birth. You watch me grow up. Your father told me himself," Zhong Hebai replied. When the niece was trying to pry information from him, he had been lying beside the table. So how could it not be considered Ning Ziming telling him directly? "Your attempts at denial are futile." Ning Fengwan was taken aback. "When did father tell you this?" Suddenly, a realization dawned upon her regarding Zhong Hebai's demand for a birthday gift. It was during that time. The talk of needing money to fill a pit had been nothing but a ruse. She quickly changed her approach. "Fourth uncle, I was unaware of this matter. You have raised me for so many years, investing so much care in me. Do you not have any affection for me? Can you bear to see me suffer?" Zhong Hebai sneered. "Affection? The very thought that you were held like a precious gem, while my dear niece lies alone in a mass grave awaiting death, makes me wish to sever your tendons and cast you into the pile of corpses, so you may experience what she endured. Is this the affection you seek?" Ning Fengwan's complexion turned pale. "This has nothing to do with me. I was just a child then." Zhong Hebai spoke sternly. "Were it not for your innocence, do you think you could stand here unscathed?" With that, he pushed the door shut with force, securing it with a bolt, and turned to walk away. Ning Fengwan stood frozen in place. She mulled over his last words repeatedly, a growing terror creeping across her face. Could it be that her grandmother's paralysis, her mother's blindness, her father's sudden demise, and the confiscation of the Duke's estate were all interwoven threads of fate? There was no time for further contemplation as the Imperial Guards pursued her. "She is here." The Ningwu Duke's residence collapsed with a resounding crash. Changqing's record of confiscation had gained yet another entry. Every afternoon, Feng Qingsui strolled along the banks of the inner river with her dog, hearing the townsfolk murmur. From the Earl's estate to the Marquis's. And now even the Duke's. Who could say who would be next? Such insatiable greed and heinous crimes committed by these aristocratic families deserved to be thoroughly dismantled. How many lives had the Ningwu Duke claimed in his relentless pursuit of land? When the people refused to sell, he resorted to coercive loans, forcing them to part with their fields and even compelling them to sell their children or themselves into servitude. If that did not suffice, he would ensnare them in traps, leading them to perish unjustly in prison, with half their property confiscated and the other half claimed by the Duke. Selling oneself into slavery was only the beginning. They were also made to mine for black market resources, oblivious to the countless souls buried beneath the earth. Upon learning from Su Momo that the Zhong family was kind-hearted, she surmised how Zhong had persuaded the kidnappers to release her and later successfully extracted the Duke's estate ledger. Interestingly, before she came to the Ji residence, posing as the widow of Ji Changfeng, she had considered impersonating the distant relatives of 3 other households, all of whom shared the same avarice as the Ningwu Duke. These nobles, blessed with hereditary titles and ample fiefs, remained unsatisfied, perpetually seeking to exploit their power to plunder the land of the common folk, reducing them to servants, refugees, and bandits. The reckoning they faced now accounted for barely a fraction of their misdeeds. Ji Changqing truly bore a heavy burden. Fortunately, she had come to the Ji residence. She thought to herself, otherwise, Avenging her grievances might have entailed entangling several other families. Suddenly, the large black dog halted. Woof! She looked ahead to see a heavily pregnant woman seated on the ground not far away, her face contorted in pain. Upon noticing her, the woman pleaded with a sorrowful tone, "Miss, my legs have suddenly lost strength. I cannot stand. Could you kindly assist me back home? My house is just down that alley, the fifth one in." She pointed toward a nearby narrow lane. "I will reward you for your kindness. Please help me." Feng Qingsui handed the leash to Wu Hua and stepped forward to help the woman. Her right hand inadvertently rested upon the woman's wrist. The pregnancy was genuine, but the fatigue was feigned. "All right, I shall help you back." She cast a knowing glance at Wu Hua, who understood immediately. He approached, leading the dog while supporting the woman alongside Feng Qingsui as they made their way into the alley. After walking a few meters into the lane, they halted before a courtyard entrance. The woman produced a key and unlocked the door, saying, "Just help me inside. I cannot thank you enough. The deities will bless you." As the three of them and the dog entered the courtyard, the gates slammed shut behind them. 6 men brandishing long knives surged from within, encircling them. The woman broke free from Feng Qingsui and Wu Hua, brandishing a short dagger and pointing it at Feng Qingsui's neck. "Those who know their place, raise your hands and stand still." The large black dog barked loudly, leaping towards the woman's wrist. "Damn dog!" A man swung a knife towards the dog's belly. With a swift motion, another man yanked the woman away, and the first man hastily sheathed his blade, instead embracing the woman and throwing her to the ground. Other men rushed forward, brandishing their knives, while someone seized the opportunity to sprinkle a soporific powder. Feng Qingsui chuckled softly, retaliating in kind. In less than 10 heartbeats, the woman and the 6 men were all toppled to the ground and bound. Feng Qingsui pressed the dagger that the woman had just brandished against her neck. "You have but one chance to answer. Who orchestrated this?" The woman hurriedly replied, "Please spare me, miss. I, along with a few comrades, were merely hired to carry out a task, unaware of the identity of our employer." "What was the task?" "To lure the young lady, incapacitate her, and deliver her to a flower boat on the night sea." Chapter 67A Fine Performance. The Night Sea is the largest lake in the inner city, situated at the northern end of the inner river where Feng Qingsui strolls with her dog. The lake is adorned with nearly 100 boats of varying sizes, among which the flower boat, known as Wamanlu, stands out as one of the largest. The structure of Wamanlu is divided into 3 sections. The bow features an open pavilion for scenic views. The middle cabin serves as a banquet hall, and the stern houses a 2-story suite, with the first floor offering private rooms and the second serving as a lounge. The retractable roofs of the front and rear cabins bear little difference from ordinary residences, giving it the appearance of a building floating on the water from a distance. Once all guests have arrived in the evening, the pleasure boat glides from the night sea to the inner river, making its way to the southern end at Ri-Hai before circling back, allowing patrons to take in the enchanting nighttime vistas of the capital. Although the Dashi legal code forbids officials from visiting brothels, it does not prohibit them from boarding pleasure boats, making these vessels a favored leisure retreat for dignitaries and the affluent. Some come to savor tea, indulge in wine, compose poetry, and engage in discussions about worldly affairs, while others are drawn to the music, dance, and companionship of courtesans. Changqing, who holds a high position, seldom partakes in social banquets, let alone visit pleasure boats for entertainment. However, tonight he made an exception for the birthday celebration of Shangwan Mu, who had gathered a group of friends for the occasion. Initially reluctant to join the festivities, Changqing intended to decline outright when Shangwan Mu mentioned it. But upon hearing that the new chef at Wamanlu excels in preparing spicy fish, claiming he could devour 2 bowls, he found himself inexplicably agreeing to attend. After all, he had not yet tried his hand at such a dish. The flavor of the spicy fish was indeed delightful. He savored several pieces and called for the chef to inquire about the preparation method. The chef praised him, exclaiming, "Your palate is remarkable. You can discern the technique with just one taste." Shangwan Mu chuckled, teasing, "Learning to cook so earnestly. Are you planning to retire and open a tavern in your hometown?" Changqing shot him a sidelong glance, too disinterested to engage in conversation. Shangguan Mu lifted a wine jar onto the table, declaring, "It's a rare occasion for you to be on a boat, so we shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated." Changqing retorted, "Do you think I can sleep with my eyes open like you do during morning court sessions?" Shangguan Mu responded, "Let's just drink. Why resort to personal jabs? Being in the front row is impressive after all." Changqing conceded, "Fine, it is somewhat impressive." Thus, they settled for a modest drink. After a few cups, a new dish was served, and as the waiter cleared the empty plate from the table, he accidentally spilled a few drops of oil onto Changqing's hand. Shangguan Mu frowned. "What a clumsy fool." The waiter knelt in apology. "I beg your pardon. It was unintentional. Allow me to escort you to the changing room to clean up." Changqing replied, "Very well, lead the way." Shangguan Mu sensed something amiss and exchanged a knowing glance with Changqing. Changqing, aware of the situation, understood the waiter's overly tense demeanor. He could have easily avoided the oil, but chose not to, curious about the waiter's ulterior motives. Seeing that Changqing was alert, Shangguan Mu felt reassured. "Hurry back. Do not think you can slip away after a couple of drinks." Changqing followed the waiter to the stern cabin. The attendant pretentiously knocked on the changing room door and, after a brief pause, announced, "There's someone inside. Allow me to escort you to the second floor, where you may cleanse yourself as well." Changqing nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The second floor contained only 2 rooms, one on the left and one on the right. The attendant opened the door to the right room and said, "The changing room is within." He lingered at the threshold for a moment before stepping inside. The attendant promptly shut the door, confining him within. The room was sparsely furnished, featuring a bed and a table illuminated by a small lamp. With a figure reclining on the bed, facing inward, a woman of graceful stature. He smirked with irony. Yet again, this familiar charade. How many times had it been played? Those orchestrating it seemed insatiable, despite never achieving success, relentlessly squandering time. He moved towards the window, intending to escape through it. Suddenly, the woman on the bed turned to face him. Their eyes locked in mutual surprise. "How is it you? What brings you here?" Feng Qingsui sat up. Resting her forehead in her hand, "It's a long story." After hearing from a woman about this flower boat, she had decided to play along and uncover the identity of the puppet master. Thus, she allowed herself to be sent to the painted boat as per the client's request. Thereafter, she feigned unconsciousness, remaining in this room until someone entered. To her astonishment, it was Changqing. With a moment's contemplation, she discerned the intentions behind this arrangement. To confine Changqing with her, a widow, was undoubtedly a scheme to fabricate a scandal, tarnishing their reputations. Yet, she was uncertain whether the plot was aimed at her or Changqing. Changqing, too, grasped the underlying implication. This boat had been chartered by Shangguan Mu to celebrate a birthday. To escalate the matter, further witnesses would be required. Before he could finish his thought, the boat lurched violently. Feng Qingsui, caught off guard, stumbled and collided with Changqing, who barely managed to steady her. She quickly braced herself against the door, about to speak, when she noticed blood trickling from beneath Changqing's nostrils. "Did I strike your nose?" she exclaimed in shock. Changqing, perplexed, replied, "That shouldn't have happened." Feng Qingsui suddenly realized. The room had likely been infused with incense before her arrival. The scent, imperceptible to her, was evidently intended for him. Without needing to voice it, Changqing sensed it too. His voice had become notably hoarse. "We must leave this place. A boat is approaching, and soon there will be intruders." The door had been locked from the inside, leaving them no option but to escape through the window. The window was small, and it would take some time to pry it open. Feng Qingsui offered a slight smile and snapped her fingers. A section of the roof abruptly lifted, revealing a hand, thick and meaty, dangling from the edge. "Let's go." Changqing was taken aback. Once they were pulled onto the rooftop, Feng Qingsui surveyed the newly appeared boats around them, recalling her master's words that the perpetrator often returns to the scene of the crime. The meticulous orchestration of this performance suggested an air of triumph. They would undoubtedly wish to witness their downfall firsthand. She turned to Wu Hua, instructing, "Dive into the nearby boats and observe. Identify anyone whose demeanor appears particularly contemptible, and bring them to me." Changqing interjected, "Do not approach the flower-filled loft. That vessel belongs to the third prince." The mention of the third prince instantly enlightened Feng Qingsui. It became clear that tonight's endeavor was not merely a dual achievement, but rather a triad of success. Wu Huan nodded in agreement. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos created by the collision of the two ships, they quietly melded into the shadows of the night. Changqing and Feng Qingsui crouched on a rooftop, attentively listening to the lively commotion below. The third prince's ship had breached its hull, prompting an urgent evacuation of its crew to their own vessel. Known for his haughty demeanor, the third prince, upon witnessing a throng of individuals in the banquet hall of the flower-filled loft, promptly led his entourage towards the aft cabin. Wu Hua seized the young man and returned at just the right moment. Feng Qingsui instructed, "Place him in the room below, and bring over those 6 men from the opposite room." Chapter 68. The forceful abduction of a common man, the same attendant who led the third prince and his entourage upstairs, was also the one who accompanied the esteemed Changqing. He opened the door to the left room and courteously invited the third prince inside. Upon surveying the cramped quarters, the prince furrowed his brow and inquired, "Why is the room on the right not accessible?" The attendant appeared conflicted, stating, "Lord Ji is resting within." "Which Lord Ji?" "The Chancellor." Naturally, the third prince could not request Changqing to vacate. He turned to his aides, attendants, and guards, instructing, "Leave 2 individuals here. The rest may proceed to the elegant room downstairs." Before he could finish speaking, an indescribable sound suddenly emanated from the right room, causing everyone to pause. An unspoken thought arose in their minds. It was unexpected that the Chancellor, who appeared so dignified, could indulge in such wildness behind closed doors. Truly, one should not judge by appearances. The third prince was equally taken aback. As his maternal clan lacked prominence, he had long sought to cultivate alliances with powerful ministers. And Changqing was highly esteemed by his father. He had even contemplated offering him several women to strengthen their bond. Little did he know that Ji harbored an inclination for handsome men and engaged in debauchery. Clearing his throat, he hastily descended the stairs, eager to avoid lingering any longer. The captivated onlookers murmured amongst themselves, "Why should the third prince enjoy this secret alone? Surely, it is better to share in the joy." Just as they turned to descend the stairs, a figure unexpectedly ascended. The strikingly handsome Changqing, who bore a regal countenance and brows that resembled distant mountains. The crowd froze momentarily before glancing at the attendant, who had turned pale and swiftly dashed towards the window at the end of the corridor. Following closely behind Changqing, Bai Fu raised his hand and released a concealed arrow. It struck the attendant squarely in the nape of the neck. As the attendant fell to the ground, realizing escape was futile, he bit down on a poison pouch hidden in his mouth. Silence enveloped the room. Changqing glanced at the bloodied corpse of the attendant before turning to the third prince, inquiring, "Are you unharmed, Your Highness?" This man bore the appearance of an assassin. "My subordinate acted in haste. I hope he has not caused you any distress." The third prince and the others could only respond with disbelief. What harm could possibly come to the third prince? If anything, it is your own affairs that are at risk. At that moment, the indistinct sound from the right room resumed. Changqing's expression froze for a moment before he raised an eyebrow and said, "I apologize for disturbing Your Highness's enjoyment." He then attempted to retreat back to the corridor. Wait! The veins on the third prince's forehead throbbed. If Changqing departed now, how could he explain this to his father? Even plunging into the depths of the night, sea would not absolve him. "Lord Ji, the attendant previously prevented us from entering the right room, where it is highly likely his accomplices are concealed. Those sounds may very well be a diversion they orchestrated to drive us away." Changqing's countenance turned serious. "In that case, why are you not apprehending the assassin and ensuring the safety of the third prince?" Upon hearing this, the prince's attendants and guards swiftly split into 2 groups, one half surrounding the third prince for protection, while the other forcefully opened the door to the right room. An appalling scene unfolded before their eyes, causing them to gasp. One voice cried out, "Isn't that the second son of Minister Wei?" Amidst the chaos, 6 bewildered men recovered a semblance of sanity, their faces etched with confusion. "Where are we? How did we? Help! Someone has abducted a nobleman. The crowd responded with silence. The following day, Changqing submitted a memorial. The Minister of Rights, Wei Buchuan, was reprimanded for his failure in parenting, allowing his son to forcibly seize common men, engaging in acts of violence and debauchery. The third prince and others also contributed to the memorial. Consequently, the emperor penalized Minister Wei by withholding his salary for a year and mandated strict supervision over his son, warning that any further transgressions would not be tolerated. After court, Minister Wei summoned his second son, recently released from prison, and delivered a resounding slap across his face. How many heads do you possess? How dare you plot against Changqing? I am furious. Do you think he attained the position of chancellor solely based on his looks? I would not dare to offend him. Wei clenched his fists. But he caused the death of my brother-in-law and the downfall of the Rongchang Marquisate. My sister lost her child due to these events. Was it your sister who incited you to act so? No, she merely confided her grievances, lamenting that she should never have invited a wolf into her home. Changqing had sent his scheming sister-in-law to approach her, inquiring into the secrets of the Rongchang household. She regrets it deeply. Then let her perish. Minister Wei coldly retorted. If you wish to accompany her in death, speak up now, so I can disown you and prevent our Wei family from becoming the next Ningwaduke's household. Suppressing his resentment, Wei bowed his head. I understand. Once he returned to his quarters, the pain that surged as he sat down was excruciating, and a flicker of malice crossed his eyes. I will reclaim this grievance in due time. Feng Qingsui later learned that the man brought back by Hua was the second son of the Wei family. The 100 youths presented to the matriarch of the Rongchang Marquisate had been arranged by Minister Wei. It was precisely because of this scheme that she had visited the Rongchang household. She hadn't even considered settling the score with Minister Wei. And yet the Wei family had the audacity to conspire against her. With the empress in the palace and the former crown prince in the royal temple, she had no access to either, and just as she was lamenting her idleness, an opportunity presented itself. It was indeed fortuitous. Few among the high-ranking families could withstand scrutiny, and just as she prepared to investigate the Wei family, Zhong Habai suddenly approached her. I have spoken to my mother about your situation. She is eager to meet you. Would you be available? After pondering for a moment, she replied, let's find a tea house. Upon hearing this, Zhong Habai understood her reluctance to acknowledge their kinship and hesitated to speak further. Feng Qingsui, aware of his unspoken questions, smiled. I will tell you everything once I meet the matriarch. Zhong Habai could only acquiesce. He chose the same tea house where he had last met Feng Qingsui and brought his mother along. Feng Qingsui arrived wearing a veil. The elderly lady gazed at her intently, her aged and kindly eyes filled with tears upon seeing the face revealed beneath the veil. Ingqiu, my dear child, it is all my fault for choosing such a beast. Feng Qingsui offered her a handkerchief. Please take care of yourself. I am certain that your spirit wishes for your happiness, longevity, and peace. The old lady's sobs grew ever more sorrowful. My dear Chioa has only lived for 20 years. She is so young. It should have been me, this old frame of bones, who departed instead. Zhong Habai could not help but shed tears. Feng Qingsui remained silent, her heart heavy with unspoken words. Since her birth, she had never seen her mother, nor had she ever felt the warmth of maternal love. The term mother was merely a title uttered by others. Before meeting her master, she believed herself to be abandoned due to her inability to see. Upon learning from her master that she was a poison from her mother's womb, she began to surmise that her biological mother might have long since passed away. She felt a sense of sorrow, yet no regret, for she possessed the world's finest sister and the most remarkable master. They were her closest and dearest family. The elderly lady wept for a considerable time before her tears gradually ceased. After inquiring about Feng Qingsui's experiences over the years, she grasped Feng Qingsui's hands tightly and said, I am truly sorry. Your maternal grandfather and uncles have proven utterly inadequate, causing you to endure so much suffering for so long. Reflecting on the fact that Feng Qingsui had become a widow at such a tender age, a deeper anguish crossed her face. Perhaps it would be best if you returned to the Zhong family? Chapter 69. Though delayed, yet arrived Feng Qingsui, reflecting on her unavenged grievances, shook her head and said, "No, I do not wish to acknowledge kinship for the time being." Lady Zong, her expression filled with confusion, inquired, "Why?" "It is inconvenient to elaborate at present." Feng Qingsui replied, "When the time is ripe, I shall reveal everything to you. For now, consider me merely a stranger resembling your daughter, and refrain from disclosing our relationship to outsiders." Lady Zong Abai, "You need not be concerned," he assured Feng Qingsui. "My uncles and I shall treat you as our own daughter, and your aunts are all kind-hearted individuals. Now that you have returned, you are the esteemed young lady of the general's manor in Junnan, and everyone will be good to you. Initially, you may feel a bit estranged, but as time passes and bonds are formed, things will improve." "I understand," Feng Qingsui smiled. "I'm not worried about your attitudes. Rather, I have other concerns. Acknowledging kinship is a matter of great significance, especially for the Zong family, which is not an ordinary household. Should she recognize her ties, it would inevitably stir up a considerable uproar. At that point, she would become the focal point of attention among the influential, with every action scrutinized, complicating her affairs immensely. Furthermore, to the Ji family, she is but the sudden widow of Ji Changfeng. If she were to falter against the Empress and the Crown Prince, Ji Changqing and the Qi family could easily distance themselves by claiming deception. However, to the Zong family, she is the long-lost granddaughter they have painstakingly sought. Should any misfortune befall her, the Zong family would undoubtedly face repercussions. Therefore, it is wiser to avoid unnecessary complications. Acknowledging kinship can wait until the dust settles. Unaware of her apprehensions, Lady Zong and Zong Hebai, seeing her insistence, had no choice but to acquiesce. "Very well, we shall refrain from recognition for now. But it is impossible for your grandmother to treat you as a stranger," Lady Zong declared sternly. "At my age, if I do not interact with you, I may as well await my demise." Zong Hebai added, "You may not acknowledge us as family, but will you also reject the silver?" The Ningwu Duke's residence was raided, and they seized your mother's dowry. "I have arranged a new dowry for you, worth hundreds of thousands of taels. Will you not accept it?" Feng Qingsui, "Who would refuse silver that is offered?" She chuckled. "Please safeguard it for me. Dear uncle, I shall retrieve it later." Finally hearing her call him uncle, Zong Hebai felt as warm as if he had just consumed hot soup on a winter's day. "Very well, but do not let your uncle hold on to it for too long. A year is plenty to honor Ji Changfeng. Take advantage of the blooming spring to enjoy the blossoms and seek a suitable husband, so you may wed by year's end." Feng Qingsui, "The elder's marriage proposals indeed come, though delayed." Lady Zong, not in the best of health, appeared particularly fatigued after their conversation. Feng Qingsui took her pulse and prescribed a tonic. "Grandmother, let us pause our conversation here. Please take care of your health, and we shall meet again next time." Hearing the term grandmother brought a warmth to Lady Zong's eyes. "Very well, I shall heed your advice, and I will strive to live until someone calls me great-grandmother." Feng Qingsui bid farewell, as the matriarch of the Zong family bestowed upon her a stack of gold and jade bracelets, while Zong Hebai presented her with a bundle of silver bills, along with a seal and a password. Should you find yourself in need of silver, feel free to exchange currency at Tongbao Bank, he advised. Feng Qingsui expressed her gratitude. Upon returning to the Ji residence, she had just delivered these treasures to the courtyard when Chun Yun, attending to Qi Shi, came to summon her. "Madam says that the second master is cooking. Please join us for a meal." Feng Qingsui eagerly accepted the invitation. "Come and taste this fragrant and spicy fish," Qi Shi urged, "though I cannot handle spiciness. I'm certain you will enjoy it." Indeed, Feng Qingsui had a penchant for such flavors. Upon tasting, she was overwhelmed with delight. "Delicious!" she exclaimed. "I have had spicy fish before, crafted by renowned chefs from the southern regions, but none can compare to this." "Then indulge a bit more," Qi Shi chuckled. "You still appear a bit thin. A little more flesh would do you good." Feng Qingsui chuckled softly, reflecting on her master's words about a certain kind of thinness, one perceived only by family. Indeed, mother speaks wisely, she acquiesced. Subsequently, she polished off nearly half a plate of fish. With only a few pieces remaining, She found herself unable to consume more and inquired of Changqing, second master. May I take some back to the courtyard as a snack? Changqing nodded. A slight smile gracing his lips, and a flicker of joy blossomed within him, akin to having just fed a large cat. As Feng Qingsui returned to the courtyard with her food box, she contemplated the bittersweet nature of avenging her grievances and leaving the Ji residence. Realizing that she would soon no longer savor Changqing's culinary creations, a pang of reluctance surfaced within her. She pondered whether, in the future, she might be able to afford to invite him to cook for her. She mused that it shouldn't be considered bribery, should it? In a dilapidated straw hut within the outskirts, anguished cries of a woman echoed. 6 tall men stood outside, their faces taut, brows furrowed. The door creaked open, and a limping old woman emerged. The men quickly surrounded her. Well, has she given birth? One man inquired. The old woman shook her head. It's a breech presentation. Prepare for the worst. One man nearly swung a fist at her head, were it not for another man's timely intervention. Third brother, restrain yourself, the man admonished. He then asked the old woman, Auntie, is there truly no other way? Can't someone reach in and reposition the child? The old woman glared at him. If you possess such remarkable ability, I certainly do not. With that, she pushed past the 2 men blocking her path and limped away. One man struck the wooden wall with a fist, causing the house to shudder thrice. He quickly retracted his hand, cradling his head, and lamented, What are we to do? Must we witness the demise of both mother and child? Another man clenched his teeth, insisting, Fetch another midwife. I refuse to believe this child cannot be born. This is the 7th midwife. There are only a handful in the entire southwestern district. If we look elsewhere, we risk being discovered. A man cautioned, In this life, one must eventually pay for their deeds. Another murmured, We have aided in wickedness. Our retribution has come. The others fell silent. Suddenly, a dog's bark pierced the air. They all turned to see a remarkably familiar large black dog sprinting into the alley, closely followed by the 2 fierce women they had encountered a couple of days prior. The group instinctively prepared to flee, but upon hearing a woman's anguished cry from within the hut, their steps came to an abrupt halt. Was she in labor? Feng Qingsui approached the thatched cottage and inquired. The leading man clenched his fists. During our escape, the woman experienced a complication. The midwife reported that the baby is in a transverse position and cannot be delivered. Let me take a look. Feng Qingsui pushed open the door and entered. The men made no attempt to stop her. With that robust maid present, they knew they would be unable to intervene, even if they wished to. Moments later, Feng Qingsui emerged from the dwelling. I can save both mother and child, provided you are willing to cooperate with me. Chapter 70. The principle of reciprocity. The 6 men were momentarily taken aback. Could it be that the lady was jesting? Neither the master nor the servant appeared to be individuals capable of midwifery. Do I truly need to travel such a great distance merely to seek your amusement? Feng Qingsui's expression remained impassive. Time is of the essence. You must decide swiftly. The 6 men exchanged glances, then together bowed to Feng Qingsui, stating, If the lady can save them, we shall submit to her commands. Feng Qingsui replied, What if I were to instruct you to surrender yourselves at the magistrate's office? The men were left speechless. A heart-wrenching scream echoed from within the room. The leading man's temple throbbed with veins. Very well. If you can save the mother and child, we shall turn ourselves in. The others echoed in agreement. Yes, we will confess. Feng Qingsui retrieved a green porcelain vial from her medical kit. This is sanrahong. Should you ingest it without taking the antidote within 3 days, you will perish from bleeding from all orifices. If you are willing to consume it, I will believe you. Without hesitation, each man swallowed a pill. Feng Qingsui, accompanied by Wu Hua, entered the room to assist the woman in a cesarean delivery. After the procedure, she briefly showed the child to the mother before handing it over to the man. You shall first take the child to the orphanage, and then return to account for your misdeeds. The men complied without question. Feng Qingsui instructed Wu Hua to bring paper and ink, then inquired, How many women have you deceived in total? Where have you sent them? The men were collectively stunned. Feng Qingsui sneered, Your methods of entrapment are so polished. It is evident you are habitual offenders. Realizing they could not conceal the truth from her, the men confessed their transgressions over the years. We only lure beautiful women and send them to the flower boats. We have never been involved in anything else. To which flower boats have you sent them? We can only recall part of them. But even that amounts to over 30 vessels. They had never meticulously counted how many women they had ensnared, but they estimated the figure to be around 100, likely not exceeding 120, predominantly from the villages surrounding the capital, with a minor portion from the city itself. Feng Qingsui documented their testimonies, requiring their signatures, and then inquired, "How much silver do you possess?" The men provided a sum. "Convert all of this into tung oil," Feng Qingsui instructed, "but do not purchase it all from a single location. Spread your purchases to avoid drawing attention." The men acquiesced. As night fell, Feng Qingsui and Wu Hua returned to the inner city. They found a modest tavern where they had dinner, and afterwards proceeded to the night sea. The pleasure boat anchored at the night sea had just lit its lanterns, with most cabins still vacant, while the attendants at the bow busily sought to attract customers. Following the list of boats provided by the men, Feng Qingsui visited each one, discovering they were all moored in the same area, with decorations that were remarkably similar. After inquiring at a lakeside tea house, she learned that they all belonged to Master San. The Tsin family and the Wei family were related by marriage. Master Tsin was the brother-in-law of the wife of Minister Wei. Half of the boats in the night sea belonged to him, and they were always bustling with patrons, bringing in a fortune daily, as the tea house owner enviously remarked. Feng Qingsui ordered a pot of tea and settled into a seat by the window of the establishment, observing the guests arriving at the Tsin family's pleasure boat. Many could be discerned as officials merely by their demeanor and gait. The waiter, seemingly unacquainted with them, beckoned them aboard, yet their familiarity with the vessel suggested they were regular patrons. These official-looking figures boarded small boats, which promptly set off. From a distance, they appear to be enjoying music in the main cabin. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that it was not long before they transitioned to the rear cabin, returning to the main cabin after about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. She originally intended to wait until the following evening to take action. However, upon faintly hearing a scream, she could not restrain herself and instructed Wu Hua Dao, "Please relay a message to Changqing's shadow guard." Wu Hua Dao complied and swiftly found Yan Qi atop a nearby rooftop. "I must convey a message from our mistress to your master. She wishes to express her gratitude for his spicy fish dish last night by inviting him to witness a performance. He is requested to come to Yihai immediately." Yan Qi exclaimed in disbelief. He is a shadow guard, not a carrier pigeon. After some internal grumbling, he nevertheless returned to report to Changqing. Upon hearing that she was watching the Tsun family's pleasure boat from Yihai, Changqing could not help but rub his temples. After being outmaneuvered by Wei Air, did she feel the need to repay him in kind? Truly, he set aside his documents, chose a horse from the stables, and spurred onward toward Yihai. Most pleasure boats at Yihai remained docked, enticing patrons, including the Tsin family's vessel. However, before Changqing could locate the tea house where Feng Qingsui was, he heard pedestrians exclaiming in alarm, "Fire!" Turning to investigate, he indeed witnessed flames engulfing several boats by the lake's edge, their rear cabins ablaze. The firelight illuminated a significant portion of the night sky, making the scene starkly visible. Boats that had already drifted to the center of the lake hurriedly rowed back to shore. Panic-stricken patrons leaped into the water. The waiter frantically attempted to extinguish the flames, but it was futile. The wind fueled the fire, intensifying its ferocity, transforming the once joyous pleasure boats into a veritable hell on earth. Amidst the chaos, Changqing spotted two figures, one tall and slender, the other slightly plump, akin to swallows gathering mud, tirelessly ferrying individuals from various boats to the rooftop of a tea house. Recognizing them as Yan Qi and Feng Qingsui's chubby maid, he narrowed his eyes. The ones they rescued were mostly young women, clad in hastily donned robes or wrapped in blankets, their expressions indicating distress. A realization struck him, darkening his countenance. He promptly launched a signal flare to summon the Imperial Guards, instructing them to gather everyone from the boats and the water and to prevent any from departing. The guards complied with the order. When San received the news, all individuals aboard the pleasure boat had already been apprehended by the imperial guards, including the women who had been abducted to serve as boat courtesans. He immediately hurried to the Wei residence. "Brother-in-law, you must save me," he implored anxiously upon encountering Minister Wei. Half of the boat's earnings had filled Minister Wei's coffers, and those courtesans had helped him win over numerous officials. Minister Wei patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Quickly send the children and the residents away. I shall look after them in the future. You have never been one to endure hardship. The dungeons will surely break you, so there is no need to suffer." San stared blankly at him, and, after a long pause, left the Wei residence in a daze. Before he could send off his offspring, the Imperial Guard arrived in haste. He hurriedly incinerated the ledger and swallowed the gold coins. Meanwhile, at the Wei residence, Minister Wei had just dispatched San when he summoned Wei Air. Without uttering a word, he delivered a resounding slap. "Look at the havoc you've wrought. Your third uncle's estate has been raided. Are you satisfied now?" Wei Air was left disoriented from the blow. Once he grasped the situation, his complexion turned ashen. How could this be? His third uncle had always acted with utmost caution. Minister Wei sneered. "The arsonists were precisely the same group that aided your third uncle in abducting individuals. They have already surrendered to the Imperial Guards, confessing to all their crimes. If it weren't for you, would they have turned against him?" Chapter 71. Establishing a matriarchal household. Wei Air could not fathom how matters had devolved into such a predicament. Rather than abducting the widow Changqing to the flower pavilion, Ma Sanyang and her accomplices had instead seized him. Not only had they coerced him, but they also turned the tables, nearly landing him in prison. Would he refrain from sending men to hunt them down, simply to allow them to celebrate the new year? Instead of fleeing for their lives, they returned to the pleasure boat to set it ablaze, voluntarily surrendering to the authorities. Had their brains been kicked by a donkey? How could the formidable third uncle fall victim to such petty miscreants? It was utterly absurd. "Behave yourself for a while," admonished Wei Shangshu, casting a sharp glance at him. "Do not associate with those cousins from the Tsin family, and avoid stirring up trouble. Otherwise, no one will be able to protect you." With a heavy heart, Wei Air replied, "I understand, father." Upon returning to his courtyard and surveying the room filled with rare and precious antiques sent by his third uncle, he found it impossible to suppress his overwhelming resentment. He had followed his father's counsel to remain inactive, and what was the outcome? Changqing had escalated his actions. With his brother-in-law dead, and now his third uncle gone, would he be next? He could not simply await his fate, grinding his teeth in frustration. After sitting in his room for half an hour, he called for a servant. "Bring me a golden monkey." The incident of the burning pleasure boat caused quite a stir, leading not only to the prohibition of the Tsin family's boat, but also to a thorough investigation of others. Any establishment that had abducted and coerced women into prostitution faced confiscation and execution. Ma Sanyang and her 6 accomplices, having assisted in such atrocities, had abducted over 100 women. After their surrender, they, along with its family members, were sentenced to death, executed publicly. The populace rejoiced at the news. With Changqing providing cover, no one was privy to Feng Qingsui's involvement in the matter. Feng Qingsui was unconcerned with fame or accolades. Her only concern was the fate of the rescued women. Some had been recently abducted, while others had languished on the boat for years. Some were still relatively healthy, while others were ailing. Regardless of their circumstances, they found it nearly impossible to return to their former lives, and they were reluctant to go home. Society could not accommodate their existence. For them, the best option seemed to be to become nuns. Yet if there were alternative choices, they would hardly wish to spend their youth in isolation, subsisting on simple fare and sitting on meditation mats. After consulting with Su Mama, Feng Qingsui believed that they could offer the women another choice. She approached Changqing, second master. "Could you implore His Majesty to grant mercy and amend the law to allow women to establish their own households?" Feng replied. "After 2 days apart, your audacity has grown significantly. You dare to dream of altering the law? I can submit a memorial, but I cannot guarantee that His Majesty will show mercy," he continued. Feng Qingsui beamed. "With your intervention, there is nothing to worry about." Changqing responded, "Spare me the flattery. Allowing women to establish households is a significant matter. Even if His Majesty consents, the ministers may not agree. If the resistance is too formidable, it may well come to nothing. He was reluctant to make any promises to Feng Qingsui. With a mindset of cautious optimism, he submitted the memorial. As he had anticipated, when His Majesty brought the matter up in court, the ministers reacted with fervent opposition. In the traditional view, a woman remains under the authority of her father until marriage, then submits to her husband, and upon his death, she is subject to her son. How could she establish her own household or overstep her designated role? How would a woman manage her inheritance? How would the lineage be preserved? How could customs be maintained? To permit the establishment of a female household would undermine the very foundation of the state. Women, being physically weaker, face great challenges in survival. How could they sustain a household on their own? Thus, it is nearly unanimous that the establishment of female households is met with opposition. When the emperor inquired of Changqing's opinion, he responded with composure. Since Her Majesty's ascension, the land has enjoyed favorable weather, and the people have lived in peace. Your Majesty's wisdom is comparable to that of the ancient sages, truly a ruler for the ages. Allowing women to establish households alone could hardly shake the foundation of our great dynasty. To oppose this is to underestimate Your Majesty's virtue. The ministers, taken aback, thought, what a clever Changqing, effortlessly flattering the emperor with such grand comparisons. What could they possibly say in response? The emperor, feeling pleased by Ji's words, promptly issued a new decree permitting women to establish households. After the court session, the ministers confronted Changqing with their concerns. Why did you suddenly propose the establishment of female households? If this leads to unrest, can you bear the responsibility? Changqing replied calmly. If merely allowing women to establish households could destabilize the realm, it would only reflect my incompetence, your incompetence, and the incompetence of all the men of our great dynasty, who are unworthy of existence in this world. The ministers were left speechless, recognizing his boldness. With a light step, Changqing returned home to share the good news with Feng Qingsui, who beamed with joy. Sir, your contributions are immeasurable. All women of the world shall be grateful to you. Ji responded, it is the virtue of His Majesty. Feng Qingsui added, indeed, we must also thank His Majesty. Those rescued women became the first in the great dynasty to establish their own households. They could independently manage their property and choose whether or not to marry, no longer reliant on fathers, husbands, or children. As long as they could support themselves, they could live freely in the world. However, these women faced the pressing concern of self-sufficiency. Lacking possessions and skills, they were reluctant to revert to the servile tricks learned during their time in brothels. The only work available to them consisted of menial and low-paying tasks such as washing, mending, and cleaning, and even those jobs were not guaranteed. In times of desperation, Feng Qingsui approached them with an offer. Would you be interested in working as helpers in a new workshop I am opening in the walled city for sweater production? If you choose to join, I will cover all your food and lodging with excellent compensation. After detailing the benefits of the workshop, the women were overjoyed. Eager to leave behind the tumult of the capital for a place where no one knew their past, they saw this opportunity as a stroke of fortune. With all expenses covered, they could save nearly all their earnings, and within 3 to 5 years, they could purchase a courtyard house of their own. After a few more years of diligent work, acquiring a stretch of 20 acres of fertile land could secure a comfortable retirement through rental income. Who would refuse such a splendid opportunity? We are eager to embrace it. Feng Qingsui promptly dispatched Su Momo to lead her team in establishing a new workshop in Weiqing. This location lies conveniently between the northern border and the capital, allowing the wool entering the realm to be directly delivered there. With the commercial route provided by Zhong Hebai and additional connections from you, the procurement of raw materials poses no challenge. Once this matter was settled, she exhaled in relief and began contemplating the Wei family's likely response. The Wei family had suffered a significant blow, yet their silence was perplexing. Was it due to Wei Shangshu's remarkable patience, or were they scheming a counterattack? That afternoon, just as she was about to take her dog for a stroll, a servant from the Princess Shouyang's residence unexpectedly arrived. The servant was a young attendant from young Master Xian's side, who was currently enjoying leisure time at a villa in the outskirts of the capital. It seemed he had either eaten something amiss or encountered some other misfortune, as he was suddenly afflicted with severe vomiting and diarrhea, and requested her presence to assess the situation. Chapter 72. Deadlock. Has the princess been informed of this matter? Feng Qingsui inquired. Did she send you? The servant's eyes flickered momentarily. It was indeed the princess who dispatched me. There was something peculiar about this. Feng Qingsui remained cautious. Please wait for me a moment. I shall return to fetch the medical kit. The servant replied affirmatively. After returning to her courtyard, Feng Qingsui instructed Wu Hua to head to the Shouyang princess's residence, while she herself followed the servant outside, accompanied by Zissou and Iris. Before the donkey cart had exited the city, Wu Hua caught up with them. I inquired about Shouyang princess, and she is unaware of this matter, Wu Hua reported. However, young Master Xian has indeed gone to the suburban villa. She fears something may have happened to him and has sent out carriages and horses. Feng Qingsui was now certain this was a trap. You proceed ahead and keep an eye on the suburban villa. Wu Hua nodded, then dismounted the donkey cart, blending into the crowd and vanishing swiftly. Feng Qingsui's donkey cart followed the servant's horse-drawn carriage out of the city, traveling approximately 10 miles until they arrived at the Shouyang princess's villa. Disembarking, they walked into the courtyard. Young Master Xian is over here. The servant guided her toward a southern courtyard. Upon entering, a cry of alarm erupted from within. Intruder! There's an assassin. The servant's expression shifted dramatically. Abandoning Feng Qingsui, he hurried toward the main room. The door swung open from the inside, and Wu Hua emerged, dragging a masked man in gray, followed by several sprawled figures in gray and a visibly shaken Ji Xian seated on a couch. The servant rushed in anxiously. Young master, are you unharmed? Ji Xian wiped the cold sweat from his brow. I am fine, thanks to this stout heroine's timely rescue. Wu Hua discarded the incapacitated assassin onto the ground. Feng Qingsui glanced at the assassin, her eyes narrowing slightly. Young Master Xian, were you not seeking my assistance for treatment? How did it transform into a life-saving endeavor? Ji Xian seemed to recall suddenly. Indeed, that was the case. I'm quite all right now. Do you know who sent this assassin? Feng Qingsui pressed further. Ji Xian shook his head. Feng Qingsui crouched down, retrieving silver needles from her medical kit, and swiftly pierced the assassin's lower abdomen with several needles, eliciting a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Now confess honestly, and I may grant you a swift end. The assassin trembled, stammering, It was Minister Ji who sent me. Feng Qingsui punctuated this revelation with a few more needle pricks. The assassin writhed in agony, struggling to breathe, desperate to roll on the ground. Yet the stout maid firmly pressed down on his chest, rendering him immobile. The sensation of being devoured by ants intensified, each moment akin to enduring the tortures of hell. Finally, he could endure no longer. I was sent by young Master Wei. Vaya? Yixvan exclaimed, Incredulous. How could that be? He clearly instructed me. He abruptly fell silent. Feng Qingsui regarded him silently. Had I not remained vigilant and dispatched the maid ahead to the villa, you would have perished at the hands of these assassins. Even now, you choose to conceal the truth? Just then, Shouyang princess arrived, witnessing the scene in the courtyard. Her expression one of shock. What on earth is happening here? Ji Xian, his head drooping, recounted the entire sequence of events to her. Yesterday, I visited a tavern to listen to music and encountered Wei Er, who informed me that he had acquired a clever golden monkey. Intrigued, I accepted his invitation to view it at his residence. The monkey, adorned in lustrous golden fur, was far more stunning than the ones I had previously kept, and I yearned to possess it. He agreed to part with it, but only if I would assist him in a matter. At this point, Ji Xian glanced at Feng Qingsui. He confessed that he had long harbored feelings for Madame Ji, yet lacked a suitable avenue to express his affection. He hoped I could arrange a meeting for him at a secluded garden, allowing him a moment with Madame Ji. How absurd! Princess Shouyang reprimanded sharply. You would engage in such indecency for a mere monkey? Have your studies gone to waste? Ji Xian's face flushed with embarrassment. I didn't think it through. The monkey is simply too enchanting. He proceeded as Wei Er suggested, disclosing nothing to anyone, and upon arriving at the garden, He dispatched a servant to summon Madame G. Unexpectedly, just as Madame G entered my courtyard, several assassins breached the premises, intent on my demise, only to be thwarted by Madame G's maidservant. Princess Shouyang was seething with anger. "Where are your guards? Did you heed his advice and send them away?" Ji Xian buried his head in shame. I sent them to hunt in the back mountains." Princess Shouyang exclaimed. "How could I have raised such a fool?" She chastised Ji Xian thoroughly before apologizing to Feng Qingsui. "I am sorry. My failure in parenting nearly led to your peril. Thank goodness you remained vigilant, otherwise." Feng Qingsui smiled faintly. "It matters little if I suffer some slander. Had I not arrived in time, young Master Xian would have faced dire consequences. Wei Er's audacity to endanger not only my reputation, but also young Master Xian's life is utterly unacceptable." Princess Shouyang's demeanor grew serious. "Indeed, who grants him the audacity to threaten my son?" She immediately commanded a search for Wei Er. Believing he had orchestrated an impeccable trap, Wei Er reveled in his triumph, indulging in drink with a courtesan he had hired. Meanwhile, Ji Changqing's widow had already arrived at Princess Shouyang's garden. Should Ji Xian and his servant perish, she would be framed as the murderer. Given Princess Shouyang's fierce protectiveness, she would undoubtedly pursue Ji Changqing and his widow with relentless ferocity, unwilling to cease until blood was shed. With this thought, Wei Er grinned broadly, embracing the courtesan. "Let's enjoy this day together." As the courtesan playfully chided him, the door was suddenly flung open. Wei Er, taken aback, shouted, "Who dares to disrupt my revelry?" What met his gaze were several guards clad in the livery of Princess Shouyang's household. Recognizing them, he felt a flicker of alarm, but quickly regained his composure. Surmising that Ji Xian had perished and Princess Shouyang sought to exact vengeance upon him for the loss of the monkey he coveted. "Is young Master Xian seeking me?" He feigned a smile. "Is it regarding the monkey?" Before he could finish, the lead guard unsheathed a long blade, striking him down. He felt a sharp pain at his neck, and the world spun around him, leaving only a headless corpse in his wake. The courtesan emitted a sharp cry and fainted to the ground. The emperor resumed his deliberations. Ji Changqing felt the dimming light within the hall of governance, and his thoughts began to wander. What was that little trickster up to now? Surely he had returned from walking the dog. That large black dog lived a truly comfortable life, eating and sleeping, then going out for sunlit strolls in the afternoon. Unlike him, who spent every waking moment either in the hall of governance or at the official residence, never finding a moment of leisure. Truly, one is better off being a dog. A faint sound of footsteps interrupted his musings. The eunuch Zheng approached the emperor and whispered something in his ear, causing the emperor to furrow his brow before addressing the assembly. "We shall discuss this matter again tomorrow." Ji Changqing let out a sigh of relief, ready to respectfully escort the emperor. However, he heard the emperor say, "Ji Qing, stay." Chapter 73. No grievances, no hatred. Not only Ji Changqing was left behind, but also Minister Wei. The two accompanied the emperor to the imperial study. Outside the study, Princess Shouyang, upon seeing the emperor, immediately accused, "Your Majesty, Minister Wei is plotting a rebellion." Minister Wei stumbled, nearly losing his footing. "What do you mean by this, Princess?" He was utterly bewildered. "My loyalty to your Majesty is as steadfast as heaven and earth, and the sun and moon bear witness." Princess Shouyang scoffed. "If you have no treasonous intent, why did your second son send someone to assassinate my son?" Minister Wei's heart sank. "My son sent someone to assassinate the princess's son? How is that possible? There must be some misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding? The assassin has confessed, and your son has lost his head. Is there still a misunderstanding?" Minister Wei looked at Princess Shouyang in disbelief. You kill my son?" Princess Shouyang replied expressionlessly, "What? Is it permissible for him to attempt to assassinate my son, but not for me to retaliate? Are the bloodlines of the Zhao family not as noble as that of the Wei family?" Minister Wei fell to his knees before the emperor. "Your Majesty, though my son is indeed a wastrel, he is timid as a mouse. How could he dare to conspire against the royal bloodline? Even if it involves a homicide, it should be judged by the court of judicial review. How can one take lives privately and act with such impunity? I beseech your Majesty for justice." The emperor rubbed his temples. He had turned a blind eye to Princess Shouyang's usual antics in the household. But now she dared to slaughter the children of high officials with such recklessness. It was becoming increasingly intolerable. How is Xian doing? Is she injured? He first inquired about Ji Xian's condition. Princess Shouyang replied, "Fortunately, Madame Ji arrived in time to intercept the assassin. Xian is unharmed." Changqing understood at last why he was also mentioned. Princess Shouyang recounted the events to the emperor, concluding, "One of the assassins is still alive. If you do not believe me, have him interrogated. I assure you, I did not wrongfully slay the innocent." Minister Wei nearly ground his teeth in frustration. This wretch, even in scheming, could not have been more meticulous, leading to an easily unraveled plot that cost him his life. What a fool. After cursing him, I must still make excuses for this wretch. Your Majesty, based solely on the assassin's testimony and some conjectures, how can it be determined that it was my son's doing? Madame Ji's timing in saving young Master Xian is equally suspect. Who can guarantee that the assassin's account is truthful? Ji Changqing scoffed. Let us not even discuss whether my sister, a frail woman, has the capability to orchestrate an assassin. But why would she, having no enmity with young Master Wei, conspire to frame him? Does Minister Wei believe your Majesty lacks even basic discernment? Minister Wei's old face nearly faltered. No enmity, no hatred? How then could you burn the painting boat and raid its family? Yet, he could not divulge the tangled web of grievances. He could only watch as Ji Changqing feigned innocence. The emperor, having always favored his sister and with Ji Changqing supporting her, naturally placed more trust in Princess Shouyang than in Minister Wei. He admonished Princess Shouyang, stating, "Lord Wei is correct. Even if his son is implicated in the attempted assassination of Xianer, this matter should be entrusted to the Court of Judicial Review. How can one take matters into their own hands?" Princess Shouyang, choked with emotion, replied, "He is my only child, born frail and sickly. After enduring great hardship to raise him, he nearly lost his life at the hands of others. How can you expect me to remain calm? Given the chance again, I would still seek vengeance." Nonsense. The emperor scolded her further before addressing Minister Wei. "I will order a thorough investigation by the Court of Judicial Review. If young Master Wei is innocent, I shall ensure justice is served, but should it be revealed that he is indeed guilty..." He paused, his expression darkening. "I wish to inquire, Minister Wei, who endowed your son with the audacity to recklessly spill royal blood?" Minister Wei bowed deeply, asserting, "I vow on my family's lives that my loyalty to your Majesty is unwavering." The emperor waved his hand, signaling them to depart. On the way home, Ji Changqing instructed his subordinate, "Shuren, have Yi Lu and the others swiftly gather evidence against Minister Wei." Shuren complied. Upon returning to his residence, Ji Changqing intended to inquire further about the events surrounding Feng Qingsui, but was informed by Yin Qi that she had retired early after dinner, and thus he abandoned the thought. The Wei household was far from tranquil. Watching his once vibrant son, now lifeless, eyes wide in death, even the cold-hearted Minister Wei felt a pang of sorrow. "Master, Huaner died so unjustly. You must avenge him." Wei's wife wept, breathless with grief. "Damnable woman! How could she murder my Huaner?" Minister Wei harbored resentment towards Princess Shouyang, but his greater ire was directed at Ji Changqing. Ultimately, this situation stemmed from Wei Huan's scheme to retaliate against Ji Changqing, which was thwarted by Ji Changqing's widowed sister-in-law, resulting in his demise. Aware of Ji Changqing's formidable nature, he had refrained from taking action thus far. Now that Ji Changqing had come to his doorstep, he pondered how much longer he could remain passive. "What day is it today?" he asked his servant. "Master, today is the 7th. Gazing at the night sky to the west, he murmured, "The 8th is upon us." "Mother, is today not the 8th? Why must he go offer incense again?" The following morning, when Feng Qingsui visited Lady Qi to pay her respects, she discovered Lady Qi preparing to depart for the temple, and curiously inquired, "Are you unaware of the 6 almsgiving days?" Lady Qi asked with a smile. Feng Qingsui shook her head. "The 8th, 14th, 15th, 23rd, 29th, and 30th of each month are known as the 6 almsgiving days, also referred to as the days of abstinence. They are days for observing precepts, reciting scriptures, meditating, praying, and fulfilling vows, Lady Qi elucidated. I find myself with nothing to do, so I thought I would attend the temple to listen to the teachings and offer incense. Feng Qingsui, realizing the significance, said, Mother, since I have no other engagements, I shall accompany you. Very well. The mother and daughter then took a donkey cart to Baiyun Temple. The congregation at Baiyun Temple was only slightly less crowded than on the 1st and 15th of the month. Feng Qingsui accompanied Lady Qi in listening to the Buddhist teachings, partaking in a vegetarian meal, and performing acts of merit until the sun began to set, at which point they descended the mountain with the other devotees. Halfway down, they unexpectedly encountered a young lady seated on a stone beneath an ancient pine, her face contorted in pain. The maid standing beside her inquired of passers-by, Is there a doctor here? Our young lady has twisted her ankle. Could someone please assist? The gathered devotees shook their heads in response. The maid, in a fluster, stamped her foot in desperation. What shall we do now? Upon catching sight of Madame Qi and Feng Qingsui, her eyes lit up. Madame Yi. She hurriedly approached the two ladies and performed a respectful curtsy. Madame Ji, is this esteemed lady beside you, Madame Ji? It has come to my attention that Madame Ji possesses medical expertise. Might she be able to assist our young mistress? Madame Qi glanced at the young lady and hesitated. And who might your young mistress be? We hail from the Changqing Marquisate. Our young mistress is the third miss. You visited the temple for offerings at the end of last month, and Our Lady had the pleasure of greeting you. On that day, our young mistress was unable to attend, so she sent me to accompany Our Lady to the temple to deliver scriptures, and fortuitously, I encountered you. Upon hearing this, Madame Qi recollected. Ah, it is Miss Chu, the third miss. Indeed, given that the young lady was an acquaintance of Madame Qi, it would be remiss to overlook her plight. Feng Qingsui examined the young lady and discovered she had merely dislocated her ankle, promptly proceeding to set it back in place. With the assistance of Wu Hua, they helped her descend the mountain alongside her maid. Miss Chu expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Thank you both. I shall certainly visit the manor tomorrow to extend my thanks. Chapter 74. Skill Medicine. Feng Qingsui reassured her not to take it to heart, as it was merely a trifling matter, and Miss Chu need not be overly polite. With utmost sincerity, Miss Chu replied, Had it not been for your ladyship's assistance, I would have been at a loss on how to descend the mountain. It would be remiss of me not to express my gratitude. Seeing her insistence, Feng Qingsui refrained from further persuasion. The following day, Miss Chu arrived at the Ji residence in a soft sedan chair. Although her ankle had been reset, the joint remained swollen, preventing her from walking. The sedan was carried from the entrance of the Ji residence to the inner courtyard. She first paid her respects to Madame Qi, and upon Feng Qingsui's arrival, she instructed her maid to present a box of pearls to her. A small token of my appreciation, please accept it. Feng Qingsui declined to refuse, smiling. Miss Chu is truly impulsive. Your foot is not yet healed, and you are eager to express your thanks. Miss Chu blushed and replied, I have long heard of your ladyship's reputation and have yearned to make your acquaintance. Now that the opportunity has arisen, one must seize the moment. Reputation? Feng Qingsui raised an eyebrow, surprised to learn that there were noble ladies in the capital who admired her. Uncertain of what reputation she held, she inquired, I have a keen interest in medicine. Miss Chu stated, but as a woman confined to the inner quarters, I have no chance to study it. I can only peruse medical texts. While your ladyship possesses such remarkable medical skills, how can I not envy you? Ah, I see. Feng Qingsui realized that Miss Chu was indeed well-versed in the art of healing. She then asked, which medical texts have you read? I have perused Huangdi Neijing, Shenong Benchao Jing, Nanjing, and Sheng and Zabinglan, but I have only skimmed their contents and failed to grasp their meanings, Miss Chu replied. I hope one day to seek your guidance, not expecting to fully comprehend them, but merely wishing to understand the basics of common ailments such as headaches and fevers. Would you be willing to offer your insights? Feng Qingsui replied with a smile, Your eagerness to learn is commendable. I would be more than happy to share my knowledge. Miss Chu's eyes sparkled with joy. From that day forth, she indeed visited the Ji residence daily to discuss medical texts with Feng Qingsui. Initially, Feng Qingsui believed her intentions were earnest, and she devoted herself to thorough explanations. However, she soon discerned that while Miss Chu posed questions that seemed to stem from careful contemplation, she was utterly ignorant of even the most basic pharmacology. This led Feng Qingsui to suspect that perhaps her true intentions lay elsewhere. Perhaps she sought to approach Changqing through the guise of studying medicine, hoping to cultivate a romantic connection. Reflecting on Miss Chu's visiting hours, Feng Qingsui felt uncertain. Miss Chu always arrived in the morning and would leave after a brief stay of merely 15 minutes, during which Changqing was still attending court, making it impossible for her to meet him. Perhaps she was overthinking the situation, she mused. Yet, the incongruity of Miss Chu's questions continued to gnaw at her. Trusting her instincts, she instructed Wu Hua, go to the Guocheng Marquis' residence and keep a watch on Miss Chu to discern her activities upon her return. Wu Hua complied. After 2 days of observing the Guocheng Marquis' residence, she reported back to Feng Qingsui. Miss Chu spends her time in the estate either admiring flowers and sipping tea or playing games with her sisters, such as Do Shuanglu and Do Chadahu. She has not opened a single medical book. The questions she has posed to me were inquiries made to the estate's physician. Clearly, Miss Chu San is not truly skilled in medicine. She is merely putting on a fade. Feng Qingsui found herself increasingly perplexed. What advantage could there be in deceiving her? She is merely a widow of humble origins, not a noble like Princess Shouyang, who could elevate one's status. There must be something amiss here. Miss Chu's tactics were strikingly reminiscent of her own past endeavors to uncover the truth behind Zhao's demise by deliberately approaching the Wei family. However, the houses of Guangqing and Rongchong, as well as the Wei family, are not related by marriage, and she had not heard of any close affiliations among the lords of Guangqing, Rongchong, and the minister Wei. Their wives also seemed to be rather unfamiliar with one another. What could be Miss Chu's intention in approaching her? The following day, Miss Chu returned to seek guidance. After listening to her inquiries, Feng Qingsui posed several questions regarding pharmacology, all of which Miss Chu failed to answer. She spoke candidly. Miss Chu, your haphazard approach will never lead to mastery in medicine. You must earnestly study the properties and principles of herbs. First, memorize the 4 books you have read before seeking me again. Miske, visibly flüstert, stammert. I'm studying diligently, but my memory is poor, and I become easily anxious. Please do not be upset. I will double my efforts to read more. Feng Qingsui regarded her with clear, discerning eyes. Was Miss Chu genuinely intent on learning medicine? Miske nodded vigorously. If that were the case, surely she could memorize it. Could she not? Miss Chu hesitated, biting her lip, and after a moment said, Very well, I will memorize the medical texts and then return to seek your guidance. With that, she took her leave. Feng Qingsui instructed Wu Hua to keep a close watch on her. Wu Hua discreetly followed Miss Chu to the Guangqing Marquis' residence. Not long after, she returned to report to Feng Qingsui. Miss Chu went straight to see her mother upon returning home. They conversed in hushed tones for a while before Miss Chu returned to her courtyard. Their voices were too soft for me to discern. It seemed that Miss Chu was acting on her mother's orders to approach her. She instructed Wu Hua to shift her surveillance to the Guangqing Marquis' wife and privately inquired with Granny Su. Godani Su Vima? The wife of the Guangqing Marquis is indeed virtuous. She pays no heed to how many concubines her husband takes. Her sole focus is on managing the Marquisite's affairs and raising her own son and daughter. She's also quite devout, visiting Baiyun Temple to offer incense on the days of the 6 fasts. Did she have any connections with the Rongchong Marquis, the Wei family, or the Crown Prince? Granny Su shook her head. I have not heard of any. Feng Qingsui was unable to deduce anything further and could only await Wu Hua's findings. On the 23rd day, Wu Hua accompanied the Guangqing Marquis' wife to Baiyun Temple and returned home in the evening, her demeanor tinged with mystery. Miss, can you guess what I saw today? She asked, displaying an unusual curiosity. Feng Qingsui narrowed her eyes. The wife of the Guangqing Marquis is rendezvousing with a man? Wu Hua replied, How did you guess so quickly? You've ruined my chance to tease you. Feng Qingsui laughed heartily. All right, do tell. Wu Hua grinned. Can you guess who she was meeting? Feng Qingsui had a hunch, but chose to feign ignorance, playfully asking, Who? Minister Wei. Indeed, her suspicion was confirmed. Feng Qingsui chuckled lightly. expressing her astonishment. I never would have imagined that the austere and dignified Minister Wei would be entangled with the wife of the Duke of Guangqing. Wei, accompanied by others, was present, and I dare not approach too closely, thus I did not catch their conversation, replied Wu Hua. Feng Qingsui dismissed it nonchalantly. No matter. We shall soon uncover the truth. 2 days later, Miss Chu San returned. I have memorized the Huangdi Neijing, she said to Feng Qingsui. May I seek your guidance on its contents? Feng Qingsui nodded in affirmation. After Miss Chu San finished her inquiries, she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, madam, for your encouragement. I now comprehend so much more. By the way, I noticed the limited variety of flowers and plants in your courtyard, so I have brought you a few pots of blooms. Chapter 75. Treason and Betrayal. Feng Qingsui smiled faintly. Miss Chu, you are quite considerate. Miss Chu, the third miss, returned the smile. I may not excel in my studies, but I do have a knack for gardening. The pots of flowers I brought are all nurtured by my own hands. Allow me to assist you in arranging them in your courtyard, to see which corner suits best. Then I am grateful for your help, Feng Qingsui replied, maintaining her composure. The third miss then instructed the 2 maidservants she had brought along to retrieve the flowers from the carriage. She had brought 6 pots in total, and after giving Feng Qingsui a brief description of their care, she directed the maidservants to place them accordingly. She even took it upon herself to water the plants. From now on, simply have the maidservants tend to them as I instructed, and they will bloom year after year, she assured. Feng Qingsui nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Oh dear, miss, your shoes are dirty, one of the maidservants suddenly exclaimed. It's nothing. A change will suffice, the third miss replied nonchalantly. There are spare shoes in the carriage. Please fetch them. The maidservant hurried back to retrieve the shoes. Once they were brought back, the third miss requested to borrow the changing room to switch her shoes. After engaging in a brief discussion with Feng Qingsui about gardening tips, she took her leave. As soon as she departed, Wu Hua inquired, shall we dismantle these flower pots to investigate? Feng Qingsui chuckled softly. First, let us search the changing room. Wu Hua promptly set off to carry out the task. Shortly thereafter, she returned with several letters, having discovered them in the gap between the cupboard and the wall of the changing room. The seals of the letters were broken, and as Feng Qingsui pulled out a piece of stationery and unfolded it, she recognized it was written in Kaiwan style. She refolded it and returned it to the envelope. Though she had a growing suspicion that the flower pots were merely a ruse, she prudently allowed Wu Hua to dismantle them. Inside, they found only sand and soil, no foreign objects. She tucked the letters away and proceeded with her day, attending to meals and walking the dog. As night fell, estimating that Changqing had returned from court and dined, she made her way to the study in the outer courtyard. The wind was brisk, chilling her neck, yet she thought it was merely a short distance and paid it little mind. Upon arriving at Changqing's study, she found it as frigid as an ice cellar, prompting her to instruct Wu Hua, bring me a cloak. Changqing, a martial artist with a robust constitution, had not burned charcoal since the new year, and upon seeing her shiver, he hurriedly ordered Baifu to light a fire. He then poured Feng Qingsui a cup of hot tea. What is the urgency? Have you forgotten to wear your cloak? Feng Qingsui handed him the letter while cradling the teacup to warm her hands. Please take a look. I can only recognize that it is in Kaiwan style and do not know its contents. As Changqing read the first letter, his expression darkened. Where did you obtain this? Feng Qingsui replied calmly, from behind the cupboard in the changing room of my courtyard. Changqing exclaimed in surprise. Guoyang Pavilion was formerly Changfeng's courtyard. He knows precisely what is there. This is certainly not my elder brother's. Feng Qingsui nodded in agreement. I am aware. It was inserted there by the third Miss Chu. Changqing pressed further. When did this happen? This morning. Feng Qingsui recounted her acquaintance with the third Miss Chu and her recent inquiries at the residence. Then asked Changqing, what does the letter say? Changqing perused the remaining letters, his expression frosty. This correspondence is penned by a Kai individual, inquiring about the roster of the military leaders stationed at the border of Fuzhou and the arrangements for border defense. Feng Qingsui raised an eyebrow. Is this evidence of treason? Changqing nodded affirmatively. Are they forged or authentic? Authentic. Feng Qingsui was taken aback. How could a mere minister of rights meddle in military affairs? Changqing elaborated. Previously, there was a traitor among the border troops. During your rescue of my elder brother, it was precisely due to the traitor's betrayal that his whereabouts were compromised, resulting in the annihilation of his cavalry, with only he escaping death, thanks to your intervention. Feng Qingsui recalled this, saying, "Indeed, Changfeng mentioned it." Changqing continued, disregarding the little trickster's interjection. "Upon returning to the army, my brother executed the traitor. At that time, only letters from the traitor to the Kai individual were discovered, and none from the Kai individual to him, leading us to believe they had been destroyed. I never anticipated they would resurface in Miss Chu's possession. Could it be that the traitor had connections to the Marquis of Guangqing? However, the Marquis of Guangqing had been granted his title due to military merit, yet his descendants lacked substance. The current Marquis was a mere idler, holding no military position. How could he possibly conspire with the military vice-captain?" Noticing Changqing's bewilderment, Feng Qingsui cleared her throat. These letters were likely intended for Lady Chu from Minister Wei, and then passed on to Miss Chu. Changqing pondered. Minister Wei and Lady Chu. Surely it cannot be, as I suspect. Yet Feng Qingsui nodded. They are involved romantically. Changqing mused. If it is indeed Minister Wei, the connections become clearer. The leaking vice-captain and Minister Wei hail from the same hometown, Changqing, which is known for its unity. They have a hometown association in the capital and maintain close private ties. He squinted slightly, scrutinizing the clever young woman before him. How do you know of their relationship? Feng Qingsui recounted her findings. Changqing remarked, "It is truly a great loss that the Chasing Arrest Division did not employ this individual. I commend you and Wu Hua for your efforts." He spoke solemnly, adding, "I shall handle the remaining matters." Feng Qingsui blinked. "May I share my strategy?" "Speak." Once she finished, Changqing's expression became difficult to interpret. What sort of whimsical notions filled her mind, each more outlandish than the last? Gazing into her sparkling eyes, he paused for a moment before nodding. "Very well. We shall proceed as you suggest." Regardless of the outcome, he would be there to clean up afterward. Feng Qingsui beamed. "Second master, await my good news." Her smile was dazzling. Changqing felt a sudden warmth wash over him. Instinctively, he glanced at the charcoal stove, noting that the fire, kindled by Baifu, burned robustly, which eased his mind. The fire was indeed too strong. After Feng Qingsui departed, he extinguished the flames and gradually began to collect his thoughts regarding Minister Wei's forthcoming actions. He had concealed the letters and would need to fabricate a pretext to warrant a search. It seemed he was about to spread rumors. As anticipated, the following day, a group of merchants returning from the Kai Kingdom began recounting tales of foreign lands. Princess Kai Guiqi recently wed, and the appearance of her groom bears a striking resemblance to the valiant General Ji, who perished on the battlefield. His accent also echoes that of the people from she stayed. It is conceivable that he hails from our own land. Those well-versed in history are aware of instances where traitors have fled to enemy territories to serve as officials, and upon hearing such rumors, speculation is inevitable. Naturally, there are skeptics who scoff at the notion. Who, having achieved greatness, would abandon their homeland to become a consort in a foreign land? Only a fool would believe such tales. Among the doubters is Marquis Guangqing. On this day, as he attended a performance at the theater, he overheard the gossip from the neighboring box and regarded it with disdain, deeming it the folly of ignorant commoners. Yet, he also caught the words of another, who claimed, "What purpose does it serve to spread baseless rumors? Allow me to share a secret that will surely leave you astounded." Chapter 76, Secrets. Immediately, curiosity arose among the onlookers. What secrets? The Marquis of Guangqing also perked up his ears. One individual began to recount. "There is a lady of exceedingly high status. Though I shall refrain from disclosing her identity to avoid any trouble should the truth reach her ears. This lady is a devout Buddhist, leading a life of tranquility, never engaging in jealousy or rivalry. If her husband wishes to take concubines, she remains indifferent. Everyone praises her for her generosity. But do you know the reason behind her magnanimity? It turns out she has a lover, and on the 6th day of each month, she claims to be visiting the temple to pay homage, but in reality, she rendezvous with her paramour. Upon hearing this, the Marquis felt a sudden jolt in his heart. How similar this lady's disposition is to that of his own wife, Lady Mo. Indeed, this was far more intriguing than any tale of princes and princesses. Someone from the crowd remarked, "Who is this lady's lover? Could it be one of the actors from the esteemed band?" "Actors? You underestimate this lady," the informant replied. "Her lover is a person of significant stature, someone who not only qualifies to stand in the Hall of Governance during morning assemblies, but can also occupy the front rows." "Is that truly the case? In such high offices, there would surely be a multitude of concubines. What need would there be for infidelity?" You fail to grasp the essence of the matter. There is a saying, "A wife is not as good as a concubine. A concubine is not as good as a secret affair, and the thrill lies in taking another man's wife." Well, one must consider that both a high-ranking official and a noble woman would keep their affair tightly concealed. How can you be so certain? The informant smirked with satisfaction. "You may find it hard to believe, but I witnessed this with my own eyes. On the 8th day of last month, I went to the temple to burn incense, and, while wandering, inadvertently stumbled into a quiet room. Inside, I found a large Buddha statue, which was hollow and had a small door at the back that one could enter. Out of curiosity, I climbed inside the statue. Just as I was about to exit, someone entered the quiet room, and hearing a maid call Madam, I feared intruding and decided to wait until they departed before leaving. To my astonishment, shortly after the lady entered, another person arrived and closed the door behind them. The two indulged in a passionate encounter, and from their conversation, I discerned their identities, leaving me in a state of cold sweat, too frightened to make a sound. Only after they departed, and a little while later, did I dare to emerge, my legs having grown numb from squatting inside the statue. The others gasped in astonishment. Could this truly be the case? Why would I deceive you? The informant retorted angrily. If you do not believe me, go to the Baiyun Temple on the 6th day of the month. Find the quiet room with an ancient osmanthus tree in front of the corridor and hide inside the Buddha's belly to listen. However, I must warn you in advance. If either of those two catches you, do not implicate me." The others burst into laughter. "You are willing to risk your life, but we value ours. Who would dare to catch them in the act?" With that time, it would be better spent enjoying a few more performances. After the group finished watching the second half of the play, they departed. The Marquis of Changqing, however, lingered in his box for a while longer, burdened with thoughts before returning home. In the main courtyard, Lady Mo was engaging in conversation with her beloved children. He paused to observe the three of them. The daughter bore a striking resemblance to Lady Mo, while the son shared some likeness, but also possessed features that were reminiscent of someone else, though he could not quite ascertain whom. He possessed large ears and a broad forehead, while his son bore small ears and a narrow brow. These traits had previously escaped his particular notice, but now, upon closer examination, they weighed heavily on his heart. Which officials in the court had small ears and narrow foreheads? "My lord, why do you linger at the door?" came the voice of Madame Mo. He snapped back to reality and approached her, as his children greeted him in unison. He nodded, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then sent them back to the courtyard. "In a couple of days, will you still be visiting the Beijian temple to pay your respects?" he inquired, gazing into Madame Mo's eyes. She nodded in affirmation. "I have always gone to the temple on the 6th day of the month." He furrowed his brow. "After so many years of worship, you have yet to receive any blessings from the Buddha. Perhaps you should refrain from going." As long as Madame Mo abstained from her devotions, the secret rumors would remain distant from her, alleviating his suspicions. Yet, Madame Mo glared at him. "My worship is not for the sake of seeking favors from the Buddha. Everyone pleads for something, and how weary the Buddha must be. I merely wish for the Buddha to take care of himself. I have no other hobbies besides worship. What business is it of yours?" The Duke of Guangqing's face fell, a surge of irritation coursing through him. 2 days later, he remained indoors, deliberately staying in the main courtyard to observe Madame Mo as she departed. She adorned herself with a lighter, more vibrant makeup than usual and donned a newly crafted garment, her eyes and brows radiating a hint of youthful vitality, as if she had shed a few years. A heaviness settled in his heart. After a moment's hesitation, he changed his attire, selected a swift steed from the stable, and took a shortcut to the city gate, arriving at the Beijian temple ahead of Madame Mo. Upon entering the temple, He found a quiet chamber beneath an ancient osmanthus tree, and, indeed, there stood a hollow Buddha statue. He concealed himself within the Buddha's belly, awaiting patiently. The chamber remained silent for about half an hour, until someone finally entered. The newcomer sat on a cushion for a brief moment before others arrived. The door to the chamber closed. A woman's voice rang out. "Why are you so late today?" His mind exploded with recognition. This was Madame Mo's voice. Almost immediately, a man's voice followed. "The court session ran late. Did you wait long? Your attire and the spring colors harmonize beautifully, reminding me of when I first met you." The voice felt strangely familiar, yet he could not place it at that moment. "It's been 20 years, and you still remember," Madame Mo teased. "Now, I'm just an old cucumber painted green, pretending to be young. In my heart, you shall always be the most beautiful," the man replied. "I must thank you and Inger for your efforts in this matter. I brought some jade pieces that Inger favors, hoping she won't be upset with me. She certainly won't. She has long desired to see you more often, as does Jenner." After a brief exchange, they turned to serious matters. The Duke of Changqing, concealed within the Buddha's belly, felt as if he might explode. Could it be that the son and daughter born to Madame Mo were not his own? Did those two children know the truth of their origins? Had he been raising someone else's children for all these years? This pair of adulterers dared to deceive him to this extent. Fueled by rage, he burst forth from the Buddha's belly and delivered a powerful punch to the man in action. Caught off guard, the man collapsed to the side. In an instant, he recognized the man. It was Minister Wei. What a hypocritical scoundrel he is. He lunged at the man, unleashing a flurry of punches upon his head and face, striking with wild abandon. Mo shouted from the side, "Stop! Please, you must cease." Yet he showed no signs of halting. Bang! A sudden, dull pain struck the back of his head. He staggered momentarily, turning to glare furiously at the woman before him. "You shameless harlot! Do you dare to kill your husband?" Mo raised the incense burner in her hand, ready to strike him again. He rose, delivering a forceful kick that sent her crashing to the ground. Turning back, he saw Wei Qingsui seizing the opportunity to scramble to his feet, stumbling towards the doorway. "Dare to flee?" he pursued, colliding forcefully with Wei Qingsui, who collapsed violently onto the threshold. Unbeknownst to him, a shard of broken porcelain had suddenly appeared on the threshold, striking Wei Qingsui squarely between the brows. With that fall, he lay motionless. Chapter 77. Heavy snow. The temple was bustling with visitors, many of whom noticed the commotion near the quiet room and rushed into the courtyard. There stood a disheveled, middle-aged woman at the entrance of the quiet room, furiously striking a corpulent middle-aged man. "You killed him. You actually killed him." At their feet lay a thin, middle-aged man, bloodied and sprawled on the ground. The crowd gasped in horror. A murder had occurred? Soon, someone recognized the identities of the three individuals. Were they not the couple, Lord Guangxing and his wife, and Minister Wei? Minister Wei was dead? Upon learning of the tragedy, the monks immediately sealed off the monastery and reported the incident to the authorities. Despite Lord Guangxing's insistence that Minister Wei had not been murdered but had tragically fallen on a shard of porcelain, the scandalous tale of this love affair swiftly took flight, spreading throughout the streets and alleys of the capital. Everyone was discussing the details of that fateful day, banishing any mention of the prince from the state of Kai, who bore resemblance to Ji Changfeng, into oblivion. Just as Lady Wei had mourned her son's funeral, she was now tasked with preparing for her husband's burial, her eyes swollen from weeping. Lady Wei returned to her parental home to grieve, where she shared a heartfelt lament with her mother. "Mother, the circumstances of Father's death are so suspicious. How could there be a shard of porcelain at the threshold of the quiet room, just in the right spot for Father to trip? Surely, someone took advantage of the chaos." The thought of her husband's illicit affair with Lady Guangxing ignited a fury within her. Had he not engaged in such indiscretions at the temple? Could he have been slain at the threshold? This fate is what he deserves. Lady Wei sighed. Father's actions were indeed misguided, but the immediate concern is, before she could finish, the imperial guards burst in. Someone accused Wei Buqian of treason, and orders had been issued to confiscate his estate. Lady Wei and her daughter were struck with terror. "Captain Lin, there must be some misunderstanding," Lady Wei stammered. "Our master is loyal to the throne, dedicated to his duties, and has never overstepped his bounds." How could he be guilty of treason? Captain Lin replied coldly. Your household has a servant who, while sorting through Wei Buchuan's belongings, discovered several letters written by Kai Wan, which were presented to the supervisory office as irrefutable evidence. There is no room for denial. The testimony of the household servant, Lady Wei's vision darkened, and she fainted. Mother. The Wei family descended into chaos. Lady Wei watched helplessly as the imperial guards unearthed a trove of valuables and evidence from their estate, witnessing the arrest of everyone in the household. Were it not for the protection afforded to married daughters, she too would be implicated. Even so, her anguish was unbearable. The charges of treason and corruption would see all adult males of the Wei family executed, while women and children would be exiled to the northwest, including Lady Guangxing and her children. Lord Guangxing vehemently claimed that his wife and legitimate offspring were merely the mistress and children of Wei Buchuan. Sleepless nights plagued her as she pondered the tragedy that had befallen both the Wei and Xin families, beginning with her younger brother's vow to avenge her against Changqing and the Feng family. It had to be their doing. These two had destroyed her husband and ravaged her maternal and maternal uncle's families. She was determined to make them pay. Achoo! Feng Qingsui sneezed in the middle of the day. Gazing at the overcast sky and feeling the noticeably lower temperature compared to the previous day, she furrowed her brow. This weather certainly seemed to portend snowfall. Perhaps spring snow is imminent, Qisha remarked with a smile. Changqing had just prepared a pot of chicken soup. You should indulge in a few bowls to warm your body. Feng Qingsui readily agreed. Changqing's culinary skills are exceptional, and the soup is delightful, leaving one enchanted. It is indeed a pity that the second master only serves as a chancellor. After finishing the soup, she set down the bowl and chuckled, noting that he could easily take on the role of a master chef at a restaurant as well. Changqing cast her a sidelong glance. My love for cooking does not equate to a desire to serve others. Do you presume that just anyone could entice me to toil in the kitchen? Feng Qingsui chuckled lightly. Then I must express my gratitude to your mother. Otherwise, I would be unable to savor the second master's culinary talents. Changqing replied. You understand well. Feng Qingsui felt a tinge of regret. It seemed that once she departed from the Ji residence, she would no longer relish the exquisite cuisine of the Ji family. As she stepped out of Qisha's abode, snow began to fall from the sky in flurries, indeed marking the arrival of winter. She raised her hand to catch a snowflake, quite a large one. Suddenly, she recalled Xiaoyu. Since Xiaoyu's birth, the capital had not witnessed significant snowfall, only light flurries. Her sister had mentioned in a letter that as winter approached, she often mused, how large can a snowstorm be? I long to see it, just like this snow, which is quite substantial. Xiaoyu, can you see it? Upon returning to her courtyard, she retrieved the scroll her sister had sent her and hung it on the northern wall. The wall faced the southern window, allowing her to gaze at the swirling snow outside. That night, she drifted into slumber, lulled by the soft sound of falling snow. In her dreams, Xiaoyu smiled at her. Aunt Sui Sui, I have seen the heavy snow. You must wear more clothing to avoid catching a chill. For mother says that if you catch a chill, you'll have an upset stomach. She wished to inform Xiaoyu that she no longer suffered from such ailments. But no sound escaped her lips. She could only watch as Xiaoyu waved goodbye, her tiny figure vanishing into the snow. The following day, the sound of barking dogs roused her from her slumber. It was a cheerful cacophony. She opened her eyes to find the world outside unusually bright, and upon rising, she discovered that the snow had piled up to over 3 feet high. The maids and servants were busily shoveling snow, managing only to clear a narrow path while the remaining snow remained an arduous task to remove. Woof! The large black dog wagged its tail and continuously turned its head towards the door, indicating a desire for a stroll. So you two enjoy the snow? She remarked with a smile. After freshening up and dressing, she took hold of the large black dog and stepped outside. The entire capital was enveloped in a blanket of white. It appeared as though the houses had been buried overnight beneath the snow, and the townsfolk could scarcely carve out a path. The thought of the thatched cottages in the outskirts filled her with somber dread. With such heavy snow, the roofs might collapse. Walking along the inner river towards the outer city, she discovered that indeed, a snow disaster had struck. This rare and heavy snowfall had caused numerous houses to collapse, resulting in countless casualties, leaving the affected populace homeless and destitute. The court was simultaneously engaged in snow removal and rescue efforts while also mobilizing wealthy families to contribute funds or labor. Prominent families generously donated money and supplies, establishing rice porridge stalls in the disaster-stricken areas to aid the victims. The Ji family was no exception. Qi, known for her benevolence, immediately instructed someone to procure rice, flour, and medicinal herbs upon hearing of the snow disaster, allowing Feng Qingsui to concoct medicinal meals to nourish the victims while warming their bodies. She even personally visited the porridge stalls each day to serve the porridge. Feng Qingsui also did her utmost to assist, donating a considerable amount of cotton clothing and attending to the ailing at the porridge stalls. The large black dog was inseparable from her, insisting on following her around. Whenever she attended to her patients, it would patiently sit nearby. One day, Feng Qingsui arrived at the porridge stall early, but the porridge had yet to be prepared. She glanced at the makeshift stove and took a seat to begin her consultations. After attending to 2 patients, the black dog suddenly barked at a kitchen helper. She turned her head to observe, noticing the helper's expression of fear as he seemed ready to flee. He turned and dashed outside the stall, but the black dog swiftly caught up and clamped its jaws around his calf. He lifted his foot to kick the dog. Feng Qingsui's expression darkened. Without waiting for her command, the dog named Wuhua had already rushed forward, knocking the kitchen helper to the ground. The other helpers were taken aback and gathered around, when one suddenly exclaimed, "Isn't that Wang Er? Why is he wearing Wang Er's clothes?" Chapter 78. Poison porridge amidst the biting cold. The kitchen assistants wrapped their heads in scarves and donned high collars to shield themselves from the frigid air. Their headscarves were tightly bound, barely leaving their eyes and noses exposed. A figure of similar height and build to Wang Er blended into the porridge stall without raising any suspicion. Only the large black dog detected something amiss. Wuhua discovered a packet of red powder on this individual. Feng Qingsui immediately recognized it as cinnabar, a form of arsenic. The medicinal porridge prepared at the Ji family stall, enriched with red dates and goji berries, had a vibrant hue. When this arsenic was added, it would go unnoticed. "Where's Wang Er?" she coldly inquired, gazing intently at the person on the ground. Caught red-handed before he could act, the man, filled with dread, hastily confessed, "He is by the latrine. I knocked him out when he went to relieve himself and took his clothes." The kitchen assistants promptly searched the area and soon brought Wang Er back. He was alive, but severely frostbitten. They hurriedly stripped the outer robe, headscarf, collar, and boots from the man on the ground, dressing Wang Er in them, and helped him to the stove to warm himself. Feng Qingsui continued her interrogation. "Who sent you?" The man replied, "I do not know who it was. I live nearby. Last night someone knocked on my door. When I opened it, he asked if I wanted to settle my gambling debts. I owed the casino 80 taels of silver. He slipped 20 taels through the door, saying it was a deposit, promising another 100 taels upon completion of the task. I was so eager to repay my debts that I agreed." Feng Qingsui handed the man over to the constables and reminded the kitchen assistants, "Keep a vigilant eye on the pots and porridge. We must not be complacent." The assistants nodded, still shaken yes. With a furrowed brow, Qi mused, "Who could be so malicious as to bribe someone to poison our porridge shop?" Feng Qingsui, at a loss for suspects, considered that Changqing had many enemies and had recently crossed paths with several individuals, making it difficult to ascertain the culprit. The truth would eventually come to light. She reassured Qi, "Where there is one, there will be another. Since this person seeks to harm us, they will surely strike again. We shall wait." Qi, however, found no comfort in her words. Feng Qingsui returned to her desk to continue attending to the afflicted. 100 meters away, at the Rongchang Marquis porridge stall, Wei Shi observed the scene with grinding teeth. "Useless," she hissed at a middle-aged man wearing a felt hat beside her. "How could you fail so miserably? I asked you to find someone, and you brought me this fool?" The man hung his head silent. "I'll give you one more chance," Wei Shi said ominously. "If you cannot manage this again, I will have your family and daughter sold to the lowest brothel." The man gritted his teeth. "Rest assured, madam, I will ensure this is handled properly." With that, he turned to leave. Wei Shi glanced at the Ji family porridge stall, where the porridge was ready, and the disaster victims were forming a long queue. In contrast, her own stall had begun serving but attracted only a handful of patrons. Her younger sister, Han Ruixiang, seemingly oblivious to the stark contrast, stood before the porridge barrel, ladling it out for the impoverished individuals, reminding them, "The porridge is still very hot. Sip it slowly." As the queue dissipated, she approached Han Ruixiang with a mocking tone. "Sister, why toil so much? These commoners are unworthy of your service." Han Ruixiang replied serenely, "All beings are equal. What distinction is there between the noble and the lowly? Sister, do not be so superficial." With a scoff, she returned to her luxurious carriage. Previously, Han Ruixiang had not been one to embrace Buddhism. Recently, however, she spoke incessantly of equality among all beings, adopting a seemingly compassionate demeanor, as if possessed by the Bodhisattva Guanyin. One could only wonder what trickery she was playing. How dare she accuse others of being superficial? Had she not cast aside her fine garments, delectable feasts, and opulent residence to don coarse cloth, consume simple flatbreads, and dwell in a thatched hut? Did she not know that her first act upon returning home after distributing porridge each day was to discard her clothes and shoes, instructing her maid to burn them? Such hypocrisy was palpable. She had no desire to feign humility before the common folk. Were it not for contending with the Ji family, she would never have stepped foot into the outer city. Feng Qingsui felt an unsettling sensation of being watched and turned to scan her surroundings, but found no one. Only a lavishly adorned carriage stood adjacent to the porridge stall of the Rongchang Marquis' residence, prompting her contemplation. During midday, she and the Qi matriarch had just finished their porridge at their stall when three men, squatting in a corner, suddenly discarded their bowls and began to retch uncontrollably. While gagging, they cried out, "The Ji family's porridge is unclean." The surrounding disaster victims froze, their hands clutching their bowls in a state of confusion and alarm. A voice from the crowd shouted, "Not long ago, someone was apprehended at the Ji family's stall for poisoning. They didn't dispose of the tainted porridge, but distributed it to us." The crowd erupted in uproar. Could it be true? They had caught someone, yet the poison remained? Was it possible that the perpetrators had evaded detection? Did this mean they had all consumed poisoned porridge? In the next moment, the three men continued to heave, collapsing to the ground, emitting a foul stench. The Ji family knew the medicinal porridge was poisoned, yet still sent it to us. This is clearly a deliberate act of murder. The previously raised voice proclaimed. "What are you waiting for? Hurry and report this to the authorities." Someone indeed rushed to notify the officials. The others, witnessing the agonizing struggles of the three men on the ground, were etched with unease and fury. Among the crowd, a man in a felt hat curled his lips into a cold smile. The kindling had been piled high, with just a bit more fire. The Ji family's porridge stall could be trampled by the masses. Just then, a clear female voice rang out. "Everyone, step back, do not come too close. These three may have contracted a disease." Disease? Her words struck like thunder, causing the crowd to recoil in fear. Great disasters often herald great plagues. Calamities were invariably linked to disease. The sight of the three men, retching and soiling themselves, seemed to confirm the suspicion of infection. I said, "With so many people consuming the Ji family's porridge, how could only they be afflicted? It appears they were already ill, rather than the porridge being toxic. Indeed, I've consumed the Ji family's medicinal porridge for days and feel much stronger. If anyone claims there is an issue with it, I shall be the first to confront them." Who was it that had earlier shouted about the porridge being poisoned? The man in the felt hat was taken aback. How had the situation deviated so drastically from his expectations? The victims of the disaster should not allow their anger to cloud their judgment and seek retribution against the Ji family. Why is it that upon hearing the mere mention of a plague, they direct their ire towards him, just as he was about to defend himself, to rekindle their fury? An unexpected chill crept along his neck. Lowering his gaze, he discovered a knife poised against his throat. Following the hand that gripped the blade, he beheld a round face. It was none other than the plump maidservant of Madame Ji. In that instant, despair enveloped him like a shroud. Feng Qingsui had rescued the three men. Once they regained their composure, they pointed at the man in the felt hat, exclaiming, "It was he who offered each of us 10 taels of silver to incite trouble at the Ji family's porridge stall, and he even administered a purgative beforehand, claiming it was to ensure authenticity." Little did we know, it was a ruse to poison us. Chapter 79. The living bodhisattva Madame Wei sat in the carriage. Her gaze fixed on the man in the felt hat and the 3 ruffians he had summoned, now being led away by the constables. Frustration surged within her, causing her to break a nail. Useless. Once again, the scheme had failed. Not only that, but she had inadvertently implicated herself. After all, he was her confidant. Panic gripped her momentarily, but she soon regained her composure. Even if the authorities were to discover his connection to her, what of it? His entire family was in her grasp. Surely he would not dare to betray her, provided he accepted the blame. The officials would not be able to trace anything back to her. As for the Ji family, even if they suspected her involvement without evidence, they could do nothing against her. They already bore a grudge. This incident would change nothing. Once she had calmed herself, she instructed the driver, return to the manor. This time it had not succeeded, but there would be future opportunities. She would eventually bring ruin to the Ji family. As the carriage made its way halfway, it suddenly tipped over. Caught off guard, she was thrown against the carriage wall and struck by the tea table, nearly marring her appearance. After her maid helped her out, she glared at the driver, exclaiming, "How could you drive like that? You tipped the carriage." The driver meekly replied, "Madam, there was a pothole concealed by the snow, and I failed to notice it. Hurry and right the carriage." She insisted. Yes, yes. The driver sought assistance from 2 passers-by, and together they managed to lift the cumbersome carriage upright. The maid meticulously arranged the scattered items, while Madame Wei stood in the snow for a moment, feeling the biting cold. Once back inside the carriage, she ordered her maid to boil water for tea. The tea tasted sweeter than before, but she paid it no mind, attributing it to the greater number of tea stems in the mix. However, shortly thereafter, a sharp cramp seized her abdomen. Clutching her stomach, she urged the driver, faster. Hurry! The driver cracked his whip, yet it was too late. As they reached the manor gates, she was overtaken by an urgent need. Disregarding her dignity, she quickly took a litter back to the courtyard and rushed to the changing room, where she spent another quarter of an hour on the commode. She lacked the strength to rise. After finally managing to put on her trousers, another wave of cramps struck her. The physician of the manor took her pulse and inquired about her diet and daily routine before concluding that she might have caught a chill. He prescribed a remedy to replenish her spleen and stomach, invigorate her energy, and restore her pulse. She consumed it, yet her ordeal continued unabated. Other physicians proved equally ineffectual. After 2 relentless days, she succumbed upon the commode. In her final moments, clarity emerged in her mind, and she recalled that cup of tea. The tea was poisoned. Alas! Her realization came too late. There was no recourse now. Her son had long perished, and her in-laws had already fallen from grace. The Marquis of Rongchang displayed indifference towards his daughter-in-law, demise, merely advising his 3rd daughter, "The outer city is filthy and chaotic. It would be wise for you to refrain from distributing porridge in person, lest you follow in your sister-in-law's tragic footsteps." Han Ruixiang shook her head. "Our noble house has gained a notorious reputation due to the Moon Lake incident. Now, high-ranking families shun us, and common folk look down upon us. If this continues, there will be no place for us in the capital." She saw the relief in her father's eyes. Disaster relief presents an excellent opportunity to redeem our name. We must devote ourselves wholeheartedly to this endeavor. The Marquis felt a deep sense of comfort. This daughter, who once immersed herself solely in the arts, neglecting worldly affairs, now showed remarkable growth, willing to lower herself and take risks for the sake of the family's reputation. If only your brothers possessed your remarkable capabilities, father would not need to worry about reclaiming the title of the Marquis in the future. Han Ruixiang meritus milied incidents. The title of the Marquis was of little consequence. Her ambitions extended far beyond that. However, as the adage goes, secrecy begets success, while disclosure leads to failure. Until her plans came to fruition, it was wise not to divulge anything to her father, lest she jeopardize the grand designs of her sovereign. It was not only the Marquis of Rongchang who regarded Han Ruixiang with newfound respect. Feng Qingsui felt the same. With the passing of her elder sister-in-law, one might expect Han Ruixiang, as the younger sister-in-law, to assist in the funeral arrangements and host the grieving relatives and friends. Yet she did none of that. Instead, she continued her unwavering presence at the porridge stall of the Marquis of Rongchong, diligently serving the disaster-stricken populace. In a poignant scene, a grief-stricken woman approached to receive her portion of porridge. Han Ruixiang offered her solace, saying, "This too shall pass, and brighter days await you. Do not succumb to despair." The woman, overcome with sorrow, cried out, "My son was crushed by the snow. What joy can I possibly find?" Han Ruixiang opened her arms and embraced the woman, who momentarily stiffened in shock. The other victims were similarly astonished. How could a young lady of the Marquis household disregard her social standing to embrace a disheveled and impoverished woman? Han Ruixiang stated, "Death is not an end, but a new cycle. We cannot alter the course of fate, but we can accumulate good deeds, allowing the departed to find peace and joy in the afterlife. If you cannot let go, I can paint a portrait of him so that his image may accompany you." Tears streamed down the woman's face. "Really? You would do that for me?" "Indeed," Han Ruixiang replied, and she proceeded to create a portrait of the woman's son based on her description. Word spread among the other bereaved victims, and they too came seeking portraits. Han Ruixiang welcomed each request, painting from dawn until dusk, neglecting her own needs to fulfill their wishes. The victims reverently referred to her as a living bodhisattva, and her deeds resonated throughout the streets. The following day, the number of people seeking porridge at the Marquis of Rongchong's stall multiplied tenfold, as all wished to catch a glimpse of this living bodhisattva. After witnessing her dedicated artistry and compassionate gaze, they were invariably moved. Feng Qingsui observed the scene with a discerning eye. She recalled her visit to Taihe Garden, where she had seen Han Ruixiang at Ongwa Temple with the Crown Prince. A person who had never believed in Buddhism suddenly exuded an aura of enlightenment and was now perceived as a living bodhisattva. She found it hard to believe there was no ulterior motive. The Crown Prince, ensnared at Ongwa Temple, would require assistance from another's hand. Perhaps Han Ruixiang was that very hand. Thus, when her cousin from the He family arrived to join the spectacle, marveling at Miss Han as the foremost noblewoman of the capital, Feng Qingsui replied with a smile, "To be seen, one must naturally elevate oneself." A flicker of contemplation passed through her cousin's eyes. On the following day, a similarly touching scene unfolded at the porridge stall of the Earl of Changqing, which belonged to her cousin's family. Her cousin personally served tea and porridge to a disabled elderly woman who had lost all her family in the recent snow disaster, inviting monks and nuns to chant scriptures for her departed loved ones. Moreover, she expressed to the other victims that should anyone require a ceremonial rite, they could seek her assistance, as she would cover all expenses for the monks' and nuns' merits. Thus, the victims began to regard her as a living bodhisattva. Observing this, other noble women, as if awakened to a profound enlightenment, also commenced to follow suit. Consequently, on one day, a noble woman personally wiped the faces of children in the disaster-stricken area and presented homemade delicacies. The following day, another noble woman brought doctors to oversee the porridge distribution, providing medical examinations and medicine to all the victims receiving porridge. And on the day thereafter, yet another noble woman collaborated with craftsmen to design new housing plans for the victims. When Changqing arrived in the outer city to inspect the relief efforts, he was astonished by this array of charitable endeavors, akin to a competitive showcase. He had not anticipated such earnest dedication from them towards disaster relief. He sincerely marveled at their efforts. Feng Qingsui, calm and composed, remarked, "It's merely a matter of competition." Changqing responded with confusion. Regardless, it ultimately yielded benefits for the nobility while aiding the victims. Unbeknownst to him, Han Ruixiang was on the verge of madness from anger. Chapter 80. The Holy Mother with a mere hint of benevolence. Anyone can become a living bodhisattva. By a pond at the Ongwa Temple, the former crown prince, Master Jin Wunyan, spoke with a faint tone. Your limited abilities will not suffice to achieve great deeds. Standing before him, Han Ruixiang's face flushed crimson. My lord, I was naive to believe that a small stratagem could win hearts, forgetting how fickle human nature is. Those who can be swayed by me today may just as easily be swayed by another tomorrow. Do you know how to make someone wholly devoted to you? Han Ruixiang shook her head. Without warning, Wu Yin lifted his right foot and kicked her in the abdomen. She flew backward and fell into the pond. The icy water swiftly engulfed her. Panic-stricken, she flailed her arms. "My lord, gurgle. I cannot swim." Wu Yin stood calmly on the bank, observing her without any inclination to assist. She sank deeper, terror gripping her heart. Was her master intent on killing her? Her inefficacy must have displeased him. Yet could he not grant her another chance? She was not ready to die. As the air in her lungs dwindled, despair surged within her. Was this how it would end? It felt so unjust. She had yet to leave her mark on history. "Help! Is there no one to save me? I would do anything to survive." In her moment of desperation, a large hand descended from above, grasping her arm and pulling her from the pond. She collapsed against the railing, expelling the cold water from her lungs and gasping for fresh air. Never before had she appreciated the simple act of breathing so profoundly. A voice echoed from above. "Do you now understand the answer?" She nodded vigorously. "I comprehend, my lord. To first place one in mortal peril, only to grant them life thereafter, wields the power to command at will. Good. Now follow my instructions and abandon your noblewoman's antics." She obediently acquiesced. Wu Yin instructed her to change her clothes and then reveal the entire plan to her in the monk's quarters. Finally, he added, "I have arranged for an assistant. She will come to thee at night. Ensure the gatekeeper permits her entry." "Understood. I shall strive not to disappoint your expectations." Upon returning to her residence after visiting the Baowu temple, she instructed the gatekeeper, "If anyone seeks me tonight, bring them to my quarters." The gatekeeper respectfully replied, "Very well, Miss San." She awaited the arrival of her contact until midnight when a figure clad in black and masked approached her. The woman requested that she dismiss those present, then removed her mask to reveal a familiar face. "Ning Fengluan," Han Ruixiang exclaimed in astonishment. "Were you not exiled? My lord arranged a means for me to escape." Ning Fengluan replied, "From now on, I shall follow your lead and serve your bidding." The haughty demeanor she once possessed had vanished, leaving her as a polished stone, silent and subdued. Han Ruixiang noted the scar on her forehead, surmising that she had endured considerable hardship. "Very well, you shall assist me. Together we, one skilled in strategy, the other in combat, shall undoubtedly forge a new path." Ning Fenghuan nodded slightly. Early the next morning, Han Ruixiang took Ning Fenghuan and several maidservants out of the city to the Han family ancestral temple for quiet reflection. Feng Qingsui, upon learning of this, felt a twinge of astonishment. With so many disaster-stricken individuals queuing at the porridge stall of the Rongchang Marquis's residence, how could Han Ruixiang, the living bodhisattva, abandon them without a word? This seemed rather inconsiderate. She suspected that the crown prince had given Han Ruixiang new instructions and ordered Wu Hua, "Go to the Han family ancestral temple and keep an eye on whether Han Ruixiang is indeed there in seclusion." Wu Hua accepted the task and departed. 2 days later, she returned with a report. "Miss Han remains confined indoors every day, either reading or sorting Buddhist beans." "Has she not been painting?" "No." Feng Qingsui instructed her to investigate further. "Make sure to ascertain whether the person inside is indeed Han Ruixiang." Not long after, Wu Hua returned, her expression taut, declaring, "The one in the room is not Miss Han. It is a decoy." This substitute bore a striking resemblance to Han Ruixiang, dressed identically, managing to deceive even her. Feng Qingsui fell into contemplation. Han Ruixiang had made a grand display of heading to the ancestral temple, and had even arranged for a double to be there, evidently hoping to create the impression that she was present. This meant she would not be seen in the capital. But where had she gone? Unable to discern Han Ruixiang's whereabouts for the time being, she could only set this matter aside and continue to distribute porridge and provide medical assistance, doing her modest part. The recent snow disaster had struck suddenly, causing immense losses, yet the court responded promptly with disaster relief, and the affected populace swiftly returned to their normal lives. The ancient well village on the eastern outskirts of the capital was one of the first to recover. However, after the relief soldiers departed, the villagers, who had not yet had time to rejoice over their newly repaired homes, began to suffer from stomach ailments one after another. Initially, they assumed it was a common bout of diarrhea that would resolve itself in a day or two. Little did they know, the condition worsened, and several frail elders and children succumbed to it. Panic began to spread through the village. Could we have contracted a plague? Don't frighten me. If it's a plague, they'll seal the village and burn people. We'll all perish, with the entire village afflicted by the same illness. How could it not be a plague? The village doctor was at a loss, and they dared not seek help from doctors in neighboring villages or towns. If diagnosed with a plague, it would surely be reported to the authorities, and they would have no means of escape. Yet the illness grew increasingly severe. Were they to simply wait for death? Just as the entire village hovered on the brink of despair, a group of travelers suddenly arrived. At the forefront was a strikingly beautiful woman with a red mole on her forehead, dressed in simple, gauzy garments, ethereal as a celestial being. Beside her stood a young woman in a fitted outfit wielding a long whip, exuding an air of vigor and elegance. Behind them trailed 6 charming maidservants and 6 imposing guards, clearly not of ordinary status. "Who are you?" inquired the village chief, propping himself on his cane. One hand clutching his stomach, his voice weak. "We have passed through this area and sensed an ominous aura surrounding your village, suggesting calamity, and have come to investigate," the celestial-looking woman replied. The village chief was filled with trepidation. Could these people have discerned the presence of a plague here? If they were to seek the authorities? In the next moment, the woman spoke. "You are afflicted by malevolent forces. If you do not expel this evil soon, your lives may be forfeit." The village chief suddenly widened his eyes. "Are we not suffering from illness, but rather tormented by evil spirits?" The woman nodded. The village chief fell to his knees with a thud. "I implore you, noble one, grant us your mercy and assist us." The woman replied calmly, "Seeking help from others is less effective than helping oneself. If your hearts are sincere enough, the Holy Mother will surely shower you with benevolence and rid you of the malevolence." The village chief, bewildered, asked, "The Holy Mother refers to—" The woman stepped aside, revealing a jade statue held by her maidservant. "This is the Holy Mother of our Ruifeng society. Trust in the Holy Mother, and you shall find peace." Chapter 81. The Spring Water Academy. The village chief, initially resigned to his fate, found himself unexpectedly relieved when informed that belief in the Holy Mother could grant him salvation. Without hesitation, he gathered the villagers beneath the towering pine tree at the village's edge to introduce the group of women. "This is the Holy Mother. This is the Saintess. This is the Protector. And these are the Saintess's maid and guardian," he proclaimed. The Saintess assured them that sincere devotion to the Holy Mother would yield the life-giving nectar. The villagers were somewhat skeptical, yet faced with imminent peril, they were willing to kneel before the statue, even if it meant consuming cockroaches or rats. Once the statue was placed upon the altar, they all knelt in reverence, bowing 3 times and prostrating 9 times. After their prayers, they fixated on the statue, pleading, "Holy Mother, please save us." The statue, bathed in sunlight, radiated a gentle glow. Suddenly, 2 streams of liquid flowed from the statue's eyes, and the Saintess deftly held out a jade plate to catch the miraculous substance. The villagers were left speechless. "Is this the nectar? My heavens, a miracle! We are saved. Thank you, Holy Mother. Thank you." Following the Saintess's guidance, the village chief distributed the nectar mixed with water to all the villagers. As soon as they drank, the chief felt his abdominal pain cease, and the others experienced the same relief. The entire village rejoiced. They had survived. In the aftermath of their elation, some wept openly, mourning lost loved ones. "Mother, if only you could have held on a few more days," cried one. Others, similarly bereaved, joined in their lamentations. The Saintess, radiating compassion, consoled them. "The departed are gone, but the living must carry on. The Holy Mother will bless you with peace and prosperity in your remaining days." The village chief expressed his gratitude to the Saintess repeatedly and proposed a feast of chicken and goose in their honor. The Saintess shook her head, saying, "Of the Ruifeng society, do not partake in the taking of life. We appreciate your kind offer." The village chief then inquired, "Will you accept donations for merit?" The Saintess nodded slightly. He provided the donation, and the villagers followed suit. Afterward, one villager asked if we wish to worship the Holy Mother in the future. "Where should we go?" The Saintess replied, "We do not establish temples. If one wishes to honor the Holy Mother, They may join our Ruifeng Society. How does one join? The chief queried. By contributing the 5 Blessings Fund, which is meant to accrue virtue. Should you find yourselves in urgent need of funds in the future, you will receive tenfold in return. After inquiring about the amount, the village chief promptly paid. The majority of the villagers contributed as well. However, those who could not were not unwilling, but simply lacked the silver. The saintess reassured them, the opportunity to accrue blessings does not end today. You may join when you have saved enough. The villagers expressed their heartfelt gratitude. We will gather the funds as quickly as possible. After appointing the village chief as their liaison, the saintess and her companions departed. Similar miracles unfolded in numerous disaster-stricken villages, while the Ruifeng Society quietly flourished. Unbeknownst to the capital, as the relief efforts concluded, Qingming arrived. Feng Qingsui, Qi Shi, and Ji Changqing finished visiting the grave of Ji Changfeng and took their large black dog and Huahua to a hillside on the outskirts to pay respects to the family of the elder sister. A gentle rain fell, and the mountains stood in solemn silence. The verdant grave bore a few blossoms, which she hesitated to uproot. Her sister adored spring. When the season arrived, she would intricately stitch the delicate flowers and grasses that emerged from the crevices of the walls onto her handkerchief. The little flowers and grasses are so beautiful, her sister would say. They required no care, thriving effortlessly on their own. This sentiment lingered in her mind, and regardless of her circumstances, she persevered with grace. Yet, sister, why does spring and the clear stream endure, while the stream cannot coexist with spring? Spring departs, yet it returns. You have left, never to return. Silently, she concluded her visit to the grave and returned home, enveloped in a mist of emotions. Just as she changed her attire, a servant from the gate informed her that a maidservant of the eldest Miss Pei had brought an invitation, requesting her presence to attend to a medical matter. It had been quite a while since Feng Qingsui had heard of the former crown princess's affairs. She had not seen her during the recent relief efforts. Thus, she consented. As she exited the flowering gate, she unexpectedly encountered Ji Changqing. She casually inquired, "What ailment does Miss Pei suffer from?" Ji Changqing appeared perplexed, responding, "How should I know?" Noticing her expression, he realized she had misunderstood. "I'm not well acquainted with Miss Pei. The previous requests for you to treat her and for scar removal medicine were made at the behest of a friend. Do you truly have such a friend?" Feng Qingsui chuckled lightly, thinking him to be devoid of genuine acquaintances. Changqing responded earnestly, "I genuinely do not know Miss Pei well. The last time I encountered her was during the crown prince's testimony." Feng Qingsui nodded in understanding. It seemed there was no heartache involved. Yet what? Never mind. She was not his mother, so why concern herself with such matters? After parting with Ji Changqing, she proceeded to the Pei residence. Miss Pei appeared before her with a haggard visage and dark circles under her eyes. "I must trouble you once more, madam. How long have you been suffering from insomnia?" Feng Qingsui inquired. Pei Minru offered a wry smile. "Madam, you truly possess an eye for observation. Ever since I returned home, sleep has eluded me. Recently, I have found myself sleepless through the night, staring at the ceiling until dawn, only to catch an hour or two of sleep before waking again." After examining her pulse, Feng Qingsui remarked, "You have not been content since returning home?" Pei Minru shook her head. "My family treats me as well as they did before my engagement. Yet, my heart feels adrift, lacking anchor, uncertain of where to go. During her trials in the Eastern Palace, she had yearned to escape. Yet now that she was free, she felt anxious and unsettled." She gazed at Feng Qingsui with envy. "If only I possessed your medical knowledge, I could save those in distress rather than helplessly witnessing the suffering of the victims." Feng Qingsui reassured her. "One need not be a physician to assist others. Your extensive education can equally serve a purpose. Scholars are of no practical use," Pei Minru countered. Feng Qingsui smiled warmly. Born into a scholarly family, Pei Minru had been able to read and write from a young age, perhaps unaware of the struggles faced by those deprived of education. In the rural areas of Shigua, few young women could even write their own names. If you find yourself with spare time, why not teach them to read and write? Pei Minru was taken aback. After a moment, a spark of inspiration illuminated her eyes. "You are right. I can teach others to read and write." In the kingdom of Shi, there exists no women's academy. Thus, I shall establish one, with my dowry and the gold bestowed upon me by His Majesty upon leaving the palace. I possess ample resources to purchase 100 acres of fertile land to sustain the academy. As she spoke, her excitement grew, and it took a considerable time for her to regain her composure. She expressed her gratitude to Feng Qingsui, saying, "Madam Ji, I deeply appreciate your guidance. When the academy opens, you must attend." Feng Qingsui nodded in agreement. Determined, Pei Minru set to work and, within a mere fortnight, successfully established the academy. She purchased land for the school in the outskirts of Changqing town, naming it Changqing Academy. The academy welcomed only daughters of farmers, waiving tuition fees and providing a midday meal, accepting students of all ages. On the day of the academy's inauguration, Feng Qingsui presented a collection of writing instruments to celebrate the opening. While Pei Minru taught in the classroom, she wandered the grounds and noticed a young girl, around 7 or 8 years old, peering eagerly through a hole in the wall, gazing longingly at the classroom. Chapter 82. The incense master, the young girl, possessed a pair of large eyes and a slightly tanned complexion, exhibiting an audacious demeanor. When Feng Qingsui approached the cave window, she did not flee, but instead regarded her with the curiosity of a cat. Feng Qingsui offered her a segment of pomelo flesh. The girl smiled as she accepted it, saying, "Thank you, lady. Wishing you good fortune. What's your name?" "Sanya," she replied. "Why don't you go inside to listen? The academy does not charge tuition. You may attend classes within." Sanya shook her head, glancing at the bamboo basket beside her, filled with straw sandals and nearly as tall as herself. "I still need to sell shoes at the market," she explained. Feng Qingsui understood. The girls who attended Changqing Academy came from vastly different backgrounds. Some were well off, free from the burden of labor, seeking to elevate their status through education in hopes of securing a good marriage. Others came from impoverished families, drawn by the promise of a meal provided by the academy. Those whose circumstances fell between these extremes often had to assist their parents with work, leaving them little opportunity to pursue their studies. Senya was a quintessential example. However, she remained undeterred. "If my sandals sell well, I can return to listen for a while," Senya exclaimed cheerfully. "If I learn one character a day, I could recognize over 300 by the end of the year. Then, I could consider myself literate, and if I manage to sell to a wealthy household, I might become a maid in attendance to the young lady." Feng Qingsui smiled gently. "You possess quite the ambition." Sanya sighed. "There is no other choice. Our entire family is rather dark-skinned. My older sisters are quite beautiful, but due to their complexion and lack of other skills, they are not allowed to serve the young ladies closely and are relegated to menial tasks. A first-class maid serving the young lady earns 800 coins a month, while a third-class maid doing rough work only receives 200. I don't wish to be a maid for life. If I want to leave the household early, becoming a first-class maid would allow me to save enough for my freedom more swiftly." Feng Qingsui inquired, "Is it not possible to avoid becoming a maid?" "Of course not. I have 2 younger sisters and a brother to support," Sanya retorted, pouting. "Our family possesses only a few acres of land, and the grain we cultivate barely sustains us, let alone pay taxes. Moreover, my father wishes to join the Ruifeng Society and needs to gather 5 blessings worth of funds." Ruifeng Society? You don't know? It is dedicated to venerating the Holy Mother. Many villagers have joined, each required to contribute 10 taels for the 5 blessings. Upon hearing the mention of the Ruifeng Society and the Holy Mother, Feng Qingsui immediately thought of a certain individual who once managed the Ruixiang Poetry Society and acted as a living bodhisattva. She asked, "Have you ever seen the Holy Mother? What does she look like?" Senya replied, "I have not seen her, but my father has. He said the Holy Mother is a jade statue, resembling the Guanyin Bodhisattva, with a red mole on her forehead. She speaks in a very gentle manner, and beside her is a beautiful female guardian wielding a whip." Feng Qingsui was acquainted with someone who enjoyed wielding a whip, though that person should now be exiled to the northwest. Nevertheless, anything is possible. A smile graced her face as she asked, "Why does your father wish to join the Ruifeng Society?" Sanya relayed the miraculous occurrences created by the Holy Mother in the neighboring village, and added that by joining the Ruifeng Society, One could not only receive the Holy Mother's blessing, but also, in times of hardship, such as severe illness or grave injury, the society would return tenfold, or even 100-fold, the money spent on blessings and would rally support from the community. Yet, if such protection were truly effective, how could one still encounter calamity? Is this not a contradiction? Unfortunately, the impoverished populace often fails to ponder such complexities. Having endured immense suffering, they seek a refuge, and when they encounter someone willing to lend a helping hand, promising substantial benefits, they're willing to make great sacrifices, even selling their children or parting with their possessions to join. Little do they realize that what awaits them is not salvation, but rather perdition. Is the Rue Feng society truly so benevolent? She expressed her yearning. I too wish to join. Where shall I go to pay the fee? Sanya, perplexed, responded, Madam, you are not short of money. What purpose would joining the Rue Feng society serve? Is it not for the purpose of seeking blessings and avoiding misfortune? Feng Qingsui smiled. The wealthier one is, the more one fears death. Fortune is something that no one would ever consider excessive. Sanya suddenly comprehended that is indeed true. However, I am uncertain about how to join. Only my father knows. Feng Qingsui produced a silver ingot from her purse and said, I will cover the cost of your basket of straw sandals. Will you take me to find your father? Sanya's eyes lit up, but she soon expressed her distress. I do not have money to pay you. Do you have any copper coins? This basket of straw sandals costs merely 31. Feng Qingsui placed the silver in her hand. The remainder is for the fare. No need to return it. Sanya accepted it with delight. Thank you, madam. Wishing you boundless blessings. Feng Qingsui left the basket of sandals at the academy and, accompanied by Wu Hua, followed Sanya to Huaihua village. Upon learning of her intent, Sanya's dark-skinned, lean father inquired, Which town do you hail from? Feng Qingsui casually fabricated a residence in a nearby town. Sanya's father shook his head. You must seek the incense master over there to join. The master in our area cannot accept you. Feng Qingsui raised an eyebrow. So quickly, the governance has been divided into districts? Which master resides over there? Sanya's father replied, I do not know. Even our local master may not be aware. You must seek a local believer for an introduction. Disinterested in crosstown inquiries, Feng Qingsui asked, My cousin resides in this town. Can she provide an introduction? Sanya's father blushed. I have yet to join. Sanya brandished the silver Feng Qingsui had given her. Father, here are 10 taels of silver. Sanya's father exclaimed with joy, No problem. I will seek the incense master tonight and can introduce your cousin by tomorrow evening. Feng Qingsui agreed. The following evening, she donned a new outfit, applied makeup, wore a veil, and brought along the similarly disguised Wu Hua to their rendezvous at the Changqing town market, awaiting Sanya's father. After sunset, Sanya's father appeared at the market entrance. Follow me. We shall head this way. Feng Qingsui and her companion trailed behind him as he navigated through the streets, arriving at the entrance of a courtyard, where he knocked 5 times. 3 heavy and 2 light, before the door finally creaked open. This is a 2-entrance residence. Upon entering the inner courtyard, Feng Qingsui beheld the incense master spoken of by Sanya's father, a middle-aged woman with high cheekbones and triangular eyes. The woman scrutinized Feng Qingsui from head to toe and coldly inquired, Why do you wish to join the Ruifeng society? Feng Qingsui lifted her veil, revealing a handcrafted red birthmark, and replied, I have heard that the Holy Mother is ever responsive to requests. I wish to beseech her to bestow sweet dew upon me, to erase this birthmark from my face. The vigilance in the woman's gaze softened. This birthmark is a sin carried from a past life. Erasing it is no simple task. One must accumulate a substantial amount of merit. Feng Qingsui replied gently, Money is not an issue. I am my parents' only daughter. If it means erasing the birthmark, they would willingly exhaust their fortune. She then presented the woman with 500 taels of merit money on the spot. Chapter 83. Sincerity brings blessings. The woman bestowed upon her a palm-sized jade statue, advising her to light incense morning and evening and to sincerely pray to the Holy Mother. She mentioned that in a few days there would be a blessing ceremony, and she would take her to participate. If her heart was truly sincere, the Holy Mother would bestow upon her the dew of grace. Feng Qingsui agreed and inquired about a distant relative who had heard of the Holy Mother's miracles and wished to join the Rui Feng Society. But he resided in Weizhou, where it seemed there were no members of the society. She asked whether he could become an incense master or a hall master. The woman arrogantly replied, "Being an incense master or hall master is not merely a matter of wealth. One must recommend 1,000 believers to join to become an incense master, and 10,000 to attain the status of a hall master. What if one could recommend 100,000? Feng Qingsui asked. The woman cast her a deep glance. If one could recommend 100,000, then they would be a helmsman. Feng Qingsui questioned further. How many helmsmen do we currently have? The woman scoffed. Do you think it's so easy to gather 100,000 believers? At present, there are none. Have I not seen the saintess? Is it true that only helmsmen can meet her? Anyone can meet her. It depends on your fate, the woman replied. The saintess will randomly attend blessing ceremonies in various locations, and with a stroke of luck, you may see her in a few days. With that, she waved her hand impatiently. Return and sincerely pray for blessings. The matter of helmsmen is not something a mere believer should concern themselves with. Feng Qingsui obediently departed. Subsequently, she instructed Wu Hua to keep a close watch on the woman. However, for several consecutive days, the woman did not contact anyone else. The amassed wealth must eventually be submitted. She mused, estimating that after collecting another batch at the blessing ceremony, it would be turned over. The so-called blessing ceremony involved a group of believers gathering in the woman's home, praying before a half-foot-tall jade statue of the Holy Mother. Each participant generously donated a significant sum of merit money. Those who contributed more would receive the due of grace from the statue. Those who gave less would see no response at all. Feng Qingsui did not receive the due. The woman's explanation was that her heart was not yet sincere enough and that she needed to pray for a few more days. Feng Qingsui interpreted this as, "You have not donated enough silver." After the blessing ceremony, the woman indeed went out. She took the collected merit money to visit a wealthy gentleman in the neighboring county, who happened to be a hall master. The Rui Feng Society was exceedingly secretive. All members communicated in a singular manner. Feng Qingsui could only trace the line to the woman and the gentleman. To uncover other connections, she would need to join elsewhere. Clearly, it was a challenge for just her and Wu Hua to swiftly discern the intricacies of the Rui Feng Society. She had no intention of doing so. Having understood the operations of the Rui Feng Society, she approached Changqing to share her findings. Changqing remarked, "Every time I think the emperor is somewhat wise and I am somewhat capable, this situation arises to strike me down. The Rui Feng Society already had thousands of believers, yet the court remained utterly unaware. I will immediately dispatch someone to investigate," he stated, pressing his lips together. Do not delve too deeply. The forces behind this can rapidly gather such a multitude of believers in the aftermath of a disaster, and they should not be underestimated. Feng Qingsui nodded. I will prioritize safety. Changqing harbored considerable skepticism regarding this statement. After Feng Qingsui departed, he summoned Yin Shi, instructing him to ensure her protection. Yin Shi, taken aback, wondered how his role had abruptly shifted from surveillance to that of a guardian. The workload remained unchanged, yet the demands had multiplied. He pondered whether his compensation should be adjusted. Changqing cast a sidelong glance at him, urging, "What are you still dawdling for? If you find it unmanageable, I shall summon Zhuing back." Yin Qi swiftly ascended to the eaves, realizing that Changqing was resorting to intimidation with Zhuing, which would inevitably lead to Zhu Ying's downfall. Meanwhile, Zhuing, far away at Heifeng Mountain, was left bewildered. Although Feng Qingsui had reported the situation to Changqing, she instructed Wu Hua to keep a close watch on the steward. The offerings collected by the incense master must be submitted, and naturally, those gathered by the hall master should also be turned in, albeit more discreetly. Wu Hua noted that a cart departing from the steward's residence left particularly distinct tracks, arousing her suspicions that it was laden with substantial wealth, prompting her to follow the cart to Fuxian. Upon entering a security agency in Fuxian, the cart left with significantly lighter tracks. However, the security agency had dispatched several carts that day, each leaving similar tracks, and she was unable to ascertain the ultimate destination of the gold and silver. Upon receiving her report, Feng Qingsui remarked, "This wealth may not necessarily be destined for the Saintess. It is possible that others are involved. Nonetheless, the security agency should serve as their stronghold, and the Saintess might be frequenting Fuxian." She instructed Wu Hua to monitor the villages in Fuxian. Soon, Wu Hua uncovered the whereabouts of the Saintess, revealing that she had performed a miraculous feat in a mountain village and was residing at a gentry's home that night. Wu Hua overheard the gentry discussing plans for a prayer meeting the following evening. Feng Qingsui hastened to Fuxian, a place renowned for its abundance of masks, with shops selling them lining every street. As she passed a shop selling monstrous masks, she casually purchased two. As night fell, a gathering of approximately 100 devotees congregated at the gentry's residence, their eyes fervently fixed upon the Saintess and her protector, Han Ruixiang, who adorned a coiled dragon hairstyle and wore a plain robe, exuding a serene and benevolent presence as she gazed upon the assembly. With sincere hearts, the Holy Mother shall bestow her blessings upon you. An elderly man, his hair as white as snow, produced a small pouch of silver from his bosom. "This is my life as savings." He reverently deposited the coins into the merit box, kneeling before the statue of the Holy Mother. "Please, Holy Mother, grant me youth, just 10 years, no, 5 years would suffice. I vow to serve you for life." The statue remained unmoved. Next, the gentry's hall master announced impassively. The next supplicant was an elderly woman cradling her grandson. She hastily emptied her pouch, earrings, hairpin, and bracelet into the merit box. "Holy Mother, please save my grandson. He has been ill for 2 days, and he is on the brink of unconsciousness. I beseech you to save him." The statue wept 2 streams of dew. Han Ruixiang caught the dew and offered it to the elderly woman, who quickly administered it to the child. Upon drinking, the child opened his eyes and called out, "Grandma." The elderly woman bowed deeply in gratitude. "Thank you, Holy Mother." Behind her, a young woman, tears streaming down her face as she held her husband with a broken leg, removed the gold Buddha from her neck and placed it into the merit box. "Please, Holy Mother, assist my husband in healing his broken leg. I vow to embrace a life of vegetarianism." The jade statue remains unchanged. The woman weeps uncontrollably. "Holy Maiden, I implore you to aid us. Could you beseech the Holy Mother to save him?" Just as Han Ruixiang was about to speak, 2 figures donning menacing masks entered the venue. "It is a physician you should seek for a broken leg, not the Holy Mother," said the masked figure in white. "The Holy Mother struggles to protect herself and must gather wealth to survive. Trusting the Holy Mother is less prudent than believing in the God of wealth." Han Ruixiang's expression darkened. "Which fiend dares to disturb our Ruifeng society?" The figure in white scoffed. "You do not even recognize us, the black and white impermanents. Your claim to be a holy maiden is rather dubious." Chapter 84. The home ground. A jolt of spirit coursed through Ning Fengwan as she waited at the edge of the venue. Although the Ruifeng society had appropriated her name, it was the Saintess Han Ruixiang who had shone brightly since its inception, leaving her, the protector, with little to no role, merely a figurehead. She had longed for a disturbance to showcase her prowess, yearning for the adoration of the faithful. Her perseverance was finally rewarded on this day. With a sharp crack of her whip, she declared, "Yama's messengers, I shall escort you back to the underworld." Accompanied by 6 guards, she charged towards the intruders, intent on annihilation. This night was to be her dominion. The figure in white remained motionless, while the figure in black advanced. 7 against 1. Surely, fate was favoring her. Yet, after a fleeting moment of exhilaration, she sensed something amiss. The black-clad figure moved with an uncanny swiftness. Before her guards could close the distance, the figure had already appeared beside them, dispatching one after another with a mere flick of the wrist. In the blink of an eye, she found herself alone. What was occurring? She had never witnessed such skill on the battlefield. The figure's movements were almost spectral. Could it truly be the messenger of death? In her astonishment, the black-clad figure seized her whip, yanking her violently against a pillar. A sharp crack echoed as pain surged through her, and she crumpled to the ground, her legs rendered entirely numb. Seeing that Ning Fengwan and her guards were no match for the black figure, Han Ruixiang could no longer maintain her composure. "Shao, summon your household guards at once," she urged, panic rising. Zhou's brow glistened with cold sweat. "I have already dispatched someone, but they have all been incapacitated." Han Ruixiang gasped in disbelief. These two had come prepared. Gritting her teeth, she turned to the congregation. "Everyone, the Holy Mother has protected you for so long. Now it is your turn to defend her. If we can subdue these two fiends, the Holy Mother shall bestow her blessings upon you all." The stunned faithful, jolted from their stupor by the sudden conflict, began to rise. "Slay the demons, protect the Holy Mother," they shouted in unison, rushing towards the masked figures. Han Ruixiang's frantic heart began to steady. With over 100 devotees, could they not subdue two individuals? Even a single punch from each should suffice. Yet, to her horror, the black figure leapt, embracing the white figure and bounding over the heads of the faithful, hurtling towards her. Her pupils dilated in terror. The next instant, she was thrust backward into a screen, which toppled alongside her. A cry of pain erupted from behind it, revealing yet another person concealed there. The black figure bound Han Ruixiang, lifting the screen to retrieve a black stone from the side of the fallen individual, presenting it to the white figure. The latter approached the statue of the Holy Mother, addressing the bewildered crowd, who desires the Holy Mother's blessings. "Step forward." The congregation stood frozen in shock. The white figure continued, "None? In time, you may find yourselves destitute, unable to seek her grace." With that, he placed the black stone upon the table behind the statue, then slowly lifted it, as two streams of dew cascaded from the statue's eyes. As the figure in white robes released his grip, the black stone plummeted back onto the table, while the jade statue ceased to emit the sweet dew. Upon lifting the stone, the dew began to flow once more. The onlookers were perplexed, exclaiming, "What is happening? Is it not through the act of charitable donations and heartfelt prayers that the Holy Mother bestows the sweet dew upon us? How can a mere broken stone command such a blessing?" In their confusion, they witnessed the figure in white raise the jade statue and hurl it to the ground. Before they could react with alarm, the statue shattered into fragments, sending droplets scattering and revealing an array of peculiar objects strewn across the floor. The masked figure picked up a black stone from the debris and, placing it alongside the stone on the table, the two stones immediately adhered to one another. "Behold," he scoffed, "this is the precious dew you have sought in vain." He continued, "It is merely water controlled by magnetism." "Water?" The expressions of the crowd cracked with disbelief. Yet, one among them pointed at the elderly woman who had sought the dew for her ailing grandson, claiming that upon consuming the dew, he had been cured of his severe illness. The figure in white replied coolly, "You are not her grandson. How can you ascertain whether his ailment was genuine or feigned?" "Feigned? Does that not imply deceit?" The crowd turned their gaze toward the old woman, who clutched her grandson tightly, trembling as she murmured, "We are but victims of circumstance." Indeed, it was a deception. The villages afflicted by the plague had poisoned the well water beforehand, only to place the antidote within the sweet dew. A profound silence enveloped the gathering. Suddenly, a voice broke through the stillness. "Weeping, my son suffered a high fever. I did not consult a physician, but sought the sweet dew instead, and now he lies dead. You deceitful charlatans, return my son's life." The distraught father lunged at the retreating Master Zhou, striking him in a fit of rage. "You deceiver! Murderer! You claim my virtue was insufficient to save my son. I will kill you! I will kill you!" The other onlookers were ignited by indignation, converging upon Ning Fengwan and several guards, beating them until they fell unconscious, only to be revived and struck again. Were it not for the intervention of the figure in white, they would have met their demise on the spot. Feng Qingsui, the figure in white, was not motivated by a fear of the consequences of death. Rather, he sought to preserve their lives to serve as witnesses against the crown prince. He instructed Yin Shi, who had been covertly following them, to relay the news of the capture of the leader of the Rui Feng Society to Changqing, who would promptly inform the authorities to apprehend the various leaders of the society. Having entrusted Han Ruixiang and Ning Fengwan to the authorities, Feng Qingsui departed Fuxian with Wu Hua. What remained was the business of the officials. Han Ruixiang had envisioned countless moments of grandeur, yet none compared to the current reality. Shackled, standing in a prison cart, pelted by the populace with excrement and rotten eggs. She closed her eyes, refusing to gaze upon the faces filled with hatred and revulsion. Where had those figures of yin and yang emerged from? She gritted her teeth. The Rui Feng Society had amassed 40 to 50,000 followers, poised to launch an assault on the capital. She was so close to becoming the prime minister, a singular figure beneath the heavens and above all others, destined to be remembered as an extraordinary woman throughout the ages. All of it had been ruined by those two. In another prison carriage, Ning Fengwan, whose dreams had been shattered, harbored a profound resentment towards the duo of the black and white impermanence. Yet, she had not succumbed entirely to despair. After all, this was not her first experience with shackles. She believed that her master would not turn a blind eye to her plight. If he could rescue her during her exile, surely he could do so again. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a throng of 30 to 40 gray-clad figures erupted from the thicket along the roadside, charging towards the pursuing officers. "He has come to save us," she shouted to Han Ruixiang, who responded with a faint smile. She had not chosen her allies in vain. Her master would not easily relinquish such a capable assistant. Suddenly, a searing pain pierced her chest. Instinctively, she glanced forward, only to see a gray-clad man aiming a bow at her. As he released the string, another arrow flew forth. Before she could utter another word, her breath left her. Behind her, in the prison carriage, Ning Fengwan also had no time to scream, as a sword swiftly silenced her. Chapter 85. Unforgivable in the monks' quarters of Ongwa Temple. After reading the note extracted from the bun, Wunyan cast the paper into the incense burner. Han Ruixiang and Ning Fengwan had been assassinated by the Death Warriors. Only they knew he was the mastermind behind it all. With their demise, there would be no one left to testify against him. The wealth accumulated by the Ruifeng Society, in the form of fortune and merit coins, was sufficient to support thousands of private soldiers, rendering their deaths not in vain. As for the future, he gazed out at the empty ground where myriad spring grasses danced in the wind. One Ruifeng society may fall, but countless others would inevitably rise in its stead. Ignorant masses abound throughout the land. With a semblance of miracles and the promise of minor profits, these fools would flock to him like moths to a flame, becoming the foundation upon which he would stir the winds of chaos.